Pull him up, don't kill the bastard. Qin Xianghe clawed at whatever he could reach, gasping for air as he jerked his head upward. His breath came in ragged bursts, like a broken bellows. Cold water drenched his head and neck, flooding into his nose and mouth. For a moment, he thought he was going to die. The shadow blocking his view shifted aside, and light flooded in. He was in a thatched hut. The walls were patched with yellow clay, peeling and cracked. Underfoot, the floor was packed gray earth. A swinging bare bulb flickered dimly in the gloom, casting long shadows across a battered wooden table littered with playing cards. Across from him, a short, fat young man in a floral shirt stood up, one foot resting on the stool. Still, if you do end up killing this son of a bitch, it's doing the world a favor. Who are you? How much do you want? Qin Xianghe's first thought was kidnapping. It had been over 20 years since he last returned home. At a banquet held by the county government, he broke his usual rule and drank alcohol. He never expected something like this to happen after getting drunk. Are you stupid or what? Did all that water fry your brain? Another sneer came from beside him. Qin turned his head and finally saw the dark figure who had loomed over him, a bald man with a black mole on his forehead. Zhang Yu? The distinctive feature instantly brought a name to mind. Zhang Yu had grown up with him in the same village, living at the far end of the hamlet. He dropped out in the second year of middle school and had been tagging along with Lu Depeng from the neighboring village ever since. What was he doing here in the city? No, wait. Zhang Yu should be in his 50s by now. There was no way he could be this young. He looked exactly the same as when Qin left the village decades ago. Cold water dripped down his face, clearing some of the fog in Qin's mind. His gaze returned to the table and the man in the floral shirt sitting there. Lu Depeng. His heart pounded. Was this really happening? Was he being held by Zhang Yu and Lu Depeng? Why? And why do they look so young? And this small, dimly lit thatched hut felt disturbingly familiar. Qin Xianghe lowered his eyes and stared at his left hand gripping the edge of the water vat. 5 fingers. His whole body swayed violently. In his youth, he had been a reckless fool. After marriage, he loafed around, drinking, gambling, chasing women, and squandering everything. He quarreled with his parents and split from the family. A few years later, his wife, unable to take it anymore, left him, taking their 2 children with her. But even then, he didn't change. When the family fortune ran dry, he started borrowing money. The kids were often left alone, sometimes going hungry for days. When they couldn't bear it any longer, they would sneak back to their grandparents' house or beg for food from neighbors. Once, to have a night of wild gambling, he locked the kids inside the house before heading out. By the next afternoon, when he finally sobered up and returned, the door had been broken open and the children were gone. For weeks, he searched desperately for his kidnapped children. Half a month later, his parents met a tragic fate too. Haunted by guilt and shame, he chose cowardice, fled, and he kept running for over 20 years. To break his addiction to gambling, he once cut off his little finger before leaving home, vowing never to touch cards again. From rock bottom, he climbed his way up, eventually becoming the chairman of Jinhu Group, a company worth nearly $1 billion yuan. To the outside world, he was a successful businessman, a wealthy bachelor. But deep down, he knew the truth his success was nothing more than an escape from his past. Big Lu, maybe just forget it. Look at how messed up Xianghe is. Qin raised his head, staring blankly at the prematurely balding Zhang Yu, who now seemed decades younger. You talk too much. Say another word, they'll deal with you too. Lu Depeng kicked away the stool beneath him and walked around the vat, giving Qin a cold stare before spitting a stream of tobacco juice onto his face. You kneel today, or this ain't over. Don't? Huh. We'll see. Seeing Zhang Yu standing there like an idiot, Lu flicked his cigarette, butt at him. Sparks flew. Zhang Yu scrambled to pat it out, flashing a nervous smile as he quickly turned to Qin and urged, Xianghe, apologize to Big Lu quickly. He's waiting for you to borrow money so we can play another round. What the hell? You think you're someone now, huh? Acting all high and mighty in front of me. Keep going. Lu barked, stomping his foot and yanking open the heavy door behind him. A frigid mountain wind howled through the opening, making Qin shiver uncontrollably in his soaked clothes. Outside, the night was pitch black. Suddenly, a flash of lightning tore across the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder rolling overhead. Qin's eyes widened as a memory surged through his mind. More than 20 years ago, had been dragged to a gambling den. After losing heavily and drinking too much, he got into a shouting match with Lu Depeng. Zhang Yu shoved his head into the water vat until he calmed down. Then he was coaxed into pouring a cup of wine and apologizing, hoping someone would bring the loan money soon so they could keep playing through the night. Later, he passed out from too much drink and stayed slumped against the wall because of the heavy rain. He didn't wake up until noon the next day. That was the day he returned home to find his children missing. Qin's heart raced. He looked again at his now whole left hand. Could this be a rebirth? If so, suddenly, a hand slammed onto his head, forcing him downward. Qin tensed his neck and grabbed the arm, twisting violently. With a splash, Zhang Yu hit the water. Before he could scream, Qin bit down hard, snatched up a broken porcelain bowl, and smashed it against his skull. Shards of pottery flew. With one sharp piece in hand, Qin lunged toward Lu Depeng, who had just been kicked backward. Whoever dares stop him from saving his children. Not even heaven itself will be spared. Chapter 2. It is him. The shards dripped with blood. Qin Xianghe could not discern whether it was his own or Zhang Yu's. Lying in the blood-stained vat, Zhang Yu pressed his forehead in silence, while Lu Depeng lay on the ground, looking utterly bewildered. As he retreated step by step, he crossed the threshold and swiftly vanished into the night. Qin Xianghe was not as composed as he appeared, having consumed too much alcohol that evening. He felt dizzy and disoriented. It was a struggle to remain upright, especially after Zhang Yu had doused him with cold water. Should he linger any longer, revealing his vulnerability, he might not escape the small room at all. The path to his home in Mount Ang village stretched 6 or 7 li, fraught with rugged trails. The mountain wind howled, causing Qin Xianghe to shiver, yet his heart burned with fervor. He was consumed by a singular thought, to return swiftly to the home of distant memories, to safeguard the 2 children he had cherished for over 20 years. In the depths of the mountains, the underbrush grew wild with low trees and weeds, and only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated his path. Not far into his journey, the effects of the alcohol surged again, and he stumbled several times in the darkness. He feared not the falls, but the delay that might lead to a repetition of past mistakes, something he could not bear to accept. After passing a small pond, he tripped once more, rolling down into the icy water. The frigid shock forced a few mouthfuls of mud and water into him, finally rousing his senses. Climbing out of the pond, whether it was the cold or the fervent anticipation of seeing his 2 children again, he felt invigorated. Against the fierce wind, he ran faster. Soon, another long bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing the outline of Mount Ang village. He could vaguely make out the small, low mud-walled courtyard at the eastern edge of the village. That was his home, the home he had buried deep within his heart for over 20 years. As thunder rumbled overhead and large raindrops splattered against his face, tears involuntarily streamed down Qin Xianghe's cheeks. Upon seeing the courtyard, the deafening roar of thunder struck a thought in him. His 2 children had always been terrified of thunder while in a past life. He had locked them out to gamble the night away. If they were awakened in fear, how terrified they must have been. Wiping his tears, his vision blurred by rain. In the next moment, he hurriedly descended the embankment, groping through the tall grass by the ditch. In the fleeting light of lightning, he suddenly spotted 2 figures standing at a fork in the path, not far from his home. Hurry up, don't let Lu Jian's family hear. Rest assured, I have inquired thoroughly. They are from the big city, and the woman cannot bear children. Tomorrow, we'll send them over by car. And once we receive the payment, it will be split evenly. Listening intently to the muffled voices, Qin Xianghe's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. Yet he dared not make a move. The darkness was too profound, rendering the 2 tall men at the intersection merely shadows. Though he had sobered somewhat, the alcohol and the chill of the mountain wind still hindered his body. As the conversation concluded, one of the stooped figures ambled away towards his courtyard, while the other remained, withdrawing a cigarette from his pocket. He placed it between his lips, shielding the rain with his hand as he struck a match, only to extinguish it immediately after lighting it. The hunched man paused before the courtyard gate for a moment, then opened the door. Upon observing this, Qin Xianghe stealthily approached the intersection, taking advantage of the tall grass. The entire mountain village was illuminated by a flash of lightning, only to be engulfed in darkness once more. Seizing the fleeting moment amid the rolling thunder, Qin Xianghe leapt onto the road like a panther, only to be met with another flash of lightning that revealed a man, pacing anxiously with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, who turned just at that moment. Xianghe. The cigarette fell from the man's startled lips as Qin Xianghe delivered a punch directly to his face, followed by a swift kick to his groin. The man bent over in agony, and Qin Xianghe swiftly followed with a knee strike to his face, stifling the man's cries of pain. As the thunder faded into silence, darkness enveloped the surroundings once more. Gasping for breath, Qin Xianghe struck the man a few more times to confirm his unconsciousness before releasing his grip on the man's mouth. Having escaped from Maotang village in his previous life, he had wandered through many places, doing whatever it took to survive, including a stint as a muscle for hire. With his child abducted and his parents meeting misfortune as a result, he had long ceased to value his own life, always charging headfirst into conflicts and fighting recklessly. It was precisely this experience that enabled him to intimidate Lu Daping and his companion even while inebriated. Therefore, had he not been intoxicated, he would not have risked allowing another person into the courtyard before taking action. With no time to rest, Qin Xianghe rose and stealthily made his way toward the small courtyard. The courtyard wall, towering over half his height, had been constructed in just a few years, however. Due to the use of mud bricks and a lack of maintenance, it appeared dilapidated, as if it could be toppled with the slightest effort. The gate was composed of two rudimentary gray wooden panels, secured by a large lock. The intruder did not struggle to pick the lock, but instead used a makeshift iron rod to pry open one side of the gate and entered. Qin Xianghe's heart raced as he found a sturdy stick, about the thickness of his wrist, and peered over the wall. What immediately captured his attention was a narrow kitchen constructed from scavenged stones, leading to a main house with walls of earth and a thatched roof. At that moment, within the main house, a half-open door allowed a dim yellow light to spill out, casting a flickering, tall shadow onto the ground outside. "Debeo, Nyonyo, you're not sleepy? Your father is waiting for you at my place. If you take too long, there won't be any meat left." The voice emanating from the main house struck Qin Xianghe like a bolt of lightning. Even after more than 20 years, he recognized the speaker as his dearest childhood friend. Dajuan. How could this be possible? He recalled that day when Dajuan had summoned him to Mago village, where they, along with Lu Daping and Zhang Yu, had indulged in drinking and gambling. They lost everything midway, and Dajuan had promised to lend him some money, displaying great loyalty. Afterward, Dajuan had returned with the money to continue gambling, until the next day when Qin Xianghe discovered the two children were missing. For the following days, Dajuan had accompanied him in the search. Raindrops struck his face, rendering his hands and feet icy cold, and he was unaware as the stick slipped from his grasp. It dawned on him, the man he had just knocked out at the intersection looked familiar. Was that not Dajuan's classmate, Wang Can? After graduating from elementary school, Wang Can's family had moved to town, returning only once a year for ancestral worship in Maotang village. "The children are just getting dressed. What is the rush?" "Xiang, he could not return. Did I not instruct you to wait at the crossroads?" The gate of the courtyard creaked open, and a stooped figure emerged, shutting the door with a dismissive hand, exhibiting a tone of impatience. Upon recognizing the figure standing by the door was none other than Qin Xianghe. Along with the blood staining his fists and clothing, the man's face turned pale, illuminated by the flash. Xianghe. Chapter 3. A gentle blow will alleviate the pain in the shimmering light. Qin Xianghe discerned the face of the man before him. It was none other than his closest friend, Dajuan, with whom he had shared countless joyous moments over the years. In a previous life, after the loss of their children, it was Dajuan who first offered him solace, the one who fervently accompanied him in search of their little ones. Little did he anticipate that Dajuan had colluded with Wang Can to abduct his children. "Xianghe, why have you returned?" Dajuan stammered. "I saw the lights on in your house, and with that thunderstorm raging, I came to check on Dabaon and Nyonyo." At the mention of Dabaon and Nyonyo, Qin Xianghe's eyes flared with fury, and with a roar, he seized Dajuan, delivering a ferocious punch to his nose. The abduction of his children and the subsequent misfortunes befalling their parents loomed like a haunting specter in his heart, tormenting him for over 2 decades. And the realization that his dearest friend was behind it all shattered him. "Stop hitting me. Xianghe, please listen to me." Years of pent-up emotions erupted as Qin Xianghe clutched Dajuan by his collar, his other fist raining down blows like a tempest. The drunken haze only intensified his rage. Dajuan's pleas and cries only served to provoke him further. Despite Dajuan's youth and strength, bolstered by his prior experiences in combat, he was rendered powerless against the relentless onslaught of Qin Xianghe, who struck him repeatedly in the face. With each punch, beginning with the one that shattered Dajuan's nose, he succumbed to helplessness. Qin Xianghe could hear his own voice roaring in the midst of the assault, yet he remained oblivious to the words escaping his lips. As the storm intensified, the rain cascaded violently, driven by the howling wind. Dajuan collapsed weakly to the ground, and Qin Xianghe lunged at him, one hand gripping his throat while the other continued to pound. When Dajuan instinctively attempted to push him away, Qin Xianghe deftly locked his elbow and, with a sharp crack, twisted it against his knee. Dajuan held in pain, struggling, but his strength waned. "Xianghe, I was wrong. I owe Wonkin money. Dabaon and Nyonyo are so small. I did this for their sake." "Dajuan, uncle." A thunderous clap echoed, and through the curtain of torrential rain. A frightened voice called from the main room. Qin Xianghe, lost in his frenzy, froze momentarily, tears mingling with the downpour. It was Daban, his son, calling out. The utterance of Uncle Dajuan stirred a myriad of memories within him. After his wife's departure, there were times when Dabaon and Nyonyo were left starving. And aside from their grandparents or neighbors, they would occasionally muster the courage to seek a meal from Dajuan's home. During market days, Dajuan would often bring small treats for the two children, carrying Dabaon on his shoulders during their visits. Suddenly, Dajuan, weakened and sprawling, seized the opportunity to roll away and escape, merging with a staggering figure in the distance before vanishing into the stormy night. Brother, I'm scared. I want mommy. A more innocent voice pierced the air, pulling Qin Xianghe from his dark reverie. Pushing open the courtyard door, he beheld two frail figures tightly embracing beneath the flickering yellow light, swaying in the fierce wind. His body, filled with an inexhaustible strength, felt as if all support had been stripped away. Each step forward was a laborious struggle, as if his feet were burdened with lead. The closer he approached, the more his heart raced, fearing that all of this was merely a dream. Steadying himself against the doorframe of the main room, he vigorously wiped the moisture from his blurry eyes, finally gaining clarity. His son, Dabo, nearly 5 years old, with short, wilted hair and a pale, youthful face, clutched his younger sister tightly in his embrace despite being startled by the thunder. His daughter, Nyonyo, a little over 2.5 years old, trembled with her long, disheveled hair as she covered her ears. Daddy is back. After the thunder had rolled away, Nyonyo opened her eyes and, upon seeing the figure at the door, joyfully rushed towards him. As she approached, she noticed Qin Xianghe's clothes were drenched and his body covered in mud, prompting her to hold back from leaping into his arms. Daddy, where have you been? Dabo, scrutinizing Qin Xianghe's appearance, pouted slightly. Outside, the sky was bright. Before the thunder had arrived, he stepped forward, imitating his sister, and tugged at the relatively clean corner of Qin Xianghe's clothing, turning his little head away with a huff. Daddy, did you fall into a ditch? Brother says you always fall into ditches when you're drunk. Did it hurt? Where did you fall? Nyonyo can blow it better if it hurts. Nyonyo fluttered her long eyelashes, gazing up and down at him. Seeing Nyonyo, undeterred by his muddy state, tiptoed to touch the top of his head. Qin Xianghe grasped her small hand and pulled Dabo's hand in as well. Daddy isn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Daddy is back. Upon uttering this phrase, he could no longer contain himself, and tears surged forth as he wept uncontrollably. Through his blurred vision, he felt two little hands gently patting his damp hair. The summer storm, fierce in its onset, dissipated swiftly. As he lulled the two children back to sleep in the east room, the rain ceased. In the deep of night, the mountain breeze was refreshing, the starry sky radiant, and a crescent moon hung over the distant, dark mountains. Following the echoes of distant memories, Qin Xianghe quietly emerged from the east room, traversed the main hall, and entered the west room. When they built this house, financial constraints led to relatively small dimensions for the three main rooms. The eastern room served as the bedroom, the central room as the main living area, and the western room was a storage space for various items, including two old wooden boxes serving as makeshift wardrobes. He rummaged through to find a set of relatively clean clothes. Relatively, because since his wife had departed over half a year ago, he had indulged in gambling and drinking with reckless abandon. Housework was only attended to when it crossed his mind, yet most of the time, it did not, resulting in a chaotic living environment. After hastily washing up and changing into dry clothes, he intended to tidy the house, only to realize there was little to organize. A few years prior, when they wed, some items had been acquired for the home. However, those were sold off later to fund his gambling. With his wife gone, if not for the presence of the two children, he feared he might have ended up selling the house itself. Thus, describing his current state as living in a house stripped bare was indeed fitting. In the central room, a low square table remained, with only 2 stools left. Aside from that, the back wall was adorned with printed landscapes and portraits of great leaders. Returning to the east room, he found the two children nestled together under a single blanket, peacefully asleep. Uncertain whether it was the earlier fright from the thunder, the young child, Dabao, slept fitfully, his brow furrowed. Nyonyo, with a runny nose, clung tightly to Dabao's collar, making his slumber restless. Qin Xianghe approached the wooden bed, bending down to wipe Nyonyo's nose, gently placing her little hand, which was holding onto Dabao, beneath the thin blanket and softly patting it. Only when the two children gradually settled into a peaceful sleep did he exhale in relief and take a seat beside them. Delicious, I want to eat. Suddenly, Nyonyo murmured in her sleep, and after mumbling, she reached out once more to grasp the Bao's collar. Qin Xianghe, both affectionate and amused, gently pried her fingers away. In the dim light of the main room, he then noticed that the two children were covered in dust, oblivious to the last time they had washed their faces. More importantly, they appeared alarmingly thin, their complexions poor, clearly displaying symptoms of long-term malnutrition. Chapter 4. How to avoid hunger. Qin Xianghe felt an urge to slap himself. In the past, despite his reckless behavior, he had a wife at home to look after the children. Yet, after his wife's departure, he had indulged even more in drinking and gambling with a group of dubious companions. Without the support of neighbors, and sometimes resorting to visiting his grandparents during tough times, he could hardly imagine how his two children had fared over the past 6 months. Just as he had lulled the children back to sleep, Nyonyo cried out in hunger. Initially, he dismissed it as a mere whim of a child awakened in the middle of the night. Reflecting on the evening, he realized that in his haste to go gambling, he had only heated a few steamed buns and prepared a small dish of pickles. Hastily putting the children to bed before locking the door and leaving, Nyonyo's cries were not casual. He noticed a Bao swallowing hard beside her. It was no wonder that when Tycoon had suggested going out for food, the children quickly dressed to follow him. Even as he lay in bed, Nyonyo persisted with questions about Tycoon's whereabouts, asking if they could go to Tycoon's house to eat, and if they might finally have meat again. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he stared blankly at the two children for a long while before tucking them in and stepping out of the main room. The courtyard was bathed in moonlight, and through the open door, he could see the empty road at the village's entrance. Having spent the night drinking with friends and barely eating, combined with the rush back home and a scuffle with Tycoon and Wang Can, he suddenly felt a gnawing hunger. To the side, against a low wall, lay a small kitchen, constructed from leftover materials used for the main house, with some stones scavenged from the mountains. The kitchen was cramped, barely accommodating 2 people. In one corner, a pile of dry branches awaited use, while opposite stood a stove that occupied a quarter of the kitchen, large enough for cooking, with a smaller pot for boiling water. Another corner housed a makeshift shelf of wooden planks, with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar on the top tier, and bowls and chopsticks below. At the end of the shelf was a smooth stone platform, beneath which sat 2 covered jars, and above was a small cabinet with a single door. The creaking kitchen door was almost redundant as he reached for a green nylon rope, pulling it to illuminated dim bulb overhead. Twigs lay on the stove, and lifting the lid of the wooden pot revealed a mix of steamed buns and murky water. He then checked the jars beneath the stone platform. One contained nearly empty cornmeal, while the other had less than a bowl of white flour. Opening the small wooden cabinet above, he found a bowl with a half-eaten portion of pickled beans, and beside it, a basket containing 4 or 5 cornflour buns. These corn buns were a blend of mostly cornmeal with just a hint of white flour, making them tough and unpalatable, yet sufficient to stave off hunger. Such buns were commonplace. Families with better resources would use more white flour, while those less fortunate would use more cornmeal. The ones in front of him clearly contained minimal white flour. Starving, he could not wait for them to steam, so he took one out, noticing a small bite mark on it, likely from Dabao or Nyonyo. As he stuffed the bun into his mouth, the gritty texture and slightly sour taste overwhelmed him, prompting him to spit it out. Even after a few days, it had begun to spoil. Under the light, he saw an iron bucket and, after rinsing his mouth with a ladle, he felt a deep regret for himself. It was evident what kind of sustenance his children had at home. Having poured a substantial amount of water, I momentarily felt no hunger, perhaps due to the excitement of reuniting with the 2 children after more than 20 years, which left me devoid of any inclination to sleep. I returned indoors to gaze at the children for a while, recalling how Nyonyo had mentioned her desire for meat before bedtime. Suddenly, I noticed a comb lying in the corner of the room. I took it out to wash it clean, fetched some scissors, and meticulously trimmed the comb into individual prongs, sharpening the other end. I tied them together with fine hemp rope, and with branches readily available in the kitchen, I secured them onto the prongs one by one. The rain had ceased, and the outside world was illuminated by the moonlight. Venturing out, I found a patch of muddy ground by the ditch. With a single shovel, worms wriggled about. Once I filled a broken jar with the slender worms, I gathered the bundle of secured branches and made my way toward the small river at the village's edge. Qiaodang village is quite small, with just over 100 households, nestled within a spacious valley, and due to the terrain, the houses were mostly scattered, with mine situated at the easternmost end, adjacent to Lu Jian and his wife. The narrow river, a few meters wide, meandered past the eastern edge of the village. From this vantage point, I could see the faint glow of a small courtyard in the distance, a sight that brought me great comfort. I cut the worms into smaller pieces and threaded them onto the sharpened prongs. Then along the riverbank, I thrust the branches into the water, allowing the tied prongs to dangle below the surface. This method of catching loach, which I had seen in a past life, was simple yet effective. The valley was abundant in ponds and rivers, and while fish were scarce, loach and yellow eels were plentiful. After setting down dozens of prongs, I returned home to sit by the bedside, dozing off while keeping an eye on the two children. When I was roused by the crowing of a rooster, I blinked sleepily and stood up, noticing that dawn had already begun to break. I tucked the restless children back under their blankets and searched the yard for an old bamboo basket. Before I reached the river, I spotted a slender figure crouched on the opposite bank. "Xianghe," I called out, and as I approached, the figure sprang up, beaming with recognition. "Oh, Mudong," I exclaimed. The figure before me was a boy of around 15 or 16, covered in mud, named Gaodong. Having dropped out of elementary school, Gaodong had taken to farming from a young age. During the off-season, he enjoyed fishing and catching yellow eels, often returning home smeared in mud, earning him the nickname Mudong among the villagers. I often gambled, losing 9 times out of 10, but occasionally, fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to win. When I finally came into some winnings, I couldn't resist showing off. If I encountered Mudong along the way, I would pull out a couple of coins to buy a few fish or something similar. I would even give him a bit more to run an errand to fetch some local liquor from the west side of the village, so I could gather my friends for a night of revelry at home. Just returned from gambling? Last night it rained, and I caught a few big ones. Do you want me to save one for you? From across the gently flowing water, Gaodong lifted a bundle of grass rope, on which several long, thick yellow eels writhed. Upon seeing my wave, Gaodong was not disappointed. These eels were not particularly coveted, which hinted that I had not won much. Holding the grass rope, Mudong leaped down the riverbank, quickly disappearing into the thicket of weeds. As the night wore on, the river swelled slightly, but thankfully, the branches I had set the previous evening were still propped against the bank. As I began to pull them up, I was left with only the bare prongs, sending a pang of anxiety through me. The current conditions were challenging, and my family, especially in light of the years spent gambling and drinking, had only worsened. Let alone fresh vegetables, even the flour in the jar was running low. As the old adage goes, one relies on the mountains for sustenance when near them, and on waters when they flow close by. After the birth of Bao, his family consisted of 3 members who toiled upon their modest farmland. In earlier, more reckless days, he led a dissolute life, yet his wife's diligence compelled him to labor alongside her during the busy farming seasons. Throughout the year, their finances remained scant. However, they managed to harvest enough grain to stave off hunger. By mixing fine flour, coarse flour, and cornmeal, their meals may not have been sumptuous, but they were sufficient to keep starvation at bay. Chapter 5. In a daze, the departure of his wife liberated Qin Xianghe, allowing him to break free from the constraints that had bound him. On one hand, he relished the opportunity to be idle and avoid laboring in the fields. On the other, the allure of quick money led him to lease out his land to others for 3 years, reaping a substantial sum that he squandered in reckless gambling. Consequently, after the summer harvest, while others were milling their own wheat into flour, he found himself in need of purchasing food, having already squandered the rental income months prior. His frequent gambling and indulgence in alcohol left him in a daze, causing him to neglect the needs of his children, resulting in malnutrition for both Bao and Nyonyo. Last night, upon witnessing the frail appearance of his children and Nyonyo's cries before bedtime, he resolved that today, upon their awakening, they would feast on a hearty meal. Fortunately, as he continued to fish, his nets gradually yielded a bounty of mudfish, over 30 plump specimens. After securing the fish in his basket, he rebaited his hooks with worms and made his way home. In the vast expanse of the countryside, the land in front of his house featured a sizable area designated for drying wheat and corn, with the remaining portion serving as a vegetable garden. Situated 10 miles from the town, Maodang village only held markets on the 3rd, 5th, and 8th days of each month, when vendors would sell their wares. The villagers' gardens were brimming with seasonal vegetables, barely sufficing for their needs. Before Qin Xianghe's home, there was a drying area at the far end, leading to a narrow garden. The dilapidated fence made of tree branches surrounded a garden in disarray, save for a small patch of chili peppers that starkly contrasted with the lush greenery of Lu Jian's garden nearby. "Xianghe, where are you off to so early?" A man in his 40s, with a simple demeanor, stood in the verdant patch, donning a straw hat and wielding a short hoe. Upon noticing Qin Xianghe with his basket, his expression reflected surprise. "Brother Jian, are you busy?" Qin Xianghe greeted with a smile. Lu Jian, his closest neighbor, was diligent, toiling in the fields during busy seasons and often taking on work elsewhere during quieter times. Whenever Qin Xianghe had matters to attend to, often pertaining to gambling and drinking, Lu Jian and his wife would kindly watch over his children. Furthermore, whenever they had something delicious to eat, they would invite the two little ones over. I just returned. The weeds in the garden have nearly overrun everything in just a few days, Lu Jian remarked, casting aside the weeds as he approached with a slight limp. Upon noticing the lively mudfish, he inquired, "Did you catch these? What prompted you to buy them? They smell rather pungent and aren't particularly appetizing." "I caught them by the river," Qin Xianghe replied. "I'm making them for Dabao and Nyonyo." Seeing Lu Jian's incredulity, he glanced at the barren land beneath his feet and then back at Lu Jian's flourishing garden. "I'll pick some vegetables to prepare a meal and bring you some later. Feel free to come in and pick whatever you desire." Lu Jian appeared a bit taken aback, gesturing for Qin Xianghe to step over the broken fence. He gathered cucumbers, garlic, and eggplants, and before leaving, he specifically picked 2 handfuls of fennel, a staple for rural cooking of meats and fish. Lu Jian watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging at the sight. If it weren't for the children, Qin Xianghe wouldn't even bother cooking at home. Yet, with this meager selection, he could still manage to put together a meal. With a bit of money in hand, one could simply send someone to the market to fetch some cold dishes. When funds ran low, steamed buns sufficed. This was also the first time Qin Xianghe had risen so early, claiming it was to prepare a meal for his 2 children, even going so far as to gather ingredients in the garden with great diligence. Lu Jian cast his gaze to the east, noticing the sun, yet to rise, seemed to shift direction. Upon returning home, Qin Xianghe first checked on his children, who were still sound asleep. Listening to their gentle, steady breaths and witnessing the scene before him, he confirmed this was no dream. He had truly returned to the past. Dejun and Wang could not simply be dismissed. Upon waking, he had initially intended to visit his parents at the west end of the village, only to recall that they had gone with his elder brother to his sister-in-law's house, as her grandfather was reportedly nearing his end. If memory served correctly, in his previous life, he had to wait until the following day for his parents and brother to return from the sister-in-law's family home, situated several dozen miles away. Subsequently, he learned that Dabao and Nyonyo had been abducted, leading to a prolonged search that lasted over half a month, during which he lost considerable weight. Ultimately, a tragic accident resulted in the untimely demise of his parents. Overwhelmed by these 2 traumatic experiences, he chose to flee from Maotang village. After checking on the children, Qin Xianghe stepped into the courtyard. Initially somewhat clumsy, he soon became adept at gutting a few loaches. Lu Jian was indeed correct. Maotang village, nestled within a valley, was abundant in land and water, teeming with fish, including loaches and eels. However, due to the challenges of preparing these, which lacked the variety of seasonings and ingredients available in later years, villagers preferred fish instead. In his previous life, he had tried his hand at nearly every task after leaving Maotang village, including working as a chef in a small restaurant, where no formal qualifications were needed. Only a semblance of skill in cooking would suffice to secure a position. Even after achieving success and managing a company valued at nearly 100 million, he still enjoyed cooking in his leisure time. Having cleaned and gutted the loaches, he coated them in flour, heated the pan with cold oil, and sauteed them until golden. He added water, along with chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, and a hint of fennel, followed by large chunks of cucumber and eggplant. With the flour running low, he resorted to mixing in cornmeal to form a dough. He tore off small pieces and pressed them against the sides of the pot, which was filled with broth, flattening them until the dough was entirely used. Covering the pot, he let it boil vigorously for several minutes, filling the kitchen with steam and the enticing aroma of the bubbling broth. Ravenous, Qin Xianghe lifted the lid, disregarding the heat, and quickly sliced a small piece of the steamed flatbread to dip in the broth. Savoring the exquisite taste that surpassed all the dishes he had prepared over the past 2 decades. The scalding morsel made his tongue dance, and as he finally swallowed, he felt a sudden awareness and turned around. By the door, 2 small heads peeked in. Nyonyo, with her tousled hair, was drooling. "Daddy, are you going to call people to drink again?" Dabao asked, gazing at the steaming pot, while wiping his sister's mouth with his sleeve. "No," Qin Xianghe replied, covering the pot once more, as the flatbread needed a little more time to become truly delectable. Noticing Dabao's pursed lips, a mix of stubbornness and disappointment crossed his face, and in that instant, Qin Xianghe understood. In a previous life, the only source of income was through gambling or selling household items for money. It was only then that Qin Xianghe would indulge in preparing some meat and vegetables, accompanied by wine, inviting a few close friends over for a hearty feast. During these gatherings, he would remember to set aside a portion for his eldest child, Daba, while Nyonya would take her share to the room to eat. If the dishes were scarce, he would prioritize drinking with his friends, and any leftovers on the table would be saved for the children once the guests had departed. This clearly illustrates how lost he was at that time, as if ensnared by an enchantment. Chapter 6. A surge of blood to the head in the courtyard. Qin Xianghe found a basin and filled it with water. Noticing the filthy towel hanging on the line, he entered the house in search of a piece of scrap cloth left over from his wife's sewing for Nyonyo. After washing it twice in the water, he took it out to clean Dabao and Nyonyo's faces. He then rummaged through the bedroom in the east wing for an old hair tie that was beyond use, fashioning a ponytail for Nyonyo. It was not particularly well done, but certainly better than the disheveled mess atop her head. At that moment, he realized that Nyonyo's outer garment and her previously tangled hair had been arranged by Dabao. A child not yet 5 years old, in later generations, would typically be pampered with everything handed to them, hardly able to care for themselves, let alone assist their 2-year-old sister. Gently stroking the heads of both children, Nyonyo immediately wrapped her arms around his leg, gazing up at him with her little face, while Dabao looked down, blinking in confusion. Even in broad daylight, the main room remained dim, as rural households did not cultivate the habit of turning on lights during the day, lest they be scolded for being wasteful. Qin Xianghe was not afraid of such reprimands. After all, he had long been a typical example for the neighboring villages over the years. He moved an old wooden square table from the main room and entered the kitchen, discarding the spoiled steamed buns from the basket, placing 8 or 9 pot stickers inside instead. With over 30 plump loaches, complemented by cucumbers and eggplants, the pot was nearly half full of broth. Beneath the wooden rack, he retrieved a basin nearly as large as a face-washing basin, filling it to the brim with vegetables. Just as he set it on the table, Nyonyo dashed forward, reaching for a pancake, only to yelp in surprise from the heat. "Be patient, it's all prepared for you," he chuckled, tearing off a piece of pancake, blowing on it, and then placing it in her tiny hand. Turning around, he saw Dabao still standing at the kitchen doorway, gazing up with an adorably puzzled expression. "What are you staring at, you little rascal? Even if you keep looking, I'm still your father." Amused by Dabao's expression, Qin Xianghe felt a pang of emotion, walking over to gently pat Dabao on the head. "Quickly, go inside and fetch some stools. We'll eat in the courtyard." "Dad," Dabao said, noticing his sister already leaning over the table, taking big bites of pancake. He swallowed hard, asking, "Can Nyonyo and I eat at the table? Right now?" "Yes, no one has called for you. It's all made for the 2 of you. Hurry, or I'll eat with Nyonyo alone." Dabao quickly dashed into the main room, bringing out 3 small stools, cradling and dragging them to their place. Qin Xianghe sat across from the 2 children, urging them to eat slowly and wait for the food to cool. He picked out the bones from the loach meat for Nyonyo, who was still too young to spit them out. The loach meat was to be soaked in broth for her pancake, while encouraging her to eat more cucumbers and eggplants. Dabao's chopsticks flew about, initially piling food into his bowl and occasionally offering some to his sister. However, upon realizing it was just the 2 of them eating, with their father constantly serving Nyonyo, he began to eat heartily himself. Perhaps it is a flaw inherent in human nature that only through loss do we come to appreciate what we have. Having drifted through over 20 years in a haze, heaven had granted him a second chance. In a humble rural courtyard, there stood a simple square table and a wobbly stool, encircling a pot of mixed vegetables. Yet, the presence of 2 children seated beside him filled Qin Xianghe with immense contentment. "Father, you should eat too." A piece of flatbread was thrust into his mouth, pulling his thoughts back with the tender voice. Turning to see Nyonyo pouting, indicating that her bowl was nearly devoid of vegetables, he chewed the bread vigorously, then bent down to pick out the eel meat for her. Noticing Dabao's wrinkled little face, he smiled and set aside a few pieces for him as well. While he continued to serve the 2 children, he also indulged himself, quickly finishing 3 pieces of pan-fried flatbread, just as he was about to reach for a 4th. A crisp cough echoed from outside the door. "Qin Xianghe." At the call, Qin Xianghe turned to see a stylishly dressed woman standing at the entrance. Her hair was curled, and she wore a fitted blue and white jacket that accentuated her curves, particularly her impressively ample bosom. The snug jacket seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams, while her gray, form-fitting leggings showcased her shapely figure. Qin Xianghe felt a fleeting sense of déjà vu, as if returning to a previous life. It was rare to see anyone in Miaodong village, let alone the entire Lingshui town, daring to dress so boldly. No wonder a group of older men loitering nearby suddenly became animated, their gazes fixated on her, as if wishing to peer beneath her attire. Red. Qin Xianghe stood up in surprise to greet her. The visitor was Zhu Hongxia, the elder sister of Dajuan. When he reached the appropriate age, his parents had seriously considered a union with Dajuan's family, and it seemed they were also interested. However, since Zhu Hongxia was a few years his senior, his parents hesitated. The matter was eventually laid to rest when Bai Lu came to teach in Miaodong village. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Hongxia went to help at a relative's hair salon in the county town, seldom returning, and became one of the few city dwellers in the village. Each time she returned, her fashion sense stirred excitement among the local men, often inciting restlessness. "You need to come out. My mother is looking for you," Zhu Hongxia remarked. Seemingly oblivious to the lingering gazes upon her, she raised her hand to gather her hair in front of her, the buttons on her jacket straining at the seams. "Xianghe, you started eating so early." Another call drew Qin Xianghe's attention to the elder who had emerged from behind Zhu Hongxia, a woman in her 60s. Easily recognizable as Dajuan's mother. Despite the years that had passed, he recognized her instantly. Before the recent events, whenever he had the means to treat others, Dajuan was always present. Likewise, when Dajuan hosted, he often included him, sometimes even bringing along the children. Otherwise, Dajuan would not have so easily coaxed the children to follow him last night. Let the children continue eating. Qin Xianghe set down his chopsticks and walked toward the courtyard gate. "Aunt Zhu, have you eaten yet?" He had initially planned to finish breakfast, settle the children, and then visit Dajuan's house, possibly making a trip to Wang Qin's place in town as well. In a past life, had it not been for the presence of Dajuan, Wang Qin would not have abducted the two children in his absence, resulting in the misfortune befalling their parents. Consequently, he himself would not have fled from Miaodong village, leading a vague and aimless existence for over 20 years. This burden has lingered in his heart for more than 2 decades, and despite any prior closeness, it cannot be erased like chalk on a blackboard. Now, with Hongxia just returned, I must accompany her to the town shortly, but first, I have come to inquire with you. It appears that Qin Xianghe was aware of last night's incident, where Dajuan had sent Aunt Zhu to plead on his behalf. Aunt Zhu's sorrowful expression suggests she is unaware of the details. Hence, she asks me for information. Dajuan and Qin had been drinking somewhere last night, and their bodies bore the marks of their reckless behavior, injuries scattered about, a broken front tooth, and limping as they entered the house without clearly seeing. I had intended to find a vehicle to take them to the hospital today, but upon rising this morning, I found Dajuan perched on the windowsill, expressing his desire to travel to Guangzhou with Qin to learn the business trade. In my haste, I found they had already vanished without a trace. Are you aware of this matter? I know nothing. I had just quarreled with his father at home. Tell me, when there is no work to be done, what harm is there in letting the children play outdoors for a while? As she spoke, Aunt Zhu wiped away her tears in anger, blaming it all on his father, who has been stirring up trouble lately with incessant complaints. Had it not been for that, would Dajuan have been driven to run off to distant Guangzhou? It is so far, and who knows if the child even has any money on him. Only when Aunt Zhu, accompanied by Zhu Hongxia, meandered away with their murmurs, did Qin Xianghe regain his focus. He was well aware of the source of Dajuan and Wang Qin's injuries and had planned to seek them out today, but unexpectedly, they had found an excuse to flee. Perhaps, for now, this is for the best. Last night, he had unleashed emotions that had been bottled up for over 20 years upon the two of them, likely leaving them quite hurt. Presently, he remains undecided on whether to pursue a public or private resolution. If escape is what they choose, so be it. His most pressing concern is not vengeance, but rather ensuring the well-being of the two children. As for his wife, who left in a fit of anger, returning to the table, he selected meat for Nyonyo once more, pouring himself an additional bowl of soup to satiate his hunger. Once Nyonyo had finished her meal of loach and pancakes, she was nearly satisfied, while Debeo's was easy to manage, requiring no oversight during mealtime. He rose and slipped into the kitchen, transferring the remaining loach from the pot into a small dish, then carried it outside. Chapter 7. Teacher. By adjacent to Qin Xianghe's residence, just a few meters to the west, stands a small courtyard enclosed by a 2-meter-high blue brick wall. The gate stands wide open, leading into a space where 3 main rooms greet visitors upon entry. These rooms, constructed from mud bricks and topped with blue tiles, are considerably larger than his own abode. Beside them, the kitchen has been meticulously rebuilt with new blue bricks. Additionally, the courtyard boasts patches of green vegetables, while various items such as flat carts, Baskets, cement tubs, and hose are neatly arranged, lending an air of order to the otherwise cluttered space. Brother Jian, you've arrived. Lu Jian, wearing an apron and drying his dripping hands, limps out from the kitchen. Qin Xianghe steps forward, offering a steaming bowl of vegetables. Here, I made plenty. Please do taste. Did you really bring it? Lu Jian, realizing his previous words were somewhat inappropriate, quickly adds, let the kids have some more. From the main room emerges a short-haired woman in a floral garment, appearing somewhat frail in her 30s. Oh, the sun must be setting in the west today, she exclaims. What are you talking about? The meal is nearly ready. Hurry and wash your hands. Lu Jian's wife squints her eyes, then recalls, oh, yesterday when I came back, I ran into someone selling fried dough sticks. Didn't you give a few to Bao and Yonyo? Just let Xianghe take them home. Hello, Sister Hua. Qin Xianghe greets her with a smile, unfazed by her teasing remarks. Truth be told, during the past 6 months since his wife departed, he would have been at a loss without the support of Lu Jian and his wife. He understands that while Sister Hua's words may be sharp, her kindness towards the children is genuine. The couple moved to the edge of the village to build their home for reasons somewhat akin to his own. Xiaohua, or Sister Hua, has been frail and sickly since childhood. After marrying Lu Jian, who had a leg injury from his youth, they developed a loving relationship and lived harmoniously. However, after several years, when Sister Hua remained childless, Lu Jian's parents grew dissatisfied, continuously picking at her faults and subtly urging him to remarry. Lu Jian vehemently opposed this, leading to several heated arguments, and eventually they decided to separate from his parents and relocate to the eastern part of the village. The couple is industrious, often working for others during the off-season, earning more than most villagers. Nevertheless, over the years, Sister Hua has been both nurturing her health and persistently seeking remedies from traditional Chinese medicine, yearning for a child. Consequently, their finances have become quite strained. Qin Xianghe, having moved here in a fit of anger after a dispute with his family shortly after marrying, found an unexpected connection with Sister Hua, who was usually reticent. Over the years, their bond has deepened, allowing her to understand his troubles intimately. What shall I bring? Later, you should take Bao and Yonyo over here to eat. The woman instructs Lu Jian, casting a frosty glance at Qin Xianghe before retreating into the kitchen. Who knows who will end up eating this? Lu Jian quickly offers an apologetic smile. Don't mind your sister-in-law. That's just her temperament. It's all right. The Qin Xianghe of today is no longer the reckless youth he once was. Sister Hua, with her sharp tongue yet tender heart, merely expresses her frustration in this manner. Lu Jian took the vegetable basin and glanced towards a somewhat worn-out bicycle parked in the living room. Brother Dajian, I have something to attend to today and would like to borrow your bicycle. I won't be back until the afternoon. The so-called irresponsible refers to a bicycle, known for its relatively intricate craftsmanship and its large 28-inch tires, which also earned it an alternative name. This bicycle is quite substantial, and unlike modern designs, one typically steadies the handlebars, pedals for a short distance, and then mounts it using inertia. Even though the irresponsible was old in Maodang village, it was nearly equivalent to a car in contemporary times. Sure, I don't need it. I'll bring it out for you. Be careful while riding. The rear brake is loose, and I rely on the foot brake. The foot brake entails removing the front fender, and when the rear brake fails, one can press the front wheel with their foot to increase friction for braking. Qin Xianghe, of this generation, had a vivid recollection of this technique. As Qin Xianghe led the bicycle away, Sister Hua emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of stir-fried peppers and onions, heading straight for the living room. What does he need to borrow a bike for? Off to who knows where. Last time, he had a flat tire and didn't he even bother to fix it. I glanced at Xianghe, sensing something was amiss. It didn't he seem like he was off gambling. Lu Jian chuckled and followed into the house. Placing a pot of stewed loach on the table, he picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Oh, I didn't expect Xianghe to have such skill. You should try it too. Skill? Just a random stew. Sister Hua cautiously picked up a piece of eggplant, nodded after tasting it, and beckoned Lu Jian to pass her a steamed bun. Lu Jian turned back to the kitchen to bring 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge. It's early in the day. When talking about vegetable picking in the garden, I thought he had lost everything again and wanted to borrow money. How dare he? If he opens his mouth, I'd sweep him away with a broom. Last year, I lent him $50 for the sake of Bai Lu. Otherwise, I would have been blocking his door for money every day, wondering if he still had the face to invite people over for food and drinks or run around gambling. Lu Jian pushed the porridge towards Sister Hua and sat down across the table. Forget it. Let us not mention it. Xianghe's family is in dire straits. We can discuss it when there's money later. When there's money later. Sister Hua rolled her eyes, slamming her chopsticks on the table. Let me calculate how much he owes. After detailing the grievances, Sister Hua took a sip of her porridge and continued indignantly. I feel sorry for Bai Lu. His father deceived everyone into marrying such a good wife, yet he doesn't cherish it, spending his days drinking and gambling. He doesn't care about anything. Even secretly selling household items. Look around. Which family lives like that? Seeing Sister Hua about to launch into a lengthy discourse, Lu Jian quickly intervened. This loach is well stewed, with no fishy smell. You should eat more. Eat what? Bai Lu, along with his 2 children, can't even keep a teacher. He is careless and utterly unrepentant. Look at the aftermath of Bai Lu leaving. Who suffers the most? It's the 2 children. At this point, Sister Hua couldn't help but wipe her eyes. Every mention of Dabao and Nyonyo made her resent Qin Xianghe even more. Some individuals strive fruitlessly for years to conceive a child, while others, blessed with 2, neglect them to the point of near starvation. It is truly lamentable that such people walk unscathed, as if the heavens are blind to their actions. Even after the departure of Teacher Bai, the situation seems unchanged, rendering such discussions futile. Lu Jian gently nudged the vegetable bowl towards Sister Hua, advising her to refrain from dwelling on distressing matters given her poor health. Despite the fact that the stewed loach was exquisitely prepared, it could not entice her appetite, yet she was relieved to have eaten sufficiently. After a moment of silent lament for Bai Lu, she set down her chopsticks and instructed Lu Jian to call Dabao and Nyonyo for some youtiao, and to reserve some bread and vegetables for the 2 children. The last time she inquired about Dabao, he mentioned that their household was nearly devoid of provisions. Chapter 8. How to earn the first sum of money. In truth, Lu Jian did not call for Daba and Nyonyo, as Qin Xianghe intended to send them over shortly to assist in watching the children. Fate had granted him a second chance, allowing him to successfully rescue the 2 little ones. Yet, he now faced the stark reality of their situation. The household was devoid of money, and even the flour had been exhausted by breakfast that morning. Last night, gazing at the peacefully sleeping children, he had resolutely vowed to ensure they would lead a better life, not merely through empty words. It was 1987, and the remote Maodang village was nestled in a secluded valley, making it a challenge to travel the several miles to the nearest town for the market. In the early hours of the morning, seated by the bed and keeping watch over the children, he pondered how to swiftly acquire some funds. It was not about transforming their lives immediately, but rather ensuring that the family would not suffer from hunger. Eventually, while at the riverbank pulling up traps, he was struck by inspiration upon seeing the large string of eels that Ni Dong had caught in this impoverished mountain village. Eels and loaches were not particularly easy to procure, despite their abundance. Thus, they were not considered a rarity. As for selling them in the town, transportation was inconvenient. And among those with bicycles, Lu Jian's family was one of only a handful in the village. Furthermore, the market was filled with villagers from surrounding areas, making such catches far too common. Ni Dong favored seeking out someone like him, who was prone to gambling and neglecting daily life. Any surplus would either be consumed by his own family or fed to the children to nurture their spirits. Qin Xianghe recalled a previous life when, after the children had gone missing, he and Dajuan had ventured to the county town in search of them. They had heard rumors of a guest house overflowing with strangers, where they had once caused a commotion, only to discover later that it had been a misunderstanding. He remembered that a radio host from the city had come to the county for a meeting, and that local radio hosts from surrounding towns had also arrived, resulting in the ghost houses and nearby inns being utterly packed. In the 1980s, the most coveted and lucrative professions undoubtedly included that of a radio host. Longxi County, even after more than 20 years, had not shed its impoverished reputation, reflecting the dire conditions of the present. Thus, it was evident what the circumstances at the guest house must have been, and this presented an opportunity for the eels to be valuable. When he married his wife, despite the dissatisfaction and strong opposition from her family, they had sent a bicycle as a form of dowry. However, within a year, he had, under the influence of alcohol, secretly sold it in the town, only to squander the money that very night, leading to a prolonged argument with his wife upon his return. He had long harbored resentment over his wife's cold departure in his previous life, which perhaps drove him to indulge excessively in drinking and gambling over the past 6 months. Reflecting on these events now filled him with deep remorse. He began to understand why his wife had chosen divorce and returned to her family hundreds of miles away, as well as why her father had resolutely supported her decision to leave him just half a year prior. At that time, He had been in severe conflict with his parents over the matter, even when Daba and Nyonya were desperately hungry. He had never taken them to the western side of the village. As he guided his bicycle into the yard, Daba and Nyonya, having eaten their fill, rushed over, each squatting on one side, playing with the pedals. Securing the bicycle, Qin Xianghe cautioned the two children to avoid the wheels to prevent any pinching of fingers before he set out to find an idong. It required little effort. He merely followed the path through the woods or along the river. Upon returning from his meeting with N.I. Dong, he fortuitously encountered Lu Jian, who called out to Dabao and Nyo, inviting them to enjoy some fried dough sticks. Qin Xianghe took the opportunity to ask Lu Jian to watch over the children. This was not the first time. There had been occasions when he had gone out to drink with friends or to gamble in another village. Lu Jian's eyes betrayed a familiar suspicion. But Qin Xianghe refrained from elaborating, for the previous night had been rather chaotic, and further explanations would be futile. After ensuring the children were settled, Qin Xianghe repaired the bolt on the door that Dejun had pried open the night before, locked it, and then took his leave with the bicycle. Not far from the village, he spotted N.I. Dong, who was waiting eagerly at the crossroads, clutching a heavy snakeskin bag. Xianghe, here you go. It's a total of 46 eels, a few are small, so let us say 40. I've lined the bag to prevent any leakage. It should hold for 2 or 3 days without issue. Qin Xianghe inhaled sharply, having initially assumed he would be purchasing only a dozen or so eels. But now he found himself with over 40. Upon peering into the bag, he noted their considerable size. Hey, you mentioned that if someone collected them, they could have as many as they wanted. I went into Liang and Air Liang's place and bought all they had caught. N.I. Dong said with a hint of mischief on his darkened face. You suggested 60 cents each, and I offered them 30 cents. I made sure to select only the largest ones, ensuring you wouldn't suffer a loss. A cursory glance revealed that the larger eels weighed approximately 6 or 7 taels, while the smaller ones were around 3 or 4 taels. At that time, the price of meat was 2 yuan per jane. Even though eels were not particularly easy to sell in town, they were still considered a rarity, fetching around 3 yuan per jane, albeit with limited demand. After all, rural folk could easily catch their own or, at worst, purchase a few from village children for a mere 2 yuan. N.I. Dong intended to transport these eels to town for sale, where each might fetch over a yuan. However, the journey was lengthy, and he would need to coincide with the market days. Moreover, there was no guarantee on timing. Transporting them for one market day might yield no sales at all. Thus, when Qin Xianghe proposed his price, it was not a significant profit. Had it not been for the influx of outsiders drawn by the radio broadcasts, he could not have assured that this trip to the county would not result in a financial loss. They agreed that the initial investment could not be made immediately. He merely indicated that a friend had asked for assistance in collecting them, promising to settle the payment once the eels were sold. Villagers were well aware that despite Qin Xianghe's penchant for revelry and gambling, he was trustworthy. He had never failed to settle debts, even when occasionally winning and asking N.I. Dong to help procure fish. Calculating the total, 40 eels would amount to a substantial 24 yuan. In 1987, the average salary for urban workers hovered around 40 yuan, while radio hosts earned slightly more, averaging between 60 to 70 yuan, placing them among the higher income brackets. Thus, 24 yuan represented an unexpected windfall, particularly for N.I. Dong and Maotang village. Before leaving, N.I. Dong searched for branches by the roadside and meticulously secured the snakeskin bag for Qin Xianghe, anxious that the bag might tear during the journey and jeopardize the delicate eels within. He earnestly advised him to refrain from riding too swiftly and to avoid particularly bumpy paths. However, Qin Xianghe was intent on speed. His destination was not the nearby town that N.I. Dong had mentioned, but the city of Changxi, situated 50 to 60 li away. They set off shortly after the sun had risen, traversing a rugged mountain path. In some stretches, due to the torrential rain from the previous night, the ground was exceedingly muddy, necessitating that they lead the cart along the edge. Thus, under the scorching sun, they persevered until well past noon before finally arriving in the county town. Chapter 9. Earning money after a morning of laborious effort. Trudging along the muddy roads while burdened with several dozen pounds of goods under the blazing sun, Qin Xianghe felt utterly exhausted, overheated, and famished. As he approached the guest house, he paused outside a small traditional Chinese medicine shop to quench his thirst from a nearby well. He first took a few sips to settle his stomach. Having searched at home for quite some time without even finding a single coin, he truly arrived empty-handed and was unable to satiate his hunger. The heat was particularly oppressive, and even a mere 5-cent popsicle from a roadside vendor tantalized him. His spirits lifted momentarily as he passed the county agricultural and sideline products market, which would later evolve into a vegetable market, and noticed a fish stall selling several eels. Inquiring about the price, he was taken aback to learn that the vendor was charging 5 yuan per pound, significantly higher than the prices in town, which alleviated some of his anxiety. In Qianghe, there were no city management officials to enforce regulations. As long as he did not block the street, he was free to set up his stall wherever he pleased. Upon arriving at the county guest house, he noticed 2 small inns nearby with a steady flow of patrons. He set down his bicycle, unfastened his burlap sack, and began to call out to passers-by. Gradually, he realized that he had overestimated the situation prior to his arrival. After shouting for over an hour, his throat had grown hoarse, and while many were drawn to the novelty of his offerings, very few expressed genuine interest in purchasing. Those well-dressed individuals entering and exiting the guest house merely glanced at him, with not a single one approaching to inquire about prices. Ultimately, it was a local from Qianghe who, upon hearing that the eels were caught from the mountains, reluctantly bought one at market price. Lacking a scale, Qin Xianghe picked a large eel, gauging its weight by hand. Estimating the price, though the measurements were certainly imprecise, he was confident that the quantity would not be less than stated. Perhaps due to this method of selling, he managed to confirm the authenticity of the wild eels and subsequently sold 3 or 4 more sporadically. As the sun began its descent, a sense of urgency crept in. At this rate, he feared it would take 2 or 3 days to sell all the eels in his burlap sack, not to mention the eel's viability until then. His 2 children were still at Lu Jian's house. If the couple had plans the next day and he could not return, what would happen to the children? Moreover, even if he wished to negotiate, it was an impossibility. To his recollection, this year marked the advent of the old-style mobile phones entering the domestic market, limited to several economically developed coastal cities. Meanwhile, in Maodang village, there was not even a landline telephone. The crowd continued to grow, yet those genuinely interested in making a purchase were few. The onlookers engaged in conversation, collectively expressing that this venture was unprofitable, criticizing the taste, asserting that if they had spare money, it would be better spent on fish or meat. The taste was lacking, the flesh tough, and there was a fishy odor. Upon hearing these remarks, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Xianghe's mind. During this economically backward time, most people were struggling to meet their basic needs, prioritizing sustenance over flavor. Only as economic conditions improved would people begin to elevate their culinary expectations, leading to a variety of dishes and an array of ingredients and seasonings. In contemporary cooking, a complete ensemble of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, supplemented by garlic and ginger, would typically suffice. In his previous life, he worked as a chef in a modest eatery. During moments of ennui, he experimented with various seasonings, particularly the renowned blend known as 13 spices. At that time, this celebrated brand was likely still a small family-run factory in the distant Hunan province, gaining some local fame around the vicinity of Madian City. 13 Spices is characterized by its ability to eliminate gamey flavors and enhance freshness, while also invigorating the palate with its rich aroma. For a considerable period thereafter, it became an indispensable seasoning for many meat dishes in the future. Not far from the Chinese medicine shop where he had just had some water, Qin Xianghe hurried over to gather his wares. He used the money he earned from selling eels to purchase ingredients directly from the store, despite its name suggesting a mere 13 ingredients. 13 Spices comprises over 20 types of medicinal herbs, including Sichuan pepper, black pepper, cloves, grass fruit, star anise, cinnamon, wood incense, sand ginger, white atractylodes, and galangal. Noticing the curiosity of the apprentices in the shop, Qin Xianghe remained vigilant, seizing the opportunity to gather a few additional herbs. For the 2 missing ingredients, he generously offered the apprentice some extra money to fetch them from other stores. Subsequently, he borrowed a pot, dry-fried the collected ingredients until fragrant, and then ground them into a fine powder using a stone mortar. With a multitude of ingredients, precise measurements were essential, and he was fortunate that his passion for cooking in his past life had left him with a vivid recollection of these widely available online recipes for natural seasonings. After laboring for nearly half an hour, he finally produced a substantial packet of 13 spices, which was likely unique within the province of Chu. Continuing to borrow the pot, he offered the apprentice an extra yuan and also borrowed some oil and salt. He then returned to the roadside outside the guest house to set up his cooking station. Selecting a live eel from his burlap sack, he expertly cleaned it and placed it in the pot to simmer, most importantly adding the 13 spices midway through the process. Once the dish was ready, lifting the pot lid released an intoxicating aroma, and the eel, sliced into segments, was tender and succulent, bursting with flavor. Before long, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the lively atmosphere and the unusual opportunity to sample the dish right on the street. There were no disposable chopsticks available. Instead, small trees nearby provided the means to craft makeshift utensils. Qin Xianghe thought it unwise to prepare bowls, as the local customs were quite simple, and he feared that someone might sit nearby and devour the entire pot. Many were eager to taste the dish, and the fragrance drew even more onlookers. The eel was quickly consumed, and those arriving later, impressed by the praise of others, resorted to using twigs to dip into the broth to savor the flavors. Indeed, the number of customers wishing to purchase eels began to rise, prompting him to judiciously raise the price by a yuan, claiming that this 13 spices blend was a family secret. For anyone who bought an eel, he offered a small portion of the seasoning, sufficient for 2 or 3 meals, emphasizing that it was not only delicious with eel but also enhanced the flavors of fish and meat. Drawing inspiration from the relentless barrage of food advertisements he had seen on television in his previous life, Qin Xianghe quickly sold out all the eels in his burlap sack. Noticing a few disgruntled patrons who had missed out, he generously distributed the remaining 13 spices in small portions for free. After returning the borrowed cookware to the medicine shop, Qin Xianghe secured his bicycle by the roadside, allowing himself some leisure to purchase a few sesame cakes to satiate his gnawing hunger. Along with a 5-cent popsicle that he simply could not resist, he devoured the sesame cakes voraciously, squatting in an alley as he began to tally his earnings. In the afternoon, there had been an overwhelming number of customers purchasing eels, and as he received the money, he stuffed it directly into the pocket of his clothing. Now, he was pulling it out in handfuls, feeling a sense of accomplishment greater than if he had signed $1 million contract in his previous life. After deducting the expenses for the 13-spice seasoning from the pharmacy and the rental of cooking utensils, he found himself with a total of 103 yuan. This was no trifling sum. It was nearly equivalent to 3 months' salary in the county. Of course, subtracting the 24 yuan owed to Mi Dong, he still managed to pocket 79 yuan from this venture. With a thick stack of coins in hand, his heart surged with excitement. His efforts had not been in vain. He sought out a well, washed the snakeskin bag, and secured it to the back of his bicycle. Instead of heading straight home, he veered towards the agricultural and sideline products market. After the prolonged hardships endured by the 2 children, it was only fitting that he would lavishly reward them now that he had earned some money. Chapter 10. Criticism or Advantage. Finely milled white flour priced at 2 dimes per pound was weighed at 20 pounds, ensuring that hunger would not plague them later. A combination of fatty and lean pork was purchased, totaling 3 pounds, yielding 6 pieces. 6 pieces it was. It seemed Lu Jian and his wife occasionally called the 2 children over, and it was likely they hadn't savored the taste of meat in months. A substantial bone weighing over a pound was acquired, 3 of which he intended to simmer into a nourishing broth. Vegetables were considerably cheaper, allowing for a bountiful selection that could be stored, as it wouldn't due to constantly forage from others' gardens. He bought a bag of large white rabbit candies for $1.50 and bulk fruits at $2 per pound, generously treating his children to snacks. Colorful hair ties for girls were priced at $1 for a large bunch, which he also purchased. This morning, while attempting to braid Nyonyo's hair, he searched his home extensively but found nothing. Before his wife departed, she had bought a few for Nyonyo, who, being quite young, had likely tossed them about carelessly. With his neglect of household matters over the past 6 months, they had been lost entirely, making this purchase particularly timely. Towels were 60 cents each, regardless of size. So he opted for 3, as the one hanging in the courtyard had worn thin with holes. Previously, when his wife was around, they had separated towels for children and adults, designating specific ones for face washing, bathing, and foot wiping. After her departure, in his desire for convenience, he had resorted to a single towel for the children. In the midst of busyness, he often cut corners, neglecting the distinction between face and foot towels. He was also eager to replace the basin, which had become warped, with missing porcelain and cracks everywhere. It leaked when filled with water. Additionally, he needed to buy a small basin specifically for the children's foot washing, as well as a shower curtain. As the children slept, suffering from the heat, they were covered only with sheets. Passing by a small shop outside the market, he spotted small blankets for sale and promptly bought 1 yellow and 1 red. By the time he emerged from the agricultural market and department store, the rear of Qin Xianghe's bicycle was piled high with his purchases. and he made sure to secure everything tightly with a red string provided by the shopkeeper. The heap of small items had diminished by more than half. Despite their seemingly trivial nature, these purchases amounted to over $50, a testament to his restraint. Setting aside future concerns momentarily, he focused on immediate needs, beginning with food. Previously, he had been extravagant, leasing out the land for 3 years. With no homegrown produce, he relied entirely on purchasing rice and flour, requiring about 30 pounds monthly for the 3 of them. The garden had lain fallow for over 6 months, even if he were to plant now. It would be too late, and repeatedly foraging from Lu Jian's home would entail additional expenses. Furthermore, he could not allow his children to endure malnutrition any longer. Their diet and nutrition needed to be prioritized. He also aimed to provide occasional snacks akin to those of other families, which would incur a significant cost. Turning to clothing. Upon seeing the 2 children yesterday, their dirt-smudged faces and worn garments were a clear indicator that replacements were necessary. Nyo was currently wearing hand-me-downs from Dabao, which were still acceptable. However, Dabao's clothes were visibly last year's, barely covering his midriff when he raised his arms, far too short for comfort. As summer waned and autumn approached, it was imperative to prepare warm clothing for the children, and upon searching last night, he realized that nearly everything required a fresh purchase. In the valley, the transition from autumn to winter is swift, and it is advisable to purchase winter clothing for both children in advance. When the weather turns cold, the clutter in the west room will need to be addressed, and the cotton quilts, gnawed by mice, must be remade. Otherwise, one would have to resort to the straw bedding for warmth during the winter, necessitating an additional layer. Once the essentials of food and clothing are settled, the house also requires tidying up. Over the past 6 months, the few remaining pieces of furniture have been sold off, leaving behind only the wardrobe, table, dining table, benches, and chairs. The kitchenware, including bowls and plates, is mostly chipped, and the chopsticks, grimy and worn, need to be replaced. The remaining condiments, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, have been sitting for an indeterminate time, and the cupboard is on the verge of collapse. The courtyard walls, constructed of mud bricks, have not been repaired for ages, deteriorating beyond recognition. The construction of the kitchen with such rubble would, in later years, be deemed hazardous. After a rain, the yard becomes a quagmire, leaving Daba and Nyo with nowhere to play. Qin Xianghe shook his head in haste, unwilling to dwell on such disheartening thoughts. With the current amount of money in his pocket, he realized it would scarcely suffice. Yet, he remained optimistic, confident that he could gradually improve his circumstances. The journey stretched for several dozen miles, with the occasional deserted village along the way. The heavy load in the back seat of the bicycle was tiring and sweltering, and Qin Xianghe felt an urge to sing aloud as he caught sight of the curling smoke rising from the kitchen chimneys of Maoheng village. The sun dipped just below the mountain crest. In the countryside, dinner is served early, allowing one to eat outside while it is still light, thus avoiding wasted electricity, which costs 4 dimes per kilowatt, while meat is merely 2 dimes per pound. Approaching the village entrance, a shadowy figure suddenly sprang up by the riverbank, startling Qin Xianghe into a sudden stop, causing the bicycle to tilt, which he steadied with his leg. "Xianghe, you're back?" The figure smiled, stepping forward to assist with the bicycle. Covered in mud, with dirt caked on his face, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth that appeared somewhat unsettling. As Qin Xianghe steadied the handlebars, he realized that the sudden stop had nearly caused him to collapse from exhaustion. "What a fright you gave me," he exclaimed. Earlier that morning, they had agreed that the figure would deliver the eel, and upon the return of the others, he would collect payment the following day. Observing the cracked mud on Midong's clothes and his anxious demeanor, Qin Xianghe suspected he had been waiting by the river all day. For even 20 yuan was a significant amount for him at this time, not to mention the aimless wandering in the village. The villagers regarded Midong as a child, and only on rare occasions would he win some money and act generously or run errands for a few dimes as income. Qin Xianghe secured his bicycle and jestingly asked, "Are you worried I won't pay you?" "Of course not," Midong replied, who in the village doesn't know that Xianghe always keeps his word. "I have nothing to fear." With a hint of flattery, he noticed Qin Xianghe reaching into his pocket, prompting Midong to lick his dry lips. "No rush, no rush. I can come back tomorrow." Qin Xianghe chuckled and gave him a playful kick. In a previous life, he had only known that Midong enjoyed playing with birds and fish, and that he often ran errands to earn a bit of pocket money, but he had not paid attention to how smooth-tongued he could be. "No rush?" The expression on Midong's face clearly conveyed urgency. In the village, everyone knew that whenever Qin Xianghe had a bit of money, It would either go towards treating others to drinks or gambling. He would feel uncomfortable until it was all spent. He pulled out the 24 yuan he had set aside from his pocket, flicked it in his hand, and handed it over, saying, "Here, take this home and have your father keep it safe. Don't lose it." He chuckled. "My mother insists that I earn money and keep it for my father. But in the end, he either drinks or gambles it away." Qin Xianghe was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether he had been scolded or taken advantage of. Although he said there was no need to count it, upon receiving the money, Ai Dong, with his hands still sticky with saliva, meticulously counted the stack of bills once more. "There's so much here. I was worried you might have given me too much, but honestly, I'm not in a rush. De Liang and Air Liang have asked about you several times." Noticing Qin Xianghe's amused gaze, Ai Dong scratched his head, which was caked with dried mud. Suddenly, he recalled, "Oh right. Brother Xianghe, Lu Dapeng, and Zhang Yu came by this afternoon. They left when they saw you weren't home. I wonder where they wanted to invite you to gamble." Qin Xianghe's expression sharpened slightly, but he merely smiled nonchalantly. Observing that it might be Ai Dong's first time earning such a substantial amount of money, he noted how tightly the boy clutched the cash, as if afraid it might slip away. He laughed and said, "All right, go home and have your meal." Brother Xianghe, Ai Dong eagerly called out, stopping his bicycle once more, his face alight with hope. "Are your friends still taking bets? I caught a few more today." De Liang and Air Liang have been fishing all day in the pond. Chapter 11. Savoring the sweetness, he decided to keep them at home and bring them over the day after tomorrow. Qin Xianghe had the sudden urge to sell eels in the county today, and he was not very confident. So he deliberately did not inform Ai Dong of the subsequent plans. The situation nearly went awry, but fortunately, he relied on a secret recipe and the marketing tactics that have become commonplace in later years to turn the tide, ultimately reaping a substantial profit. Having tasted success, he of course intended to seize the opportunity for greater gains, as there were numerous financial obligations at home. Before parting, he called out to Ai Dong, instructing him to find De Liang and Air Liang, and to catch as many eels as possible tomorrow. He would take care of everything then. The reason for leaving a day open was that today was initially meant for this purpose, and it was likely that Ai Dong hadn't caught many eels. Additionally, his parents were returning from his sister-in-law's family tomorrow, and he planned to pay them a visit. After more than 20 years, no matter how great the disagreements, they had long since dissipated, especially since those conflicts primarily stemmed from his own issues. Ai Dong, clutching a stack of cash, was so excited that he nearly skipped down the road. Qin Xianghe rode a little further and soon spotted two children playing in the mud at Lu Jian's doorstep. Upon hearing the clear ringing of a bell, the two kids stood up to look, and when they saw him returning on his bicycle, they abandoned their muddy play and ran towards him. At that moment, Huarjia peeked out from behind the door. Upon realizing the situation, she halted her shout, curiously glanced at the back of Qin Xianghe's bike, and then retreated into the yard. Before he reached the drying ground, the two children rushed to meet him, with Nonyo stumbling ahead and Daba trailing closely behind. "Daddy, Daddy," Nonyo called out incessantly, bringing an uncontainable smile to Qin Xianghe's face. He stopped his bicycle and hoisted Nonyo onto the front bar, while Daba looked on enviously at his sister sitting there. When Daba caught his gaze, he immediately pouted and turned his little head away. "Ah!" little Daba exclaimed as he was lifted to sit behind his sister, and he tilted his head back in protest. "I don't want to sit." This mischievous little rascal was having a tantrum. Ever since he began to understand things, he knew that every day his father was either being called out for drinking or gambling, and at home, he frequently quarreled with his mother, likely sensing that she was upset, especially since he had not paid much attention to the two children over the past 6 months, leaving Daba with lingering feelings of resentment. "Today, Daddy went to the market and bought you lots of delicious treats," Qin Xianghe said, gently patting Daba's sulking head. He advised the two children to sit properly before pushing his bicycle towards the small courtyard. "What delicious treats?" Nonyo asked eagerly. Upon hearing this, she immediately turned her head, her fluffy braids brushing against her face. Daba pushed her hair aside. "Silly, the adults are tricking you." And Hua said today isn't market day. To reach Chashi County town, if one took the shortcut, they would not pass through the town. Qin Xianghe casually fabricated this detail, not realizing he had inadvertently provided a loophole for the clever little boy. "Daddy never mentioned we were rushing to Lingshui Market. It could be another market." Look. The two children had already spotted a bulging bag of goodies on the back of the bicycle. However, for a long time, Qin Xianghe had only been moving things out of the house and had never developed the habit of bringing things back home, so they hadn't paid much attention. Upon hearing this, They all turned their little heads in unison to take a closer look. The front bumper consists merely of a single rod, and fearing that the two little ones might tumble down, Qin Xianghe hurriedly offered his protection. Upon entering the courtyard, just as he secured the bicycles, the two children eagerly gathered around the rear seat. "Ah, the big white rabbit. I want to eat it. I want to eat it." Qin Xianghe unfastened the large bag and retrieved the big white rabbit milk candies. Before he could even unwrap the outer packaging, Nuno pounced on it, prompting him to quickly unwrap a piece for her. Daba stood nearby, swallowing hard but refraining from reaching out. Amused, he took a piece for himself and popped it into his mouth. Each child received a package of big white rabbit milk candies and fruits, which they were instructed to store inside the house, with a promise that they could consume only 2 candies a day. Excessive indulgence could harm their teeth. At their age, they should be learning to brush their teeth, lest they fall prey to cavities. In 1987, it was said that there were hardly any dentists in the town, let alone in the county. If one suffered from a toothache, they simply had to endure it. Thus, during the next visit to the county seat, he must remember to purchase toothbrushes and toothpaste for the children. In truth, the rural areas remained quite underdeveloped, particularly in Mount Ang village nestled within the hills, where the practice of toothbrushing had yet to gain traction. His own habit of brushing twice daily was instilled by his wife after their marriage. When he produced an abundance of meat and large bones, both children were left in awe. Daba wore a puzzled expression, as if these items had no connection to their home. Nyo's saliva pooled as she exclaimed, "Oh, heaven above! Aunt Hua has given us meat." Qin Xianghe poured flour into the kitchen basin and, upon stepping outside, found the children arguing over who would sit in the new basin first. Their new towels and blankets draped all over them, allowing them to play in the courtyard. Qin Xianghe washed his hands and prepared to stew the leftover eggplant from the morning, saving the large bones for a slow cook after dinner, as that required more time. Lacking leavened dough, he opted to make pot stickers, this time using only refined white flour, eschewing the cornmeal, which in later times would be considered a coarse grain, healthful for consumption, yet viewed differently by the people of the present day. Once the meal was ready, he boiled water in a small pot, carried the large tub to the living room, mixed warm water, and hung the newly purchased shower curtain, thoroughly bathing the two children in succession. While searching for clothes, he discovered that Nyonya was wearing Daba's hand-me-downs, all of which were tattered, especially at the knees and elbows. As for Daba, the only replacements available were last year's garments, barely fitting, and consisting of only 2 sets of autumn and winter clothes, likely procured by his wife before her departure. It seemed imperative to promptly buy the children a few new outfits. Moreover, there were shoes to consider. During the sweltering day, Daba wore old cloth shoes, his toes nearly bursting out, probably crafted by his wife's own hands. Nyonya also donned cloth shoes, which were Daba's discarded ones, ill-fitting and prone to slipping off as she walked, prompting Daba to chase after her repeatedly, urging her to put them on properly, all while claiming it was their mother who had instructed him to watch over his sister's footwear. At this juncture, it was uncertain if a hairdryer had emerged. In any case, Longxi County did not have one. With her long hair, Nyonya could only wait for it to dry naturally after washing, unable to immediately tie it up with the colorful scrunchie she had clutched since she first saw it. Her little mouth pouted, only brightening when the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting her to drag Daba excitedly to the kitchen door. As night fell, they could only dine in the living room. Even with the electric bulb lit, the ambience remained dim. Gazing at the 2 small heads gathered around the table, Qin Xianghe felt a profound warmth. He had never experienced such contentment in over 2 decades. Perhaps it had been far too long since he had savored meat. While Daba was fine, Nyonya, in the end, found the wooden spoon too slow and resorted to using her hands. Qin Xianghe quickly chuckled and intervened, advising them not to eat too much, as a pot of rich bone broth awaited, along with some large bones to gnaw on later. Nevertheless, the last sizable bowl of dishes, accompanied by a few pieces of flatbread, was nearly devoured, though it was primarily he who consumed the bread. After the meal, with their little bellies round and full, he hurriedly sent the 2 children out to the courtyard to play for a while, hoping to aid digestion, lest they disturb their sleep with a tummy ache later. Chapter 12. A well-deserved spanking upon return in a remote mountain village. Darkness brings an enveloping silence, particularly at the village's entrance. Qin Xianghe, bearing a pot of stewed eggplant and meat, made his way to Lu Jian's home, trailed by 2 small companions. The children, having overeaten, were reluctant to move. He had to forcibly drag them out. Moreover, following the events of the previous night and the lessons learned over the past 2 decades, He was particularly anxious about the children straying from his sight or being cared for by someone he did not trust. In rural areas, the practice of closing doors before bedtime is uncommon, so Qin Xianghe entered Lu Jian's courtyard directly. The dim yellow light from the main room illuminated Lu Jian, who stood outside the eaves, sifting beans with a large sieve. "Xianghe, you're back. Have you eaten?" Hearing the footsteps, Lu Jian looked up in surprise at Qin Xianghe's late arrival, and his astonishment grew upon seeing the pot of food. "We've already eaten." As Qin Xianghe approached, the two children, who had been whining behind him, immediately dashed over when they saw Sister Hua peering out from the main room. He placed the pot on a nearby stone mill used for grinding beans and proceeded to help open a snakeskin bag for Lu Jian to pour the sifted beans into. "I cooked extra tonight, so I brought you some. The Bao and Nyo have been a handful for you today." "Oh, there's no need for such courtesy. It's no trouble at all. My wife and I both adore the Bao and Nyo." Lu Jian paused for a moment, then quickly closed his mouth, pouring out the beans and tying up the bag. He sniffed, tilting his head to glance at the pot. To his astonishment, he saw that large chunks of meat filled half of it, causing him to widen his mouth again. "Xianghe, what is going on?" Inside, discovering that the children had taken a bath, Sister Hua pulled them close, examining them curiously, but her expression turned strange as she glanced outside. It was only when Nyo tugged at her arm that Sister Hua's attention was diverted, and she noticed a pile of hair ties nestled in Nyo's arms. Meanwhile, the Bao quietly pulled a handful of creamy white rabbit candies from his pocket, glancing around before swiftly stuffing them into Sister Hua's hand, then retrieving another handful of fruit from the other pocket. Observing this, Qin Xianghe thought to himself, "That mischievous little rascal is going to get a well-deserved spanking when we get home." When did he secretly acquire those candies? He had noticed nothing at all. Moreover, the fruit was coated in sugar, and he could only imagine how sticky the pocket had become. With their already limited change of clothes, they would undoubtedly return home in dirty garments. "You've taken too much meat," Qin Xianghe stated, not allowing Lu Jian to decline. "Do you need a bicycle the day after tomorrow?" "You need it? Then please take it. My wife and I want to be going out in the next few days anyway. There is no need to be polite." "Brother Jian, I must venture out again the day after tomorrow. I'll need your help with the Bao and Nyo once more." "Not at all. As long as we are home, feel free to send the Bao and Nyo over whenever you need. It's merely a matter of adding a couple of pairs of chopsticks to the table." As Qin Xianghe departed with the two children, Lu Jian carried the pot of food into the house, only to find Sister Hua sitting at the table, wiping her eyes. He couldn't help but inquire, "What's wrong?" "Look." Sister Hua moved aside, revealing a pile of creamy white rabbit candies, a handful of fruit, and two colorful hair ties stacked on the table corner. "Two children secretly brought me something, and the older one urged me not to let their father see." Sister Hua found it both amusing and exasperating, her eyes brimming with tears. What lovely children they are. How unfortunate that they are caught up with the Xiang family. If only Bai Lu hadn't left, things would have been so much better. Oh dear, oh dear. If it weren't for his fondness for drinking and gambling, Xianghe wouldn't be so bad. Lu Jian quickly interjected, noticing Sister Hua rolling her eyes. He waved his hand dismissively and placed the dish on the table, saying, "Look, this is from Xianghe. Thanking you for taking care of the two children for a day. There is so much meat." Did he win money? Seeing the pile of meat in the bowl and the candies on the table, Sister Hua was astonished and suddenly realized. No wonder there was such a high stack in the car. But when did he become so considerate? Perhaps he wants to borrow the car, claiming he will need it the day after tomorrow, and took the opportunity for us to look after the Bao and Nyo. He rarely lent the car before. When have you ever seen him sending both mudfish and meat? Dinner had already been served, but even at home, meat was only occasionally bought at the market. The aroma was irresistible, and Sister Hua couldn't help but accept the chopsticks and a small piece of steamed bun that Lu Jian offered, savoring it while it was hot. Lu Jian popped a piece of fatty meat into his mouth, surprised to discover that Xianghe was quite skilled at cooking. He had no choice, with Bai Lu gone. What else could he do? Even if the children could be rushed about, he couldn't just seal his lips shut. Sister Hua huffed in indignation, suddenly slamming her chopsticks down on the table. This drastic change in temperament. Could it be that she was genuinely considering lending him money? "I've made it clear that we have no funds to lend him. You must not be foolish. You hold all the money. And I would need some to borrow." Lu Jian chuckled, though it was a forced smile. The couple was considered diligent in the village. Although Sister Hua didn't care much for housework, when it came to working outside, she often did more and faster than he did, allowing them to earn some money. However, to nurture his wife's health and following the old doctor's advice to conceive, They spent nearly all their income on remedies, leading to a rather frugal lifestyle. In truth, their situation was only marginally better than that of Qin Xianghe. If it came to borrowing money, he would only do so discreetly for urgent needs. Gambling and drinking were out of the question. Qin Xianghe took the children home and returned the bicycle to Lu Jian's family. Tomorrow was market day in town, and he wondered if the couple would go. They could borrow the bike after using it the day after. Upon returning, he found that the two little ones had devoured a large bone they had fished out. Watching the two small heads resting on the table with full bellies, he felt he had been too impatient. Regardless of their nutritional deficiencies, it would take more than a few days to recuperate. Now that they were back here, could he really let the children go hungry? Such indulgence tonight might not be beneficial for their health. In the 1980s, there were few pastimes in the evenings, especially in a small mountain village. Not to mention computers, tablets, or smartphones, there was not a single household in the entire Mount Ang village that owned a television set. Although televisions were already available for sale, they were prohibitively expensive. In the afternoon, he ventured to the department store to purchase items for his two children. At the counter, he noticed a Changhong brand black and white television, measuring 14 inches, priced at an astonishing 499 yuan. Considering the average monthly wage of 40 yuan, it would take an entire year of frugal living to afford such a television, and that is for urban workers. In the impoverished mountainous village of Mount Ang, located in one of the poorest counties, such a thought is utterly unfathomable. Even a few families with some financial means are so cautious about energy consumption that they fear the waste of electricity and dine early to avoid using lights. Even if they could afford it, they would hesitate to turn it on. Thus, to lull his two overindulged children to sleep a little later, Qin Xianghe moved a stool beneath the eaves. Once their little heads nestled against his legs, he began to tell a tale about a bald-headed man who loved to chop trees and his two bears, who together vanquished the nefarious villain Thanos. Chapter 13. The lack of privacy. As Qin Xianghe lulled the children to sleep, he proceeded to ladle out the bone broth that had been simmering for an adequate duration. Placing it in a basin of cool water, he planned to prepare noodles for the children in the morning, using this rich broth. It was not feasible to indulge in lavish meals at every turn. Not only did the current financial situation of the household disallow it, but such a diet would also be detrimental to the children's growth. He recalled how his wife had once insisted on digging a well in the courtyard, a notion that had initially incited his protests, as he perceived it as an extravagant expense. Indeed, he had deemed her actions as financially imprudent. Their house was nestled beside Lu Jian's residence, who had conveniently situated the well right outside his door, making it easy to fetch water without incurring unnecessary costs. Yet, at this moment, he recognized the foresight of his wife. Having a well at home made cooking and laundry significantly more convenient, alleviating many burdens. After drawing water and bringing it to a boil, he prepared a warm bath in the courtyard. Late summer brought with it considerable heat. Yet the temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night in the valley, making cold baths quite unbearable. This was precisely why he had purchased a bath curtain for the children that could retain warmth. Fortunately, being at the far eastern end of the village meant that, as night fell, the streets were largely deserted, making it easier for him to bathe in the courtyard without concern. The low walls of the courtyard left him exposed. At his height, they barely reached his waist. Once he found financial stability, he vowed to erect taller walls. For it was quite uncomfortable to have to confine himself to the living room for a bath, especially given his size, which rendered squatting in a tub rather constraining. After bathing, he took the opportunity to change out of his clothes, as well as those of the children, hanging them out to dry on the line in the courtyard. Just as he was about to retire for the night, a thought struck him regarding the traps he had set earlier by the river. No wonder he felt as though he had forgotten something. After setting the traps that morning, he had ventured to the county town, only to return late in the evenings. Preoccupied with showcasing his cash to the children and purchasing a plethora of food, thus completely overlooking the matter at hand. The sale of the eels had been quite profitable, alleviating any immediate urgency. While the mudfish were delicious when cooked, their bony structure and scant meat made them less appealing, especially after the morning's meal, during which Dabao had been pricked several times. Ultimately, the children preferred meat. In the dim light, he made his way to the river to check the traps, yielding a modest catch of just over 20 fish, before deciding to venture further afield to set more traps. Upon returning home, he placed the freshly caught mudfish in an old basin filled with clean water, allowing them to acclimate for a few days, as this would enhance their flavor. However, given the near-empty state of the pantry that morning, he could hardly afford to be picky. With flour in the jar and meat in the pot, he felt entitled to a few small indulgences. As night enveloped the world in silence, Qin Xianghe returned to the bedroom in the eastern room, where the two children had rolled out of their small blankets. He chuckled as he tucked them back in. Before lying down on the narrow hemp rope bed by the window, which could accommodate only one person, covering himself with a burlap quilt, he gazed silently at the crescent moon through the gaps in the windowsill. His penchant for gambling and drinking had led to increased discord with his wife. And after the birth of their daughter, Nyo, they had begun sleeping separately. His wife took the east room with the Bao, while he occupied the west room with a small bed, which suited him just fine, as it allowed him to return home in the early hours after indulging in drink and games without causing friction. It was only after Nyo's birth that he made some concessions, moving his single bed to this room to better care for the two children and his wife. As soon as his wife completed her confinement, he could no longer endure the restraint. He drank even more heartily than before and gambled with fervor. The small bed, unbeknownst to him, was relocated by his wife to the west room, which, quite serendipitously, suited him perfectly. It was not until after their divorce, when his wife returned to her parental home, that he moved the small bed back to the east room. Lost in a haze of chaotic memories, he succumbed to slumber, only to be roused by the distant crowing of roosters in the village. The sound was both refreshing and nostalgic, after over 20 years in the bustling city. He had nearly forgotten what a rooster's call sounded like. Exhausted from a day of labor, which included washing clothes, taking a bath, and tidying the courtyard, he had toiled until the early hours of the morning, though weariness still clung to him as dawn broke. He found sleep elusive and decided to rise and freshen up in the courtyard. While washing the pillowcases and sheets unearthed from the west room, he noticed that many villagers were already up and about. Just a short distance away, a couple was seen heading to the fields with hose in hand. The courtyard wall was low, allowing them to see him as he observed them. They likely found his early rising peculiar, especially since he had squandered his family's land, and were astonished to see him so industriously washing his belongings, something they probably never expected from Qin Xianghe. Momentarily lost in thought, the man nodded in acknowledgement and led the woman away, whispering as they turned back to glance at him, suggesting their conversation was not filled with kind words. Resolute, Qin Xianghe vowed that once he had the means, he would first construct a proper wall for his courtyard. The lack of privacy was disconcerting. Had someone come upon him while bathing last night, he might have been compelled to flee Maotang village with his two children. The pillows belonging to Daba and Nyo were remnants from his wedding, their cases now in tatters. He sought out two old ones to wash, knowing they would dry quickly under the scorching sun. The bedding on his small bed, if he were affluent, would have been discarded for new, but with finances tight, he had no choice but to wash and make do, utterly bewildered by how he had ever found comfort in such conditions. Last night, as he lay in bed, his thoughts were not solely consumed with worries. He realized the bedding had probably not been cleaned in over 6 months, and he longed for another bath. The 2 lines of rope he had strung in the courtyard quickly filled with freshly washed items. Once finished with that chore, he made his way to the kitchen, pouring the large bone soup that had been cooling in cold water into a pot, all the while tending to the fire and preparing dough. He felt immensely grateful for the years spent honing his culinary skills, for he was now inspired to prepare a meal of Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles for his children. As the noodles boiled, the sun rose over the eastern hills, spilling light into the kitchen through the low courtyard wall. He called to his children, and before he could utter another word, the enticing aroma of the bone soup roused them from slumber. With a bit of coaxing, he managed to wash Nyo's face and braid her hair, while also bringing the lazy Daba over to wash his hands and face. Fortunately, it wasn't autumn or winter. The air was not overly dry or cold. However, after searching through the main room for some face cream, he came up empty-handed, watching Daba and Nyo seated at the table, eagerly devouring their bowls. Qin Xianghe felt a pang of sorrow. This only underscored how neglectful he had been in caring for his children. "Daddy, why aren't you eating?" Daba's voice snapped Qin Xianghe back to reality. He looked down, a mix of frustration and amusement washing over him. The mischievous boy gnawed the meat off the large bone, leaving it to be placed in a bowl of noodles. After finishing breakfast, he locked the courtyard gate and then led the 2 children towards the western end of the village. If memory serves correctly, on this very day in his previous life, his parents and elder brother had returned early from his sister-in-law's family. Upon hearing the villagers' distress about the 2 children being lost, they hurried over without even setting down their belongings. Thus, at this moment, his parents and elder brother should have already arrived home. Chapter 14. Look at how much I can sell from Maotang village is nestled within a valley, characterized by its undulating terrain. To avoid flooding from the abundant summer rains, The villagers constructed their homes on elevated ground, resulting in a scattered arrangement of over 100 households that stretched the village into a lengthy formation. From the eastern part of the village, where Qin Xianghe's parents reside, to the western end, there is no proper main road. Only winding dirt paths meander through the landscape. After rain, these paths become rutted and difficult to traverse, further compounded by the passage of bullock carts and tractors that occasionally tread upon them, only to be baked hard by the sun. With a bag in his left hand and holding Niu-Niu's hand in his right, Qin Xianghe led the way, while Niu-Niu tugged at the bow with her other hand. The trio, consisting of one adult and 2 children, navigated the small path, climbing over several gentle hills, ultimately arriving at a slightly elevated flat area at the western edge of the village. A 2-meter-wide gravel path wound its way upward, flanked by a dozen robust trees. At the end stood 3 locust trees, each approximately 30 years old. Since childhood, every year around April and May, when clusters of pure white locust flowers adorned the branches, he would stealthily climb the tree. Balancing on the branches, he would pluck the flowers, discerning their ripeness. Those that were too small were slightly bitter, while those fully bloomed were less palatable. He would carefully select and gather the best ones, stuffing them into his mouth, relishing the delicate and fragrant sweetness that enveloped his senses. This cherished memory of climbing high and the familiar scent lingered in his mind, never forgotten despite the passage of time. This area comprises 5 courtyards, with the westernmost one being his parents' home, a structure of half blue bricks and half mud bricks. Before the family division, he had always lived here. After marrying his wife, they resided there for a few months, but following several heated arguments with his parents, they built a new house to the east of Lu Jian's home. He recalled that the courtyard wall was still under construction at that time, and he had brought his wife to live there. The 2-meter-high courtyard wall, though aged, appeared well-maintained, not inferior to a fully brick wall. The gate of the courtyard stood ajar when an elderly woman, slightly unsteady on her feet and wearing a floral headscarf, emerged. Her face bore deep lines, a testament to the years etched upon her. Upon noticing Qin Xianghe approaching with the children, she turned to glance back into the courtyard before hurrying toward them. To bow. Niu-Niu, how wonderful to see you. The elderly woman set aside the basket filled with ash and reached out to the 2 children. Grandma. Niu-Niu broke free from Qin Xianghe, joyfully running over, while the Bao tilted his head to glance at Qin Xianghe before following suit. I saved your favorite fried dough twists for you. Come quickly. After embracing the children, the elderly woman tightly grasped their small hands and led them into the courtyard. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Are you hungry? Grandma will warm up some steamed buns and soak the fried twists for you. Mother, there are stones on the ground. The elderly woman stumbled slightly, prompting Qin Xianghe to rush forward to support her. Upon hearing his voice, the woman paused, turning around in disbelief. This woman was Qin Xianghe's mother, named Wang Guiyun, who was in her 60s and quite robust. Although she had suffered a sprain earlier in the year, she had not fully regained her stability. Be careful, there's a threshold ahead. Seeing his mother being tugged into the courtyard by Niu-Niu, he instinctively followed. Crossing the threshold of the courtyard, Wang Guiyun opened her mouth several times but could not utter a word, her eyes brimming with tears. Qin Xianghe understood well the reason behind her sorrow. After the division of the family in his previous life, he had stubbornly distanced himself from them, only returning home for the New Year's Eve dinner, remaining silent throughout, and leaving immediately with his wife and children afterward. The animosity grew deeper when his father supported his wife's decision to divorce him, leading to a bitter feud. Otherwise, De Bao would not have secretly observed his grandmother's expressions when visiting her. However, in the past 6 months, he had come here more often due to the family's dire circumstances, as the 2 children were suffering from hunger and had to be sent over. Yet, each time he arrived, he wore a cold expression, never stepping foot into the courtyard again, and stubbornly refrained from addressing his parents for years. Alas, he must be off gambling again. The sound of wood being struck ceased, followed by the resonant voice of an elderly man remarking on the emaciated state of De Bao and Niu-Niu, lamenting that Bai Lu should have taken the children away. Wang Guiyun wiped her tears and snapped at the old man. What nonsense are you spouting? Are De Bao and Niu-Niu surnamed Qin or Bai? The red brick path extended from the courtyard gate to the main house, branching off toward the east, leading to the kitchen. In the vacant lot past the kitchen, an elderly man with a pipe clenched between his teeth was using a hammer to flatten an overturned cart. Father. After more than 20 years, seeing his father again. Even one who had urged his wife to return to her family, Qin Xianghe felt no lingering resentment. The phrase a son wishes to care for his parents, but they are no longer present weighed heavily on him, only fully understood after leaving Mounting village in his past life. Qin Xianghe dropped the hammer from his hand, turned, and looked at Qin Xianghe. Then he turned back, resuming his inspection of the cart while muttering deeply, "So, who do we owe money to this time? Is there a blockade at home? Let us be clear, it's only about 100 pounds. You see how much I can sell it for." "Old man, what are you talking about? The children are here, and you're still rambling. What do you want?" "Humph, what do I want? I want to ask him what he wants." Qin Xianghe abruptly threw the hammer to the ground and stood up. Upon seeing the two children nestled beside Wang Guiyun and the threshold behind Qin Xianghe, his expression changed several times before he sighed heavily and turned away, muttering to himself that there was little left at home, and he would just borrow whatever he could. "I don't particularly care for your presence, Xianghe." "Don't mind him. Your father is becoming increasingly muddled," Wang Guiyun interjected. "You two must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you. What do you want to eat?" "There's no meat left in the house, but I'll fry some of your favorite flatbreads, stir-fry some string beans, and add your beloved green peppers and potatoes. Oh, and there's half a salted fish left." Listening to his father's words and seeing his mother anxiously blocking his path, fumbling with her questions, Qin Xianghe lowered his head, his vision blurring. Nyo squeezed in, spreading her arms wide to illustrate an exaggerated circle, declaring that she had eaten a large bone. "Only puppies eat bones, Grandma. We had the meat from the big bone," Dabao corrected with utmost seriousness. Wang Guiyun was taken aback. Typically, only when the family faced dire circumstances would Lu Jian and his spouse venture out to work, leading the grandchildren to bring provisions from the west. Listening to the childish quarrels of the two children, it seemed they had eaten their fill this morning, and quite satisfactorily at that. Thus, it was perplexing why Qin Xianghe had brought the children over today. Not only was it unusual for them to enter the courtyard, but it was also the first time in years that he called out to his parents. Could it be? Qin Xianghe, lost in thought, let out a sigh and continued to smoke his pipe. Dabao and Nyo wanted to come, so I brought them, Qin Xianghe explained briefly, handing over a bag. "These are the loaches I caught. I caught plenty, and they've been in water for a day. Keep them for your meal." Chapter 15. A peculiar incident. Wang Guiyun received the loach with a mixture of astonishment and joy. It was the first time her son had voluntarily brought something home. She promptly called the two children into the kitchen and retrieved white steamed buns and fried dough twists from the nearby cabinet. Observing the children clutching the fried dough twist with a longing yet reluctant demeanor, she finally believed what her son had previously claimed. Not to mention the fried dough twists. Even a bowl of meat placed before them would likely be too much for the two children to consume. This morning, they had savored 3 bowls of rich bone broth noodles, the flavor exquisite, and it had been many days since Dabao and Nyo had tasted meat. Previously, she had been concerned that the children might not have enough to eat, wishing they could finish everything in the pot. Now, however, her perspective had shifted. In the future, she would need to monitor their eating habits, ensuring they did not indulge excessively. As they made their way from the east end of the village, Nyo soon declared herself tired and requested to be carried. Qin Xianghe, resolute, insisted she walk alongside Dabao, hoping to work up their appetites. Soon after, another scene unfolded that nearly made his eyes bulge in disbelief. In the kitchen, Dabao, unbeknownst to him, was stealthily extracting large white rabbit candies and fruits from his pocket. This reckless little rascal had not even dried the clothes he had changed into last night, and his pockets were sticky and messy, with no clean clothes left at home. Concerned that the children might ruin their teeth by consuming too many sweets, he had deliberately placed the snacks on top of the wardrobe in the west room that morning, unaware that Dabao had snuck in and stashed them away. "I'll handle this. You're back isn't well," he said as the flatbed cart was repaired. Seeing Qin Xianghe preparing to flip the cart, Qin Xianghe hurried over. The flatbed cart used in the countryside was quite heavy, weighing nearly 100 pounds. Years ago, during the wheat harvest, his father had injured his back in a similar endeavor. Qin Xianghe remained silent, retreating a couple of steps, puffing on his pipe, watching as his unworthy son assisted him in flipping the cart back onto its wheels. After the division of the family a few years back, his son had not set foot in this home again. Occasionally, they would encounter each other in the village, exchanging brief pleasantries, but never addressing one another as family. Since his daughter-in-law had left, their relationship had soured even further, leading to a complete estrangement. Today, unexpectedly entering the house and even addressing him felt peculiar. He had previously been the type to ignore even a fallen soy sauce bottle, let alone offer assistance. The more courteous he was, the more Qin Xianghe suspected the gravity of the situation. Yet, no matter the circumstances, he remained his son. Amidst the swirling smoke, Qin Xianghe tapped the pipe against a stone, emptying the ash inside. Your mother isn't here. Speak plainly. What is it? Nothing much, Qin Xianghe replied, securing the wheel into the groove of the flatbed cart before pushing it against the wall. At that moment, Wang Guiyun emerged from the kitchen, extending her hands to reveal candies. Xianghe, these, and the meat bones from your family, are all gifts from Tycoon's family, right? Qin Xianghe shook his head. No. I bought them myself. It was likely that Tycoon had come by that night to wake Bao and Nyo, deceitfully claiming they were going out for meat. And by the following morning, loaches had appeared in their home, with large chunks of meat arriving that evening. Consequently, no matter how he explained, the children remained convinced these were gifts from Uncle Tycoon, probably having heard the same from their grandmother in the kitchen. Mentioning Tycoon, his expression inevitably became uneasy. It is not Tycoon. Wonkin has fled, and this matter will eventually pass. I believe we shall meet again in the future, and at that time, we shall settle the scores. Wang Guiyun noticed the change in Qin Xianghe's expression and inquired, what is the matter? Have you had a falling out with Tycoon? Qin Xianghe's face darkened, and he turned away with a heavy grunt. Qin Xianghe understood that his father could not tolerate Tycoon, and it was no wonder. From childhood until just a few months after his marriage, he had been somewhat rebellious, yet not excessively so. However, he later became entangled with Lu Dapeng, and Tycoon began to drag him out for drinks, eventually leading him to the gambling tables. During his school years, Qin Xianghe enjoyed playing cards but never engaged in gambling. On one occasion, after a night of drinking with Tycoon and others, feeling bored, Lu Dapeng set up a gambling table. Initially, he merely observed, but when Tycoon stepped out for a moment, he was asked to help man the table. That afternoon, he won over 50 yuan, nearly equivalent to his wife's 2-month salary at the time. He vividly remembers that day. He ran to town and brought back 5 pounds of meat. After several consecutive wins, he became gradually addicted, only to find himself on a losing streak shortly thereafter, intensifying his addiction to gambling. His father firmly believed that had it not been for Tycoon, he would never have succumbed to gambling, thereby avoiding the ruinous path that led to their current predicament. Xianghe. Just as Qin Xianghe was about to mention that Tycoon had already left, he heard an exclamation from outside the courtyard. Turning around, he saw a man in his mid-30s, with prominent brows and bright eyes, entering. Elder brother. Qin Xianghe's face lit up with a smile, his heart filled with gratitude as he gazed at the honest-looking man approaching him step by step. The newcomer was Qin Guangshan, his elder brother, who had always been exceptionally kind to him since childhood. After fleeing Maotang village for over 20 years, he often contemplated returning to visit his brother, but was always held back by an internal struggle. Qin Guangshan looked around, surprised to see their father in the yard and their mother embracing her grandchildren. Upon reaching Qin Xianghe, he seemed at a loss for words, or perhaps he simply did not wish to articulate his feelings. He smiled broadly and gave Qin Xianghe's shoulder a hearty pat. Qin Xianghe rubbed his shoulder, managing a wry smile. Unlike him, his elder brother had always been diligent, working the fields alongside their parents, his hands calloused and strong. Elder brother, where is sister-in-law? Is everything well at her family's side? Seeing Nyo rushing towards him with joyful shouts, Qin Guangshan scooped her up and tossed her gently in the air a few times. Once he set the giggling Nyo down, he pinched Bao's cheek playfully, scrutinizing him closely before speaking. Your sister-in-law and Dalin are on their way back, having just caught a ride on someone else's tractor. They are busy tidying up at home. Qin Xianghe turned his head instinctively to glance towards the east beyond the courtyard wall. Dalin, whose full name was Qin Dalin, was his brother's only son, now 11 years old and about to start his first year of junior high school. This area comprised 5 courtyards. The westernmost belonged to his parents, while his brother's home was adjacent to the east. Though they resided in separate courtyards, they had not divided the household, so they shared meals together. When he and his wife had not yet moved to the eastern part of the village, they had lived in this courtyard with their parents. As his wife became pregnant and considerations of space arose, the family had contemplated building a new courtyard to the west for them to move into. Before long, he found himself embroiled in a tumultuous dispute with his family over gambling and drinking. Eventually, in a fit of anger, he fled to the eastern edge of the village. His grandfather, in his 90s, appeared to be on the brink of death, but somehow the family managed to find an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who worked wonders. After prescribing an elaborate treatment, the grandfather was able to recognize people again and even get out of bed after 3 days of treatment. Qin Guangshan marveled at this miraculous recovery for a while, before inquiring of Qin Xianghe, by the way, has Daba fully recovered from his illness? Qin Xianghe was taken aback by the question. Suddenly, the half-closed door was forcefully swung open with a loud bang. A plump, curly-haired woman rushed in, slamming a small wooden box in front of Qin Guangshan, exclaiming, "Qin, where is the money?" Chapter 16. A woman is like home. Qin Guangshan picked up the wooden box and seized the woman's arm, insisting, "Come, let us return home to discuss this." Hearing the commotion, Wang Guiyun, who had been quietly preparing lunch, emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Miling, what has transpired? Why do you ask what happened? You should inquire about your dear son." The curly-haired woman wrenched her arm free from Qin Guangshan's grasp, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Xianghe in the yard. Her voice rose in volume, spitting words with fervor. "De Lindsay is about to start school, and I had already prepared the tuition, but now it's all vanished. If he didn't take it, then who did?" Wang Guiyun, well aware of her eldest son's temperament, suspected that if this matter were to fall upon the second son, it might be plausible. She quickly interjected, "Could it be that you misplaced it elsewhere?" Seeing his parents involved, Qin Guangshan stepped forward, pushing his wife Lu Miling towards the exit, exclaiming, "What is all this ruckus? I will explain everything at home." Lu Miling shot an indignant glare at Qin Xianghe, who was blocking the path of the two children. As Qin Guangshan attempted to forcibly drag her away, she resolutely sat on the ground, declaring, "Unless you produce the money today, do not expect me to leave this yard." "What is all this shouting?" Qin Xianghe, who had remained silent until now, struck the flatbed cart with his smoking pipe, bringing an abrupt halt to Lu Miling's outcry. He turned to his eldest son and inquired, "Where has the money gone? Tuition fees should not be trifled with." "It hasn't gone anywhere," Qin Guangshan replied, shifting his gaze toward Qin Xianghe as his parents began to comprehend the situation. In a low tone, Qin Xianghe confessed, "De Bao fell ill a few days ago, and Xianghe had no choice but to borrow some money." Upon hearing this, Lu Miling clapped her hands in exasperation. School is about to begin, and without tuition, how can he possibly go to town for his studies? Exactly. Let the Lindsay remain at home to toil the land for the rest of his life, while he and Nyodong can spend their days fishing. In truth, when Qin Xianghe had come to borrow money a few days prior, Qin Guangshan had harbored suspicions. However, seeing Xianghe's anxious demeanor, which seemed genuine, and hearing that De Bao was already in the hospital, along with De Jun's corroboration, he had hastily provided the tuition as an emergency measure. Afterward, he had taken his parents to his wife's family home. Upon seeing De Bao in the yard, he suspected that his younger brother might have deceived him again. Given the circumstances, further accusations would yield no results. As Qin Xianghe appeared ready to erupt in anger, Qin Guangshan hastily reassured him, "Father, I will sell the wheat at home. It will suffice for De Lindsay's tuition. Indeed, sell it, and the entire family will be left to endure the biting winds of the Northwest." Lu Miling exclaimed, banging her thigh and raising her voice, "You, Qin, heartless wretch. We toil endlessly, and you squander our money on others." Just then, after receiving a few sharp glares from his sister-in-law, Qin Xianghe recalled the unfolding events. No wonder his elder brother had entered with such concern, examining De Bao closely and inquiring about his recovery. A few days prior, when the family had been devoid of funds, De Jun had mentioned that a new gambling den had opened in Mago village, attracting a few unsuspecting outsiders. The term fat sheep referred to those who continuously lost at the gambling table, unwittingly providing funds to others. He pondered whether he too had been labeled as such. Yet, the threshold to participate was steep. One needed capital to join the table. Thus, he conceived a devious plan, hiding De Bao and Nyo away, while conspiring with De Jun to concoct a tale to deceive Qin Guangshan. After receiving the money, fortune smiled upon me, and I unexpectedly won several dozen yuan in Mago village. At that moment, I intended to repay my brother immediately, but he and our parents had all gone to my sister-in-law's. Unable to restrain myself, I ended up losing everything I had borrowed from my brother to Lu DePeo and his companions the very next night. Realizing that I had squandered all the borrowed funds, I could no longer contain my emotions and confronted the notorious Lu DePeo, known for his mischief across the villages. I thought I had changed, but as I trembled and pointed at the stunned Qin Xianghe, who seemed lost in thought, my words faltered. I nearly struck him with my pipe. Wang Guiyun, though frustrated with her son, rushed to intervene, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Xianghe, take Debania back home." "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. It was I who deceived my brother, and I am at fault," Qin Xianghe confessed suddenly, offering an apology. The courtyard fell silent. Lu Miling, who had been wailing, doubted her ears, and gambling and drinking. Qin Xianghe had never bowed to anyone nor apologized due to his stubborn nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have moved out after a few quarrels out of spite. Calculating the days, Qin Xianghe noted it was mid-August, with less than half a month until school started. He declared, in these next 10 days, before Lindsay begins school, I assure you I will return the money. Return? With what? Lu Miling's anger peaked. Do you even know how much you've deceitfully taken from your brother over the past 6 months? Wang Gun interjected. Miling, we will gather the tuition for Lindsay. Lu Miling's voice grew louder. Mother, you still favor the second. It's easy for you to say. We haven't split our household. And all the money is still pooled together. Stepping forward, Qin Xianghe insisted, Sister-in-law, I promise to repay every last cent before Lindsay starts school. All right, let us see. Lu Miling sat down and began counting on her fingers. Though each amount was small, the frequency added up, including the tuition, book fees, and food expenses. It totaled 65, which, when rounded, amounted to over 200 yuan. She concluded that as long as 200 yuan was returned before Lindsay's school began, it would suffice. Upon hearing this, not only Qin Kaixing and Wang Guiyun fell silent, but even Qin Xianghe was rendered speechless. It was evident how reckless I had been in my previous life, borrowing such a substantial amount from my brother in just 6 months. And even more astonishing was that my brother had lent it to me every time. In the end, seemingly fearing that Qin Xianghe might not keep his word, Lu Miling packed her clothes and directly took Lindsay back to her maternal home, declaring that her second son would repay her when he could. Or else she would have Qin Guangshan fetch them back. Otherwise, she would make it known that the 2 sons of the Qin family had divorced. Questioning how the Qin name could hold its head high in Maotang village thereafter, this reunion ended in discord. After witnessing their father sulking in the corner while smoking his pipe, and their mother casting furtive glances, Qin Xianghe took to Bai Lu and returned home. Just as they reached beneath the large locust tree, his brother caught up with him from behind, urging him not to act out of pride, assuring him that he would find a way to cover Lindsay's tuition, and that once the storm had passed, he would persuade his sister-in-law to return home. Qin Xianghe found himself in a state of bemusement, feeling an overwhelming sense of remorse towards his elder brother for his past transgressions. Since his departure in a previous life, he had never returned, and he could only imagine the sorrow his brother must have endured. He assured his elder brother repeatedly that he would refrain from committing any heinous acts and promised to repay the money before the commencement of the new term. He then mentioned that Dajuan and Wang Can had ventured out of town for business, leaving him alone, and he vowed never to gamble again. In light of his drastic change in demeanor, he felt compelled to provide justifiable reasons for his past actions, yet his brother remained skeptical. Nonetheless, he advised him to drink less, gamble less, and take good care of the children. Furthermore, he suggested that if he were to acquire wealth, there was no need to rush in repaying. Rather, it would be best to take the children to see the white deer. Ultimately, the most desirable outcome would be to persuade the white deer to return, for a home truly feels complete only with a woman as presence. Chapter 17, The Wife. Bai Lu, Qin Xianghe's wife. Bai Lu hails from Nanning in Qizhou province, a city that, at this time, is experiencing relatively prosperous economic growth. Her arrival in Maotang village was a series of unforeseen events, primarily to substitute for a class for a friend. It was through introductions by her father and her uncle, who served as the principal of the original Maotang primary school, that she eventually married him. In truth, before her departure, a drunken episode nearly ignited a fire at home, prompting him to resolve to amend his ways. However, his commitment was short-lived, and soon after, his wife unexpectedly filed for divorce. Rather than mediating, his father fervently supported her decision, leading to a complete severance of ties between him and his family. Following her departure, he increasingly indulged in a reckless lifestyle. To this day, he remains perplexed as to why his father so staunchly endorsed the divorce, with even his mother, who typically advocated for him, tacitly agreeing. Had it not been for his wife's sudden decision to leave, he might have been more restrained, and more importantly, their 2 children would at least have someone at home to care for them. He candidly acknowledges that he had led a dissolute life in his previous existence. Yet he harbors a sense of resentment towards his wife for so callously abandoning their children to return to her family. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he can empathize with her choice. His elder brother suggested that he take the children to visit their mother, a consideration he had also pondered since his rebirth. Dabao seemed relatively well-adjusted, perhaps cowed by past reprimands, rarely mentioning her. However, Nyo, still young, often clung to him, asking where her mother had gone and when she would return. Frequently dreaming and calling out for her mother, he could only weave a benign falsehood, claiming that their mother had gone to her grandparents' home, far away, to continue her studies. and would return upon completing her university education. Bao, overhearing this, believed it to a considerable extent, as it was not entirely unfounded. From the outset, his wife had expressed that had it not been for family issues compelling her to substitute for a friend, she would have been preparing for the college entrance examination to rectify her past regrets. He remains uncertain about how his father and uncle persuaded her to marry him, only vaguely sensing that she may not have been entirely willing at the time. Presently, the family lacks any savings and is burdened with debts, with his elder brother owed 200 yuan alone, making it challenging to act on any intentions, even if they existed. To speak of logistics. Traversing over 1,000 miles with 2 children, the cost of train fare and meals during the journey is no insignificant sum. Thus, whether it is to care for the children, improve their living conditions, repay the debts of his past life, or visit his wife, all necessitates financial resources. Therefore, the utmost priority remains to earn money swiftly. The following day, after Bao and Yonyo finished their meal, Qin Xianghe took them to Lu Jian's home. Lu Jian had already set off to work in the fields, leaving only Sister Hua at home. Upon learning of the need to watch the children and borrow a bicycle, perhaps having received prior notice, Sister Hua, though not particularly cordial, refrained from uttering any harsh words. As he led the bicycle out of the village, he spotted Nai Dong waiting by the riverbank. Upon seeing him approach, Nai Dong immediately pulled out 2 snakeskin bags from the water. "Brother Xianghe, have you eaten?" Nai Dong greeted, his appearance still clad in patches of mud from head to toe. Yesterday, during a quarrel, his sister-in-law had used Nai Dong as an example. As the villagers were well aware that children who neglect their studies would inevitably end up like him. During the busy farming season, one toils in the fields, and in times of leisure, one meanders aimlessly, engaging in trivial pursuits. At such an advanced age, the desire to seek employment is thwarted by a lack of vigor, rendering one undesirable to employers. Should one stray further astray, one risks becoming another Qin Xianghe. Having gathered his wares, Qin Xianghe instructed Madong to secure the dripping snakeskin bags onto the back seat. As Madong opened the bag to reveal the writhing eels within, he promptly resealed it, fastening it to either side of the back seat. In total, there were 74 eels, varying in size, but they counted only 70 for the sake of convenience. "If you find one missing upon arrival, I shall compensate you with 10, he assured. Qin Xiangguang expressed astonishment. "You managed to catch so many in a single day?" "Not quite," Madong replied with a hint of mystery, glancing around before admitting, "This bag contains the fruits of my efforts alongside Daliang and Erlang. I sent them to Mago village to gather them, promising them 4 dimes per eel. How many they caught, I cannot say." Qin Xianghe chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the boy's apparent business acumen. After securing the water-filled snakeskin bags, Madong sought out some damp grass to shield the wheels from snagging on the bags. Before Madong could express his hesitations, Qin Xianghe urged him, "You should catch them yourself. If you find it challenging, join Daliang and Erlang in the nearby villages. By this time tomorrow, you should have as many as you desire. Though eels are plentiful, capturing them is no simple feat." The last time had depleted Mudong's and the others' stock, and had it not been for Mudong's clever strategy this time, they might have only secured 30-odd eels. Presently, with no trucks or cars available and even motorcycles out of the question, relying solely on bicycles for transport over distances of 50 or 60 li made it essential to maximize their haul. Moreover, following the commotion caused by the elder sister-in-law the previous day, there was an intensified urgency to earn more quickly. Before parting ways, he reminded Madong to keep their eel-catching endeavors discreet, avoiding indiscriminate chatter. The age-old wisdom of concealing wealth remains ever true. The paths to prosperity demand subtlety. Once more individuals become aware of their venture, regardless of whether they succeed in selling the eels, their availability will certainly diminish, and prices will rise correspondingly. Thus, it is imperative to seize the opportunity and make several trips. Unlike the cloudy days prior, today the sky was a brilliant blue, with the sun blazing down, causing the ground to shimmer. Fortunately, having set out early and with the roads clearer than before, they reached Changshi County before noon, with some funds in hand. No longer needing to endure hunger, Qin Xianghe parked his bicycle in a shaded spot and sought out a nearby food stall. The combination of baked flatbread and spicy soup, a staple breakfast for city dwellers, delighted him nonetheless. The flavors, reminiscent of distant memories from over 20 years ago, surpassed even the finest delicacies of his previous life, never failing to satiate his appetite. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from pedaling for hours, covering 50 or 60 li, that made the meal so gratifying. After dining, He made his way towards the northern gate of the county, where he intended to procure over 20 varieties of 13 spice materials from the agricultural market, gathering the remainder from 2 nearby herbal medicine shops to complete his collection. The 13 spice blend serves as his secret weapon in selling eels. One must remain vigilant, lest the streets overflow with it, thereby jeopardizing his unique business. The quantity of eels exceeds that of the previous occasion, necessitating an ample supply of ingredients. He has even procured a substantial stack of coarse paper, intended for wrapping the 13 spices. Fortunately, these materials are reasonably priced, even with such a considerable stock, including borrowing a pan for frying, a mortar for grinding, and a large pot for setting up his stall. The total expenditure barely exceeds 10 yuan. However, due to the increased quantity, the preparation of the spices alone consumed over 2 hours. Upon completion, he realized he had exceeded his expectations, filling nearly an entire large bag. He subsequently set up his stall opposite the county guest house, and those who had previously savored his offerings eagerly assisted him in gathering firewood for the pot. Moreover, one patron even brought a bucket of fresh water, encouraging him to simmer the eels longer for a richer broth, insisting that he serve a generous portion once cooked. Chapter 18. The origin of the secret recipe. Skillfully handling a yellow eel, Qin Xianghe ignited the firewood and poured hot oil into the pan. As he added the 13 spices, there was no need for him to call out. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. One could easily discern that the loudest voice belonged to someone who had visited before, who, after describing the flavor, began to recount the enigmatic origin of the secret seasoning with conviction. He claimed it was an ancestral recipe of the Qin family, tracing back to the Ming dynasty. Originally known as Lu Xiangfen, served exclusively for the royal family in the palace. Through generations of refinement, it had evolved into the present-day 13 spices. Years prior, when commercial activities were restricted, this seasoning had become nearly extinct. Recently, however, while rummaging through old family documents, Qin stumbled upon a weathered recipe, bringing it back into the limelight. Not only the onlookers, but even Qin Xianghe, who was busy stewing the yellow eel, became engrossed in the tale. He found the man's ability to weave information into an engaging narrative quite impressive. As the lid of the pot was lifted, the broth bubbled and the rich aroma wafted through the streets, drawing a crowd that enveloped the stall in layers. Some guests from nearby lodgings even rushed back to fetch bowls and chopsticks, to avoid a repeat of the previous chaotic scene. Qin Xianghe summoned the bespectacled loudmouth to assist in distributing the yellow eel and broth to the eager patrons, while he himself began to hawk the dish. There was no need for advertising. Even before the eel had finished cooking, inquiries had already begun pouring in. Newcomers, upon learning that the yellow eel was priced higher than at the market, initially scoffed. However, once they heard the captivating story of the complimentary 13 spices, their expressions turned serious, and they eagerly joined the fray to purchase. The 13 spices were plentiful, and when bundled with the yellow eel, the portions were double that of the previous offering. Remarkably, within less than half an hour, over 70 yellow eels had been sold. Surprisingly, only a few were purchased by patrons from the county guest house, who claimed they would request additional dishes from the kitchen that evening. The rest were bought by local residents. A considerable amount of the 13 spices remained, and feeling it unfair to those who had previously purchased the yellow eel, Qin Xianghe decided to divide it into small packets. He priced each at 30 cents, ensuring that the value of the spices exceeded $1 when combined with the yellow eel. To his astonishment, the patrons from the guest house and nearby inns were particularly eager to snatch up the individually sold spices. Soon, the supply of paper wrappers ran out, and he seized the opportunity to close up shop. Before leaving, he faced some complaints, particularly from a few who had relished the previous offering and had come hoping for a free gift of 13 spices after the yellow eel was sold out, only to find that the country folk had become shrewd, opting to sell the remaining stock instead. The loud man, Zhu Biao, was a local resident living on the next street, where his parents owned a candle shop, albeit one that struggled to thrive. Having damaged his eyesight during his studies and lacking any physical prowess, Zhu Biao had yet to secure employment, spending his days idly in his parents' shop and wandering wherever there was excitement. After closing up, Zhu Biao, who had received a large bag of 13 spices, did not disperse with the crowd but stayed to help Qin Xianghe clean up, tossing the ash from the firewood into the back ditch. Subsequently, he even took the initiative to return the pots and other utensils. Leaning against the small shop's exterior, Qin Xianghe unbuttoned his shirt and fanned himself with the collar, lamenting the sweltering heat of the day. Upon witnessing Zhu Biao returning the bowls and chopsticks from another shop, he eagerly waved his hand. Initially intending to return the items alone, he had assumed that Qin Xianghe had already departed since his home was not located in the county. To his surprise, he found him waiting across the street. Zhu Biao was taken aback and quickly rushed over. "Brother Xianghe, you haven't left yet? Didn't you say your home was far away?" "No rush. Let us have a drink," Qin Xianghe replied, tossing 2 dimes to the vendor to procure 2 bottles of soda immersed in cool water. "Thank you," Zhu Biao said, hastily accepting the bottles and leaning against the side. The only expense was for the soda, and the glass bottles were to be returned to the shop once emptied. Qin Xianghe gulped down nearly half a bottle, feeling the refreshing chill wash away his fatigue and the oppressive heat. This orange North Ice soda seemed familiar from a past life, yet its taste paled in comparison to that of the present. Once Zhu Biao finished his drink, they returned the bottles to the vendor. After taking a few steps away, Qin Xianghe handed over 3 yuan, saying, "Thanks to you for keeping an eye on things today. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled." "What are you doing?" Zhu Biao, slender and wearing a pair of old prescription glasses, was flabbergasted upon realizing that money was being offered. He hurriedly grabbed the paper bag in his hand, exclaiming, "You gave me so much 13 spice and even treated me to soda. That's enough. Really. Take it. I insist. If you don't accept it, I won't dare let you come tomorrow." "Will you still let me come tomorrow?" Zhu Biao was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the 3 yuan firmly placed in his hand, he hesitated. "No, Brother Xianghe, are you really selling eels again tomorrow?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I? I still need your help, and consider this your salary. Don't think it's too little." "Not at all. It's quite a bit," Zhu Biao responded earnestly, clutching the 3 yuan tightly. To him and most people in the county, 3 yuan was indeed a considerable sum. It's worth noting that those in the factories, holding on to their steady jobs, only earned a little over 30 yuan a month, which amounts to just over a yuan a day. Standing by the stove for just an afternoon, he managed to earn 3 yuan. Listening to Qin Xianghe's words, he realized that more opportunities awaited him. "Will it still be at the guest house? I'll come by tomorrow morning and wait for you there. No need to borrow any pots or anything. I have everything at home. Just bring it over directly." With such an arrangement, Qin Xianghe readily agreed, finding it both convenient and time-saving, and they settled on a rough time for the next day. Observing Zhu Biao's reluctance to part ways, one could imagine that if Qin Xianghe lived closer, he might have followed him home. Today, an abundance of 13 spice was prepared, consuming a considerable amount of time. However, he finished earlier than his last visit, bolstered by prior experience and a good reputation. Concluding his work just as the sun began to set, Qin Xianghe sought out a secluded alley to discreetly count the money he had earned. Sorting through the bills, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The total sales of eels amounted to 167 yuan, comprising over 70 pieces, roughly translating to 30 jin. Calculating at 6 yuan per jin, it should have totaled around 180 yuan. Lacking a scale, he estimated the weight while selling, acknowledging that some loss was to be expected. If he had borrowed a scale for precise measurements, the enthusiasm might not have been as high. The distance from home rendered such meticulousness unnecessary. To his astonishment, when he retrieved the money for the individual sale of the seasoning from his other pocket, he discovered there were actually over 10 bills. At 3 dimes per small packet, this meant he had sold dozens of packets in such a short span of time. Could it be that so many people were interested in purchasing them? Adding it all together, along with the leftover from last time, and after deducting today's expenses for meals and materials, he found himself with a total of $205.30. Chapter 19. Truly prosperous. 2 snakeskin bags filled with yellow eels, calculated at 70 pieces, meant that Mudong should receive 42 yuan. Consequently, Qin Xianghe netted a profit of 163 yuan and 30 cents, along with a small bag of 13 spices left over. Prosperous indeed, truly prosperous. At this rate, in no time, he would be able to repay the debts owed to his elder brother. Furthermore, settling his debts to others in the village should also be prioritized. Not to mention, Lu Jian's family had been owed several tens of yuan for nearly a year, borrowed by his wife, when the situation was dire. Clutching 2 thick stacks of money, Qin Xianghe swiftly tucked them into his inner pocket and exited the alley. Although the customs of the era were commendable, one could never be too cautious. 200 yuan was a considerable sum. With ample time at his disposal, he made his way to the largest agricultural and sideline product market in the county. His first stop was the department store on the adjacent street, the largest in Changxi. He purchased 3 toothbrushes, with no distinction between children's and adult versions, merely differing by color. The most popular toothpaste was the fragrant herbal variety, which he bought in its entirety. Planning to buy shoes that day, he had measured the children's feet that morning, using the marked strings to make his selections. Debayos chose green, while Nyonyo opted for red, both in the trendy goldfish plastic sandals, priced at 2 yuan a pair. Additionally, he acquired a pair of regular shoes, as the weather was turning cooler and sandals would not suffice. He also bought a pair of army green rubber-soled cloth shoes, as his old pair had begun to unravel after just a couple of days of cycling. Although his discerning eye deemed the shoes unattractive, their durability and affordability made them worthwhile. The shopkeeper gave him a discount, totaling 10 yuan for all the shoes combined. With autumn approaching, he purchased each child a new outfit. Initially intending to buy Nyonyo a little dress, he reconsidered, as Maodang village was laden with mud, and with Nyonyo's spirited nature, a dress would be impractical. Debayos was relatively more composed. The temperature fluctuations in the valley were substantial, and autumn clothing would be useful in the mornings and evenings. However, the price was equally steep, with 2 sets costing no less than 12 yuan. In an era of scarcity, finished garments appeared exorbitantly priced compared to food. It was no wonder families typically only bought new clothes for their children during festivals. In the countryside, it was a feat to even acquire a piece of new fabric to make a set for the children, let alone purchasing ready-made clothes. More often than not, adults' worn-out garments were repurposed for the little ones. Moreover, he diligently scoured both floors of the department store, ultimately purchasing a brown mechanical wall clock from one of the counters. After his rebirth, he realized that although he had a mobile phone, his home lacked even a clock to tell the time, which was quite inconvenient. Otherwise, he would have to estimate the time by the sun or run to Lu Jian's house to check the time. The wall clock was expensive, about the size of a basin, and a simple model that merely told the time cost him 9 yuan, which stung his wallet. He recalled how, after their marriage, his wife had spent over 10 yuan to buy a clock for their home, only for him to sell it for 5 yuan later that day, subsequently losing it all at the gambling table. Qin Xianghe dared not linger any longer in the department store. If he didn't exercise restraint, his remaining funds would be insufficient. After securing his purchases to the back of the bicycle, he ventured back into the market. Meat and large bones are indispensable. In the morning, I inquired of the 2 children what they desired to eat. Nyonyo promptly named her preference, while the Bao, albeit silently acquiesced. We had some leftover vegetables at home, so I planned to purchase only a few more. As for rice and flour, there was no rush. I intended to ask Lu Jian to find someone in the village to buy them, which would be significantly cheaper than the market in the county. The village also had soybean oil. They typically bring their own soybeans for pressing, and a small fee or leftover bean cakes would suffice as compensation. Surprisingly, soy sauce and vinegar were cheaper in the county, so I decided to buy a bottle of each. As the ones in our kitchen had been there for an indeterminate time, and with the heat of summer, they seemed somewhat off, compared to expenditures on shoes and clothing. Our food expenses were relatively modest. Upon leaving the market, I passed by a small eatery and bought several baked pancakes to prepare as snacks for the children. Without a bicycle at home and the town being a considerable distance away, Dabao had visited twice with his mother last year, while Nyonyo had never attended the market. Foods like baked pancakes, which are now ubiquitous, were only sold during market days in town, so the children had never tasted them. I had forgotten to bring some on my last visit. Had it not been for the difficulty of transporting spicy soup, I would have purchased a pot to take home. At the end of the street, I spotted a vendor selling lamb and could not resist, despite it being a bit pricier than the meat. After all, I had earned some money today. I bought 2 pounds at once. My prior experience as a chef in a small restaurant had instilled in me a penchant for cooking, and one of my signature dishes was lamb stew with carrots and potatoes, which I was eager to prepare for the children. Riding back from the county town, I reflected on the time spent selecting the spice blend and the numerous portions I sold today, promising to remain vigilant in the future. Thus, I turned back. I procured what I could from the market and planned to visit 2 traditional Chinese medicine shops for the rest. Since I purchased in bulk, the shop offered me a large snakeskin bag, which I filled entirely, along with a small scale. Upon returning to Maodang village, I found myself late once again. As expected, before I reached the village entrance, an Dong dashed out from the ditch. Upon receiving the stack of money, an Dong immediately began counting 42 yuan, which he recounted twice. Worried that Qin Xianghe might have shortchanged him. Naturally, Qin Xianghe would not quibble with Dong and inquired about the day's collection. Due to insufficient funds, De Liang and Er Liang had also collected only a modest amount, totaling about 30 by afternoon. According to Dong, the 2 had ventured further to Gaopeng village to gather more, hoping to return with a larger haul that evening. With this newfound capital, the three could venture farther afield, as credit would not be extended to unfamiliar faces. They agreed to continue deliveries the next day, and Qin Xianghe rode home. Before departing in the morning, I had mentioned I would return in the afternoon. I was unsure whether the children had been playing with Huajie in the drying yard or were intentionally waiting for my return, but upon seeing me, they immediately ran towards me with uncontainable excitement. Huajie acknowledged me from a distance with a nod before turning to enter her own yard. I lifted the children and set them on the front bumper of my bicycle as I entered the house. Before I could even mount the bike, the children rushed towards the pile of bags stacked high in the back seat. I couldn't help but think that perhaps these little ones were eagerly anticipating the treasures I had brought home. As the sandals were slipped onto the little ones, the sun dipped below the horizon, allowing them to don their new garments. It was impossible to resist the pleading gaze of the small child, eyes sparkling with anticipation. It was a sentiment he could hardly articulate, expressing his desire to change after their evening bath. Subsequently, the two little ones grasped the savory pancakes and hurried towards Lu Jian's home. Qin Xianghe followed, observing Bao and Yonyo entering Lu Jian's courtyard. Upon hearing Huajie call out, he returned to swiftly organize his belongings. In addition to braised lamb, he prepared 2 extra dishes for the evening. He had just instructed Bao to relay a message to Lu Jian and his wife, asking them not to cook that night, as they would join him for dinner. Chapter 20. Striking it rich, a pot of lamb stew with carrots and potatoes, a dish of sliced meat with green peppers, a bowl of eggplant drizzled with oil, and another pot of noodles cooked with meat. Steaming buns requires a leavening agent, and to create the leavening dough, one must utilize the remnants from previous steaming sessions. This dough is what remains after each steaming, a common practice in households that prepare buns, unlike in later times when one could simply purchase yeast and add it directly. Consuming stale flatbreads repeatedly posed little concern for the adults, yet Qin Xianghe worried about the digestion of Dabayan and Nonyo. He reminded himself to ask Lu Jian for some leavening dough later. Tonight, he would have to make do once again by using flatbread as a side to the rich meat dish. The first 2 dishes were meant for the adults, while the latter 2, devoid of chili, were suitable for Dabayan and Nonyo. This table, adorned with 3 meat dishes, was considered quite lavish, particularly in the village of Maotang at this time. As the meal was prepared and the hour grew late, Qin Xianghe set the dishes on the table in the main room and called out from the yard. Lu Jian, who had been entertaining Dabayan and Nonyo in the drying yard, led the children inside, with Huajie trailing behind. Earlier, when Dabayan had delivered the message, Lu Jian had been somewhat skeptical and came to inquire, only to find Qin Xianghe genuinely preparing for their arrival. He promptly extinguished the fire in his home. Dejian Gu. Huajie, please take a seat. This marked the first occasion since moving to the eastern part of the village that Qin Xianghe invited Lu Jian and his wife to dinner. While he directed Dabayan to take Nonyo to wash their hands, he gestured for Lu Jian and Huajie to sit. Come now, we're neighbors. There's no need for formality. Noticing there were only 3 stools available at the table, Lu Jian mimicked Qin Xianghe's actions and pulled over a small box to offer the stools to the children. Huajie approached, her gaze drawn to the large, vibrant peppers on the table, and upon noticing the distinctly different potatoes, she couldn't help but frown. Did you buy these big peppers? You must be quite affluent. Lu Jian recognized Huajie's good intentions, yet her tone was somewhat sharp. In rural settings, it was uncommon for people to purchase seasonal vegetables from the market, so he quickly responded to Qin Xianghe. Your sister-in-law means to say, if you want peppers, just pick them from the garden. Why spend that money? Very well, next time I will come to your home to pick some, Qin Xianghe replied with a smile. Appreciating the kindness, Huajie's expression softened as she watched the children excitedly bouncing around, and she approached the newly hung towels, confirming with Dabayan and Nonyo before taking one down. As she observed the children rushing to wash their hands, she couldn't help but look closely. In the evening, when Dabayan and Nonyo emerged in their new clothes and shoes, she was taken aback, almost mistaking them for returning white deer. Returning to the table, she gazed at the lavish spread of 4 dishes, astonished at the abundance of meat and the variety of items. Where have you struck it rich? Nothing of the sort, just engaging in some small trade with others. Qin Xianghe replied lightly, pulling out 5 10-yuan notes he had prepared in advance. Dejian Gu, Huajie. I owe you both a debt of gratitude for your support over these years. I may not have been very considerate before, if I have erred in any way. I hope you can forgive me. This is the 50 yuan I owe you. Ah, both Lu Jian and Huajie exclaimed in astonishment, hardly believing the words of someone they once thought to be a reckless spendthrift, and here he was, repaying a debt. Although Huarjie occasionally brought up the matter to her husband, deep down, she felt that the money had been wasted and never expected it to be returned. Especially not so swiftly. You've really struck it rich, Lu Jin exclaimed. Seeing Qin Xianghe extend the money towards him, he quickly waved his hand. You're single-handedly raising 2 children. It's not easy. There are so many expenses, so why the rush? Then I'll take it, Huarjie said as she reached for the money, counting it carefully. Noticing Lu Jin's irritated expression, she rolled her eyes. Let us keep it for now. Who knows? If Xianghe needs it later, we can lend it to him. Qin Xianghe understood Huarjie's intention. In the past, he might have been uncertain about this situation. He smiled and went outside to bring the little ones playing with water in a new basin back inside, seating them beside him. Wow, it smells amazing. Nyo, having never tasted lamb before, immediately leaned towards the dish of carrots, potatoes, and lamb as soon as she picked up her chopsticks. Is that lamb? Lu Jian, who had been whispering to Huarjie while Qin Xianghe was outside, suddenly took notice when he heard Nyo's exclamation. Lamb is significantly more expensive than pork. And they usually didn't splurge on meat at home, let alone lamb, which he found less palatable. Observing Huarjie instinctively cover her nose at the sound, he remarked to Qin Xianghe, you don't know. Your sister-in-law's family used to raise sheep and can't stand the smell of mutton. Then you and Huarjie must try it. I've added other spices, so there's no strong odor. Give it a taste. Qin Xianghe encouraged Lu Jian and his wife to dig in. Some lamb remained from the purchase, intended for a separate meal for Da Bao and Nyo tomorrow. While today's dish was spiced with chili primarily to entertain Lu Jian and Huarjie. Seeing the 2 little ones eagerly peering over, he helplessly fetched an empty bowl, poured some water, and placed a few pieces of lamb for them to wash. Lu Jian took a bite and signaled Huarjie to try it. She quickly grabbed a piece and then couldn't stop eating. Really, it doesn't have any strong flavor. What spices did you use? It's so fragrant. This spice is called 13 spices. Let us eat first, and we can talk later, Qin Xianghe replied as he served Nyo some vegetables. Inviting Lu Jian and his wife over for dinner was not only to express gratitude and repay the money but also for other reasons. The meal was lively, especially with the children's antics. It was the first time Da Bao and Nyo had dined with Lu Jian and Huarjie in their own home. And they kept serving Huarjie vegetables and meat, mimicking the adults' conversations, which elicited hearty laughter from the 3 adults at the table. From this, Qin Xianghe could easily discern the couple's affection for the children, which deepened his gratitude. No wonder, whenever something delicious was bought at home, Da Bao and Nyo secretly sent it over to Huarjie. After the meal, filled with lamb and vermicelli, the 2 children ran around the yard, one playing the role of the bald-headed strongman who loved chopping trees, while the other took on the persona of Thanos, who sought to protect the environment by stopping deforestation. Huarjie finished clearing the table, intending to go outside to watch the children. Having previously inquired about the spices, she had sensed from Qin Xianghe's reaction and answers that he had something to discuss with her husband. Just as she was about to rise, he motioned for her to stay, leaving her even more puzzled. Qin Xianghe had matters to discuss with Lu Jian that were undoubtedly related to the renowned 13 spices. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately mentioned it at the table. During today's visit to the county town, the abundant harvest of eels necessitated an ample supply of seasonings. He procured over 20 different ingredients, requiring purchases from various locations, followed by the laborious process of stir-frying, crushing, and grinding them into a fine powder, ultimately mixing them in precise proportions. Last time, a slight shortage was manageable, but on a day like today, it consumed a full 2 to 3 hours. Should the quantities required increase further, considering the round trip from Maotang village to the county town, there would scarcely be any time left to sell the eels. Chapter 21. Regarding the white deer, while selling eels, there were tastings and complimentary seasonings. As time passed and profits became evident, envy was inevitable. They would inevitably keep a close watch on what he purchased in the county town, scrutinizing his ingredients and methods of preparation. If he were to disseminate the unique blend of spices everywhere, how would he continue to sell eels? On that afternoon, he returned to the county town, acquiring a considerable amount of raw materials with this very intention in mind. In recounting the tale to Lu Jian and his wife, the secret recipe transformed into a costly acquisition from outsiders, rather than relying on a supposedly ancestral secret, which would only bring unnecessary scrutiny. Qin Xianghe entered the west room, pulling out a snakeskin bag and laying out more than 20 small bags, each containing different ingredients, on the table, releasing a fragrant aroma. Brother Jian, this is it. Dry fry all of it. then grind it into powder, the finer the better. He emphasized several key points regarding the frying techniques for certain spices. Before tying the small bag securely once more. It's nothing. We have everything at home, just a bit of effort. Lu Jian listened attentively, thumping his chest. We'll be home for the next few days. Feel free to bring it over. After all, we're not planting or harvesting right now, so we might as well keep busy. With a smile, Qin Xianghe interjected, this is the first batch, in the days to come. There may be as much or even more. Lu Jian hesitated, exchanging a glance with Sister Hua. In a couple of days. There's a family event over in Huego town, and my wife and I will need to attend. I fear we may not return for 4 or 5 days. Xianghe, we are not averse to hard work. It's just that. Sister Hua's expression grew serious, sensing that Qin Xianghe's invitation was partly aimed at this matter. They had already dined together, a lavish spread of meat and lamb, which surely cost a considerable sum, and since they were neighbors, it felt impolite to decline. Qin Xianghe interrupted Sister Hua. What I mean is, since I have to go out frequently lately, I would appreciate it if you could watch over Daba and Nyonyo during the day. Brother Jian can assist me by drying and grinding these ingredients, and I will compensate you with 5 yuan a day. Watching the children and grinding these materials was indeed a simple task. But upon hearing it would last several days or even longer, Lu Jian and his wife were puzzled and hesitant to agree. After all, they needed to earn a living. Otherwise, how would Sister Hua afford her health treatments and childbirth expenses? As they pondered how to politely decline, they were taken aback by the offer of 5 yuan a day. At that time, workers in the county town earned merely over 30 yuan, while in the countryside, a family might only manage around 200 yuan a year from farming. Those like them, who frequently sought work, earned a bit more, typically working for others. With lodging included, but not meals, one could expect to earn 2 to 3 yuan a day, which was already considered quite good. Helping Qin Xianghe at home by caring for the children and grinding herbs for 5 yuan a day seemed unbelievable. To put it into perspective, earning such a sum for a day's work was not always a guarantee. On a good month, one might manage 10 or 8 days of work. If what Qin Xianghe claimed were true, earning 5 yuan a day would amount to 150 yuan a month. Divided between the two of them, that would be 75 yuan each, which was astonishingly more than what people in big cities earned. Such an offer was simply too good to be true. Observing the fluctuating expressions of the two individuals, Qin Xianghe continued, Sister Hua, Brother Jian, in the days to come, we shall likely procure even more herbs. So do not allow yourselves to feel complacent. Sister Hua, I understand that your efforts in this endeavor may yield some profit. However, Sister Hua hesitated. Casting a glance around the room at the newly acquired items, and recalling the food consumed at Qin Xianghe's home over the past few days, as well as the evident new clothes and shoes adorning the two children, which were clearly purchased from a store. After a moment's contemplation, she added, if you truly wish for our assistance, there is no need to provide such a generous sum. Money does not come easily. Sister Hua, do not feel as though you are taking advantage of us. The demands will only increase, and in the end, you may find that you have received far less than you deserve. Qin Xianghe paused. Once the business flourishes further, I shall compensate you adequately then. Lu Jian quickly interjected. Compensate? What for? There is no hardship here. We are neither exposed to the elements nor burdened with labor. For such trivial matters, 5 yuan feels like a windfall. Who would consider it insufficient? Very well, it's settled then. Today is a bit urgent. Tomorrow morning. Qin Xianghe began to pack the small bags back into the snakeskin sack, glancing at the newly hung mechanical clock on the wall, realizing it was nearly 9 o'clock. I must set off. Rest assured, it will not delay you, Lu Jian replied, filled with vigor as he stood and eagerly took the bag, his spirits soaring. 5 yuan a day was double what he would earn from a day's labor outside. The best part was he wouldn't have to endure the scorching sun or the drenching rain, and he felt a bit lightheaded, as if in a dream. With that, he dashed out, declaring, I shall return promptly. Just as you instructed, I will have everything ready by nightfall. Hua, come help me. Noticing Lu Jian's hasty departure, Qin Xianghe called after him, asking him to fetch an additional 20 yuan to buy a bag of flour in the village tomorrow, as their oil supply was running low and he needed to purchase a bag of soybeans for pressing oil. Finally, remembering the matter of the flour, he rushed out of the courtyard to catch Lu Jian, reminding him that the dough needed to be prepared tonight to rise by morning, just in time to steam some buns for the children. As he was about to leave, he heard footsteps behind him and saw Sister Hua returning. Assuming she was concerned about the payment, he reassured her, Sister Hua, rest assured, I will settle the payment daily. That is not the issue. Since we have accepted this task, it matters little whether the payment is made promptly or delayed. Sister Hua glanced at the two children still frolicking in the yard and, in a soft voice, continued, "It's about Bai Lu." Qin Xianghe followed Sister Hua a few steps aside, perplexed by the mention of Bai Lu, who had returned to her family after their divorce. He assumed that Dabao and Yonyo were not within earshot. As Sister Hua's voice returned to its usual tone, she pulled out a bundle of coins tied with a fine string from her pocket and handed it to Qin Xianghe, saying, "Here, this is for you." "What is this?" Qin Xianghe queried, bewildered. "Before Bai Lu departed, she visited me and entrusted me with 35 yuan, instructing me to purchase some treats for the children during market days over the next 10 days or so, or for any urgent needs should they fall ill. Only when you find yourself in dire straits should you call upon me to retrieve it." Qin Xianghe fell silent, understanding that Sister Hua had conveyed the message with great delicacy. Given the tumultuous past of his previous existence, Dabao and Yonyo, even when slightly unwell, truly necessitated this sum of money. Fortunately, over the past 6 months, both Dabao and Yonyo have maintained good health, suffering only from minor colds on a few occasions. During this period, there have been no significant expenditures, whatever provisions the household had. I allocated them to Dabao and Yonyo without touching these funds. Sister Hua continued, initially intending to save the money for the future, awaiting the time when you. Chapter 22. Go fetch the white deer. Seeing Qin Xianghe's awkward expression, Sister Hua instead smiled, remarking on the joy of his current endeavor. Qin Xianghe gazed at the small stack of thin bills before him, the largest denomination being 10 yuan, with 1 and 2 yuan notes predominating, leaving him momentarily stunned. After his wife divorced him in his previous life, he found himself unable to even afford fare, ultimately relying on his parents to contribute over 40 yuan, gathering a total of 50. The journey from Mount Ang village to the town was on foot, from which he could catch a bus to the county seat. A 2-hour ride costing 50 cents. At that time, Changshi had yet to be connected by train, necessitating an additional 2 yuan for a long-distance bus to Suyang, where he could finally board a train to Nanning. He recalled his wife mentioning that a train ticket from Suyang to Nanning cost 12 yuan, which explained why she had not visited her family in years due to lack of fare. Calculating the expenses, it amounted to 14 yuan and 50 cents for the journey from Lingshui to Nanning, while his wife had but 50 yuan in total. If he secretly saved 35 yuan with Sister Hua for emergencies for the children, it left his wife with a mere 50 cents after deducting travel costs. The train from Suyang to Nanning was a slow green train, lacking express services or the high-speed trains of the future. The journey would take 2 days, and the remaining 50 cents was hardly sufficient for meals. He pondered how, knowing the family was destitute, his wife could so heartlessly abandon their 2 children. Yet she had chosen to leave the money behind. Sister Hua leaned in closer, saying, "Now that you understand the importance of Dabo and Yonyo, there's no need to keep this money with me, since it was White Deer who entrusted you to save for the children. It's best to keep it with you for now," Qin Xianghe insisted, pushing the money back. "Very well, I shall keep it for Dabo and Yonyo." Noticing Qin Xianghe's steadfastness, Sister Hua tucked the money back into her pocket, but hesitated again, saying, "Xianghe, I'm not criticizing you, but White Deer is truly a good person. Now that you're earning a bit, have you considered bringing her back?" Qin Xianghe lifted his gaze to meet Sister Hua's hopeful eyes, yet he found himself unable to affirm her suggestion. Although he had begun to earn some money, debts loomed large, and it would take time to settle them, relying on the continuation of his unique business. Moreover, with White Deer having returned to Nanning for over half a year, she must have been supported by her family, perhaps even leading her own life by now. If he were to visit Nanning, he would undoubtedly have to bring the children along, and such a journey would require saving even more money, not to mention the additional expenses of staying there. Most importantly, White Deer had chosen to divorce and return to her family, clearly expressing her overwhelming disappointment in him. Even if he were to go, there was no guarantee they would meet. Nonetheless, White Deer was still the mother of Dabo and Yonyo, with Yonyo mentioning her daily. And while Dabo remained silent, his emotions were evident on his small face. Perhaps, when he had the means and time, he could take the children to see her, concocting some excuse to ease the little ones' hearts before returning home. "Sister Hua, once this busy period is over and I've saved some money, I will take Dabo and Yonyo to see White Deer." Yes, that's the right approach. It is indeed time to pay her a visit." Hua Jie nodded vigorously, hearing Lu Jian calling for a stone mortar from inside the house, and she left with a bright smile. Upon returning to the courtyard, the 2 children immediately rushed over. Qin Xianghe crouched down, meeting their twinkling eyes, and asked, "Dabao, Yonyo, In a little while, would you like to go see Mommy with Daddy? Nyo-Nyo's eyes widened in astonishment as she leaped into Qin Xianghe's embrace, tilting her little face up and asking, "Really?" And Hua mentioned that Mommy was far away, requiring a long bus ride, and then a wailing train journey, so they would have to wait until they grew up to go. "No worries, Daddy will take you there." At their tender age, the two children had never ventured far, having only seen images of cars and trains and posters at the village edge. Upon hearing they would see their mother, Dabao instinctively leaned closer to Qin Xianghe, his face filled with hope, but also skepticism. "But how long is a little while?" Very soon, quite soon," Qin Xianghe evasively replied, recalling his earlier concerns, and quickly added a precautionary note. "Mommy is busy studying in the city, so we are just going for a visit. You mustn't be rowdy, and if she is too occupied, we will come back right after seeing her. Do you promise me?" Seeing their little heads bobbing enthusiastically, Qin Xianghe smiled as he ruffled their hair and announced it was time for a bath and bed. The little ones were still unaccustomed to the daily bath routine. Hearing this, Dabao was the first to dash away. Once he called that they could continue the story after their bath, Dabao eagerly returned to fetch the fleeing Nyo-Nyo. The following day, he rose early and steamed 2 pots of buns, placing them in the small kitchen cabinet in case the children felt hungry at home, allowing Dabao to reach them. Then he began preparing breakfast. After 2 days of meat-heavy meals, he opted for a lighter morning fare. He cooked porridge paired with freshly steamed buns, and added a plate of sauteed onions and potatoes. When he called for Dabao and Nyo-Nyo to wake up, Lu Jian came in carrying a snakeskin bag. Seemingly alerted by the commotion, the couple was indeed reliable. After Lu Jian divided the contents into over 20 small bags, he discovered they were much finer than what he had ground in the county town. Keeping accounts separate, Qin Xianghe promptly paid 5 yuan for the transaction. With the help on hand, he could buy more upon returning that afternoon. Selling the yellow eel would also yield a considerable profit from the 13-spice seasoning. While the children dined in the main room, Qin Xianghe took to the yard, accurately weighing out various powder amounts with a small scale, ensuring precision as even a slight excess could alter the flavor significantly. Upon completing the blend, he realized the 13-spice mixture was more than double what he had prepared the previous day. After breakfast, entrusting the 2 children to Lu Jian and his wife, Qin Xianghe set off once more on his bicycle. This time, an additional snakeskin bag accompanied him on the rear seat, with the yellow eel secured in water, hanging on either side. Upon reaching the village exit, an Ai-Dong was indeed waiting in the usual spot. Although the trio had wandered further around the village, the need for cash transactions meant they collected less than the day before, but still managed to gather over 60 eels. This time, an Ai-Dong dared not round up, calculating based on exact counts. It was a cloudy day, with a refreshing breeze blowing along the way, prompting Qin Xianghe to ride leisurely. There is no need to hurry. The 13 spices have already been prepared, alleviating many concerns. One no longer has to worry about purchasing ingredients or being scrutinized by observant individuals while gathering them at the herbal medicine shop. It is uncertain whether the modest remuneration of 3 yuan from yesterday has influenced Zhu Biao's eagerness, or if he simply found himself with ample free time. By the time Qin Xianghe arrived in the county town at noon, Zhu Biao had already set up a stove across from the guest house and even brought an old wooden table, upon which several empty bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. Although they had originally agreed to meet after lunch, Zhu Biao's early arrival was unexpected. Since their paths had crossed, they decided to summon Zhu Biao, allowing the local guide to lead them to a nearby modest eatery for lunch. Chapter 23. From dawn to dusk, a platter of meat, 2 vegetable dishes, 3 plates of greens, and 16 buns amounted to merely 2 yuan. As they settled the bill, Zhu Biao clicked his tongue in disbelief, lamenting that they ought not to have ordered the meat. Yet, during the meal, he eagerly soaked up the sauce from the vegetable dish with the buns. Perhaps fueled by a hearty midday meal, Zhu Biao, while Qin Xianghe ventured to the pharmacy for a stack of paper, invited him to sit nearby and rest. Estimating the quantity for each packet, Zhu Biao took it upon himself to wrap them. Coming from a family that owned a candle shop, he was accustomed to such tasks from a young age, and within an hour, he had divided the contents of a large burlap sack of 13 spices into countless small packets. With Zhu Biao having already set up the stove and arranged the items from the morning, Qin Xianghe faced a bustling crowd outside the guest house, where he struggled to prepare the eels for public display. Zhu Biao, self-taught in the art of persuasion, had seamlessly mingled with the throng, fervently spreading rumors about the origins of the 13 spices. Some had overheard whispers of this secret history the previous day and chimed in occasionally, embellishing the tale. Consequently, the allure of the 13 spices grew ever greater, as if one would suffer a grave loss by not taking some home. Under Zhu Biao's enthusiastic promotion, Qin Xianghe had unwittingly become the heir to a folkloric culinary legacy. Thanks to this newfound reputation, particularly after tasting the eels stewed with the 13 spices, not only did the eels sell rapidly, but even the small packets of spices flew off the shelves. To Qin Xianghe's bemusement, some guests at the guest house, identifiable by their affluent attire, likely deemed it inconvenient to cook in their quarters, prompting them to request him to prepare the eels on-site after purchasing extra. Naturally, this incurred an additional charge, yet the patrons seemed unconcerned about the slight increase in expense. This precedent set off a chain reaction, with more guests emulating the practice. Qin Xianghe felt a peculiar apprehension, wondering if this would evolve into a full-fledged eatery. Contemplating whether to allow Zhu Biao to bring in beer and cold dishes the following day, the eels sold swiftly, and while he had hoped to return home earlier, he ended up finishing even later than the previous day, yet he had consequently earned several extra yuan in processing fees. Zhu Biao expressed his admiration, candidly stating that if Qin Xianghe were a local, he could work from dawn until dusk, easily earning a substantial sum in processing fees alone. Were he given a choice, Qin Xianghe would gladly forego those few extra yuan. He intended to continue selling eels and nurture relationships, as these patrons were likely to become regular customers before they departed, and they were undeniably affluent. Upon finishing their meal, many remarked on how the addition of 13 spices had elevated the flavor, and perhaps anticipating their return, they purchased several packets, even a dozen, fearing that their newfound culinary artisan might not return the next day. During the rush, when the eels had sold out, Zhu Biao discreetly pulled him aside to discuss a plan to procure some eels from a market a few streets away, aiming to earn additional processing fees. Qin Xianghe quickly halted him, explaining that even without the value of the accompanying 13 spices, his eels were priced lower than the market rate. Thus, the modest processing fees were not worth the effort when he could simply sell the spice materials and return home sooner. Once the last packet of 13 spices was sold, Qin Xianghe promptly closed up shop. With Zhu Biao as his assistant, he had significantly less to manage. Zhu Biao would handle the cleaning and return the pots and dishes to their home. Before parting, he deliberately added an extra yuan for Zhu Biao, considering it as payment for the rental of pots and bowls. After cycling away to a secluded alley, he took out the money to count, which amounted to a total of 156 yuan, inclusive of an additional processing fee. Furthermore, the sale of the 13 spices yielded more than 30 yuan in profit. This was remarkable, considering a small packet sold for merely 30 cents, and he was informed that over 100 packets had been sold. He only knew Zhu Biao had packaged a considerable amount and never imagined it would be that substantial. Upon counting the money, Qin Xianghe naturally felt compelled to indulge himself. His household was lacking numerous necessities. However, having just repaid Lu Jian's family, he also intended to settle the 200 yuan owed to his elder brother shortly, as well as debts to others in the village, so he could not afford to be extravagant. Nonetheless, he believed that he should not skimp on providing for his 2 children. Meat was essential, and having consumed large bones for 2 or 3 consecutive days, he decided to spend 2 yuan and 60 cents on a chicken for a nourishing stew for the children. In rural areas, chickens were typically only slaughtered during the new year, as they were kept for laying eggs. His children could only enjoy such delicacies when visiting their grandparents during the festive season. He made a point to purchase several additional kilograms of meat, intending to share some with his parents, as his elder brother still lived with them, making it convenient for communal dining. The 200 yuan would soon be repaid, and he planned to save up enough to later reimburse his brother. Moreover, he bought a wind-up tin frog and a plastic bamboo dragonfly. In rural towns, where the populace was still transitioning to meeting basic needs, one could hardly find any children's toys outside the county seat. The most common pastimes for Debeo and Nyonya were playing in muddy puddles and hopscotch. Lastly, he could not neglect the 20-plus ingredients required for the 13 spices. He hurried to another small market, exchanging the remainder for traditional Chinese medicine at a shop. This time, he resolutely purchased 2 large bags, contemplating whether he should also reward Lu Jian and his wife for their efforts with such a substantial quantity. He feared that merely drying the spices would take quite some time, not to mention grinding them, which would require at least 7 or 8 hours. Burdened with several large bags of goods, Qin Xianghe pedaled his bicycle with increasing vigor, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me cherish you. Let me hold on to you." As he pedaled and sang heartily, he noticed 3 individuals squatting by the roadside smoking. Hearing the commotion, they abruptly turned their heads in unison. You can't hide from me today. I shall make sure you stay. The first to extinguish his cigarette and leap up was the tallest among them, Zhang Yu, whose partially bald head glistened in the sunset, while the other half was wrapped in several layers of white gauze. Zhang Yu's appearance, reminiscent of a typical trader from an anti-Japanese television drama, amused Qin Xianghe. Having heard from Inai Dong that Zhang Yu and Lu Depeng had come to his home, he knew that the previous incident could not simply be forgotten. Damn you. How dare you laugh? Zhang Yu's forehead flushed with anger. Wait a moment, he added, as Lu Depeng, clad in a floral shirt, stood up. He kicked Zhang Yu, who was eager to charge forward, and flicked his cigarette but into the ditch before advancing, followed by another robust young man who was smoking. Upon seeing Qin Xianghe dismount and secure his bicycle, the latter's eyes narrowed at the sight of the several large bags, particularly noticing a live chicken hopping about within. Xianghe, it has been quite a while since you last visited Mago. Dajuan has gone to Guangzhou to engage in some small business, and you have not come either. With no one to join, I have lost the desire to play cards. Qin Xianghe sought an excuse to deal with Lu Dazhuang in a haphazard manner, casting a glance at the robust young man. This individual is Lu Daping's cousin, and rumors have circulated that he studied martial arts at the Shaolin Temple during his childhood. Whether this is true remains a mystery, yet he is able to intimidate others merely by virtue of his imposing physique. In the past, when Dajuan owed money to Lu Daping at the gambling table and failed to repay it on time, refusing to call Daping's sister, Zhu Hongxia, as instructed, he was summoned out of the village and given a thorough beating by this man. Chapter 24. Simple and brutal. Look who is talking. Just because Dajun has left, does that mean we are no longer friends? Lu Depeng tilted his head and scrutinized the rear seat of the bicycle. Oh, it's not market day today, is it? What on earth did you buy? Food and necessities. Qin Xianghe. He squinted slightly. After departing from Mao Tang village in his past life, he had clawed his way through the lower echelons for several years, becoming acquainted with certain routines. He was well aware that Dajun had gradually pulled him onto the gambling table, and Lu Depeng undoubtedly had a hand in it. This was not to deflect blame onto others. Rather, it was chiefly to criticize himself for his lack of self-discipline. That is quite a lot of money, isn't it? Lu Depeng seized the moment to pat the bag on the rear seat, unable to discern its contents. Just a few nights prior, while gambling at their usual spot, this plump sheep had inexplicably dared to confront him. He had intended to teach him a good lesson, but unexpectedly, not only had Zhang Yu been injured, but he had also been taken aback. The more he pondered over it, the more he felt something was amiss. If Qin Xianghe were truly that ruthless, how could it be that his wife had stormed off? The thought made him click his tongue in dismay. That enchanting woman, so radiant and graceful. Every time he saw her, it was as if he wanted to press his eyes against her. How could she have married such a wastrel as Qin Xianghe? It was only when Zhang Yu nudged him with his elbow that Lu Depeng realized he had been lost in thought. He smiled at Qin Xianghe, who was gazing back at him, and pulled out the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket. That day had undoubtedly been a result of Qin Xianghe's drunken antics, and afterward, who knew how frightened he must have been. He had initially thought that given Qin Xianghe's gambling addiction, he would at most scurry back to Mago village the next day, allowing him to manipulate the situation as he pleased. To his surprise, Qin Xianghe had grown resolute, not only failing to return to Mago but also, it seemed, he hadn't even visited the two gambling stalls within their own village. Frustrated, Lu Depeng contemplated finding Dajun to bring him back, cursing Dajun for running off to Guangzhou to engage in some business without a word. When he returned, he would certainly give him a proper scolding. He had also failed to find anyone at home during his visit, and after waiting a few days without a sighting, he had sent Zhang Yu to inquire. It was said that Qin Xianghe had been frequently going out lately, seemingly in partnership with someone to collect various items, and he had apparently amassed quite a fortune. Rumor had it that his children were dressed like those from town. Now, seeing Qin Xianghe with a beaming face, wearing new shoes, and with a bicycle burdened with numerous items, it was evident that something was indeed amiss. Where is the fortune coming from? Feigning ignorance to the cigarette Lu Depeng extended, Qin Xianghe replied, I'm engaged in a small business with friends. His robust cousin, standing at the back, immediately shouted fiercely, Are you looking to die? My cousin is offering you a cigarette. How dare you refuse? Hey, Dajun and Xianghe are both my buddies. Good buddies. You shouldn't be so loud and aggressive, always looking to fight. That is not right. Lu Depeng admonished his cousin, then turned to Qin Xianghe with a smiling demeanor. Xianghe, that day was merely a small misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. You should come out and have fun. It's not lively without you. Shrugging off Lu Depeng's arm, Qin Xianghe remained unmoved. I promised Dejun that I would no longer indulge in gambling or drinking. Damn Dejun, rebelling against his own sister. Using my money. Lu Depeng fumed, and upon catching Qin Xianghe's focused gaze, he immediately halted, then smirked. If you're not playing, fine. But that day, you kicked me. And Zhang Yu got his head broken. It can't just end like this. Brother Lu, why waste your breath on him? After being kicked by his burly cousin. The foolish Zhang Yu charged forward, pointing at Qin Xianghe. Damn you. Today I will flatten you right here. A sharp slap resounded, strikingly loud. Zhang Yu and his stout cousin stared in disbelief at Qin Xianghe's lowered hand. What? Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned. Then his face flushed with rage as he covered his cheek, which bore the imprint of the strike. His lips trembled. I dare you to slap. I dare you to. Slap. I dare you. Slap. With each subsequent blow, Zhang Yu felt a profound sense of injustice. He hadn't even uttered an insult, yet was still subjected to the punishment. As he retreated while being struck, he could not comprehend why he hadn't thought to retaliate. Perhaps it was the look in Qin Xianghe's eyes, reminiscent of the day he was thrown into a vat, that instilled a foreboding sense in him. He knew that should he dare to resist, it would not merely be a slap across the face. This pathetic failure. When did he become so brutish and simple-minded? Moreover, it was at that moment he realized that Qin Xianghe was no shorter than he. In fact, he possessed considerable strength. Qin Xianghe shook his slightly stinging hand and, with a swift kick, sent the dazed Zhang Yu tumbling into the ditch. The memories of his past life, the abduction of Da Bao and Nyo, the escape of Dejun and Wang Qian, surged within him. Reigniting the suppressed fury he felt towards Zhang Yu and Lu Dapeng, who were also present that day. In recent years, had it not been for Lu Dapeng and Zhang Yu, he would not have gambled so recklessly. It was Zhang Yu's foul suggestion that had urged him to sell off his family's possessions, while Lu Dapeng had been the reluctant buyer, always pushing to lower the price. Connecting these dots, he felt increasingly ensnared by the schemes of Dejun and Lu Dapeng. Damn it, are you tired of living? A thunderous roar erupted as the burly cousin lunged forward, reaching for Qin Xianghe's collar. Qin Xianghe, witnessing this, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Engaging in a brawl in such an open manner was merely inviting further punishment. However, all three of them were quite imposing in stature. And while Zhang Yu was momentarily dazed, it was uncertain whether he would rise to continue the fight. The harrowing experiences of his past life had taught him that when outnumbered, swift resolution was paramount. Qin Xianghe sidestepped, seized the burly cousin's wrist, and twisted it against the joint, applying pressure until a cry of pain was stifled. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the bend of the cousin's knee. The sound of dislocation echoed, but the fate of the knee remained unknown to him. In the early years of his previous life, he often returned from fights covered in bruises, but after diligently honing his joint techniques for months, he became somewhat adept. Once he amassed a bit of wealth and no longer needed to fight for survival, he continued to practice these techniques as a form of exercise. And now they proved useful. Lying in the ditch, Zhang Yu cradled his swollen face, watching the fierce cousin writhe on the ground. Clutching his limp wrist and contorting his legs in agony. In resignation, he shut his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Since Zhang Yu had received the slap, Lu Dapeng's mind was muddled, recalling the first beating he had endured just days prior in the shack, still at the hands of this failure. Witnessing his long-standing reliance fall into utter defeat, the cousin was rendered powerless, causing Lu Dapeng to feel a surge of trepidation. As he took a step back, he suddenly realized that if he were to turn and flee or beg for mercy, the shame of such actions would be irreparable. How could he ever maintain his dignity or continue to run his gambling den thereafter? Qin Xianghe, observing his robust cousin still thrashing on the ground, approached and delivered a decisive punch to his mouth, silencing him. With a swift turn of his head, he found Lu Dapeng's fist frozen in midair. There was no need for civility. Qin Xianghe delivered a kick that sent him sprawling, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a torrent of blows. Chapter 25. Venting out the more he cursed, the harder he struck, the louder the cries of pain, the more fiercely he retaliated. In his past life, gambling and drinking were his own undoing, and the abduction of his child was a collusion between Dajun and Wang Qian. However, this did not deter Qin Xianghe from misplacing his wrath onto Lu Dapeng. Perhaps dazed from the beating, Lu Dapeng, in a stupor, foolishly claimed that it was he who had initially encouraged Dajun to introduce Qin Xianghe to gambling. He even unwittingly revealed that during one instance when creditors came knocking, he had secretly sent Zhang Yu to seek out Bai Lu, under the pretense of borrowing money from Mago village, promising no interest. Unfortunately, Bai Lu did not heed his call, leading to borrowing from Lu Jian and his wife instead. After divulging so much, Lu Depeng merely hoped that Qin Xianghe would cease the assault. He could hardly withstand another barrage of blows. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianghe was well aware of Lu Depeng's intentions, and his patience was wearing thin. Thus, he dragged the fainting Zhang Yu up from the ditch and proceeded to kick each of the 3 men by the roadside. Anyone who dared to cry out in pain would receive an extra punch. Those who remained silent were deemed to have received a light beating and would be subjected to additional kicks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a glance at the 3 muddy heaps on the ground and thinking of the 2 children still at home, Qin Xianghe finally ceased his onslaught. He mounted his bicycle and rolled over the 3 men sprawled on the ground. This bout of violence allowed him to release the pent-up frustration over Dajuan and Wang Can's escape. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having wronged Bai Lu and, for the first time since his rebirth, felt an urgent desire to see his wife. Arriving at Mount Ang village, the sun had set, and darkness began to envelop the sky. Lu Jian and his wife were in the garden picking vegetables. Upon hearing the bicycle bell, 2 little heads popped up from the fence. Seeing him wave, before Lu Jian could reach them, Dabao and Yo squeezed through a small gap and rushed over to greet him. Qin Xianghe crouched down, awkwardly retracting his outstretched arms, and stood up to greet the couple in the vegetable garden with a smile. The 2 small children leaned against the back of the bicycle, their eyes darting about as if they possessed the superpower of X-ray vision like the character in their stories. Upon returning home, the children were immediately captivated by the tin frog and bamboo dragonfly. Noticing Sister Hua at the door, he divided the meat and took half to the western end of the village. His father and elder brother were out in the fields, leaving only his mother at home. Upon receiving such a generous offering of meat, his mother was momentarily taken aback. He offered no further explanation and promptly returned to prepare dinner for the children. While he was killing the chicken, Lu Jian had already returned with 2 bags of ingredients to stir-fry, while Sister Hua entertained the children outside. After a while, Lu Jian hurried over again. It turned out that during his trip to town earlier that day, he had completed all the errands assigned to him. Having run around for the entire morning, he had purchased 50 pounds of flour, over 10 pounds of rice, and 2 large barrels of soybean oil, which could not fit in the kitchen and were piled in the West Room instead. Naturally, dinner was a communal affair. In rural areas, chickens are typically saved for the new year, so it had been over half a year since Lu Jian and his wife had savored the taste of chicken. The potato stew was devoid of chili, as the children were still too young to handle spicy food, yet with the addition of 13 spices, it was still incredibly fragrant, earning endless praise from Lu Jian and his wife. The following day, after breakfast, before stepping out, Qin Xianghe instructed Lu Jian to take the remaining meat home, so he could stir-fry it for the 2 little ones at noon, while he planned to buy more for dinner that evening. The materials were abundant, yet time was limited. Even though Lu Jian and Sister Hua toiled until the early hours of the morning, they managed to grind just a little over a bag's worth. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for Qin Xianghe's needs for the day, while the remaining materials could be processed by Lu Jian at a more leisurely pace during daylight hours. It was not feasible to continually work night shifts. He was well aware that Lu Jian and his wife had long harbored the desire for children. If they had no time to devote to their efforts at night, it would be even more challenging to conceive. The preliminary frying and grinding of the 13 spice ingredients was handled by Lu Jian. In his absence, the child was cared for by Sister Hua, while Ni Dong organized the collection of eels with De Liang and Er Liang. Upon reaching the county seat, they were assisted by the diligent Zhu Biao, who busily shuttled between Mount Ang village and the county, cycling over 100 miles. Qin Xianghe felt quite at ease. As more people gathered to sample the eels, sales surged. However, the frequent need to suddenly set up a large outdoor stall left him somewhat exasperated, as those patrons insisted that only the boss could prepare the dishes authentically. It was a mixed blessing. Zhu Biao had been vociferously promoting the 13 spices, claiming they were a special supply from his ancestors to the imperial court, which made it seem as though he were a royal chef. Within a couple of days, Zhu Biao added another table beside the stall. Surprisingly, it did not develop into the bustling outdoor eatery Qin Xianghe had anticipated. Instead, it remained sparsely populated, with patrons solely consuming the eels. Ni Dong's eel procurement business had expanded to 5 or 6 villages. Somehow, he had procured a bicycle and now busily accompanied De Liang and Er Liang, even more engaged than before. After delivering the goods each morning, he hurried off, and although he still awaited payment at a fixed time each evening, he no longer lingered excessively. Another noticeable change was that the mud on Ni Dong's face had gradually diminished, and he was no longer shy about it. Striding about in a new pair of long rubber boots. Each day, the eels delivered to Qin Xianghe ranged between 50 and 80 in number, though their size was increasingly diminutive. Consequently, Qin Xianghe's earnings from selling eels in the county varied between 130 to over 200. To his surprise, as Lu Jian ground more materials daily, the production of the 13 spices also gradually increased, yet demand still outstripped supply. In the last couple of days, a middle-aged man came by to purchase dozens of packets, reportedly from a neighboring county, wishing to resell them. As soon as the eels sold out, it was time to sell the 13 spices exclusively. Revenue, which had started at a meager dozen yuan, gradually rose to 50 or 60 yuan solely from the sale of the 13 spices. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had elapsed. After deducting the costs of the 13 spices ingredients, the daily wages of 10 yuan for Lu Jian, his wife, and Zhu Biao, along with the expenses incurred in procuring eels from Nidong, Qin Xianghe found himself with a total of 585 yuan laid out before him. At night, the two children had long since fallen asleep, while the light still flickered in Lu Jian's yard. From the sounds emanating from the area, it was apparent they were busy frying the several bags of raw materials he had brought back. Qin Xianghe sat beneath the eaves, meticulously counting the stacks of money on the small table before him. Indeed, it amounted to 585 yuan precisely. However, it was not to say that he had only earned this sum in the days that followed. For instance, the very fact that he now dared to sit in the yard and count his money was due to Lu Jian having arranged for someone to demolish the dilapidated wall and reconstruct it with new bricks, creating a courtyard wall as tall as Lu Jian's. This afforded him a degree of privacy, alleviating the concern of being seen bathing in the yard, albeit at the cost of a considerable sum. A single green brick cost 3 cents. His large courtyard utilized several thousand bricks, and with the labor cost included, the total expenditure amounted to approximately 140 yuan. Furthermore, as he commenced the construction of the new courtyard, sporadic visits from creditors, who harbored little hope, began to occur. Observing that he had sufficient funds, he settled nearly all debts owed to the villagers, totaling over 470 yuan. This sum does not account for the previous repayment to Lu Jian and his wife, as well as the 200 yuan owed to his elder brother. Once he had earned enough, Qin Xianghe promptly sought out his elder brother to repay the debt. However, after 2 attempts, he found his brother occupied, once attending to a funeral in Huego town and another time visiting his sister-in-law's family. Thus the money remained in his possession. Chapter 26. Striving ever harder for wealth, free from debt. At this moment, the urgency weighing on Qin Xianghe's heart has somewhat alleviated. Thus, over the past couple of days, he could not restrain himself and began to lavishly acquire various items for his home. In terms of food, after selling eels and 13 spice seasoning each day and returning from the county town, aside from the 3 large bags of essential ingredients, he deemed meat a necessity. If he intended to send some to his parents, he would purchase a few extra pounds. He alternated between large bones, chicken, and duck, either boiling them for soup or steaming them, most of which were meant for the 2 children. Perhaps due to the improved diet over the past 10 days, the spirits of Daba and Nyonyo had visibly brightened, their faces healthier than before. As for beef and lamb, the 2 children were relatively less fond of them. Thus, he would spice them up more or either send some to Lu Jian and his wife or invite them over to share a meal. Regarding snacks, as Huarjie mentioned, the children in the county town would not dare indulge so freely. He varied his purchases daily, and gradually, the 2 children no longer fixated on snacks as much. Having some money at hand, it was only natural for him to procure an additional set of autumn clothing for Daba and Nyonyo. He also acquired slightly thicker fabric shoes for the fall, which Huarjie offered to make for him. Qin Xianghe was more than willing, not only to save money but also because the shoes he crafted himself would be both comfortable and well-fitting for the children. He bought himself 2 sets of clothing as well. After all, the styles were rather outdated. He had been running between Maotang and Changxi, prioritizing durability and wearability. He discarded all the old bedding from the large bed in the bedroom and replaced all the pillows with new ones. For the wobbly tables and stools in the main room, he had Lu Jian find a carpenter in the village to construct a new set. Additionally, for the wardrobe in the west room and the small cabinet in the kitchen, he selected 2 simple yet aesthetically pleasing designs based on his memories from a past life, sketching them out for the carpenter to create. Perhaps due to the novelty of the designs, the carpenter pondered as he worked, and Lu Jian mentioned it would take about 3 to 4 days to complete and deliver. During this time, as he frequently traveled between Maotang village and the county town, He contemplated whether to purchase a bicycle. He inquired about prices and found a brand new Phoenix bicycle priced at 185 yuan, which he deemed excessively expensive. Upon returning and sharing this with Lu Jian and his wife, they repeatedly advised him against wasting money. They pointed out that as a couple, they could earn money from home, and if they did not attend the market, a bicycle would be unnecessary. Moreover, since he had been preoccupied with grinding raw materials at home, he had no time to shop. If he needed anything, he could simply ask someone from the village to bring it back for him. Listening to Lu Jian and Huarjia's counsel, Qin Xianghe dismissed the notion of buying a new bicycle for the time being and decided to continue borrowing one, intending to pay Lu Jian and his wife back later. All in all, within just a few days, he had spent approximately 200 to 300 yuan. When factoring in the repayment of over 470 yuan from previous debts, he still had 585 yuan left, and after deducting costs, he had netted around 1,200 yuan in profit. In 1987, earning such a substantial sum in a short period in Mount Ang village was enough to bewilder anyone. Yet, Qin Xianghe felt far from satisfied, for there remained numerous basic necessities that still needed to be acquired. Not to mention, he still owed his elder brother 200 yuan. The kitchen, on the verge of becoming a dilapidated structure, necessitates reconstruction. The three main rooms were once modestly built due to financial constraints. Now that funds are available, one naturally aspires to reside in a larger dwelling. However, the house remains sparsely furnished, lacking the completeness that others possess, leaving little room for the two children to play. The burden of these two significant expenses swiftly extinguishes the excitement of having earned over 1,000 in a short time. Moreover, the household is in dire need of additional furnishings. Soon, winter clothing for the children must be acquired, and all bedding needs replacement. The construction of the new house is simply not feasible in the immediate future, and the drafty doors and windows must either be replaced or repaired. Thus, Qin Xianghe faces a daunting journey ahead, requiring even greater diligence in his pursuit of financial gain. In addition to these pressing matters, he harbors an important intention to save enough money to take his two children to the grand city of Nanning to see their mother, Bai Lu. He carefully conceals his wallet in the west room. In truth, there is little need for such caution. He is home at night, and during the day, Lu Jian and his wife are always present. Despite the recent endeavors of constructing new courtyard walls and settling debts, Qin Xianghe's temperament is well known. While he may appear to have changed, many secretly wager on when he will revert to his former ways of indulgence and extravagance, doubting that he possesses any substantial wealth. This is precisely why Qin Xianghe continually advises Ni Dong to instruct Liang and Heir Liang to maintain a low profile, avoiding any declarations to outsiders. A minor incident occurred a few days ago, as relayed by Ni Dong. Observing his persistent acquisition of eels, De Liang and Heir Liang discreetly deducted a portion from their daily earnings. During the last market day in Lingshui, they borrowed a bicycle to transport the eels to town. But after hours of searching for buyers, they resorted to setting up a stall. Ultimately, they managed to sell only 3 or 4 eels. And that was only due to their low pricing. Returning in disgrace, they disguised the remaining eels as new stock, hoping to deceive Ni Dong, who spends his days scavenging in the trees and waters. Ni Dong, however, scolded them fiercely, and they vowed never to repeat such folly. Repeatedly imploring Ni Dong to keep the incident from Qin Xianghe, fearing he might seek other means and jeopardize their income stream. In the following days, to boost their yield, even as the size of the eels diminished, Qin Xianghe raised the price to Ni Dong from 60 cents to 70 cents, while Ni Dong increased the price to De Liang and Heir Liang to 55 cents. Despite this, Ni Dong still managed to earn over 10 yuan from the price difference each day. It is assumed that the combined profits for De Liang and Heir Liang amounted to around 10 yuan. The crucial point is that their daily earnings have become remarkably substantial. In Mount Ang village, prior to harvest season, families without employment typically have little to no income. Even those fortunate enough to find work can expect to earn only 20 to 30 yuan a month. Yet, Ni Dong, along with the two young boys, once regarded as too young to undertake significant labor, have transformed their reputation. They are now the most profitable earners in the household. And one can only imagine the pride this brings to their family. Recently, it has been observed that Ni Dong's clothing is no longer soiled with mud, and his pockets frequently contain a few favorite snacks. Similarly, Lu Jian and his spouse, along with Zhu Biao, who resides far away in Changxi, share this sentiment, as all three have now become high earners with daily wages. Time has flown by, and August is almost at its end, ushering in the early whispers of autumn. Filled with enthusiasm, Qin Xianghe is determined to expand his business in eels and the aromatic spice blend known as Qin. However, just 2 days later, he was interrupted by an announcement from the loudspeaker at the village entrance. Starting tomorrow, every household must provide a laborer to work on excavating the riverbank several miles away. Chapter 27. Unpopular amongst the people within the Longxi region, characterized by its mountainous terrain and abundant waters, the most significant waterway is the Chaoling River, which flows southward, merging with the Xiang River. The summer months bring copious rainfall, and as a result, this tributary frequently experiences flooding. Hence, each year during this season, families are compelled to allocate labor to excavate the riverbed and reinforce the dams. For Qin Xianghe, the task of digging the riverbed is rather unfamiliar. In his childhood, it was his father who undertook this duty. As he matured and his elder brother reached adulthood, it became his brother's responsibility, particularly as their father's health waned. After marrying and relocating to the eastern part of the village, whenever the village announced the call to work, his brother would mysteriously vanish. Consequently, Bai Lu had no choice but to entrust their eldest child to Sister Hua while she took up the shovel. Even when she was pregnant with Niu, during the designated workdays at the riverbank, he still chose to accompany Dejun to Ma Go village for drinking and gambling. Reflecting on these past events, Qin Xianghe feels a profound sense of guilt, prompting him to earn enough money to visit Bai Lu. The labor is obligatory, requiring each household to provide one worker. Despite Qin Xianghe's belief that losing a day of work would cost him hundreds of yuan, he has no option. His presence is mandatory for attendance and signature. Thus, after collecting the mud winter goods at the village's edge, he explained that the remaining 3 days' collection would be set aside at home until the river excavation concluded. After selling the eels in the county and wrapping up his stall, he shared this predicament with Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao, visibly pained by the forced cessation of his business, expressed a desire to take on the work for him. As usual, Qin Xianghe procured some vegetables and visited several traditional medicine shops to stock up on the raw materials for the 13 spices blend. Only then did he hurry back home. Though he was occupied during the day with labor, he still had evenings to process the raw materials. If he found time, he could lend a hand. If the eels did not sell over the next 3 days, he would increase the production of the much sought-after 13 spices. Recently, a customer had procured dozens of bags from him to resell in the neighboring county. Initially, the first day yielded no sales. However, by the second day, the individual learned to set up a pot by the roadside, cooking 2 fish for passers-by to sample, thus opening up a market. Seeing the potential for profit, this customer specifically waited across from the guest house today to restock, and amidst the murmurs of a crowd at his stall, he purchased over 60 bags in one go, declaring he would return after selling out. Consequently, today's 13 spices sold exceptionally well. Observing Zhu Biao's expression, it seemed as if this customer was a ringer he had hired. Infuriated, Zhu Biao considered kicking him out, worried that someone might confront him in retaliation. This development instilled greater confidence in Qin Xianghe regarding the 13 spices, leading him to prepare Lu Jian for a more strenuous workload and to increase production. Upon returning home in the evening, he encountered the carpenter delivering the pre-assembled cabinets. He was taken aback, having accounted for the kitchen size but neglecting the narrow doorway, rendering it impossible to enter. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily place it under the eaves of the main room, effectively urging him to expedite the construction of a new kitchen. The following day, Sister Hua needed to return to her family home via horse cart, so Qin Xianghe took the 2 children to the western edge of the village. With his father working in the fields and only his mother at home, and his elder brother having left early for work at the Chaoling River, which lay in the direction of his sister-in-law's family home, he estimated his brother would likely stop by. Although Qin Xianghe had never participated in the river excavation, he had heard Bai Lu mention it before. Along the dam, each household is allocated a small section to be excavated over the span of 3 days. Completion is deemed satisfactory once the excavation meets the acceptance standards. As for the timing of arrival and departure, it is generally unregulated, requiring only a check-in at the designated gathering points in the morning and afternoon. He handed over the excess meat and vegetables purchased yesterday to his mother, and upon learning that the family's flashlight was broken, he discreetly provided her with 50 yuan, claiming it was earnings from a business transaction. It was the first time since starting his own family that he sent money to his parents. He had grown accustomed to delivering meat these past few days. And with the house's courtyard wall being rebuilt, the 2 children dressed neatly, his parents gradually accepted the reality that he had indeed earned some money. Perhaps what delighted the elderly couple even more was the realization that he had not been out drinking or gambling lately. A few days ago, Qin Xianghe went to settle some debts and discovered that his mother had secretly repaid several of them over the past 6 months, amounting to nearly 30 or 40 yuan. After advising his children, Dabo and Yonyo, to behave at home, Qin Xianghe did not join Lu Jian and the others on the tractor organized by the village to the riverbank. Instead, he rode his bicycle. He headed towards Chaoling River, making his way to the further Guan village, which is his sister-in-law's hometown. Guan village is over 40 miles from Maotang village, situated in the opposite direction from Changxi County, and is relatively closer to the neighboring Qinshi County. This large village, comprising 400 to 500 households, boasts convenient transportation, significantly better than that of Maotang village, as evidenced by the predominance of red brick houses. The village's flat terrain allows the houses to be arranged in neat rows, creating spacious and well-maintained roads. Lu Miling's family resides in the village center. She has 3 younger sisters, none of whom have reached marriageable age, while Lu Miling, the eldest, has married into Maotang village. This has become a source of amusement for the village, as Maotang village is known to be the poorest area in the entire Changxi County, situated in a remote corner. There is a local saying that goes, when marrying off a daughter, don't choose Maotang village. When taking a wife, don't take a woman from Maotang. This proverb illustrates the unpopularity of Maotang village. Lu Miling fell for Qin Guangshan during their middle school days. Later, due to his honest and upright nature, in the absence of a certain family member squandering at home, her family reluctantly consented to the marriage, as Qin Kaishan's family was considered somewhat better off in Maotang. Little did they know that a spendthrift would suddenly emerge, squandering the family's savings and causing her husband to secretly lend money, leading to Lu Miling's frustration. Back then, my parents scolded me so much, yet I stubbornly married into Maotang. Yes, I deserve this. I should have been awakened by my parents' reprimands seeing his wife sitting by the window. Weeping, Qin Guangshan felt awkward as he noticed the restless eyes of Delingzi beside him. He averted his gaze, waiting for their son to run off before he stood up to fetch a towel from the rack. I don't want it, Lu Miling protested, pushing the towel away. When it was offered again, she turned her back, only for the towel to reappear before her. Amused, she thought, who told you to meddle? Arriving early, Qin Guangshan had already heard his wife crying inside for quite a while, aware of his own shortcomings. He smiled gently when she finally accepted the towel to wipe her face, offering comforting words. Don't be angry. You always run here when you're upset. Don't you fear your 3 younger sisters mocking you? A joke is merely a joke. Have I not been bullied enough that I cannot return in tears? Lu Miling exclaimed with bitterness, tossing the towel towards Qin Guangshan. This time I am serious. Isn't Xianghe so bold, insisting he would repay before the start of school? Very well then, if he cannot return the money, I shall not go back. Your persuasion will be in vain. All right. All right. Is it truly worth all this fuss? Qin Guangshan caught the towel and hung it up. Moments later, he approached Lu Miling and gave her a gentle shove. As for Delingzi's tuition, I can devise a solution. Moreover, Xianghe has indeed been working hard. He has sent meat home several times these past few days. And my mother has fried a whole platter, saving it for you and Delingzi to enjoy upon your return. The last time I saw Xianghe, he even mentioned that he would be able to repay soon. Chapter 28. To dominate a territory. Pa. Who would believe someone like your brother? Lu Miling spat. However, upon noticing that Qin Guangshan did not seem to be jesting, her expression faltered. She was all too aware of her husband's character. Is it true? Has Xianghe really come into money, or is he simply gambling again? Will he truly be able to repay the 200 we lent him? Qin Guangshan hesitated. He had heard his brother's fervent promises but ultimately dared not assure her. You, Lu Miling exclaimed, but seeing the honest smile on Qin Guangshan's face, her anger dissipated, leaving her with a resigned sigh. I will go back, but even if Xianghe cannot repay the full amount, I must see some return. My brother has been bringing home meat and vegetables lately. Surely he can repay something, even if just 10 yuan. That way, he can placate his wife, Qin Guangshan reasoned. Surely he can return something. Hearing the evident lack of conviction in his words, Lu Miling sighed again. After all this commotion, she had never truly expected Qin Xianghe to repay the debt. She got straight to the point. Guangshan, you must not lend to Xianghe again. If there is an urgent matter, I won't say a word if you have to sell everything, but he deceives you every time, as if you're a simpleton. And you keep falling for it. How can you be so careless? All right, he replied. You and Delingzi should tidy up. I will come to pick you up in the afternoon. Su Chang's family will be taking the cart to Qingshi. I will ask him to return by Guwan in the evening. Be quick and head to the dam. Be careful. Once we've dug our part, we will help Xianghe's family. With someone like him, Just getting him to commit is a feat, in the end. It will be your father who has to clean up the mess. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Guangshan laughed off her words, but suddenly, Lindsay rushed in, breathless and panicked. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and my aunt have gotten into a fight. You need to hurry. Lu Miling's expression shifted dramatically. She glanced at her husband, hesitated, then instructed Lindsay to stay indoors before hastily making her way outside. As she exited the house and crossed the neatly organized courtyard, she found herself in a large drying area, now crowded with onlookers. In the center stood two groups of people. On one side was a man in his 50s wearing a flat-brimmed hat, surrounded by 6 or 7 rough young men. On the opposite side stood Lu Miling's parents and her 3 unmarried sisters. The man in the flat-brimmed hat raised his voice, his face trembling with indignation. You must repay today. If not, then my son will marry Yin. If you refuse, don't blame my nephews for causing trouble. It turned out Lu Miling's grandfather had fallen ill, receiving treatment from both traditional and Western medicine, with funds draining rapidly. In desperation, they had borrowed from villagers, accumulating nearly 200 yuan in IOUs. They had originally agreed to repay gradually, hoping to settle the debts after next year's wheat harvest, but unexpectedly, the creditor had come to demand payment at their doorstep. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Moreover, the creditor had come armed with the IOUs, leveraging their numbers. Lu Miling's parents, caught between soft and hard tactics, were visibly distressed, their faces shifting from red to pale, struggling to utter a single word. As Lu Miling observed several young men drawing closer to her parents and younger sister, she rushed forward and forcefully pushed the foremost one aside. Pointing at the old man in the cap, Lu Lar, she declared, do not overstep your bounds. Have you no shame? With that drooling fool of a son of yours. Do you really think he can marry our Yin? Ah, isn't this Miling who married into Maodang? Lu Din jeered. What brings your daughter back from that forsaken place where no chickens lay eggs? This taunt elicited low laughter from the crowd. As Maodong's reputation had long since soured in neighboring villages, everyone knew its inhabitants were impoverished and fond of drinking and gambling. Who would willingly push their daughter into such a pit of despair? Consequently, both Lu Miling and her parents had become subjects of ridicule within the village. The young man who had been pushed aside was ready to retaliate, but was swiftly halted by Qin Guangshan. Lu Miling shot a glance at Qin Guangshan before turning back to Lu Lar, shouting, whether I can sit still or not is none of your concern. It's just over 200 yuan. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush? I'll repay you once the wheat is sold next year. Over 200 yuan? Lu Lao exclaimed, waving a few promissory notes. I only lent you that money out of goodwill, but it cannot be without consequence. It has been nearly a year, and with interest, it has accumulated to 500. You say you'll repay me next year, but by then, the amount will only increase. Lu Miling turned to her parents, incredulous. She had previously mentioned borrowing money, but had not realized the exorbitant interest they had agreed to. This was usury. Lu Yidian and his wife met their eldest daughter's gaze with shame, turning away. At the time, when the elderly were hospitalized, they had felt cornered. And with Lu Lao present, their only thought was to gather funds quickly for the medical expenses, oblivious to the implications of high-interest loans. They had planned to repay with the sale of their grain, but the old man had fainted again shortly after being discharged. What, Lu Yidian? Do you still wish to deny it? It's all in black and white. I have every right. Seeing her younger sister, who was tearfully wiping her eyes behind their parents. Lu Miling was incensed by his words and lunged to snatch the promissory notes. With such high interest, I will take you to court. As Lu Miling surged forward, the 3 young men who had been watching closely immediately advanced, noticing the imposing Qin Guangshan beside her. One man attempted to kick Lu Miling while the other 2 aimed to seize Qin Guangshan. However, Qin Guangshan's strength proved formidable, and the remaining assailants soon swarmed him, landing a few punches in the process. Lu Yidin and his wife rushed to intervene, but were unceremoniously shoved to the ground by Lu Lar. The 3 daughters, the soon-to-be adult Yin and the other 2 still in their teens, had never witnessed such a scene and fled to their parents. Upon seeing their sister and brother-in-law being attacked, they were instantly terrified, crying and at a loss for what to do. Stop! Stop! Amidst the chaos, a commanding voice rang out, causing everyone, including the onlookers, to freeze in confusion. Who would dare provoke such a situation? Lu Lar's family had only one son, who was mentally challenged, yet he had several cousins who dominated the village, and no one ever dared to confront them. Tightly restrained by several youths grasping his arms and head, Qin Guangshan found himself utterly immobilized. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he managed to open his swollen eyes, only to discover that it was indeed his brother, Qin Xianghe. Lu Miling, who had been kicked to the ground, also noticed Qin Xianghe's arrival. Her hair was disheveled, resembling a nest, and the youth who had assaulted her was not faring much better, as evidenced by the blood seeping from beneath her nails. The short-haired youth, whose face bore the marks of a fierce woman's scratches, was simmering with anger. Suddenly, a clueless young man rode in on a bicycle, prompting the youth to abandon his intention to pursue and kick him, resorting instead to a tirade of expletives. "Who the hell are you? Have you no eyes?" Qin Xianghe parked his bicycle to the side and pointed at his brother, Qin Guangshan, who was still being pinned down, then gestured towards Lu Meiling, who was standing up with clenched teeth. "This is my elder brother, and this is my sister-in-law. I am Qin Xianghe." He turned his gaze towards Lu Meiling, who was leisurely waving an IOU, and reached into his pocket to produce 2 stacks of money. "My sister-in-law owes you 500, does she not?" Chapter 29. An unprecedented arrogance. 2 thick stacks of cash lay before them, each bill a crisp $10 note, and judging by the thickness, there must be at least $800 or $900. All present widened their eyes in disbelief. Who carries such a substantial amount of cash? In a village like Quetsuan, with its mere hundreds of households, there were hardly a few families capable of producing such a sum at once. Lu Lao's hand, which had been waving the IOU, froze, his eyes darting around as he pondered the implications of someone casually pulling out such a large amount of money. It surely indicated some significant backing. Lu Meiling, having suffered a setback, watched her husband being held captive. As she contemplated rushing over to claw at the intruder, her thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Qin Xianghe suddenly brandishing those thick stacks of money, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Ah, money. Money is indeed a good thing." After a brief hesitation, Lu Lao glanced at his second daughter, who was wiping her tears while leaning over Lu Yidian, and his expression softened. This was merely high-interest lending at Lu Yidian's moment of need, and now he stood to reclaim 1.5 times the interest. How could he possibly be displeased? Besides, as long as they remained in Guoan village, he had no doubt that these two would not escape his grasp. As he reached out to claim the money, his hand grasped nothing but air, and Lu Lao's face fell immediately. "What do you mean by this?" "Oh, nothing much, just that if you owe money, you ought to repay it," Qin Xianghe remarked, brandishing the cash in his hand. "Before we settle this debt, let us discuss something else." Lu Lao's eyes followed the money, perplexed. "Discuss what? What is there for us to talk about?" Qin Xianghe approached his elder brother, while several young men nearby instinctively loosened their grip and stepped back beside Lu Lao, captivated by the sight of the thick stacks of money. Catching a glimpse of the bruises on his brother's face, he turned and asked, "Who did this to my brother?" Among the youths, a young man with a red birthmark on his chin stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance. Upon seeing Qin Xianghe approach alone, he scoffed, shaking his leg in mockery. "I did it. What of it?" "Ah, it was you." Qin Xianghe nodded as he reached the young man. With a dull thud, a punch landed squarely under the young man's eye, causing him to crumple to the ground. Such audacity had never been witnessed before, especially from someone who was not part of a larger group. The atmosphere fell silent, jaws dropping to the ground. 2 individuals rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were seeing correctly. Yulittle, the nearest young man, round-faced and with prominent ears, was the first to react, cursing as he lunged for Qin Xianghe. The next moment, his wrist was seized and twisted painfully, forcing him to kneel. Then, he watched as a rubber-soled shoe loomed larger before him. With a resounding thud, blood sprayed from his nose as he collapsed backward, raising a cloud of dust on the sunlit ground. The remaining youths, who had been preparing to rush in for a group assault, stood frozen in shock. The 2 most intimidating and capable fighters had been swiftly subdued by this sudden intruder. Lu Lao, witnessing the brutal efficiency of the newcomer, hastily shouted, "What do you intend to do?" "To repay the debt." Qin Xianghe waved the stack of money once more. As if unaffected, he walked over to his sister-in-law, who was supporting Lu Yidian. Noticing that she was clutching her waist where she had been kicked, he turned and politely inquired, "May I ask who struck my sister-in-law?" The young man, his face marked with scratches and blood, was about to unleash a torrent of curses. But upon noticing the 2 individuals lying on the ground, he hastily swallowed his words along with his disdain. As he observed the impetuous youth approaching, he took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "Don't come any closer. It was your sister-in-law who grabbed my face first, prompting my kick." Without waiting for Lu Lao to utter a word, Qin Xianghe suddenly surged forward, leaping into action with a swift kick. The bloodied young man was sent tumbling several times. Lying there gasping for breath, Qin then beckoned to the 3 remaining youths who stood frozen in place, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Come on, join in." Initially, Qin Xianghe's actions were not intended to be ostentatious. After leaving the village that morning, he feared that his elder brother might take a detour to his sister-in-law's place. So he hurriedly made his way to Chaoling River, covering over 40 miles without pausing for rest. Upon reaching Guwan village and inquiring about his sister-in-law's residence, he found a crowd gathered around the drying ground. He initially thought they were merely gathering for some amusement, only to discover that his sister-in-law's family was being bullied. And even his elder brother had been assaulted. This was intolerable. Not one to act recklessly, he knew Lu Er had a gang of 7 or 8 robust laborers. Exhausted from his journey, he was well aware that if there were skilled fighters among them, he might end up in the same predicament as his brother. Thus, he decided to distract Lu Er with money, seizing the opportunity to take down a few of them first. The remaining 3 or 4 would pose no significant threat. Having dominated Guwan village for many years, no one dared to provoke them, let alone resort to violence, especially with so many villagers surrounding them. As Lu Er hesitated to speak, his companions charged forward in unison. The outcome was predictable. In the heat of the moment, Qin Xianghe did not need to employ any advanced techniques. Utilizing his height and some experience from his past life, he fought while retreating. After only a few steps back, several of them lay sprawled on the ground. One of the fallen attempted to rise, but Qin approached and delivered 2 heavy kicks, then turned to face the pale-faced Lu Er. In the rural simplicity of the 1980s, disputes rarely escalated to official channels. The rural ethos favored strength in numbers. The family with the most brothers and nephews held sway. Lu Er, as a village tyrant, embodied this belief. As Qin Xianghe advanced with determination, Lu Er suddenly pointed around and shouted, "Which village are you from? Are you bullying us in Guwan village? Do you think we are powerless?" Receiving no response, Lu Er saw Qin continue to approach and raised a debt note, shouting to Lu Yidin, "Brother Yidin, debts must be repaid. It's only righteous, right? It wasn't me who borrowed. Your father couldn't even get into the hospital." Having never seen anyone get beaten while owing a debt, Lu Yidin, supported by his 3 tearful daughters, turned pale and flushed, stammering for a moment before calling out to Qin Xianghe, "Brother Guangshan, I owe him money. I acknowledge this 500. Qin Xianghe was momentarily taken aback, contemplating seizing the opportunity to strike Lu Er. He believed that instilling fear in this group would deter them from troubling his sister-in-law's family in the future, yet Lu Yidin's honesty, bordering on naivety, surprised him. He could understand, however, as he recognized his father's similar disposition of stubbornness, knowing full well he was being taken advantage of yet refusing to relinquish his claims. "Very well. 500 it is. But what about the injuries sustained by my elder brother and sister-in-law? Additionally, I have my hands, and look, there are also 2 scratches." Qin Xianghe abruptly seized the IOU and gestured backward with a shake. "You are also injured," Lu Er exclaimed indignantly. Observing the scattered relatives on the ground and then glancing at the grim-faced Qin Xianghe, Lu Er gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I will compensate you for the medical expenses." Young Yin was the first to react, swiftly darting from his parents' side to stand before Qin Xianghe. With tearful eyes, he quickly scanned the scene, took the IOU, and hurried back. Once Lu Yidin confirmed the authenticity of the IOU, Qin Xianghe extracted 450 yuan from the stack of money. After amicable negotiation, the medical fee was settled at 50 yuan. Lu Er accepted the money and hurriedly counted it. As several relatives helped each other approach, Lu Er opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a word. Finally, with a heavy grunt and a fierce glare at Qin Xianghe, he turned and departed. Chapter 30. Blushing as the crowd gradually dispersed from the exhibition, Lu Yidin found himself at a loss. With no sons or brothers, and his only headstrong daughter married off to Mounting village, he was left vulnerable to the whims of others whenever disputes arose. Lu Er had come to stir up trouble with great fanfare, and many had anticipated a spectacle. Some even placed private wagers, speculating whether Lu Yidin's graceful second daughter would be coerced into marrying a fool. Unexpectedly, a lone figure emerged, decisively turning the tide and leaving a group of onlookers in disarray. If the situation was not rectified, Lu Er would find it impossible to hold his head high in Guwan village in the future. Those who had previously clashed with Lu Yidin's family felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing the scene. As they departed, they approached Lu Yidin, expressing concern and simultaneously condemning Lu Er's bullying tactics. Qin Xianghe intended to say a few words before heading towards the riverbank, but Lu Yidin insisted he come inside. He was treated to tea and dried fruits, and it was clear that Lu Yidin had no intention of letting him leave without lunch and dinner. In the spacious hall, Qin Xianghe poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down in relief. The blazing sun had left him parched after the hurried journey. He had briefly mentioned to his brother the source of his newfound wealth, omitting details, and merely referred to a lucrative spice deal he had recently engaged in. He had brought all his savings along, as his 2 children had sent gifts to their parents, and his neighbor, Sister Hua, had also gone to her maternal home. With both families absent, it felt unsafe to leave such a substantial amount of money in the West Room, prompting him to stow it all in his inner pocket, an unexpected but fortuitous decision. Xianghe, why not stay for lunch? Lu Yidian suggested. I couldn't stop my mother from going to the South End for cold dishes, and my father has gone to Old Yu's place in the West to fetch some liquor. While they conversed, Qin Xianghe noticed his sister-in-law hurriedly entering, speaking as she approached. Qin Guangshan's face bore fresh bruises, while Lu Meiling seemed unfazed, indicating that Qin Xianghe's courteous demeanor towards those ruffians was unnecessary. Before Qin Xianghe could respond, Qin Guangshan interjected. No, we must sign in for attendance. I cannot go. Names must be reported. I understand, his wife chimed in, turning to Qin Xianghe. Now that you know the way, do come and visit whenever you're in Guan. Consider it your home. Certainly, Qin Xianghe replied with a smile. He heard a faint rustling sound and turned to see a shadow darting away from the window. Is there no water left? Lu Meiling inquired as she settled beside her husband. She peered at the empty teapot on the table and called out, Dalin. Hurry and fetch some water for your second uncle. I don't want any more. Qin Xianghe shook his head, glancing at his brother. Brother, are you leaving soon? Later. I'll drink some more water first. There's no rush. You all rode here. It won't be too late to leave afterward. Guangshan was well aware of the situation. It's your first time at the dam. If you don't do a good job, Guangshan will. Suddenly, Lu Meiling hesitated, recalling that before the division of the family, it was always their men who went to work on the dam each year. After Xianghe moved to the eastern end of the village, it was invariably Bai Lu who took on that task, even when heavily pregnant, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind about Xianghe's destination. However, her words seemed to expose another's wounds, but fortunately, the second sister entered with a water bottle, prompting her to divert the conversation. Yin, where is Delinzi? Yin set the water bottle on the table beside Qin Xianghe, lightly biting her lip and smiling as she softly replied, he is being scolded by Lao San and Lao Si for running off. Why are they scolding him? Hurry and stop them. I told Delinzi to stay inside. Such a tiny child is of no use outside and only adds to the chaos. Lu Meiling hastily admonished, then turned her frustrated gaze toward the second sister. You have so many good qualities, yet your temperament is too gentle. Look at you. Afraid of startling an aunt while speaking, how can you prevent others from bullying you? If someone causes a ruckus at the door, you should stand firm and scold them. And if they dare to approach, just hit them. All right. Do you think everyone is like you? Qin Guangshan remarked helplessly as he witnessed Yan's face flush with embarrassment before she hurried away. Meeting Lu Meiling's piercing gaze, Qin Guangshan chuckled and stood up. Well, if you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll take Xianghe to the dam. Is there anyone who undermines their partner like this? Lu Meiling pushed Qin Guangshan in dissatisfaction. After years of marriage, they knew each other well. Her subsequent playful remarks stemmed from a desire to steer the conversation away from discomfort, but upon being exposed by her husband, she decided to speak candidly. Feeling awkward as she addressed Qin Xianghe, Xianghe, thank you for today. Qin Xianghe waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Previously, it was my sister-in-law's fault for making a scene over that little money and letting you see the farce. Qin Xianghe spoke sincerely. No. It was indeed my mistake for constantly fabricating excuses to borrow money from my elder brother and even gambling away Delinzi's tuition. Enough. Those are old matters. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Guangshan interjected with a chuckle. Lu Meiling, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded and then took out a piece of paper. This is the IOU my father wrote for you. The 200 inside is to repay what we owe you. There is still 300 left. And I promise to return it to you after we sell the wheat next year. From the last conversation at the drying ground, Qin Xianghe had a fair understanding of Lu Yidian's character and knew that if he did not accept this IOU, she would likely be troubled. Moreover, for rural folk, such a significant sum necessitated a written acknowledgement, as he was merely the younger brother of the son-in-law. Sister-in-law, let Lu Shu write a new one. In the end, Lu Laer only took 450. The remainder is for you and elder brother's medical expenses. Qin Xianghe thought it through. A 250 IOU will suffice. I am not in a hurry. Whether it takes 1 or 2 years makes no difference. I just need elder brother to transfer it to me. After discussing the IOU, Qin Xianghe prepared to leave with his elder brother when Lu Yidian and his wife returned from shopping, leading to another round of negotiations. Eventually, with Lu Miling's persuasion, they settled matters. Lu Yidian promptly wrote a new IAU, promising to visit for a meal the next time he passed through Guan, before finally allowing them to leave. On the way, Qin Xianghe slipped 100 yuan to his elder brother. His visit to Guan village was meant to repay his sister-in-law, yet it ended up covering Lu Lanner's debts, leaving De Linzi's tuition still unresolved. Qin Guanshan was well aware of his family's situation. After all, the matter of his child's education was of paramount importance. Without any hesitation, he accepted the money and placed it into his pocket, candidly stating that it was a loan that he would repay before the year's end. Qin Xianghe, of course, did not lack for this 100 yuan. But his elder brother possessed a stubbornness akin to their father's. He found himself unable to persuade him otherwise, nor could he claim that the money was a gift. He could only employ the same excuse, asserting that he had no immediate need for it and would gradually repay it. At the Kaling Dam, the work this time involved 5 or 6 villages, with the sections already delineated. Initially, they were divided by village, then by small teams, and finally further subdivided by household. After the division of land, Qin Xianghe relocated to the eastern part of the village, changed teams, and due to the random assignment of sections within the team, he found himself distanced from his elder brother and Lu Jian. Chapter 31, the eldest daughter of the old Yu family in her previous life, before marriage. With an elder brother at home, Qin Xianghe seldom undertook any arduous labor. After marriage, he succumbed to the vices of drinking and gambling, neglecting household responsibilities. During busy farming seasons, he was invariably coerced by Bai Lu to participate in the work, albeit he often slacked off, occasionally being whisked away by Dejun. Each laborer was required to bring their own shovel, and some even prepared hoes and spades. Each household was assigned a segment of over 6 meters of trench to excavate, requiring a depth of nearly 2 meters, with the displaced earth needing to be moved to the dam, which indeed necessitated 3 full days of toil. As he appeared with the shovel, the villagers from the neighboring hamlets pointed and whispered, their conversations unmistakably about him. Initially, Qin Xianghe found the digging monotonous. But as time passed, fatigue set in, particularly as his hands grew raw and blistered. Each scoop became increasingly unbearable. This reflection inevitably brought to mind his wife, Bai Lu, who had always come to work alongside him during their early years of marriage. If he had scarcely engaged in strenuous labor prior to their union, it could be surmised that Bai Lu, as a city dweller, had even less experience in such endeavors. One could only imagine the circumstances under which he labored to dig the trenches. Moreover, the poverty of Mount Ang village contributed to the well-known adage, do not marry a daughter from Mount Ang village, nor take a wife from Mount Ang women. Consequently, many men in the village remained single. The workforce at the dam primarily consisted of men, with a few women present for various reasons, inevitably attracting the attention of the older men in the vicinity. Given Bai Lu's temperament, such scrutiny would likely have been even more distressing for her. Contemplating how his wife had persevered through such labor, Qin Xianghe found his exhaustion dissipating, and the pain in his hands faded away. He immersed himself in the task at hand, digging resolutely without uttering a word. Beneath the blazing sun, he lost track of time. It was only when he felt lightheaded from the heat that he realized his hands had become numb. Xianghe, a voice called out, jolting him back to reality. He lifted his head to see Lu Jian squatting on the dam with a bowl in hand. Jian Ge, what is it? Come up and take a break. Have something to eat. You can't endure digging like this. Lu Jian gestured with the bowl and glanced at the trench Qin Xianghe was working on, then curiously inquired, where's your food? Qin Xianghe was taken aback. The work was organized by the village, so surely they provided meals, didn't they? Did Hua not tell you? Lu Jian exclaimed. You've never participated before, so you might not know. I specifically asked Hua to inform you before I left. Realization dawned on Qin Xianghe. No wonder. Earlier that morning, while delivering meat and vegetables to his parents, he had encountered Sister Hua, who had commented on the amount he was carrying, likely assuming he had brought food for the work. Come up and drink some water. I'll share some of my food with you. Lu Jian began to search around, contemplating how he might divide his meal with Qin Xianghe. No need. I brought my own, Qin Xianghe replied, turning at the sound of approaching footsteps, only to see his elder brother emerging from the brush, carrying a large cloth bag. Your sister-in-law noticed you hadn't brought anything and packed an extra portion for me before I left. There are the pickled 8 treasure beans from your sister-in-law's family, which you used to love. I knew you'd forget. Qin Guangshan steadied himself and brandished the cloth bundle in his hand. He then turned to support a man, nearly 60, with sparse, slightly long hair who had followed him. The man announced that his second uncle had come from home to seek him for a matter of importance. Qin Xianghe grasped Lu Jian's outstretched hand, leveraging it to climb out of the ditch, and greeted the man with sparse hair, addressing him as second uncle. The second uncle's family had long departed from Mount Ang village to the town, initially running a small grocery store. As business flourished, they eventually moved to the county seat, leaving the shop in the care of their son and daughter-in-law, allowing the elderly couple to enjoy a leisurely life. Despite being a blood relative, Qin Xianghe was not particularly close to his second uncle. They seldom communicated outside of festive occasions. Perplexed as to why his second uncle sought him out, Qin Xianghe listened as the man, adopting a serious demeanor befitting an elder, remarked, "I hear from your mother that you have been quite industrious lately, having not indulged in gambling for several days." "Yes," Qin Xianghe replied, utterly bewildered, casting a glance at his elder brother, who shrugged in confusion. "Precisely," the second uncle continued. "A man can enjoy a little drink, but gambling is a vice to be shunned. Otherwise, your wife would not have left you." He adjusted his wind-tossed hair, perhaps realizing the weight of his words, and softened his tone. "Xianghe, did you hear the magpies calling this morning?" What?" Qin Xianghe questioned, uncertain if he had misheard. The second uncle displayed a sympathetic expression, explaining, "Your mother mentioned that with 2 children at home lacking a mother, she has tasked me with finding you a suitable partner. There happens to be a woman from Guan village who fits the bill. When you have a moment, I can take you to meet her." "From Guan village? Whose family?" Qin Guangshan inquired, intrigued, upon hearing it was his brother's wife's village. 6 months prior, his brother had divorced, although it was not on good terms. They could not simply ignore the situation. Qin Guangshan was aware that their mother had been discreetly seeking assistance in this matter, believing that since Bai Lu had left for a big city, there was little chance of her returning. She wished to find another match for her son while he was still young. However, his brother's reputation had preceded him, and word had spread far and wide, causing hesitation in any potential matchmaking. Now, with his second uncle claiming to have found a candidate from Guan village, Qin Guangshan could not suppress his curiosity. "Look at me. I nearly forgot. Your Miling is also from Guan, isn't she?" the second uncle remarked, giving a light pat to his thinning hair. "She is the eldest daughter of the old Yu family from the west side of their village. They even sell wine and are well off. If this union comes to fruition, we shall never lack for wine." "Her family?" Qin Guangshan was taken aback, noticing his brother's puzzled expression. He felt a surge of irritation and explained, "The eldest daughter of the Yu family is already 35 or 36, and she is not quite right in the head. She tends to lash out at people." "Where does she lash out?" "She is only a bit confused during her episodes. Otherwise, she is fine." "What does age matter?" "Xianghe has children and does not expect her to bear more," he continued. "Furthermore, with Xianghe's illustrious reputation." The second uncle shot a glance at Qin Xianghe, cleared his throat to interrupt, and then chastised Qin Guangshan. "You have your own wife and children to care for. How can you neglect your brother? The eldest daughter of the Lao family has received numerous suitors but has not accepted any. It is only out of respect for me that she allowed Xianghe to come for a visit." Just as Lu Jian was about to burst into laughter, Qin Guangshan, with a darkened expression, forcibly led his second uncle away. Had he known this was the matter at hand, he would never have brought his uncle along. He has always believed that his brother deserves someone exceptional, akin to Bai Lu. Now that gambling has ceased and he has heard that alcohol has been forsaken, he is even more convinced that not just any woman is worthy of his brother. Qin Xianghe remained in a daze throughout. Having been reborn, he had never contemplated remarriage. His sole focus was on caring for his 2 children and saving some money to visit Bai Lu, observing his parents' fervent arrangements behind the scenes. He couldn't help but think of Bai Lu returning to the big city, where her beauty would undoubtedly attract even more relatives and friends eager to assist her. It seems he must hasten his visit to Bai Lu. Before long, at the end of the dam, a group of 7 or 8 individuals marched purposefully towards Qin Xianghe. Chapter 32. The excitement of the hunt. "Nephew, it seems we are quite close. The heat is unbearable. The path from the dam is arduous, with freshly excavated soil making it difficult to navigate." Lu Lauer removed his straw hat, using it to fan himself. Behind him, Lu Depang, panting heavily, urged him, "Uncle, take your time. There's no need to rush. The person won't escape." The sweltering temperature, combined with the blazing sun, made Lu Depang, who was already disinclined to move, even less eager to continue toward the riverbank. However, as they were related, and given that he sometimes relied on his distant uncle to gather patrons for his gambling ventures in Guawankan, he had no choice but to accompany him when summoned at noon. "All right, let us proceed at a more leisurely pace. Lu Lauer, realizing his eagerness to regain face, paused and retrieved a box of fine cigarettes, typically reserved for special occasions. His robust cousin, who had been trailing Lu Depeng alongside Zhang Yu, accepted the cigarette and glanced at the four bruised young men behind them. Uncle, with so many of you, surely you can handle just two? It was our negligence that allowed that good-for-nothing to deceive us, Lu Lauer remarked, his mouth twitching. And it's not just these few, back home. There are 3 more lying around. He laughed it off, understanding that this person was his distant nephew's most valued ally, rumored to have trained in martial arts at Shaolin. He personally struck a match to light Lu Zhuang's cigarette. Zhuang, it will be your turn soon. Uncle, don't worry. When the time comes, we'll make him kneel before you and pay his respects in Guowankan, Lu Depeng boasted. Turning back to instruct Lu Zhuang to skip the pleasantries and take him down directly, targeting his arms and legs. Yes, just focus on the fight. As long as you don't kill him, I will handle the rest. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lu Lauer's eyes as he noticed Lu Zhuang's hand trembling slightly while smoking. What is wrong with your hand? Before he could receive an answer, he saw Lu Depeng rubbing his eyes, and even the normally boisterous Zhang Yu was covering his face. It was only then that he realized the 3 of them appeared somewhat bruised. It's nothing, uncle. I sprained my hand a few days ago. But it's healed now and won't affect my ability to fight, Lu Zhuang replied, coughing from the smoke and instinctively scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Wait, isn't that mounting up ahead? Yes, it's from our village. Hearing this, Zhang Yu looked ahead and noticed the boundary just 10 meters away, beyond which lay the Maotang village work site. He could even see Madong Tai positioned at the forefront. Indeed, it is Maotang village. Lu Lauer nodded emphatically. Why else would we seek out Lu Depeng? With his reputation among the neighboring villages, who wouldn't be intimidated? When they finally confronted them, Lu Zhuang might not even need to intervene. That brash young man would likely be frightened into submission. However, Lu Lauer had no intention of showing mercy. He intended to retaliate in kind for the treatment his nephew had received. Moreover, as for the medical expenses, let them pay just enough to cover the costs. They should not expect anything more favorable in the future. After dealing with that reckless youth, he would seek out Louis Din in the village. He was determined not to let go of the daughter-in-law he had set his sights on. Maotang village, that insignificant place. Who would dare to wreak havoc in Guowankan? Lu Depeng laughed heartily, his ample flesh jiggling with mirth. In the impoverished and diminutive village of Maotang, the atmosphere was charged with audacity. Had he known it would unfold this way, there would have been no need to summon Lu Zhuang and Zhang Yu. Merely making an appearance would suffice to render everyone compliant. Lu Depeng, with a grand sweeping gesture, declared, Tonight, let us set up a stall in Guwan, my uncle. You must procure several plump lambs this time. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Several have inquired repeatedly about your visit, he continued. Lu La hastened to keep pace, accompanied by Widow Zhang, who sold tofu, still at home. Noticing Lu La's lack of respect for elders, Lu Depeng couldn't suppress his laughter, sharing a mischievous grin. The thought of gambling later, and perhaps visiting the flamboyant and audacious Widow Zhang, imagining slyly pinching and prodding for small favors, invigorated him. He led the way, urging, Come on, let us hasten. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can head to Guwan. As they walked further, Lu Zhuang, in the rear, imparted his fighting wisdom to a group of young men, momentarily startling them. In his distraction, he collided with the abruptly halted Lu Depeng, who lost his balance and tumbled into a nearby ditch. Lu Zhuang recoiled, witnessing Lu Depeng's disheveled fall, and angrily bellowed, Whose land is this? Come out at once. Digging so deep, do you wish to take a life? You scoundrel. Just then, he noticed someone resting nearby on a shovel, casting a surprised glance in their direction. With the sound of curses still lingering, Lu Zhuang swallowed his anger. Once Qin Xianghe and the concerned second uncle departed, he shared a meal brought by his sister-in-law with his elder brother. The physical labor had drained them, and he devoured an entire bowl with fervor. After the meal, his brother Lu Jian went to their work section, while he immersed himself in digging once more. Time slipped away unnoticed until he observed others resting on the riverbank, prompting him to pause and join them. However, once seated, he found it difficult to rise again. His hands began to regain sensation, yet the pain was excruciating. Lu Jian remarked that for someone like him, who had barely worked, blisters would form initially, but after several occurrences, it would subside. Must I endure more blisters? Qin Xianghe lamented, gazing at the numerous large blisters on his palms. Lacking a needle, he resorted to tearing them open with his fingernails, wincing in agony. Before his wife arrived in Maotang, she had lived in a bustling city, entirely devoid of agricultural experience. And he pondered whether her transition to this labor would mirror his own. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he caught a glimpse of a rotund figure tumbling into the ditch across from him, followed by a resounding shout. He frowned and looked over, noting it was the robust cousin he had met only days prior, trailed by Zhang Yu, and the resentful Lu Lar along with several of his nephews, who, he wondered, had just fallen into the ditch. Qin Xianghe leaned forward to take a look, and indeed, it was Lu Depeng, grumbling as he crawled up from the bottom of the ditch. Damn you! Lu Depeng, with mud smeared across his face, glared at Lu Zhuang. After pondering for a moment, it seemed that no insult truly fit the situation. In the end, he could only raise a finger and exclaim, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Watch where you're walking." Having finished his reprimand, he extended his hand, waiting for someone to pull him up, only to find Lu Zhuang, Zhang Yu, and Lu Lar all turning their heads to look away. In astonishment, he turned around, and his legs weakened, causing him to fall back down to the ground. Chapter 33. Why bother with that shabby Tylo deer? Is that not Xianghe? Lu Depeng clapped his hands and rose, clearing his throat vigorously. Observing Zhang Yu approaching to pull him along, he climbed up in response. He patted his pockets, only to recall that he hadn't brought any cigarettes when he left, having smoked his uncle's all the way. At this moment, the nearby workers, who had been digging, had ceased their tasks, casting furtive glances at Lu Depeng and his entourage of 7 or 8 individuals. Not far away, Lu Jian peered out from the ditch. Upon noticing the situation, he immediately hoisted his shovel and climbed up, seemingly torn between approaching directly or taking a longer route to call for Qin Guangshan. Qin Xianghe waved his hand from a distance, remaining seated and tilting his head in inquiry. Looking for me? Is there something amiss? Lu Depeng, seeing Lu Zhuang standing amidst a group of bruised youths, cursed under his breath and nodded. My uncle, ahem, you know Lu Lauer from Guwan, right? He insisted on finding you. Upon realizing he had spotted the right person, Lu Lauer, feeling emboldened by the strength of his companions, stepped forward eagerly, itching to drag the bewildered youth down. You little rascal, ahem. Uncle, where are the cigarettes you brought? Hurry and hand them over. Lu Dazhuang quickly intervened, extracting the cigarettes from Lu Lauer's pocket and distributing them to Qin Xianghe. Noticing that they were again refused, he remained unfazed, smiling instead. Well, Lu Lauer, my uncle feels guilty about you. He heard that we used to be friends and wanted me to bring him over. Lu Lauer grew increasingly apprehensive as he listened, hastily interrupting, Nephew, that's not correct. It's to offer you an apology. Lu Depeng interjected. You're personally digging today, aren't you? As Qin Xianghe suddenly stood up, Lu Depeng's legs trembled, desperately holding his ground. The memory of the last brutal beating was still fresh, where they had been utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Lu Depeng's eyes darted around until they landed on the young men standing at the edge. Perfect. You. And you. Dig this ditch for Xianghe. You can leave only when the work is done. Lu Lauer, meeting the pleading gazes of his nephews, was momentarily taken aback. Xianghe, you carry on. I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. With that, Lu Depeng hastily retraced his steps. After a considerable distance, upon hearing no shouts from Qin Xianghe behind him, Lu Depeng's anxious heart finally settled. However, he was met with a chorus of relieved sighs from either side. Turning around, he found Lu Zhuang and Zhang Yu, and a surge of anger welled up within Lu Depeng. In everyday life, one may be boisterous and lively, yet in crucial moments, they find themselves utterly speechless. Such were the two timid fools. With his support vanished, Lu Lar, filled with indignation, dared not linger any longer. Naturally, he would not foolishly leave a few of his nephews behind to dig the ditch. He hastily pursued, calling out, Eldest nephew, wait for me. Lu Depeng remained silent, trudging ahead, while Lu Zhuang interjected, attempting to restrain Lu Lar. Uncle, why provoke him? Qin Xianghe is merely a spineless wastrel. Let us not stoop to his level. We have our fine porcelain, why sully it with a broken tile? Indeed, he was a simpleton, lacking in discernment. Zhang Yu chimed in agreement. Rubbing his cheeks, which bore the marks of a recent altercation, he winced at the discomfort of his still sore tooth. Eating anything hard brought a sharp pain. At that moment, Lu Depeng suddenly halted. Lu Zhuang and Zhang Yu approached with curiosity, only to find Lu Depeng gazing into a side ditch where a middle-aged man conversed with a bearded gentleman in his 50s, their voices rising above the soil mound. Old gal, your Mudong has truly made a name for himself. You've just replaced the door, and now he's bought you such fine clothes to wear while digging. Aren't you afraid of getting them dirty? The bearded man beamed with pride, responding, you see, this fabric is special. Mudong insisted I wear it for work. While he also got me another set for daily wear. That boy has a penchant for spending. Once a child who climbed trees and swam in rivers. He has now truly found success, even accompanied by the likes of De Liang and Air Liang. Success? They're merely earning a little pocket money together. The bearded man modestly remarked. After a brief pause, sensing the silence from across the way, he could not help but shake his head. You wouldn't believe it, Qin Xianghe. Once such a spendthrift, is now working hard, and Mudong is his partner. The corners of Lu Depang's mouth curled upward as he urged Lu Zhuang and the others to swiftly retreat. He then revealed the half-pack of cigarettes he had been clutching. Approaching the ditch with a smile, isn't that Uncle Gao? It's been a while since I saw you in Mago. Here, have a smoke. Since the day he had been thoroughly beaten, Qin Xianghe had not encountered Lu Depang and his companions for nearly 10 days, though the words exchanged were pleasant. He was acutely aware that Lu Lar must have summoned them. This little interlude did not dampen his spirits. Having risen to his feet, he resumed his labor. The deeper he dug, the clearer the reason for the 3-day deadline became. Fatigue set in, and as they reached the wet earth below, the task grew increasingly arduous. In the following 2 days, Qin Xianghe toiled from dawn till dusk. Leaving the 2 children at home under Sister Hua's care, he brought lunch to the riverbank. Ultimately, it was Lu Jian and his elder brother who completed their section first and joined him for a half-day of digging, finally finishing the work. Once the village officials deemed the task satisfactory, it was officially concluded. Afterward, Qin Xianghe took a well-deserved day of rest at home. Exhausted, he relished the opportunity to spend time with the children. For 3 days, he had been away during the day, returning home too weary to engage in conversation, even neglecting the nightly stories they cherished. After a day of recuperation, he gazed at the pile of 13 spices in the west room, feeling rejuvenated. During the day, Lu Jian was engaged in digging ditches at Chaoling River, and upon returning in the afternoon, he busied himself with the preparation of raw materials, laboring tirelessly until the late hours of the night. In between, he was urged to stock up on additional supplies, given that the riverbank was in close proximity to the neighboring town. In Lu Jian's own words, with an earning of merely 6 yuan a day, was it not foolish to forego such income? Thus, over the span of several days, he amassed an abundance of fragrant seasoning, filling several large bags to the brim. August finally drew to a close, ushering in September, and the corn in the fields was nearing maturity. At this juncture, the corn was just right. Whether boiled into porridge or roasted, it was exceptionally delectable. At least, this was the sentiment of Qin Xianghe, who, perhaps due to his children's previous overindulgence in cornmeal, had become rather indifferent to corn. His family had leased out their land, so the corn they consumed was naturally harvested from Lu Jian's fields. Lu Jian and his wife were quite astonished, pondering the peculiarity of Qin's newfound wealth while dismissing the delights of meat and fine flour, choosing instead to relish corn on a daily basis. One morning, after entrusting his children, Daba and Yonyo, to Sister Hua, Qin Xianghe set out on his bicycle, nibbling on corn. Upon reaching the village road, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the unusual sight of Mudong squatting empty-handed in the middle of the path. Chapter 34. Out of stock, what happened? Qin Xianghe pushed the cart forward, pressed the bell, and saw Mudong still squatting on the ground, fiddling with the mud. Amused, he playfully kicked at his backside. Mudong turned around, recognized Qin Xianghe, and hurriedly got up, brushing the mud off his hands, awkwardly wiping them on the edge of his pocket. Brother Xianghe, a mere child, yet so burdened with thoughts, puzzled Qin Xianghe. Did your father find the money you hid and gamble it away? The money is managed by my mother, Mudong replied. She said it's for when I marry in the future. My father wouldn't dare touch it. Upon mentioning the recent earnings, a spark ignited in Mudong's eyes, but it dimmed almost instantly. Brother Xianghe. Qin Xianghe glanced towards the riverbank. Noticing the absence of the usual half-submerged snakeskin bags, his heart sank. What is going on? Speak quickly. I, along with Daliang and Erlang, have gone to Huego town these past few days, and we haven't received any yellow eels. Mudong hesitated, but finally resolved to divulge. Seeing Qin Xianghe's astonishment, Mudong explained, the yellow eels we brought you these days are all from earlier collections. Daliang and Erlang mentioned they were worried you might seek others if you saw we weren't collecting enough. So they insisted on bringing over the recent catches in several trips. We thought if we ventured a bit farther, we could at least gather some. Qin Xianghe frowned slightly. After finishing work, he had taken an extra day to rest at home before notifying Mudong to commence the yellow eel trading venture. Initially, he had anticipated that after 4 days of gathering, there would be at least several dozen pounds. However, upon reaching the village, he found Mudong still holding 2 small bags. roughly containing 50 eels. The child, being playful, had assumed that Mudong and the others were simply slacking off during the past few days. The following day, they had collected over 40 eels, but yesterday it dwindled down to merely 20 or so. Mudong had explained that Daliang and Erlang had gone too far and hadn't returned in time. Qin Xianghe believed him, not considering the underlying truth. If you can't collect, then you can't. There is no need to feel embarrassed about it. Qin Xianghe chuckled, patting Mudong on the head. Compared to fish and loaches, yellow eels were relatively elusive. After such a long time of gathering, it was understandable to occasionally come up empty-handed. That's not it, Brother Xianghe, Mudong lamented. It's not that we couldn't catch any. It's that those people have stopped selling to us. Qin Xianghe was taken aback. Compared to selling at the market, the price he had been collecting was not insignificant. Allowing these individuals to save the trouble of traveling far only to risk not selling, how could they refuse to sell Mudong their catch? Especially when things had been fine just days prior. Now there are 2 or 3 groups gathering eels, and they're paying as much as 80 cents each. Those are so small that 3 or 4 of them wouldn't even make a pound, and they dare to demand 80 cents. And yet, they're still holding on to their stock, saying they want to wait for the price to rise further. Once Mudong had finished his fragmented explanation, Qin Xianghe finally grasped the situation. During his time working at Chaoling River, several groups had begun to appear, scouring the surrounding areas for yellow eels, intentionally driving up the prices. Previously, only Mudong and his 2 companions were collecting, with little choice but to sell at whatever price they could. Now, witnessing the scarcity of yellow eels, everyone was hoarding their stock, anticipating a further price increase. Thus, while those groups hadn't collected much, they certainly had fared better than Mudong and his friends over the past few days. From the very first day, Qin Xianghe returned from the county town after selling eels. He had anticipated this moment, though he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. In Lingshui town, he had yet to visit since his rebirth, remaining unaware of the circumstances. However, he was cognizant that the agricultural markets in the county town had flourished, particularly as the demand for the spice blend, Xianghe, surged, leading to a significant increase in the sales of livestock and various meats, with eel purchases particularly booming. After Mudong left, Qin Xianghe had turned back, leaving space in the rear of his bicycle for additional bags of Xianghe. Arriving in the county town before noon, he made a detour to the agricultural market before heading to the guest house. From a distance, he spotted Zhu Biao, seated under the scorching sun at their usual spot. With a stove set up and tables arranged, a few empty bowls and chopsticks lay atop, while a few idlers sat in the shade of a tree, engaged in leisurely conversation. Upon seeing Qin Xianghe approach, Zhu Biao sprang to life, promptly igniting the fire to boil water. Once everything was prepared, Qin Xianghe dismounted his bicycle, unloading several bags, yet no eels were visible. Finally, he untied a water-filled bag from the handlebars, revealing 2 live eels to Zhu Biao's curious gaze. Without further ado, Qin Xianghe squatted beside Zhu Biao, hastily preparing the eels acquired from the market, disregarding the value of the Xianghe. The price was significantly higher than what he sold them for. As soon as Qin Xianghe began processing the eels, a throng of spectators swiftly gathered, as was customary. Zhu Biao had appeared too frequently to act as a mere frontman, yet the reputation of Xianghe had spread, and the mysterious origins of Zhu Biao's blend had transformed into a legendary tale among the townsfolk. Qin Xianghe was confident that if he placed an empty bowl before Zhu Biao, after regaling the crowd with his tale, it would surely be rewarded with a few coins or fruits. Once the eels were stewed to perfection, Zhu Biao recounted a tale of a Qing dynasty official who had approached for the secret recipe only to be rebuffed, leaving the audience craving more. Yet, they could not resist the allure of the culinary masterpiece prepared by the heir of this folk legend. As Zhu Biao slapped his hands on the table, he promised to reveal the future events in due time. The eels remained available for free tasting, with many returning patrons now bringing their own bowls and chopsticks. Naturally, Zhu Biao oversaw this process, while Qin Xianghe eliminated the previous steps of selling the eels, opting instead to sell the Xianghe directly from the bags. A few days prior, Zhu Biao had decided to streamline the packaging of Xianghe, a suggestion made by Sister Hua, who noted that selling in the county town without consistent measurements would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among customers receiving less than expected. Each package varied in weight, giving off an unprofessional vibe. Although Qin Xianghe felt that selling Xianghe was already somewhat haphazard, he could not deny the validity of Sister Hua's observations. Thus, he procured a large quantity of paper and enlisted Lu Jian and his wife to weigh and package the spice to ensure uniformity. He found the task cumbersome. Yet Lu Jian and his wife took great pleasure in the process, compelling him to increase their daily wages by an additional yuan. Typically, Qin Xianghe had a clear understanding of his daily sales, but today, as Mudong Yu had not received any eels, he returned with 2 extra bags of Qin. Seizing the opportunity to earn a little more from his trip, the pot for stewing eels had nearly run dry, and Qin had sold most of the 2 bags of seasoning he had brought to the riverside. Observing the situation, he surmised that by evening he would likely sell another bag, which greatly exceeded his expectations. However, when he attempted to open the 2 remaining bags, he discovered that he had mistakenly brought the unwrapped ones. As he contemplated whether to call Zhu Biao to purchase some wrapping paper for on-site packaging, he noticed a familiar figure, an enthusiastic regular who frequented the place for supplies, arriving once again, brimming with vigor. Chapter 35. The coercive trade in the streets. Having visited several times to procure goods, he had become quite familiar with the local trade. The individual in question was Su Jingfei, a native of Qishir County. Their first encounter occurred when Su Jingfei, having acquired a sack of long stockings from a distant relative's factory, whimsically decided to sell them in Qianghe County. Upon his arrival, he soon realized that despite the area's poverty, the local department stores were well-stocked, rendering his batch of stockings redundant. Ultimately, he had no choice but to sell them at a loss to the department stores, managing to avoid bankruptcy, yet failing to generate any profit. When considering the expenses of his journey, including meals and lodging, he ended up incurring a small loss. After a day of wandering in Qianghe, he resolved to procure a quantity of popular woven shoes to bring back to Qishir. As he prepared to leave, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of a small inn and, driven by curiosity, he joined the throng. After sampling a modest bowl of eel soup, he discerned the distinctive flavor of a spice blend known as 13 spices, which sparked the possibility of a new business opportunity. In recent years, despite his numerous ventures, he had yet to accumulate any significant wealth, and he anticipated further ridicule from his brothers back home for this latest endeavor. After some contemplation, he resolutely purchased dozens of packets, an amount that represented all the remaining funds he possessed. Predictably, the woven shoes that were in high demand in Qianghe failed to attract buyers in Qingshi, and after marking them down to 80 of the original price, he reluctantly offloaded them to a friend's shoe store, merely recouping a fraction of his investment. As for the packets of 13 spices, he set up a stall and called out his wares all day long, but met with silence, even being mistaken for a charlatan selling fraudulent remedies. Just as he was about to resign himself to failure, he recalled the sales techniques of a local artisan he had observed in Qianghe. He quickly gathered pots and tables, imitating those methods. After conducting a taste test, inquiries began to trickle in. This was Qingshi, a place with a far more prosperous economy than Qianghe, prompting Su Jingfei to double his price to 6 cents per packet. The initial hesitation from the crowd vanished when the first customer paid, leading to a familiar scene reminiscent of his previous experience at the inn in Qianghe. In less than 2 hours, his stock of 13 spices was completely sold out. In the aftermath, eager to capitalize on his success, he intended to visit Qianghe more frequently. However, due to unforeseen family matters, he could only manage sporadic trips, limiting his ability to acquire substantial quantities. Now that his family issues had been resolved, he borrowed sufficient funds from relatives and friends and hurried back to Qianghe. He pulled Qin Xianghe aside, expressing his desire to purchase 2 large sacks of 13 spices, which startled Qin. Previously, during his visits, Su had only sold a couple of sacks at most, but now he sought to acquire an entire supply at once. This made it nearly impossible to estimate the costs accurately. With a price reduction of 3 cents per small packet, Qin Xianghe borrowed a large scale from a nearby shop. After weighing the sacks, it was determined that even with the price reduction, the total would still exceed 130 yuan. Without hesitation, Su Jingfei produced the money, leaving Zhu Biao impressed by his newfound financial decisiveness. In the past, he had purchased only a few packets for around 20 yuan. Now, he had multiplied that amount 5 or 6 times. The demand for 13 spices in Qishir was astonishing. Unfortunately, the distance from Qianghe was considerable, over 100 miles, with difficult roads. Traveling by bus would take half a day, and riding a bicycle while carrying goods would require an entire day's journey. Upon the completion of the monetary exchange, Zhu Biao, acting as a diligent assistant, promptly offered to provide after-sales service. He suggested that if they could wait, he would meticulously divide the 2 large bags of 13 spices into smaller packages. Su Jingfei, however, repeatedly shook his head, stating that he had a friend in Qin Xianghe who was in the printing business, and that his factory possessed some exquisite floral paper, which could be used for packaging to enhance sales, allowing for an additional 5 cents per small package. Qin Xianghe, who had been listening nearby, was momentarily taken aback. He remained in a reverie until Zhu Biao's voice roused him, followed by a handful of change being thrust into his hands. It turned out that during his moment of distraction, Zhu Biao had sold all the remaining 13 spices. After pocketing the change, Qin Xianghe settled by the car, waiting for Zhu Biao to retrieve the cookware and tableware before heading home. He had originally anticipated that these bags of spices would last until the afternoon and planned to send Zhu Biao to a nearby shop to buy some meat buns or baked cakes to tide them over. However, he was surprised to find that Su Jingfei had purchased half of the stock. The sales were remarkably smooth, and by midday, they had not even had the chance to eat. Consequently, he decided to treat Zhu Biao to a meal at a restaurant. After selling so many eels and spices in the county over the past few days, it was only fitting to extend such hospitality to Zhu Biao, who had assisted in both sales and procurement. As he pondered Su Jingfei's earlier remarks, he noticed 2 elegantly dressed men approaching. Raising his gaze, he recognized them as broadcasters from a larger city, indicated by their impeccably styled hair and gleaming shoes. Regrettably, we have no eels today, and the 13 spices are sold out as well. Please come back tomorrow, earlier. The man at the forefront, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, complimented, "Your braised eels are quite commendable." He then inquired, "Is this 13-spice recipe truly from your family?" Upon realizing that the 2 were there to purchase spices, Zhu Biao, overhearing the conversation, interjected with indignation. "Is there any doubt? Have you seen it elsewhere?" The refined man with gold-rimmed glasses dismissed Zhu Biao's outburst and signaled to a leaner, younger companion not to engage with him. He continued addressing Qin Xianghe, "I mean no offense. I merely wish to ask if anyone else possesses this recipe aside from your family." The 13-spice recipe in his possession had undergone generations of refinement over 2 or 3 decades. Qin Xianghe confidently asserted, "No, there is no one else." "That's all well and good. Name your price, and I shall purchase the secret." The young, slender man interjected with an air of arrogance. Observing Qin Xianghe's astonishment at this unexpected proposition, he disdainfully smirked. "Don't rush. Think it through before you respond." "I will not sell," Qin Xianghe retorted. "All right, how much?" "What? You refuse to sell?" The slender man's expression shifted to one of disbelief upon hearing Qin Xianghe's response. Leaning in closer, he enunciated each word carefully. "Did you not understand? I am saying that as long as you are willing to sell the 13-spice recipe, you can name any price." "Young man, do you find it difficult to set a price?" The man with the gold-rimmed glasses gently interjected, pulling his companion closer. "Allow me to propose a figure, 1,000 yuan. Moreover, you may continue selling your 13 spices in this county, provided we receive the recipe." Zhu Biao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in astonishment. 1,000 yuan. What a sum! Merely revealing the recipe could yield such a profit, without hindering future sales of the 13-spice blend. If I were to decline this offer, I would surely be labeled a fool. The lean man, noticing Qin Xianghe's silence, was infuriated to the point of laughter. "Ah, 1,000 yuan. You sell each packet for 30 cents. How many days would it take for you to sell that much? It's simply not feasible." Qin Xianghe felt a headache coming on. Yet again, an unexpected situation had arisen sooner than anticipated. It was that he feared bolstering the resolve of these 2 in purchasing the recipe. He was even contemplating revealing his recent earnings from selling the 13-spice blend. Furthermore, Su Jingfei alone had procured goods amounting to over 130 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Is that really a considerable amount? Qin Xianghe was preparing to refuse once more when a sweet, melodious voice suddenly chimed in from behind the 2. "Songren, you've certainly become quite audacious, engaging in extortion in broad daylight. Will your next step be to rob openly?" Chapter 36. Call me Aunt with a high ponytail and a vibrant red short-sleeve shirt. She paired it with a striking pair of bright yellow knee-length wide-leg shorts, cinched at the waist with a white leather belt that accentuated her slender figure. On her feet were creamy high-heeled shoes. Such a fashionable ensemble is rare even in larger cities, let alone in the county town. Qin Xianghe raised his head, the sunlight dazzling and creating a blinding white glare. When the girl finally emerged from behind the 2 men, her appearance was striking. Rather than mere beauty, she radiated a sense of brightness and vitality. "Tangy, didn't I say I'd be willing to pay 1,000 yuan for it?" protested the lean man named Song Run, his tone laced with indignation. "Do you think 1,000 yuan is insignificant? For us, 1,000 yuan could equate to years of income." Tang Yi's large, expressive eyes sparkled with intelligence. Then why don't you sell your family's secret recipe for 9 fragrance powder for 1,000 yuan as well? What did you say? Tang Yi was quickly interrupted. You what? No respect. You should call me aunt, given our age difference. Do you understand? Seeing Song Rin's face flush with embarrassment as he prepared to retort, the bespectacled man waved his hand. All right, Xiaoran. Tang Yi is just joking. Don't take it to heart. Tang Yi tilted her head and flicked her ponytail. What a joke. You're only allowed to offer 1,000 yuan for someone else's recipe. Xiaoran meant well. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and glanced at Qin Xianghe. Xiaoran's family produces 9 fragrance powder. He wants to buy the recipe to see if there's anything he can learn from it. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Song Rin nodded vigorously. Pfft. Such sweet talk. I see he just wants to bully others into selling it. Song Rin, you're just a wealthy man lacking compassion. Tang Yi scoffed, her ponytail swishing as she expressed her disdain, leaving Song Rin fuming beside her. The bespectacled man chose to ignore the argument between Tang Yi and Song Rin, turning his attention back to the contemplative Qin Xianghe. My young friend, if you believe the price is too low, I can raise it by another 1,000. 2,000 yuan, exclaimed the bespectacled man, causing both Song Rin and Zhu Biao to gasp in unison. One tried to stop his reckless cousin, incredulous that such a rural concoction could be compared to the family's 9 fragrance powder. In Song Rin's mind, even a few hundred yuan would suffice for such a country recipe. Raising it to 2,000 was akin to throwing money away. How many years would this country bumpkin have to work to earn that much? Zhu Biao nearly shouted at Qin Xianghe. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give him the recipe. Once you leave this village, you might not find another opportunity. 2,000 yuan, what a sum. It could be acquired with just a stroke of the pen, without hindering future sales of the 9 fragrance powder. One could tell by his accent that he hailed from the city, perhaps even the provincial capital. Even if the recipe were to be replicated, it would not affect business in Changxi in the slightest. I only sell the 9 fragrance powder, not the recipe. Qin Xianghe's brow furrowed as he listened to the bespectacled man casually raise the price to 2,000 yuan, while others could spend thousands as if they were buying groceries. He had to meticulously calculate even a few dozen yuan. This was the disparity, a mix of envy and resentment. Naturally, since it was a family heirloom, he needed to discuss it with his relatives. The man with gold-rimmed glasses gazed at Qin Xianghe with an expression that oscillated between frowning and a gentle smile. He retrieved a fountain pen from the pocket of Song Rin's jacket and pulled a piece of scrap paper from the back seat of Qin Xianghe's car. After uncapping the pen and giving it a quick flick, he hastily scribbled a few lines on the paper before handing it over. We are about to depart. Once you have discussed it with your family and reconsidered, you may contact me using this. He added, this price is valid for 1 month. After that, it will no longer be available. Zhu Biao instinctively accepted the note, his mouth agape in surprise. Qin Xianghe tilted his head to observe, noting an address in Suoyang City with a 5-digit landline number at the end. No wonder Zhu Biao was astonished. At that time, landlines were not yet widespread. Suoyang City, being relatively close to Changxi, had only recently begun accepting applications for private landlines earlier that year, setting aside whether one could even secure a slot. The initial installation fee of 4,000 yuan was exorbitant for most families, even if one were to sell everything to afford it. The monthly call charges would be a considerable burden. After leaving the note, the man with gold-rimmed glasses turned to leave with Song Rin. A few steps later, he called back to the lingering Tang Yi. She responded promptly and, as she walked away, silently mouthed to Qin Xianghe, don't sell, don't fall for his tricks. Once this group had departed, Qin Xianghe tossed the note into the nearby ditch. Seeing this, Zhu Biao, despite his urge to speak, found himself unable to persuade him further. After all, the recipe belonged to Qin Xianghe. Had it been his, he would have sold it at the initial price of 1,000, a windfall regardless. Knowing that Qin Xianghe awaited him for lunch, Zhu Biao tried to dismiss the earlier scene from his mind, yet he couldn't help but speculate about Qin Xianghe's background. 2,000 yuan, delivered with such composure, was he from a wealthy family? However, if that were the case, why would he be selling eels? Upon reflection, Zhu Biao felt that refusing the offer was not necessarily a mistake. After all, having worked alongside Qin Xianghe, he had a rough idea of how much he could earn in a single trip. Indeed, 2,000 yuan was an amount that Qin Xianghe could likely earn within a month or two. After tidying up the stall, Zhu Biao returned to find Qin Xianghe still lost in thought. Assuming it was due to the earlier incident, he inquired, only to learn that they had yet to receive any eels. This revelation prompted Zhu Biao to share recent developments in the county. In the past few days, Several vendors had appeared in the eastern and southern parts of the city, selling eels at prices over a yuan cheaper than the market rate, even without the special seasoning. While Qin Xianghe had been selling a considerable amount of the seasoning lately, the competition was growing, albeit not as rapidly. The key advantage of the newcomers was their lower prices. Moreover, Zhu Biao reasoned that, even without eels today, the seasoning would still sell out, if necessary. They could focus solely on that in the future. Qin Xianghe acknowledged Zhu Biao's logic, but felt a twinge of discomfort at the loss of a significant source of income. With the eels out of stock, the sudden emergence of Song Rin and his associates served as a warning if he was not careful. His seasoning might also face a similar fate. Hearing his stomach rumble, Qin Xianghe rose to his feet. Mounting my bicycle, I called out to Zhu Biao to take a seat behind me, as we prepared to head to our usual quaint eatery for lunch. However, before we could ride off, Zhu Biao detained me, exclaiming that he would treat me to a meal today, with a mischievous glint in his eye. He assured me he would take me to a delightful place to eat, insisting that my current mood would improve significantly upon arrival. Chapter 37. The joy of older men. After Zhu Biao made a series of suggestive expressions, he revealed a smile that any man would instantly comprehend. Qin Xianghe nearly lost control of the handlebars, almost veering into the ditch. This fellow's lewd grin couldn't possibly indicate a desire to lead him to some sordid establishment. That would be unacceptable. How could a person as upright as himself ever consider such a place? Upon arriving at the location Zhu Biao mentioned, Qin Xianghe was taken aback. He found himself on a narrow street in the northern part of the county, which appeared rather desolate, perhaps due to poor business or its remote location. For there were very few people about. Zhu Biao headed straight for a modest eatery. So small that inside there was hardly room beyond the kitchen where vegetables were chopped and meals prepared. 6 or 7 tables were set outside, one even extending to the edge of the street. Surprisingly, despite its rustic simplicity by today's standards, the outdoor tables were filled to capacity. After a considerable wait, a table finally became available, and Zhu Biao quickly squeezed in. He greeted the owner with familiarity and promptly ordered several dishes in rapid succession. Knowing that Qin Xianghe never drank alcohol, he also ordered 2 bottles of North Ice soda. Times had changed, and after a few days of rest, his daily earnings had risen to 5 yuan. Coupled with his recent earnings, he had amassed nearly 100 yuan, not counting the occasional gifts of 13 spices from Qin Xianghe. In truth, his household had no need for such an abundance of seasonings. On 2 occasions, he had promptly resold the surplus he received. Presumably, Qin Xianghe was aware of this, as he continued to present him with packets. Zhu Biao felt fortunate to have encountered such a benefactor and had long sought an opportunity to treat Qin Xianghe. Today, he believed, was the perfect occasion to extend his hospitality, as he would never have brought a mere acquaintance to such a place. As Qin Xianghe settled down and gazed at the menu hanging on the wall, he felt a twinge of confusion. The prices listed were slightly higher than those at other establishments. For instance, the soda Zhu Biao brought was 5 cents more expensive than in the market. Dining here gave the impression of being led willingly to the slaughter. When the dishes, including minced meat with garlic sprouts, were finally served, Qin Xianghe took a bite with his chopsticks. To his dismay, despite the higher price and Zhu Biao's enthusiastic recommendation, the taste was rather ordinary. Hey, brother Xianghe, we've paid for this, so let us savor it. No need to rush. After all, we have the afternoon free. Zhu Biao said with a grin reminiscent of a mischievous pig. Qin Xianghe nearly felt compelled to kick him under the table. Once was not enough. He was trying for a second time. He would have preferred to visit the place he usually frequented, which was both affordable and delicious. However, since he was already there, even if the food was mediocre, it would suffice to fill his stomach, and after all, Zhu Biao was treating. As Qin Xianghe nibbled on half a steamed bun, he noticed Zhu Biao taking an unusually long pause after each bite, his gaze frequently drifting toward the opposite side of the street. He sat up, surveyed the surroundings, and finally discerned what was amiss. Not only Zhu Biao, but all the patrons at the tables were eating with distracted minds, occasionally glancing across the street. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open from across the street caused everyone to halt their eating, turning their heads in unison. Following that, a collective sigh of relief and disappointment echoed throughout the establishment, Zhu Biao included. The sound sent chills down Qin Xianghe's spine. As he imagined a group of elderly men seated together, emitting such despondent noises, it was truly unsettling. He turned to see a half-aged woman emerging from a barber shop across the street, freshly coiffed. Startled by the multitude of gazes upon her, she instinctively raised her hands to shield her ample bosom, only to lower them moments later, lifting her chin and swaying slightly as she sashayed away. Qin Xianghe, perplexed by the bizarre atmosphere, resolved to finish his meal and depart swiftly. Just as he was about to place his food into a bon, he felt several jabs from Zhu Biao, causing meat to scatter across the table. Xianghe, Xianghe, look. Quickly, look. Zhu Biao urged, his excitement seemingly endless. Qin Xianghe glanced up to see Zhu Biao directing his attention once again to the barber shop. The glass door swung open once more, revealing a young woman. With stylish voluminous hair and a pink low-cut blouse, she wore a snug, pristine white mini-skirt that accentuated her shapely legs, elegantly adorned with high-heeled sandals. The woman appeared to be tidying up the shop, using a broom to sweep away the clippings, though her arms were somewhat short, necessitating a bend to reach the floor. As she swept backward, her top back arched, causing the already snug mini-skirt to cling even more enticingly to her form. Upon turning, the situation intensified. The low neckline of her blouse sagged further as she bent, revealing a generous expanse of smooth, pale skin, coupled with an alluring, deep cleavage that dazzled the onlookers. Amidst the chorus of salivating sounds, Qin Xianghe observed the group of elderly men, their eyes practically bulging with desire, and felt a powerful sense of déjà vu. The glass door, adorned with various notices, opened once again, and a young man with slick-back hair strolled out. He discreetly cast his gaze toward the enticing cleavage before quickly averting his eyes as the woman noticed him, flashing a smile. Hongxia, tomorrow a new movie premieres at the cinema. My friend can get tickets. Would you like to see it? If so, I can bring you one. He proposed. Indeed. The woman was none other than Zhu Hongxia. The sister of Dejun. Qin Xianghe recognized her immediately, for such an exaggerated figure was a rarity. He recalled that Zhu Hongxia had come to the county several years ago to assist at her relative's barbershop, and it dawned on him that the place Zhu Biao had brought him to was right across from the barbershop. Observing the reactions of the elderly men at the table, he quickly grasped why Zhu Biao had previously exhibited such expressions, and he comprehended why this shabby restaurant, with its subpar offerings, dared to charge more than others. It became evident that these patrons congregated here, eagerly awaiting the moment Zhu Hongxia would emerge from sweeping. No need, I'm busy inside, Zhu Hongxia replied coldly, disregarding the slick-haired man's disappointed departure. She tapped her broom against the wall to shake off the hair clippings. As she was about to return to the barber shop, her gaze suddenly halted, astonished. Qin Xianghe. With no choice but to stand, Qin Xianghe realized he had been spotted. Indeed. His sizable frame rendered Zhu Biao unable to conceal him. It is not that he fears encountering Zhu Hongxia. Rather, the two families had previously discussed a marriage arrangement, merely seeking to gauge each other's sentiments through intermediaries, with no matchmaker yet engaged, let alone any formal negotiations between the families. What troubles him is the company he finds himself in at this modest eatery. Their intentions are all too clear. When they unexpectedly cross paths in the county town, he finds himself amidst this particular group. Should Zhu Biao's actions bring about his ruin, it would utterly tarnish his reputation. Sister Hongxia, Qin Xianghe called out as he descended the steps of the barber shop. Casting a curious glance inside, he noticed several men awaiting their turns for a haircut, their gazes surreptitiously fixated on Zhu Hongxia's back. Zhu Hongxia, visibly irritated, cast a disdainful glance at the men feigning interest in their meals across the table, then furrowed her brow and regarded Qin Xianghe with a look of suspicion. Chapter 38, Suffering and Joy. It was a friend who invited me to dinner, and he brought me here. Qin Xianghe pointed to Zhu Biao, who was seated at a table, bowing his head to eat, and continued, Sister Hongxia, I heard from Dajuan that you work at the barber shop in the county town. Is it this one? Zhu Hongxia's expression returned to neutrality as she crossed her trembling arms over her chest and replied emotionlessly, Yes, it is indeed my uncle's shop. She then noticed the visibly new clothes and shoes Qin Xianghe was wearing, which were strikingly different from what she had seen a few days prior. Curious about his presence, she inquired, What brings you to the county town? Oh, just engaging in a small business venture with some friends. Qin Xianghe gestured further back, observing that Zhu Biao had turned away, nearly burying his face in the table. This coward, who could bring me here yet was so familiar with the owner, must have sneaked in countless times. Now, upon noticing Zhu Hongxia's gaze, he was attempting to hide. Hearing an elder from the barber shop call out Zhu Hongxia's name, it seemed she had her hands full. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xianghe bid farewell. Although the two families had previously communicated covertly, both he and Zhu Hongxia were aware of the matter, and given the awkwardness of their encounter today, he felt truly vexed by Zhu Biao's actions. Furthermore, seeing Zhu Hongxia inevitably reminded him of the runaway Dajuan, leaving an uncomfortable feeling within him. Unable to continue his meal, He pulled Zhu Biao away and returned to their recently frequented restaurant, where he insisted on ordering 3 dishes, all of meat, with the yellow eel out of stock. And after receiving reminders from Song Ren and others, he felt it prudent to make some changes, especially now that his household was temporarily free from financial worries. Debts were settled, and he had managed to save a little. Today, upon hearing Su Jingfei mention the transition from plain paper to decorative paper, he was struck by the thought that as the 13-spice blend grew increasingly popular, counterfeit products would inevitably emerge, perhaps even replacing it with something like the so-called 9-spice powder. His consideration of packaging was not motivated by profit margins like Su Jingfei's, but rather by a desire to enhance product recognition and establish an image. Requesting paper and ink from the restaurant owner, he contemplated for a while before sketching a design the size of a playing card. In addition to the prominent 13-spice label, he contemplated adding a brand name. Qin Xianghe felt at a loss for names, finding the options he generated clumsy and unsuitable. Seeking Zhu Biao's opinion, he was met with the suggestion of delicious 13-spice, which left him regretting his inquiry. Somehow, as he continued writing, he found himself inscribing his wife's name. Hearing Zhu Biao mispronounce it from across the table sparked a moment of inspiration. He promptly decided, yes, it shall be called L by 13-spice. Recalling a similarly recognizable packaging from the future, he meticulously replicated the base color, patterns, font colors, and brand logo onto his design. Creating a rough draft, he then handed the paper to Zhu Biao, instructing him to find a familiar printing house in the county town to produce the boxes according to his sketch, slightly thinner than a playing card box. They would initially prepare 1,000, and if the quality met expectations, they would discuss future orders. Moreover, seizing the early hours, he instructed Zhu Biao to accompany him to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to familiarize himself with the registration process for the Lu by 13-spices brand trademark. Before departing, he assigned Zhu Biao a task to explore the county over the next few days, leveraging local connections to identify promising locations with high foot traffic and convenient access. Seeking a storefront that need not be overly large. Naturally, the goal was to negotiate the lowest possible rental price, if a suitable place was found. A longer-term lease would be acceptable. The shortage of eels and the emergence of Song Ren and others prompted him to take the next step. He resolved to open a shop in the county, dedicated to selling 13-spices, with an emphasis on quality packaging. He aimed to establish the Lu by 13-spices brand and reputation before counterfeit products infiltrated the market. This proactive approach would enable him to secure a competitive edge, even if others attempted to follow in his footsteps. With plans to open a shop in the county, the uncertainty of initial funding necessitated frugality. Initially, he intended to demolish and rebuild the small kitchen, but that plan would have to be temporarily shelved. In the days that followed, he rose early to sell prepared 13-spices in the county, while the remaining hours were spent with Zhu Biao handling bureaucratic procedures and negotiating with printing companies. The first batch of packaging boxes was produced, and it became evident that attractive packaging significantly boosted product sales. The beautifully printed boxes quickly made the 13-spices more sought after. Within days, the distinctive red and yellow boxes made the name Lu by 13-spices instantly recognizable to many. Notably, Su Jingfei, having tasted the rewards of her selling, began making trips to Changshi every 2 to 3 days. He typically arranged in advance, purchasing 2 large bags of bulk spices each time, establishing himself as a regular customer. Once the new packaging was introduced, Su Jingfei ceased to buy in bulk, claiming that other customers had purchased several packages on their way through Changshi, only to insist that his street-side offerings wrapped in decorative paper were counterfeit. They presented their beautifully packaged versions, asserting that those were the authentic Lu by 13-spices, reserved for the imperial courts of the Ming and Qing dynasties, nearly causing a disruption at his stall. Consequently, this situation significantly increased the workload for Lu Jian and his wife. Every time Su Jingfei came to buy, they had to prepare an additional 2 bags of well-packaged spices. Naturally, given the intensified workload, Qin Xianghe raised the overtime pay by a couple of dollars, leading the couple to experience a bittersweet blend of exhaustion and satisfaction. With the new packaging and trademark registration complete, they were poised to transition from street vending to the realm of retail, thanks to the solid foundation laid previously. Business at the stall across from the county guest house improved day by day. Recently, others began emulating Su Jingfei, purchasing over 100 boxes of 13-spices at once, claiming they intended to test the market in the more distant Jinxing County. As for the sales in Jinxing County, that individual had yet to return to Changshi. The sales of 13-spices surged dramatically, often running out of stock, necessitating an increase in production to keep pace. These days, Lu Jian spends his daylight hours, aside from meals, immersed in the kitchen, diligently preparing ingredients. Alternatively, he can be found seated in the courtyard, grinding, or waiting for Qin Xianghe to meticulously measure and mix various powders, weighing and packaging them with precision. When it comes time for Su Jingfei to collect the goods, Lu Jian often finds himself working late into the night, with both he and his partner laboring together. This situation weighs heavily on Qin Xianghe's conscience if this continues. The couple's hopes of starting a family may be postponed indefinitely. It is clear that they are overwhelmed with work, and it seems they will need to seek additional help. Chapter 39. Enchanted. The packaging design for the 13 spices has been finalized and received favorable reviews, though the printing costs are somewhat steep. Qin Xianghe persistently negotiated with the printing factory to secure a slight reduction in price, although the savings amounted to a mere $1 per batch. The anticipated popularity of the 13 spices suggests that as sales increase, the demand for packaging will also rise. Thus, even a modest reduction in price now could translate into significant savings in the future. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao, working independently, scoured the county town over the past few days, identifying several shops with relatively affordable prices and a steady flow of foot traffic. Ultimately, considering that most of the regular customers have grown accustomed to purchasing from the county's guest house, Qin Xianghe opted for a shop located just a few meters from the stall. Measuring over 20 square meters, the space might be considered too small for a general store, yet it is perfectly suited for Qin Xianghe's exclusive focus on 13 spices. Its prime location adjacent to the guest house and several small inns ensures a significant influx of out-of-town visitors, which will greatly facilitate the future expansion of the 13 spices market. Additionally, the shop includes 3 slightly larger vacant rooms in the back, which can be utilized for storage or accommodation, all of which he rented together. The total rent amounts to 55 yuan per month, fixed, with a requirement to pay half a year's rent up front. Although this is considerably more expensive than the options Zhu Biao found, Qin Xianghe is thoroughly satisfied with this particular storefront. Reluctantly, he paid a total of 330 yuan in rent. On the same day the shop was secured, he and Zhu Biao meticulously cleaned the premises and thoughtfully arranged the counters and shelves, just as he had done with the custom packaging boxes. He sketched a rough layout for Zhu Biao to take to the furniture store. They would purchase whatever they could find, and for items that were unavailable, they would enlist the help of a carpenter they knew for custom work, as there was no immediate rush for completion. At this juncture, small convenience stores, including various general merchandise shops, often share a common attribute of being untidy and disorganized. If he aims to establish the 13 Spices brand as a premier specialty store, it is essential that customers are greeted with an aesthetically pleasing environment upon entry. Once the store layout was finalized, Qin Xianghe turned his attention to the sourcing of raw materials. The previous shortage of eels had underscored the importance of maintaining confidentiality regarding the formula. He contacted several traditional Chinese medicine shops in the county to order specific raw ingredients, while he sought out various markets for the spices. Additionally, he reserved a few herbs to be ordered later by Lu Jian from the traditional Chinese medicine shop in Lingshui town. By diversifying his sources across the county and town, and employing some unnecessary orders to mislead potential outsiders, he felt assured. As for reliable sources within the county, for the time being, Zhu Biao remained his only trustworthy ally. All raw materials would be transported to Maodang village, where Lu Jian and his spouse would process them. Subsequently, Qin Xianghe would blend, weigh, and package the final products before transporting them back to the county for sale. In the worst-case scenario, he would simply need to make an extra trip. And if a considerable quantity of goods needed to be moved at once, he might resort to hiring a small truck. Although this would be a last resort due to the current exorbitant rental rates for trucks, which are far less economical than transporting goods by bicycle. The day after Qin Xianghe resolved to open a shop in the county, the once bustling guest house and inn suddenly fell silent. He learned from Zhu Biao that the training for the announcers and hosts had concluded, and each had departed. There is another matter. I am uncertain when it began, but the county town has witnessed an increase in vendors selling eels, predominantly hailing from the rural areas of the surrounding townships, with Lingshui town being the most notable contributor. These individuals have emulated him, setting up stalls by the roadside, boiling a couple of eels for complimentary tastings. Naturally, they have incorporated prominently packaged Lu by 13 Spices into their offerings. The price of eels in the county town has been steadily declining. However, if purchased at prices akin to those offered by Qin Xianghe to Ni Dong, these vendors might still manage to earn a modest profit. Despite the interruption of Qin Xianghe's eel enterprise, many have unwittingly contributed to its promotion, ensuring that, at least within the confines of the county town, the reputation of Lu by 13 Spices has grown increasingly resounding. Time has flown swiftly. September has nearly passed. From the registration of the 13 Spices trademark to finalizing the storefront, then to the decoration and layout of the shop, and securing a stable supply of over 20 types of raw materials, Qin Xianghe has been tirelessly cycling to the county town each morning to sell 13 Spices. In the afternoons, he collaborates with Zhu Biao on various tasks, returning to Maotang village without pause by evening. During this period, he has been as busy as a whirling top, visibly losing weight. Fortunately, with the long-awaited business license finally in hand, everything has been set in motion. After obtaining the license, Zhu Biao took special care to frame it in glass, mounting it on the wall behind the counter. Standing on a stool, he breathed onto it repeatedly, diligently polishing it with a clean cloth. Qin Xianghe, upon witnessing this, could not help but chuckle and shake his head. The store has yet to stock its inventory, and the backroom remains completely bare. Zhu Biao, ever the meticulous planner, insisted that they could only display goods on the day of the grand opening to ensure a prosperous start. Qin Xianghe was skeptical. If that were the case, Zhu Biao's family incense shop would not be struggling as it was. Yet, a touch of good fortune is certainly welcome, and after all, it was Zhu Biao who was exerting the effort. Subsequently, he continued to traverse between Maotang and Changxi. As the sales volume increased, Lu Jian and his wife found themselves overwhelmed with processing raw materials, leaving them no time to attend to the county town. Thus, he resolved to entrust the management of this first store entirely to Zhu Biao, who would also serve as a part-time salesperson. Should things become too hectic, Qin Xianghe would come by during the day, or, if necessary, hire someone to assist. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Biao, a grown man, looked at him with misty eyes for a prolonged moment, which left Qin Xianghe feeling quite uneasy. He hastily urged Zhu Biao to correct this emotional tendency, otherwise, he would be unfit for the role of store manager. Whether it was his fondness for the title of manager or the allure of the promised monthly salary of 150 yuan that stirred him, Zhu Biao now arrived at the shop each morning, immersed in his duties. After completing his tasks, he would return to Maotang in the afternoon. Yet Zhu Biao remained at the store, meticulously cleaning, fearful that even the slightest dust might tarnish the pristine counters and shelves, as if he were under some enchantment. In truth, based on the previous daily earnings from selling eels, the sum amounted to around 150 yuan monthly. However, Zhu Biao perceived that such business could cease at any moment, and indeed, that was the reality. In contrast, a fixed monthly salary offered a different sense of security. Now, as Zhu Biao walked the streets, he nearly felt his forehead reaching the nape of his neck in pride. In the county town, those who hold steady jobs earn merely over 30 a month. Even the incense shop owned by his family, at its peak, barely brings in 3 or 4 dozen. Just enough to cover the living expenses of their family of 3. Yet now, he is akin to 4 bustling incense shops. How could he not feel a sense of pride? Recently, to manage all the expenses related to the shop, Qin Xianghe meticulously recorded them in a ledger, ensuring he had a comprehensive understanding of the financial situation. After noting down the expenses incurred today while obtaining the business license from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Qin Xianghe tucked the small ledger back into his pocket and advised Zhu Biao to close up early and head home. Tomorrow marks the official opening, and it is likely to be quite busy. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, turning to dampen a cloth, diligently polishing the business license. Indifferent to Zhu Biao's increasingly ostentatious demeanor, Qin Xianghe exited the shop. He intended to return home early today, so he mounted his bicycle and made his way towards the largest agricultural and sideline product market in the West. Chapter 40. Endure, and it shall pass. Recently, life has been rather hectic, yet each time Qin Xianghe returns from the county town, he brings along some provisions for the 2 little ones. Over the past month, their diet has improved significantly. During the day, Sister Hua assists with their care, and at night, he diligently tends to them. Now, Dabao and Nyo no longer possess the pallid complexions and brittle hair they had upon his return. According to his elder brother, Qin Guangshan, the children appear not only taller but also chubbier in the face. He purchased 2 pounds each of pork and ribs, and even procured 10 pieces of beef, along with an additional chicken. By the time he hurried back to Maotang village, the sun still hung high in the sky, marking the earliest return in recent days. The clattering sounds emanating from the neighboring kitchen indicated that Lu Jian was busy preparing ingredients. not seeing Sister Hua or the children in the yard or at the entrance. He surmised they must have gone to the southern market of the village. A couple of days prior, the village had announced over the loudspeaker that the film crew would once again visit Maodang village, screening a movie that very night. In the 1980s, those with higher incomes, aside from broadcasters and taxi drivers, included film projectionists who were often more beloved in rural areas than the aforementioned professions. Approximately every 2 to 3 months, Maodang village would be graced with a film screening, and during these occasions, both adults and children would revel as if it were a festival. The southern part of the village boasts a vast, flat area designated for film screenings. By noon, after the projectionist had dined in the village, he would begin setting up the screen and projector alone, while the village children ran amok in the sunlit space. When the projectionist called out, the children would rush home or to nearby relatives to fetch long benches capable of seating 2 or 3 people, arranging them in front of the screen. The child who brought the most benches and arranged them neatly would earn the privilege of sitting beside the projector's table during the screening, an unparalleled honor among them. At such times, the mischievous duo, Maodang and his playmates, would become fierce rivals. After dinner, children, adults, and even the elderly who could manage would all flock out, filling the space to capacity before the film began. On screening days, young people from neighboring villages like Mago and Gaoping would travel several miles, or even over 10, to watch the film. Similarly, when films were shown in closer villages, the youth of Maodang village would form groups and make the journey without hesitation. Upon arriving home, Qin Xianghe swiftly unloaded his belongings and prepared for dinner. As he finished cooking several dishes and warming the steamed buns, he heard the excited calls of Bao and Niu outside. He called out from the courtyard, instructing Bao to fetch Lu Jian and his wife for dinner. No sooner had he spoken than Bao dashed in, with Niu trailing behind, her sweet voice chiming that Aunt Hua had gone to summon Uncle Jian. Setting the new dining table in the courtyard, he arranged 5 pristine benches around it. Over 10 days prior, Qin Xianghe had replaced the dim light bulb with a higher wattage one. Although this would consume more electricity, having grown accustomed to brighter lighting from his past life, he found the dim glow of his home intolerable. Now that he was financially stable, he was indifferent to the minor increase in his monthly electric bill. Thus, dining outdoors was not a matter of frugality regarding electricity, but rather a necessity, as the main room of his home was too cramped for 5 people to sit comfortably. Moreover, having returned home early today, with the meal prepared and the sun yet to dip below the horizon, the sky still aglow, I washed the hands of Bao and Niu, seating them beside me. At that moment, Hua Jia pulled Lu Jian in through the front door. "Xianghe, what delectable dish have you prepared?" she inquired, as she settled herself beside Niu. In recent days, whenever Qin Xianghe returned early with an ample supply of groceries, he would invite Lu Jian and his wife over for dinner, a gesture of gratitude for their efforts. After all, Hua Jia now spent her days caring for Bao and Niu, and with the increase in sales of the 13-spice mix, Lu Jian hardly found a moment's respite. By the time he returned to take over the children in the evening, Hua Jia often assisted him in processing ingredients late into the night, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Lu Jian sat down next to Hua Jia, stretching his sore arms. "This is quite a feast. It feels a bit inappropriate," he remarked. Hua Jia rolled her eyes and retorted, "What's inappropriate about it? We toil day in and day out, while he lives like a wealthy landlord. Shouldn't he treat us to a nice meal? Is this truly hard labor? What about those years we spent working away from home? Do you remember that time it snowed heavily?" Lu Jian brought up their past struggles, always feeling remorseful for his wife, who, despite her frail health, often took on the heavier tasks to earn more than others. "Enough. You're here to enjoy meat and chicken, yet you're reminiscing about hardships." Hua Jia shot him a look, but her attention was quickly drawn to a large platter of braised beef on the table, astonishment lighting her face. "This is far more expensive than lamb." Since starting to make the 13-spice mix, they had never lacked for raw ingredients at home, and Qin Xianghe, drawing upon memories from his past life, could effortlessly prepare a batch of braising spices. Today, he had specially purchased extra beef to showcase his culinary skill, not only for the meal but also as a treat for the children. Rich in protein and amino acids, beef is excellent for growing children, replenishing iron and enriching their blood. As Qin Xianghe called them to eat, Hua Jia promptly served the braised beef to both children before taking a bite herself. Nodding in approval, Lu Jian followed suit, savoring the flavor, which indeed surpassed that of dishes served at restaurants. He mused that if Qin Xianghe were to abandon the 13-spice trade and open a restaurant in the county, he would undoubtedly prosper. The beef was simply exquisite. and a couple of drinks would only enhance the experience. Let us just enjoy the meal without any idle chatter. Huarjie discreetly kicked Lu Jian under the table. Lu Jian snapped back to attention and hastily corrected himself. Yes, drinking only complicates matters. Daijian, if you wish to drink, bring your own next time. But you must drink alone. I cannot accompany you. Qin Xianghe replied with a smile, aware of the couple's intentions. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy a meal together, and he feared Lu Jian would succumb to alcohol again, especially considering his history of gambling after drinking. While he had dined with them several times, there had always been an absence of alcohol at the table. Lu Jian, a drinker though not excessively so, would occasionally indulge. But now Qin Xianghe, he was wary of reigniting his old habits. I haven't drunk in so long, I don't desire it anymore. Drinking holds no appeal. Meeting Huarjie's gaze, Lu Jian quickly waved his hands in response to Qin Xianghe's offer. In the present moment, the most notorious spendthrift of the nearby villages has finally turned over a new leaf. He dares not tread the old path of indulgence in the presence of Qin Xianghe. One meal can be endured, and if he truly craves a drink, he can do so in the seclusion of his home. Yet he cannot risk such behavior in front of Qin Xianghe. For this reason, Sister Hua has nearly worn his ears raw with her admonitions at home. Xianghe, is there something on your mind? Lu Jian suddenly paused his chopsticks. In the past, when dining together, Qin Xianghe would prepare an abundance of dishes. But tonight's spread is particularly lavish. Moreover, the expression on Qin Xianghe's face bears a striking resemblance to that of last month when he first invited the couple to dine. Could it be that the 13 spices are no longer in operation, signaling a farewell feast? Or perhaps the raw materials have been outsourced to another? If so, does that mean the daily income of 7 yuan will cease to exist? Chapter 41. Rescheduling. Qin Xianghe intended to wait until after their meal to discuss matters. But noticing the couple's fluctuating expressions, which suggested they were lost in thought, he decided to preemptively serve some dishes. He then broached the topic of opening a store. Recently, he had been occupied with Zhu Biao in the county town, working on the storefront, without informing Lu Jian and his wife. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, he was exceedingly busy, while the couple was engrossed in their own increased demand for the 13 spices, and secondly, he wished to wait until everything was finalized and well considered before sharing the news. Indeed, after revealing that the rent for the shop alone had cost nearly 401 payment, alongside expenses for interior decoration, purchasing display counters and shelves, as well as registering for a business license and trademark, the couple took a moment to absorb the information. In their perspective, such an expenditure was equivalent to the total income of a family in Mount Ang village over 4 or 5 years, and the abrupt outlay felt extravagant. They acknowledged that the 13 spices were in high demand, but they questioned whether it would be as profitable as anticipated. What if business faltered in the future? Would that money simply vanish? They mused over the current simplicity of their operation, where they could produce finished products and sell them directly at roadside stalls in the county town, avoiding all these miscellaneous expenses. Qin Xianghe had more to convey to Lu Jian and his wife, but his initial thoughts when renting the shop had been to suggest they relocate to the county town for direct processing, thus eliminating the need for transportation. However, he reconsidered due to the necessity of keeping the 13 spices formula confidential and the need for Sister Hua to care for the children at home. Moreover, there was another crucial point. Once the shop opened, he planned to expand their sales channels, which would inevitably lead to an increased demand for the 13 spices. Relying solely on Lu Jian and his wife would no longer suffice to meet the production needs, especially since they did not possess the advanced machinery available in later times. Given the circumstances in Jiangxi County and his limited funds, they would have to rely on manual labor for an extended period. The couple could manage about 3 bags a day, which was their limit, and should the sales of the 13 spices rise further, they would inevitably need to hire additional help. However, he felt apprehensive about hiring in the county town, fearing the potential for unscrupulous individuals. Brother Jian, moving forward, you will no longer need to process the raw materials. What? Lu Jian exclaimed, realizing there had been a misunderstanding. Qin Xianghe waved his hand, clarifying. What I mean is that your focus will shift away from processing raw materials. I intend to hire a few more individuals to assist, allowing you both to work more comfortably. Of course, in the beginning, you will need to guide them, especially with the more complicated raw materials. Understanding now. Lu Jian smiled sheepishly. He had indeed been overly eager. He could hardly be blamed, given that 7 yuan a day amounted to over 200 a month, a sum far greater than he could earn in a large city. With this additional income, his wife's health treatments would be adequately funded. and they could consistently procure the traditional medicine prescription for their future child. Hiring more help? That sounds costly. Otherwise, Ahua and I could just work overtime to see if we can grind out an extra bag each day. Lu Jian hesitated before suggesting, with Sister Huan nodding in agreement. Once the store in the county town opened, there would be more demand than just for one like Su Jingfei's. Even if they worked round the clock, they wouldn't be able to keep up. Qin Xianghe had previously discussed Su Jingfei's matters with the couple. Noticing their instinctive nods, he continued, moreover, you have other more pressing matters at hand. All right, Ahua and I have not pursued much education, so we are unfamiliar with the intricacies. Lu Jian was interrupted by a playful kick from Ahua beneath the table. He quickly clarified, what I mean is, we are not well versed in business matters. Just tell us what to do, and we shall follow your instructions. Qin Xianghe paid no heed to Lu Jian's slip of the tongue and said, I have contacted several suppliers for raw materials. I will handle the arrangements in the county, while you will take care of Lingshui and Huego. Without hesitation, Lu Jian agreed readily. As dusk approached, Qin Xianghe served more dishes to the couple, urging them to begin their meal while they conversed. His plan was for Lu Jian to explore the 4 surrounding villages in search of a couple of second-hand bicycles. New ones were indeed too expensive, especially since they would only be used for transporting goods. Riding a new bicycle would be wasteful. It would be more practical to acquire a few moderately used ones, as the bicycles of that era were remarkably sturdy, capable of carrying 200 to 300 pounds of cargo. With 2 children at home, it was inconvenient. He contemplated constructing additional greenhouses in Lu Jian's yard. Since he had hired help, he also needed to acquire tools such as pots and mortars. Furthermore, he envisioned establishing a streamlined production process, separating the stages of selecting raw materials, drying, roasting, and grinding. This segregation would, to a certain extent, ensure the confidentiality of the formula and production processes. When it came to the crucial final step of blending, he intended to transport everything back to his own courtyard to personally oversee it, maintaining absolute secrecy, which was essential for a considerable period. In addition, he renegotiated the couple's remuneration. They would no longer receive daily wages, but would be formally employed like Zhu Biao, with Lu Jian earning 150 yuan per month and Huajie 50. In truth, this was a slight reduction from their previous agreement. Yet Lu Jian and his wife were exceptionally pleased. After all, they had previously been paid daily, leaving them uncertain about the next day's work. Earning 7 yuan a day felt like a dream, leading them to fondly count their earnings before sleep, reassured by the thick stack of bills that confirmed their reality. Now, with a fixed monthly salary, they felt an immediate sense of stability, relieved from the anxiety of potentially returning to their former precarious situation. After the meal, it was only after the joint persuasion of Huajie and Qin Xianghe that Lu Jian decided to take a night off to watch a movie at the southern village square. Outdoor films in rural areas were a rarity that Qin Xianghe had not experienced since leaving Maodang village. Standing in the sun-drenched square, observing the dense crowd gathered before the large white screen bordered in black, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Turning his gaze back to Lu Jian and Huajie, who were each carrying a child, their fluctuating emotions began to stabilize. It seemed they had been waiting for him. Upon his arrival, the 3 figures that had been circling around the projector immediately crouched down and approached. As the projector whirred to life, casting light and producing a snowy image on the screen, Qin Xianghe instinctively glanced to his left. I remember the last time I watched a movie was last year. Since he succumbed to the vices of drinking and gambling, his enthusiasm for watching films has significantly waned. He believes that instead of spending time at the cinema, it would be better to head to Mago village to try his luck at gambling. Before his wife departed, there was a period during which he resolutely resolved to quit both drinking and gambling. During that time, while their relationship may not have blossomed remarkably, the conflicts between them diminished considerably. On one occasion, when the village screened a movie, knowing how much his wife adored watching films, he deliberately took their daughter Nyonyo in his arms and asked Debeo to bring his wife along to the southern square of the village. And now, Chapter 42, Brutality at a Whim. Qin Xianghe waved his hand, instructing the 3 eager individuals to wait outside. On the periphery of the crowd, there was a stall illuminated by a lantern, selling sunflower seeds and peanuts. Whenever a film was screened, this stall became a focal point. Otherwise, one would have to wait for the market day to indulge in such snacks. Qin Xianghe purchased a pound of roasted seeds and salted peanuts each, sending them to Lu Jian and his wife, advising them to let their 2 children have a little. This evening, engrossed in discussions, he had not noticed the 2 little ones had overindulged, their bellies round and full, unable to move after dinner. Initially, Qin Xianghe intended for the children to rest at home, perhaps to run around the courtyard to aid digestion, but the Bao and Niu insisted on watching the movie, ultimately being carried by Lu Jian and his wife, who indulged them. Moreover, it was warned that excessive consumption of these snacks could lead to discomfort in children. Afterward, Qin Xianghe searched the dense crowd thoroughly but found no one, suspecting that his parents and elder brother and sister-in-law would not return so soon. It was rumored that his sister-in-law's grandfather was gravely ill, with the family already preparing for burial items. His parents and elder brother had gone to visit, but they would also need to assist with the funeral arrangements, remaining busy until the 7th day after burial. Upon hearing this, just before his brother's departure, Qin Xianghe had discreetly slipped in 200 yuan. The sister-in-law's family had already been financially drained by the grandfather's medical expenses enduring the last encounter. Lu Laonian had blocked their door demanding money. Handling the funeral would undoubtedly require a substantial sum, since his sister-in-law had only 4 sisters and no sons, his brother, as the son-in-law would have to shoulder the burden. At that moment, his brother did not refuse, merely stating that any unused money could be returned, while the spend amount could be settled gradually among brothers. As the opening credits concluded, the previously raucous venue fell into a hushed silence, save for the occasional sound of seeds being cracked and peanuts being shelled, as everyone focused intently on the film. At that time, no household in the village possessed a television, and such outdoor films were a rare occurrence, happening only once every 2 or 3 months. Subsequently, Qin Xianghe made his way outside. Nostalgia lingered as a sentiment, yet he found little interest in the film currently being screened. Upon exiting the area, he spotted 3 figures huddled near a stone mill by the roadside. Before he approached, he heard a low growl. "You must be the leader, called In Ai Dong, right? Let me tell you, if I see you again in Ma Go or Gao Pong, I'll make it a point to beat you each time, understood?" Indeed, these 3 were In Ai Dong, De Liang, and Er Liang, whom Qin Xianghe had arranged to meet at the movie screening. As he rounded the stone mill, he noticed 6 others standing nearby. Thanks to the flickering light of the film, he discerned that 4 of them were about the same age as In Ai Dong, roughly 15 or 16 years old. The 2 in the center appeared to be in their 20s, one of whom was a lanky figure, seemingly fragile enough to be blown away by a gust of wind, and was currently threatening and shoving In Ai Dong's shoulder. "Did you hear what I said?" the lanky one shouted again. In Ai Dong and his companion shrank back, remaining silent, while a nearby young man with long hair received a signal and kicked De Liang several steps away. The lanky individual then raised his hand to strike In Ai Dong. Qin Xianghe stepped forward, and just as the hand was about to descend upon In Ai Dong, he swiftly kicked the lanky man away. As anticipated, the man was exceedingly slender, capable of being toppled by a mere gust of wind, and a single kick would achieve the same effect. He suspected that if a one-on-one confrontation were truly allowed, even In Ai Dong could overpower this individual. The group of individuals across from him were startled by the sudden appearance of Qin Xianghe. Upon witnessing the latter's decisive kick that sent Leopard Brother flying, they remained in a stupor for quite some time. "Where are you from?" "Coming to Maotang village to bully people." Qin Xianghe surveyed the cluster of bewildered youths, unfamiliar faces that clearly did not belong to Maotang village. "Big guy, are you seeking death? Don't you realize who we are? Even here, or over there in the field, with so many witnesses, we would still beat you until you search for your teeth." The tall, lanky boy scrambled to his feet and, pointing at Qin Xianghe, began to hurl abuses. Yet, before he could steady himself, darkness enveloped him, and as he clutched his eyes, still dazzled, he was hurled away by a shoulder throw. The 4 youths stood petrified. Aren't fights supposed to commence with mutual threats, followed by declarations of one's identity, and then the revealing of one's backing? They relished the final stage. For once their affiliations were disclosed, they could freely unleash their assaults. What sort of barbarity is this? To leap straight into violence without so much as a word of warning? As Qin Xianghe's gaze swept over the quartet of boys, it finally settled on the long-haired youth, who, emboldened yet trembling, declared, "You're finished. Do you even know who Leopard Brother is?" Qin Xianghe caught a glimpse of In Ai Dong and De Liang, the latter 2 bearing the marks of prior encounters, suggesting they had been taught a lesson earlier. Seizing the long-haired youth's outstretched finger, he twisted it gently. The youth bent down in pain, and Qin Xianghe took hold of his hair, delivering a resounding slap to his face. "So tell me, who exactly is Leopard Brother?" The long-haired youth, clutching his nose, nearly crumpled to the ground. Upon seeing Qin Xianghe approach, he hastily swallowed his insults, growling, "If you have the guts, don't run." Do you know who his brother-in-law is? Xianghe and Dong interjected, concerned that misunderstandings might escalate. After all, Qin Xianghe had always associated with Leopard Brother's brother-in-law. In a hushed tone, Dong added, his brother-in-law is Lu Gu. Noticing Qin Xianghe's look of confusion, Dong lowered his voice further. It's Lu Depeng from Mago. So, are you scared now? It's too late to be frightened. Hurry up and kneel before me, calling me father, and I'll tell you. Leopard Brother, having regained his footing, was not dazed enough to forget his bravado. Qin Xianghe delivered a sharp slap to the face of Leopard Brother, sending him reeling towards the long-haired youth, and waved his hand dismissively. Lu Depeng, is it? You go back and mention my name, Qin Xianghe, and I'll be right here, watching a movie. Now, get lost. Once the group dispersed, ignoring the long-haired youth's distant threats, Qin Xianghe settled onto a stone mill, listening to Dong recount the backstory. It turned out that Leopard Brother and the long-haired youth had recently been scouring for eels. At the beginning of the month, a sudden shortage had caused prices to skyrocket. Dong and his companions, undeterred, had periodically ventured out to inquire, leading to several confrontations, often met with insults. They hadn't anticipated that today, with the village screening a movie, these individuals would show up precisely to confront them. Xianghe, is everything all right with the Lu's side? Qin Xianghe seemed to discern the worries weighing on Dong's mind. He chuckled heartily, reassuringly stating, fear not, I have long ceased playing cards with Lu Depeng. Should these individuals dare to bully you again, do not hesitate to come to me. Daliang and Erlang, who typically served as Dong's loyal followers, had not had much interaction with Qin Xianghe. Overwhelmed by Qin's formidable reputation, they were rendered speechless, with Baozi nearly trembling in fear. Ignoring the flattery of the two followers, Qin Xianghe turned to Dong, who still bore an uneasy expression, and remarked, what troubles you still? Rest assured, Lu Depeng would not dare approach. No. It's not about that. Dong shook his head, hesitating for a moment before bowing his head apologetically. Xianghe, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Chapter 43. The store opening. Qin Xianghe was utterly perplexed upon hearing the apologies. Only after Dong stammered through his explanation did he comprehend the situation. At the beginning of the month, when Dong and his companions could no longer procure the eels, their income had ceased. Particularly, given the recent conflicts Dong had encountered while attempting to gather eels, his father finally spoke the truth. He recounted an encounter with Lu Depeng while working on the dam, which led to him being taken to Guan village for some gambling. That evening, Lu Depeng had treated him to drinks, and in a drunken stupor, he inadvertently revealed Dong's dealings with Qin Xianghe regarding the eels. Seeing Dong's face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish beneath a stone grinder, Qin Xianghe merely chuckled, ruffling Dong's hair affectionately. It was no wonder he had been elusive lately. Yesterday, they had fortuitously crossed paths outside the village, where Dong had nearly turned to flee when informed about the movie plans. Now it all made sense. The sudden scarcity of eels had resulted in a loss of income, which left Qin Xianghe feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, upon reflection, he recognized that this was an inevitable outcome. Observing Dong's improved circumstances, with money in hand, it was only natural for inquiries to arise. Moreover, the more eels sold in the county town, the more it would enhance the reputation of Qin Xianghe, which was fundamentally important for the future. After offering some words of encouragement to Dong, Qin Xianghe shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. With plans for expanding Qin Xianghe as production, he intended to temporarily enlist the help of Dong and his companions for Lu Jian. Approaching the age of 16 and having dropped out of school early, these young lads were not suited for heavy labor, but they could certainly manage the tasks of stirring and grinding raw materials. Upon hearing this, the trio readily agreed without hesitation. The monthly wage was set at 40 yuan per person, excluding meals and accommodations. While the Liang and Air Liang did not voice their opinions, Dong had previously earned a daily income of over 10 to 20 yuan from collecting eels. Despite the current offer being less substantial, he willingly accepted it, fully aware that eel gathering was not a sustainable endeavor. The past half-month had proven this, as the trio had earned almost nothing. Given their young age, the prospect of receiving a fixed salary akin to those in the county was more than satisfactory. Furthermore, the work was limited to daytime hours, allowing them leisure time in the afternoons. Once they agreed, Qin Xianghe instructed them to fetch their families from the drying ground. Though the tasks were not arduous, it was only fair to inform their families, considering they were still young. Indeed, upon hearing the news, Their families readily consented and inquired whether the processing factory needed more workers, expressing willingness to send older children if necessary, even accepting lower wages. Surrounded by eager parents, Qin Xianghe had to quickly clarify that he only required Ni Dong and his companions for the time being. Reluctantly, the parents acquiesced, turning to encourage their children to work diligently and not to slack off. After the other families departed, Ni Dong's father pulled him aside to sincerely apologize, assuring that he would never divulge information about the processing factory and would also discreetly inform De Liang and Heir Liang's families. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Xianghe rose early to prepare breakfast for the children. While fetching water to wash clothes, he heard some noise outside the courtyard. Upon opening the door, he found Ni Dong and his companions squatting in the corner, arms crossed. Everyone claimed that they had already prepared meals at home, fearing it would be late, and they rushed over before dawn. Qin Xianghe found himself both amused and perplexed, yet he comprehended the concerns of the three individuals regarding their families. In the countryside, there are always tasks to engage in without stepping outside, particularly those that can be performed by young lads, and the remuneration is substantial. The earnings from this year could rival the harvest from 2 years of farming for the entire family. With such a promising opportunity, how could one not be attentive? It was also his fault for not coordinating a time with the others yesterday. Thus, Qin Xianghe decided to take them to Lu Jian's home, where Lu Jian and his wife were already awake. He instructed the three to familiarize themselves with the process, as Lu Jian needed to find bricklayers in the village that morning to prepare for building partitioned greenhouses in the yard. He planned to hire several workers, estimating that they could complete the task in a day. By afternoon, Lu Jian would also be organizing the collection of old bicycles and then heading to the town to purchase large pots and stone mortars, which was no less laborious than processing raw materials. Initially, Qin Xianghe had considered taking Lu Jian and his wife to the county town to witness the grand opening of the first Lu by 13 Spices shop, a venture they had been diligently preparing for. However, with only one bicycle at home, and his parents and older brother and sister-in-law having gone to Guan village, he also needed to care for Debeo and Nyonyo. Unlike before, when he could simply lock the children in the yard or the house, Qin Xianghe would rather not open that shop in the county town. Thus, in the end, he had no choice but to set off alone early in the morning. By the time he arrived in the county town, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhu Biao was anxiously pacing outside the store, and upon seeing him, rushed over to unload the goods before the vehicle had come to a complete stop. For today's grand opening, the back seat was stacked high, with additional items hanging from the sides and even a bag secured to the front bumper. Qin Xianghe had transported 6 bags in total, which was why the journey had taken so long. After unpacking the bags and loading the goods, Zhu Biao brushed off the dust from Qin Xianghe's clothes. On the back wall of the store hung a newly purchased clock, and as the time approached, Zhu Biao instructed him to stand at the entrance with the 6 newly exchanged 50 yuan bills. He repeatedly emphasized that when the firecrackers went off, he was to pull down the red cloth covering the store sign with one hand while waving the money with the other, proclaiming this to be a sign of prosperous fortune. At exactly 11 o'clock, Zhu Biao, holding several bundles of 500 firecracker strings, set them off in front of the store on the main street. Amidst the crackling sounds and Zhu Biao's loud reminders, Qin Xianghe waved the bills and pulled the cloth strip with a swift motion. The vibrant red silk cloth fell before him, prompting him to gaze upward. Lu by 13 Spices. If selling eels was about ensuring basic sustenance and improving quality of life, then this first shop in the county town represented a new beginning. Standing beneath the sign, the characters Lu Bai stood out remarkably. After a prolonged series of explosions, the fiery red remnants of the firecrackers blanketed the ground. And in a rare display of generosity, Zhu Biao handed a yuan to the individual cleaning the street. He insisted that no one should touch the remnants, stating that on the first day of business, they would only sweep away the firecracker debris after closing. Qin Xianghe was unfamiliar with these customs and skeptical. Yet with Zhu Biao bustling around, he simply went along with it. Regardless, Zhu Biao was indeed the manager of this inaugural shop. As the store officially opened, the promotional sign that had been prepared in advance was promptly placed outside. On the first day of business, all purchases of Lu by 13 Spices would receive a 20% discount. The second day would offer a 15% discount, the third day a 10% discount. And after 5 days, prices would return to normal. In just over a month, the renowned 13 Spices has made quite a name for itself in the county town. Nowadays, it is commonplace for stalls selling yellow eels to flaunt a red and white 13 Spices seasoning box in front of their pots. as if it were essential for enticing customers to sample their wares. Gradually, this trend has caught on, prompting fishmongers and meat vendors in the market to follow suit with complimentary tastings. The expense is minimal, yet the impact on attracting crowds is remarkable, thereby amplifying the visibility of Lu Bai's 13 spices. Concerned that the initial turnout might not be sufficient, Qin Xianghe crafted a grand advertisement board, intending to affix it to his bicycle and tour the county town several times. However, when the time came to execute this plan, he realized he had significantly underestimated the speed at which news travels in the county. Before long, the shop was brimming with people, many of whom were dressed as market vendors. Chapter 44. A booming morning. Upon arriving in the county town that morning, Qin Xianghe brought along 6 substantial bags of merchandise, believing it would suffice for the grand opening, especially since the previous record had been 4 bags, courtesy of Su Jingfei's bulk purchase that accounted for half the stock. However, upon returning from lunch and finally squeezing into the store, he prepared to switch places with Zhu Biao for a meal, only to find Zhu Biao efficiently clearing transactions for customers while urging him to quickly return for another shipment. A large influx of customers had arrived while he was out, purchasing dozens of boxes at once, reportedly from nearby convenience stores. Seeing the store's inventory had dwindled by more than half, Qin Xianghe hurriedly dashed across the street to buy a few savory pancakes for Zhu Biao, then pedaled furiously back to Maodang. Fortunately, Lu Jian had been tirelessly processing raw materials day and night, leaving a few bags in stock at home. Upon reaching Maodang, Lu Jian, riding his newly acquired second-hand bicycle, returned with several large pots from town. Hearing of the booming sales, he refrained from engaging in other tasks, instructing Ni Dong and the others to quickly clear space for him to start roasting ingredients, ensuring the store would not run out of supplies the following day. Qin Xianghe secured the merchandise to his bike, barely pausing to exchange a few words with Bao and Yonyo as they rushed over. As Hua Jie chased after him from the yard, he mounted his bike and sped off towards the county town. Arriving at the store shortly after 4 in the afternoon, he discovered that the shelves held at most 50 boxes of 13-spice seasoning. Zhu Biao, in a flurry, was both selling and anxiously pacing, nearly collapsing with relief upon seeing Qin Xianghe return with the goods. Without delay, they unloaded the merchandise into the store, packaging orders for 2 customers who wished to buy dozens of boxes at once, even offering 2 extra boxes as a gesture of goodwill. Had they not been delayed, the shelves would have been entirely bare. By 6 in the evening, the shop closed early. It was imperative to shut the doors. The shelves were nearly empty again, and tomorrow could not afford to open as late as today, needing to retain some stock for appearances. The village of Maodang was quite distant, and even with an early start, Qin Xianghe would not arrive until 9 or 10. Zhu Biao slumped at a small corner table, chewing on a meat pie while listlessly humming to himself. The sheer volume of customers that day was astonishing, likely due to the enticing 20% discount. Furthermore, many residents in the county had grown accustomed to using 13-spice in their fish and meat dishes. Who could resist purchasing a few extra packages when prices were so favorable? A significant portion of these buyers were vendors specializing in fish and meat. Additionally, several nearby convenience stores, sensing an opportunity, came to stock up and experiment with the product. Despite the presence of a specialty store opened by the county guest house, many would still prefer the convenience of purchasing directly from the small shops, especially when the price difference was merely a few cents per box. While the profit margin per box may be slim, the volume driven by the bustling market promised a substantial cumulative profit. Moreover, on this first day of business, the discount was extraordinary. Thus, the potential for greater profits was undeniable. It was no wonder that Su Jingfei had previously overstocked when he last returned to Qingshi. Had he known of such enticing offers, he would likely have sold his belongings to bring a significant sum for inventory. Fortunately, Su Jingfei did not arrive. Otherwise, one would be left pondering whether to engage in this business transaction. If one proceeds, Su Jingfei could potentially take away a substantial portion of the goods. However, refraining from the deal would mean foregoing an opportunity to earn money, which is contrary to all reason and may lead to enmity. Thus, with a mere contemplation, Zhu Biao found himself in a state of blissful agony. After swallowing the warm meat pie, his hunger finally subsided. Observing the countertop, he noticed Qin Xianghe had finished counting the money. Zhu Biao sprang up eagerly, inquiring, "How much?" Apart from a few coins, Qin Xianghe neatly bundled the remainder with rubber bands and placed it all into a large plastic bag. He counted 3 times to confirm the amount, though the figure left him feeling slightly dizzy. Upon hearing Zhu Biao's second inquiry, he regained his composure, patted the substantial plastic bag and counted meticulously, revealing a total of 782 yuan and 94 fun. Water spilled from the corner of Zhu Biao's mouth as he stared blankly, mechanically repeating, 782 yuan and 94 fun. We've struck gold. We've struck gold. Indeed, Qin Xianghe shared in the sentiment of newfound wealth. Previously, he had envisioned that operating this establishment would yield a stable daily income of 300 to 400 yuan, which he deemed satisfactory, never anticipating such a remarkable sum. However, today's booming sales could be attributed to the grand opening and the enticing 20% discount. Nonetheless, even after accounting for costs such as raw materials, rent, and labor, the net profit approached 400 yuan, and had it not been for the discount, the profits would have soared even higher. If calculated at 400 yuan a day, the monthly earnings would amount to 12,000 yuan, a substantial fortune for everyone in Jiangxi County during the 1980s. The term 10,000 yuan household was often uttered in admiration, and those who bore this title were considered affluent. Of course, Qin Xianghe understood that such calculations were misleading. The substantial sales on the first day were a result of the promotional discount, hence, future revenues would likely diminish. Moreover, these were merely condiments. A single packet could last through several meals, making it feasible to stretch them across 10 or more meals. Given the over 100,000 residents of Jiangxi County, sales would inevitably decline, underscoring the necessity to explore broader markets. Retaining the small change for emergencies and making change, Qin Xianghe tucked the hefty plastic bag into his coat, securing it with a red cloth strap to prevent loss during the bumpy ride home. Amid Zhu Biao's repeated reminders to deliver goods the next morning, he pedaled through the twilight towards home. Upon arrival, it was already past 9 in the evening. Da Bao and Nyo dashed out from the brightly lit yard upon hearing the sound of the bicycle bell. Qin Xianghe greeted them, scooping them up and showering them with affectionate kisses before handing them over to Sister Hua for supervision. After securely storing the money at home, he drank a bowl of water and, without taking a moment's rest, proceeded directly next door. In Lu Jian's yard, a new electrical line had been strung up, illuminating a large bulb. This could undoubtedly be deemed the brightest bulb in Mount Ang village. Earlier that afternoon, he had instructed Lu Jian to set it up before leaving. Untroubled by the cost of electricity, the priority was to expedite sales, especially during these promotional days. He had never dared to imagine sales would be so brisk, otherwise, he would have stockpiled more goods. In retrospect, it was futile to dwell on what could have been, as Lu Jian and his wife had nearly exhausted their time, resulting in most of the inventory being sold out on the same day. He is currently unable to contemplate the prospect of the couple having children. Once an Dong and the others are fully engaged, the couple should find themselves with more leisure time. An Dong and the others are also present. Having been retained by Qin Xianghe at Lu Jian's request, he agreed to extend their shifts, offering an additional 3 yuan each day for the extra hours worked. Lu Jian and his wife, along with Zhu Biao, are similarly compensated. Furthermore, there are plans to distribute an extra bonus to each individual once this busy period concludes. Chapter 45. A joyous occasion on the second day of business. The revenue exceeded 820. The third day saw a revenue of 759. On the fourth day, Su Jingfei, entangled in domestic trivialities, returned to Jiangxi once more. Standing outside the shop, which had transformed from a mere stall to a bustling establishment, Su Jingfei found himself lost in thought for quite some time. Upon overhearing that the opening day had offered a 20% discount, he nearly struck his thigh in disbelief. Learning that today would only feature a 10% discount, he resigned himself to this lesser concession, recognizing it was preferable to facing full price on his next visit. Su Jingfei's baseline for pricing had always been calculated at 3 cents less per package. Thus, the 10% discount was applied to this original price. Determined, Su Jingfei squatted at the shop's entrance, compelling Qin Xianghe to return home for another batch of goods. As for the shortfall in funds, he had no qualms about issuing an IOU. After all, they had conducted numerous transactions, so owing 200 or 300 temporarily was of little concern. However, Qin Xianghe harbored some apprehension about the logistics, several large bags, over 100 miles to travel, and the return to Qishir under the cover of darkness, the duration of which was uncertain. What amused Qin Xianghe was that after Su Jingfei loaded the goods, he showed no urgency to depart even as the afternoon waned. Instead, he lingered until closing time, when fewer customers remained, scrutinizing the merchandise within the shop. Observing the scene of customers squeezing in to purchase 13 spices even after the doors had closed, Su Jingfei murmured contentedly to himself before finally leaving. On this day, the revenue shattered records, reaching an astonishing 974. On the fifth day, perhaps due to the final day of discounts, revenue once again surpassed 800. However, following this day, sales began to decline sharply, plummeting to 500, then to just over 400, eventually stabilizing in the range of 400 to 450. During this period, Ni Dong and his companions toiled from dawn until deep into the night, as did Qin Xianghe and Lu Jian, for without their collective efforts, Su Jingfei's stock would have remained unfulfilled. As the promotional period came to an end, sales figures diminished. Lu Jian and his wife, alongside the three from Ni Dong, including Qin Xianghe, who returned home only late at night, worked diligently to process and stockpile goods, ensuring that not only was the store's backroom filled with inventory, but their home also had been stocked with several bags, sufficient to last them for days. Consequently, Qin Xianghe granted a 3-day respite to everyone except Zhu Biao. Before the break, he distributed bonuses of 30 yuan each to Zhu Brao and Lu Jian, while Ni Dong and his companions received 20 yuan. Although they were said to have 3 days off, Qin Xianghe knew well that they would scarcely rest for even a single day. The corn in the fields had ripened, and it was time for the busy harvest season. Ni Dong and his companions, though not particularly young, were unable to undertake heavy labor outside, yet. In places like Maodang village, even children as young as 10 would accompany their families to the fields during harvest time. The trio could earn money now. But in the eyes of rural folk, farming remained paramount, especially for those who had left school early to help at home. Moreover, despite their age, they were the primary support for their families, making their presence at the autumn harvest indispensable. Lu Jian and his wife, too, recognized that no matter how much money they earned over the past month, they could not neglect their land, lest they become the subject of gossip among their fellow villagers. Previously, the couple had even contemplated that if time was scarce, they would work during the day with Ni Dong and his companions and immediately head to the fields at night once they were free. Regarding Qin Xianghe's previous suggestion to hire someone to harvest corn, the two merely exchanged smiles, non-committal in their response. Previously, they would assist others in their work to earn a little money, making it difficult for them to contemplate hiring someone to work for them. With 3 days of holiday, they found themselves busy yet able to tend to their 3 acres of land. In terms of leisure, no one in Maodang village could rival Qin Xianghe, as he was the first to entrust his land to others for cultivation. As autumn harvest approached, contrary to what others assumed, Qin Xianghe did not remain idle, but instead visited his parents' home. His parents and elder brother had not divided their estate, collectively managing over 7 acres of land, all cultivated and harvested together. In previous years of agricultural toil, the entire family would pitch in, even requiring the participation of the eldest son. This year, however, with his mother having sprained her ankle, making it difficult for her to work in the fields, Qin Xianghe suggested she stay home to prepare meals, taking along his younger siblings, while he joined his father and others in the fields to hastily gather the harvest. Having not done farm work in quite some time, and perhaps due to his previous involvement in digging the dam, he spent an entire day cutting down corn stalks without developing a single blister. However, after bending over all day, by evening, he felt as if his spine no longer belonged to him. He had hinted to his family that he had opened a shop in the county and was earning money, which could be used to hire help for the corn harvest. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was met with his father's disapproving glare. His elder brother chuckled quietly, while only his sister-in-law and the eldest son expressed their support, which faded under their father's watchful eye. With no other choice, he joined them in the fields, feeling it was better than forcing his mother, who was already inconvenienced, to work, transporting the harvested corn to the drying area with a cart. He felt exhausted yet inexplicably fulfilled as he gazed at the piled corn. Dinner was hearty, featuring several meat dishes. During the busy farming season, even amidst financial struggles, they ensured a good meal, as the labor of the fields was too demanding. The night sky was clear, adorned with countless stars. After dinner, sitting in the drying area, enjoying the cool breeze, the contrast to the exhausting heat of the day was utterly delightful. Qin Xianghe sat atop a cornstalk, engaging in light conversation with his elder brother when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw his sister-in-law approaching with a bowl. Mother made mung bean soup to help with the heat. Father specifically asked me to bring this to you, she said. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianghe felt a sense of embarrassment as he accepted the bowl, turning to catch a glimpse of his father smoking a pipe in the courtyard. Ever since the family had a falling out years ago, he and his father had been at odds, and it had become rare for them to even speak, let alone share a bowl of soup. Lu Miling handed another bowl to her husband, and sat down on a nearby rickety bench. "What are you two discussing with such fervor?" she inquired. "Oh, just about your grandfather." Qin Guangshan chuckled, only to be playfully punched by Lu Meiling, nearly spilling the mung bean soup. It was no wonder Qin Guangshan reacted that way. Even Qin Xianghe struggled to contain his laughter. Just last time, they had been preparing for the worst, believing Lu Meiling's grandfather was on the brink of death, hastily arranging for funeral garments, coffins, and paper money. Yet, miraculously, after a few days, the old man's breathing stabilized, and in a matter of days, he was able to sit up, speak, and recognize people once more. Upon his return, Qin Guangshan expressed his astonishment to Qin Xianghe, repeatedly attributing the remarkable event to the protection of the venerable old locust tree that had stood behind the old man's residence for decades. "Xianghe, I am grateful for the loan you extended to me previously. Once we harvest the corn, we shall sell it and repay you," he said. As his elder brother's wife unexpectedly mentioned the money she had discreetly given to his brother, Qin Xianghe waved his hand, about to respond, when he heard someone calling out to him from a distance. "Xianghe, is that you? Have you heard the magpies chirping today? Haha, what delightful news." At that moment, Qin Xianghe exchanged a knowing glance with his elder brother. They didn't need to see the approaching figure to know who it was. Indeed, a man nearing 60, with thinning hair and a slightly unkempt appearance, approached briskly, waving a fan and sporting an expression of unrestrained joy. Chapter 46, The Search for the White Deer's Second Uncle. "What brings you here?" Lu Meiling hastily rose to offer her seat, observing the Qin brothers, each with a bowl of soup. She quickly turned to fetch a bowl for her second uncle, intending to inform her in-laws about the guests. "Don't mind me. I arrived with someone and will only be here briefly," second uncle called out to Lu Meiling as she walked away. Settling down, he gazed at the vast pile of corn in the sun-drying yard, exchanging pleasantries with the brothers. Qin Guangshan gulped down the green bean soup in one go and inquired, "Second uncle, why have you come so late? Are you looking for Xianghe? I was summoned to Guan for a drink, and I came from there. I still have to catch a ride to town later," second uncle replied, turning to glance at Qin Xianghe. "I've heard people saying you've been dabbling in some small business and making quite a bit of money?" Qin Xianghe responded, "Not really, just a small venture. Earning a little money." Second uncle nodded, skeptical. He had heard rumors about his nephew's recent dealings, claiming he was making a fortune, but he remained doubtful. On his way here, he had deliberately passed through from the east end of the village and noticed that the dilapidated wall of Qin Xianghe's courtyard had been replaced, indicating some earnings. Yet, he thought, if that were the case, why not renovate the crooked little kitchen? Peering through the gate, he observed that the main house had not changed much, and the yard held little of value. "Oh my, look at me. I've been chattering away with you two and forgot the important matter at hand. I have delightful news to share. Surely you didn't notice this morning, but there must have been magpies calling near your home." Qin Xianghe smiled wryly. The last time he had heard such a proclamation was during the dam excavation at Chaoling River. What great news could that possibly be? Second uncle cast a glance at Qin Guangshan, who seemed oblivious to the situation, and turned back to Qin Xianghe with a beaming expression. "Just the other day, I was called to Guan for a drink, and knowing that I am quite the affable fellow, they entrusted me with a matchmaking proposal." As Qin Guangshan leaned in closer, second uncle pushed him away in frustration. "Go on, I'm discussing a potential match for your brother. What is your excitement about?" "I'm simply curious about who it is," Qin Guangshan persisted. Disregarding him, second uncle continued, "Isn't it a coincidence? I can't help but think you two would make a splendid match. She is attractive and has a good figure, and over the years, she has managed to open a small shop in the village, earning quite a sum." "Who is it?" "The eldest daughter of the Lao Yu family from Guan village." "Is that so? You mischievous child," Qin Guangshan teased, prompting a sharp rebuke from second uncle. Then, with a gentle tap of his fan on Qin Xianghe, he asserted, "Last time was a misstep on my part, but I am certain you will be pleased this time. She is genuinely affluent, running her own shop and industrious. If you marry her, you and your children can expect a life of ease and comfort." Second uncle here. At that moment, Lu Meiling approached, presenting the bowl of green bean soup to second uncle. She mentioned that her mother was in the yard helping her father with the winnowing and would join them shortly. Having overheard their conversation, she perched herself beside her husband, inquiring curiously, "Who are you speaking of?" With a proud flourish of his fan, second uncle replied, "Who else but Zhang Dan from the west side of your village." "Zhang Dan?" "Zhang." Lu Meiling uttered the name, her eyes widening in surprise. "You can't possibly be referring to the tofu-selling widow, can you?" "What widow?" "Her husband has been gone for years, not unlike Xianghe. retorted Ergio, chastising Lu Miling before turning to Qin Xianghe. Moreover, she is still relatively young and has never borne children, just 3 years older than you. As the old saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings gold bricks. She certainly has treasures to offer. No way. Lu Miling interjected decisively. Seeing the three of them staring at her in unison, Lu Miling hesitated, finally leaning closer to whisper into her husband's ear. What did you say? Qin Guangshan sprang to his feet, indignantly exclaiming, Ergio, regardless of the circumstances, Xianghe is your nephew. How can you push him into the mire? Have you properly inquired about who this widow really is? What sort of person could she be? She is pure and innocent, with a reliable intermediary vouching for her. Just because Xianghe's wife left him, it doesn't mean I would run off into the night that far. Noticing Ergio's rising frustration, Qin Guangshan approached him, lowering his voice as if to shield their conversation from Qin Xianghe's ears. After a moment, Ergio stared blankly at Lu Miling, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, he calmed down, only to rise in anger once more, declaring, I'm going back. I must find him. This is simply outrageous. At that moment, Qin Kaixing and Wang Guiyun appeared, catching sight of Ergio's irate figure in the distance, leaving them somewhat puzzled. Lu Miling stifled a laugh and informed her parents-in-law that Ergio had business to attend to and was leaving. Turning around, Qin Guangshan noticed Qin Xianghe gazing at the stars in a daze. He approached and gently patted Xianghe's shoulder. Xianghe, don't rush into this matter. While the widow's age is suitable, her character leaves much to be desired. You should hold yourself to a higher standard. Indeed, I am not in a hurry. Qin Xianghe replied with a smile, having discerned the underlying intricacies of the widow's situation from the earlier expressions of the three. However, I still believe it would be best to discuss this after you've met Bai Lu. Qin Guangshan said solemnly. Suddenly, both parents turned their attention to the sunlit area, prompting him to look as well. A group of children, along with a few older ones, were gathered around a tall mound of corn, where two smaller figures stood atop. Through the light, he could vaguely see that it was Dabao and Nyonyo. Look, all the little ones are gathered around to listen. Even Delinzi is there. Lu Miling remarked, casting an envious glance at Qin Xianghe. Noting Qin Guangshan's confusion, she explained, they are all listening to Dabao tell stories, which started this morning. He is narrating a tale about a flying bald man and another with jeweled gloves fighting over the forest. Delinzi has been glued to Dabao's side since lunch, practically ready to massage his arms and legs. Qin Xianghe chuckled at the sound. A 5-year-old with a memory, Dabao could recall the stories he had told him. In the countryside, without kindergartens or the option to attend elementary school at that age, he would share stories with Dabao, who would then relay them to Nyonyo, thus honing their speaking skills and logical reasoning. Although the tales transformed through retelling, they unfolded with a charm of their own. In the rural setting at that time, there were hardly any recreational activities, and the distance to the town made it even more challenging for the children. Huajia took her 2 children outside to play, during which she asked Daba to narrate a story to Nyonyo. Soon, nearby children began to gather around. According to Huajia, whenever Daba told a story at the entrance, 5 or 6 neighborhood children would reliably appear. Some even came with homemade fried snacks tucked away in their pockets. After Daba recited a portion of the tale, they would eagerly shout in unison, imitating the distinctive tone of Qin Xianghe, what will happen next? Stay tuned for the next installment. They would then quickly pull out their snacks, urging Daba to continue. Upon hearing Lu Miling's account, Qin Kaixing and Wang Guiyun exchanged proud and affectionate glances towards the pile of corn. Daba, resembling a miniature adult, animatedly narrated the story while gesticulating expressively. The surrounding children frequently gasped in astonishment. Nyonyo was tasked with maintaining order. Whenever an enthralled child shouted out, she would raise her finger to her pursed lips and shush them firmly. As Daba concluded a segment of the story, he attempted to jump down, but the group of children quickly encircled him, clamoring for more, with Delinzi being the most enthusiastic. Observing this, Qin Xianghe shook his head and chuckled before turning away. Perhaps it was the bond of grandparenthood, but he reflected that his father had never exhibited such a countenance towards him. Father, mother, there is something I wish to discuss with you, he said, noticing his parents reluctantly shifting their gaze from the corn pile. With earnestness, Qin Xianghe continued. I plan to take Daba and Nyonyo to Nanning to find Bai Lu. Chapter 47. No one comes even if I shout my lungs out that night. Until he finally fell asleep, Qin Xianghe was somewhat perplexed, having demonstrated the quintessential transformation of a wayward son for over a month. Abstaining from alcohol and entirely steering clear of gambling, he found himself reminiscing about Bai Lu during a matchmaking session introduced by his uncle. When he resolved to speak to his parents, he anticipated their approval, for they had always held Bai Lu in high regard. Even during the divorce, they treated her with utmost kindness, perhaps even better than they had treated their own son. However, upon expressing his intention to take the two children to Nanning to find Bai Lu, he distinctly noted his father's brow furrowing slightly before he retreated to the side, silently lighting his pipe. It seemed his mother had something to say, yet every time she opened her mouth, no words emerged. After glancing at her husband, who was lost in thought, she turned back to the courtyard. In contrast, his elder brother and sister-in-law were fervently supportive, insisting that upon reaching Nanning, they must bring Bai Lu back. Qin Xianghe did not contemplate the matter too deeply. Since marrying Bai Lu, she had endured considerable suffering and hardship, and he yearned to apologize for his past transgressions. Furthermore, Bai Lu was the mother of their two children, Dabao and Yonyo, who longed to see her. This journey could fulfill their heartfelt wish. However, he felt that the prospect of bringing Bai Lu back was dim. Having been away for over half a year, he mused that given Bai Lu's beauty and grace, even if she were divorced, suitors would undoubtedly be clamoring at her doorstep. And it was entirely possible that she had already embarked on a new life. Should that be the case, he planned to discreetly summon Bai Lu for a brief encounter with their children, subsequently finding a pretext to coax them back home, as he had no desire to intrude upon her new existence. Moreover, their initial union had been orchestrated by his father and his uncle, who was the principal of the local elementary school, complicating the narrative of their relationship. In the years following their marriage, due to his own misdeeds, their bond had felt more like cohabitation than genuine companionship. He found himself questioning whether his desire to reclaim Bai Lu stemmed solely from his commitment to their children, and whether such an endeavor would be fair to Bai Lu. Perhaps fatigue had clouded his thoughts. His mind was a tumultuous whirl, and even as the night deepened, sleep eluded him. Yet, gazing at the slumbering forms of Dabao and Yonyo, their faces adorned with serene smiles, his restless heart gradually found solace. As drowsiness began to envelop him, he found himself drifting back to the very first day Bai Lu arrived in Mounting Village. He recalled her passing by in a white dress at the village entrance, instantly conjuring images of the 7 fairies from childhood tales. Although he had informed his parents of his intention to bring the children to Nanning to find Bai Lu, he knew he would not set off immediately. The autumn harvest was still in progress, and it would take another couple of days to complete. Moreover, with the conclusion of the harvest, the Mid-Autumn Festival would soon follow. In the county shop, he had various arrangements to finalize before he could leave without concern, thus it would be after the Mid-Autumn Festival at the earliest. The rainy autumn necessitated swift harvesting, and after several days of labor, Qin Xianghe had tanned under the sun and lost some weight, yet he felt increasingly invigorated. Thus, on the 4th day, once the 7 acres were harvested, he did not indulge in laziness at home, but instead rose early to transport 6 bags of produce to the county. As he stepped outside, he encountered 3 individuals from Madong who had come to work in Lu Jian's courtyard, along with his elder brother, who was arriving. Qin Xianghe was scheduled to travel to Nanning in a few days, and the procurement of raw materials at home could not be interrupted. Relying solely on Lu Jian to purchase the materials might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, he once again urged his elder brother to lend a hand. Previously, he had approached his brother several times, but the latter insisted that he was merely a farmer, proficient only in tilling the land, and could not assist with business matters. That evening, upon hearing that he was to seek out Bai Lu and that trustworthy personnel were needed at the shop, with his sister-in-law's encouragement, his brother reluctantly agreed, stating that he would only assist without expecting any remuneration. Of course, Qin Xianghe would not hear of it. That very night, he advanced his brother's monthly salary, handing it over to his sister-in-law. Based on Lu Jian's salary level, the 150 yuan placed on the table took several attempts for her to gather completely. He intended to entrust the procurement of raw materials to Lu Jian and his elder brother. Lu Jian would remain focused on processing the materials, while his brother would be responsible for transporting the inventory to the county town after his departure and collecting payments daily. The shop in the county town would still be managed by Zhu Biao. Given his absence, relying solely on Zhu Biao would likely prove overwhelming. Previously, he had considered hiring someone, but Zhu Biao consistently insisted that employing help was too extravagant, and that with a diligent approach, they could manage the store's affairs. Riding his bicycle to the county town, Qin Xianghe found the shop's business significantly improved compared to the previous days. After a while, noticing the entrance was not as congested, he ventured inside. Upon seeing him, Zhu Biao eagerly requested him to inspect the shop. stating that all the goods on the truck were saved from unloading and were instead pushed directly across the street. As they walked, Zhu Biao quickly explained that Su Jingfei had come the day before, and fearing that customers might see empty shelves, he had refrained from allowing Su to take any goods, claiming that he would deliver them today. In truth, they had an agreement that Su would definitely come within the next 2 or 3 days. If he did not show up today, Zhu Biao would likely need to concoct an excuse to placate Su Jingfei. After a while, Zhu Biao returned on his empty bicycle, laughing as he reported that Su Jingfei had made 10 trips in the morning alone, and upon delivering the goods, was nearly moved to tears. Zhu Biao also brought unexpected news, revealing that seeing the shop's thriving business, Su Jingfei wished to open a similar establishment in Qingshi. Naturally, Qin Xianghe supported this idea, as transportation was currently underdeveloped. Otherwise, he could have opened a branch in Qingshi himself without needing Su Jingfei. At this stage, having more individuals like Su Jingfei would greatly benefit the development of Lu by Qin Xianghe and enhance its reputation externally. More practically, it would lead to increased profits. Qin Xianghe instructed Zhu Biao to rest in the back room while he took over the shop for a while. At noon, when Zhu Biao emerged, invigorated, Qin Xianghe handed the shop back to him and went out for lunch, planning to switch places with Zhu Biao after his meal. Subsequently, he intended to ride back to Maodang. In addition to bringing back a substantial amount of cash from recent sales, he aimed to seize the opportunity to transport another load of goods. After enjoying lunch at their regular restaurant, he stepped out to hear a vendor calling out to sell candied hawthorns, prompting him to chase after the sound. Debao and Yunyo had been calling for days, but he had not encountered them again until today. However, after pursuing the cry for a while, he could only hear the calls without locating the vendor, ultimately finding himself lost beside a construction site. As I was about to make my way out, I faintly heard a woman's screams emanating from behind the towering 2 or 3 meter high wall. "What are you doing? Su Hui, I warn you. If you dare to act lewdly, I will report you." Following her outcry, a man's lewd laughter erupted. "Go ahead, let us see if anyone believes you. Dressing so provocatively every day, aren't you just trying to entice men? Stop spewing nonsense. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, stay away." The woman's terrified cries were abruptly interrupted. Qin Xianghe furrowed his brow, glancing up at the towering wall and then towards the nearby construction site gate. "Shout all you want. Scream until your throat is raw. No one will come." The man chuckled triumphantly, his breath quickening. "Where do you think you're running to?" Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric pierced the air. "I'm telling you, Zhu Hongxia, today I will definitely have you. Heh, don't be hasty. Once today passes, you will understand how good I can be." Chapter 48. Who is Zhu Hongxia? No wonder. I thought her voice sounded somewhat familiar. With no time to enter through the door, Qin Xianghe leaned his bicycle against the wall, took a couple of running steps, and leapt onto the back seat of the bike. He clambered up to the wall by gripping a protruding brick, using all his strength to hoist himself onto the top. From his vantage point, he beheld a vast expanse of unfinished single-story houses. Not far away, in a corner of the wall, a young man with a slicked-back hairstyle was forcefully pinning a woman with wavy hair to the ground, while they wrestled on the floor. The young man covered her mouth with one hand while using the other to tug at her collar. With a sudden rip, 2 ivory buttons popped off, and the already torn collar was completely shredded, exposing her delicate skin and the black strap of her corset, which accentuated her curves in a most striking manner. "Hongxia, listen to me. I promise I will treat you well from now on." The young man huffed as he exerted his strength to restrain Zhu Hongxia's flailing arms. Despite her desperate struggles, she was overpowered by his sheer strength. As they struggled, he finally managed to bind her hands together, and with his free hand, he hastily reached to tear off her obstructive corset. "Ouch!" he yelped in pain, quickly retracting his hand, which bore deep bite marks, blood oozing from the wounds. In an instant, his expression turned ferocious. He stood up, glaring with fury, and swung his blood-stained hand with force. Slap! Slap! 2 resounding slaps struck Zhu Hongxia's face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth as her eyes stared vacantly at the clear sky. "Damn you, you filthy woman. I invite you to go ice skating, and you refuse. I ask you to watch a movie, and you still decline. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, there isn't a woman in this county that I can't have." He spat on the ground, and seeing the woman weep silently, he ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, a smug grin spreading across his face. "That's right. Keep struggling, and I'll show you what happens. But if you behave, I'll ensure you live comfortably in this county." The woman beneath him, dazed from the blows, ceased her struggles, allowing him the opportunity to scrutinize her more closely. His gaze traveled from her forehead, down to her delicate eyebrows, ruby-red lips, pointed chin, and her long, slender neck. Suddenly, his mind went blank as he was yanked back by the hair, and before he could comprehend the situation, a massive fist loomed before him. Ouch! Grasping the young man's hair, Qin Xianghe landed a heavy punch, as the young man instinctively shielded his eyes. Qin Xianghe yanked him away from Zhu Hongxia and slammed him to the ground, delivering a powerful blow to his nose, causing blood to spurt forth and his nose to crumple. The final punch, though not intended to be excessively forceful, landed perfectly. Perhaps due to his recent encounters that had awakened his latent instincts, the young man, dazed and disoriented, was left unsure whether to cover his throbbing eyes or clutch his head, ultimately deciding to press his hands against his bleeding nose, exclaiming in rage, "You bastard! Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Ever since the calamity that befell my parents in my previous life, Qin Xianghe has been averse to others speaking ill of those events." He stepped forward, delivering a forceful kick to the abdomen. The man with the pompadour merely hunched over, prompting Qin to target his groin next. The pompadour let out a pained cry, arching his back, and Qin swiftly followed with a kick to his face. The surroundings fell silent. The pompadour lay sprawled on the ground, groaning softly. Turning his head, Qin noticed Zhu Hongxia had propped herself up, her legs curled, arms wrapped around them, staring blankly ahead. "Sister Hongxia, are you all right? Sister Hongxia?" After calling her name repeatedly, she seemed to awaken from a trance, lowering her legs and shaking her head vigorously, insisting, "I'm fine." Qin was confounded by her contradictory actions, uncertain whether she was truly unscathed or not. However, aside from a few red, swollen handprints on her cheeks, the rest of her body bore no bruises or injuries. For a woman, the greatest harm in such situations is likely psychological. Realizing the clarity of her condition, Qin turned away, removing his thin jacket and offering it to her. "Here, Sister Hongxia. Why would he give me his clothes?" Zhu Hongxia was already dazed by the series of events. First, Su Hui had deceived her, suddenly going mad and threatening her life, leaving her contemplating how to end it all. Then she witnessed Su being yanked by the hair and beaten mercilessly. When she recognized that it was the village's Qin Xianghe delivering the blows, her mind felt utterly rusted. As she took the jacket, she noticed Qin had averted his gaze, his expression somewhat awkward as he turned away. Looking down, she gasped, quickly trying to tighten her torn clothing, but it was futile. Only then did she comprehend why Qin had removed his jacket. "Qin Xianghe, how did you end up here?" After a brief rustling, she spoke in a hoarse voice, prompting Qin to turn back. He saw Zhu Hongxia had donned his olive green jacket, which, although perhaps a bit tight across her chest, did not appear overly large. Clearing his throat, Qin diverted his eyes, noticing Su Hui still sprawled on the ground with his head hung low. He approached and delivered a kick to his thigh. In the next moment, Su let out a pained cry, his eyes wide open, bloodied and filled with terror as he regarded the sudden menace before him. In this desolate construction site, devoid of any witnesses due to the autumn harvest holiday, Su feared that his assailant would act with impunity. Even if he were to strike hard, it would be as if the heavens turned a blind eye. "Sister Hongxia, what do you wish to do?" Qin found himself in a quandary regarding this mess. He had already inflicted considerable harm. Reporting this to the authorities? Given the current societal norms, if word of this spread, people would not care whether Su Hui was truly at fault or had taken advantage of the situation. It would undoubtedly tarnish Zhu Hongxia's reputation. Moreover, if this incident reached her family and inadvertently spread to the village, Zhu Hongxia might find it impossible to return home. Zhu Hongxia steadied herself and walked over to Su Hui, who lay on the ground, though she wished to avenge the slaps she had received. The sight of Su covering his nose as blood flowed profusely and his face smeared with blood made her hesitate. Lifting her foot, she once again observed Su Hui writhing on the ground in fear, prompting her to disdainfully walk away. It seemed she too was at a loss, contemplating the local customs, and instinctively sought assistance from the man she had previously loathed. After having dealt with him sufficiently and realizing public intervention was not an option, she indicated to Zhu Hongxia that he should decide. Thus, Qin Xianghe stepped forward and removed Su Hui's upper garment. Su Hui was taken aback, and in the next moment, an expression of sheer panic crossed her face, followed by a resigned stretch of her arms as she fell to the ground. Qin Xianghe was nearly infuriated to the point of explosion. He approached and delivered a forceful kick. "Is this wretched creature seeking death? Does he not comprehend who I am?" Upon catching a glimpse of Zhu Hongxia, who had closed her mouth and was evading his gaze with a complex expression, Qin Xianghe felt compelled to intervene further. Chapter 49. The one who shuns the blame with no paper at hand. The only option was to strip Su Hui of his outer garment. The intent was to compel Su Hui to document the day's events, serving as a form of intimidation, while for Zhu Hongxia, it provided a semblance of security. The most stringent social rectification, which had spanned several years, had only recently concluded at the beginning of the year, yet its repercussions lingered. The hasty flight of Dejun in Wangqin was partly fueled by this, as the current atmosphere, though less severe than before, still harbored the potential for harsh judgments. With this looming over him, Su Hui would undoubtedly be deterred from any further transgressions, even hesitating to show his face before Zhu Hongxia. As Su Hui was instructed to write, he signaled a desire for a pen, which incensed Qin Xianghe, prompting him to deliver a swift kick. What need is there for a pen? Write with your own blood. Do you understand what that entails? Huh? Qin Xianghe unleashed several more kicks. The audacious fool even dared to attempt cleverness, trying to use his hand to dab the blood from the ground for writing. He kicked a sharp shard of tile towards Su Hui, compelling him to prick his finger for the task, stipulating that he must write no fewer than 100 words, or face dire consequences. Upon completion, Su Hui sat on the ground, hesitating to rise, fearful of incurring the wrath of the unpredictable individual nearby. Qin Xianghe bore no malice. He had no desire to continue the beating, yet Su Hui's lifeless expression during his disrobing had provoked him. Grasping the blood-stained garment, he exited and located a bicycle outside the construction site. Observing Zhu Hongxia's distracted demeanor, Qin Xianghe thought it prudent to escort her to the barber shop. The distance to the county guest house was considerable, yet the barber shop was relatively nearby. As they rode, a sudden chuckle echoed from behind, causing him to glance back in surprise. Although Zhu Hongxia turned her face away, the laughter unmistakably originated from her. Qin Xianghe could not help but shake his head, pondering the woman's unusual levity amid such grave circumstances. What could she possibly be contemplating? On this sweltering autumn afternoon, the heat was oppressive, and the sun blazed fiercely, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Perhaps it was due to Zhu Hongxia draping his oversized coat over herself that they attracted little attention. Otherwise, with clear fingerprints marking his cheeks, Qin Xianghe would have felt an immense pressure. Upon arriving at the barber shop, Qin Xianghe was taken aback. Not only was the shop closed, but it was also secured with iron chains. At that moment, Zhu Hongxia recalled that her uncle had encountered difficulties in their neighboring county a few days prior, leading to the shop's closure just yesterday. She mentioned her intention to seek employment in the county, willing to undertake any work, as long as it meant avoiding a return to Maotang. Su Hui, a frequent patron of the barber shop, soon appeared, informing them that a relative had opened a new shop and was currently hiring. Had it not been for her uncle's request, Zhu Hongxia would not have had the opportunity. Her uncle had also advised her to assess the situation before making a decision, which prompted her to accompany him. However, as they neared the construction site, she sensed something amiss. Su Hui had insisted they were merely taking a shortcut, and his previously courteous demeanor had led her to dismiss her concerns. Yet, upon reaching the entrance of the site, Su Hui suddenly covered her mouth from behind and forcibly dragged her inside. What transpired thereafter was the tale that Qin Xianghe had heard and witnessed. It was revealed that Zhu Hongxia's uncle and his family had already departed from Changxi, and she had been residing with him. Today, while observing the hair salon with Su Hui, I contemplated that if she chose not to visit or deemed the establishment unworthy, I would simply take a vehicle back home. However, the current predicament revealed a disheveled appearance within, where she still donned an outer jacket, yet her face bore unmistakable fingerprints. A truth that could not be concealed. In the presence of her parents, her emotions were particularly transparent. Qin Xianghe found himself at a loss for words. A woman, far away, had encountered such an unsettling occurrence. While Su Hui had not succeeded in her intentions, the situation was nonetheless alarming, and she was neither willing nor able to return to Maotang. Caught in this dilemma, the only solution was to temporarily escort Zhu Hongxia back to the shop, as delaying further would surely leave Zhu Biao starving. Zhu Biao, a frequent patron of the restaurant across from the salon, was well acquainted with Zhu Hongxia. Standing confidently at the entrance, he recognized her before even seeing her face, rendering him momentarily speechless. It soon dawned on him that Zhu Hongxia was wearing Qin Xianghe's jacket. The visible fingerprints on her face, coupled with her slightly evasive gaze towards Qin Xianghe, stirred a tempest of thoughts within Zhu Biao's mind. In response, Qin Xianghe kicked him, intending to dispel his sordid imaginations and hastily sent him off for lunch. Shortly after the lunch rush, the salon emptied following the departure of several patrons. The shelves against the wall were nearly devoid of merchandise, prompting Qin Xianghe to ask Zhu Hongxia to assist him while he retrieved more stock from the back. Indeed, the storeroom was running low on supplies. By the time he returned with the last 2 bags, he found Zhu Hongxia entertaining customers in the shop, emulating his earlier actions. She enthusiastically described the various ingredients of the 13 spices and their health benefits, appearing quite knowledgeable. Having replenished all the goods, Qin Xianghe noticed that Zhu Hongxia was already attending to her 3rd group of customers. Seizing the opportunity to evade work, he settled into a chair by the back door, his ears catching her somewhat cool yet melodious voice, lulling him into a heavy slumber. When awakened, he discovered that Zhu Biao had returned, though he was uncertain when. The shop had begun to fill with patrons. Fortunately, despite Zhu Hongxia's often frosty demeanor that made her seem unapproachable, her eloquence allowed her to manage the situation adeptly. Observing this, Qin Xianghe pulled Zhu Biao into a secluded corner to discuss the wholesale prices for major clients and the classification of customer tiers during this lull. As the reputation of Lu by 13 Spices grew, there was a steady influx of bulk orders, particularly from frequent customers. It was imperative not to charge them the retail price. Instead, discounts would be offered based on the volume of their purchases. For instance, Su Jingfei had become the largest supplier for the shop, receiving a discount of 3 cents off the initial price per box. Should his order volume increase further, additional concessions could be considered. After finalizing these discussions, they noted that a significant portion of the recently restocked goods had already been sold. Qin Xianghe dared not delay any longer. He instructed Zhu Biao to deliver all the morning shipments to Su Jingfei, as he needed to procure another load, lest they run out before closing time. In the afternoon, he set off once more to the county town, burdened with several sacks of goods as the sun dipped lower in the sky. He quickly altered his route to return, for navigating the dark, unlit roads at night would be perilous, with winding paths that could easily lead to misfortune. Caution was paramount, as 2 stretches of the road skirted a hillside, where a misstep could result in serious injury. Upon arriving at the shop, Zhu Biao was crouched at the entrance, peering inside with a restless gaze, occasionally stifling a yawn. Qin Xianghe secured his vehicle and, noticing Zhu Biao's attempts to assist with the goods, kicked him playfully in mild annoyance. Exhausted from his own labors, he couldn't help but feel exasperated at Zhu Biao's apparent leisure. Zhu Biao, with an expression of indignation, hurriedly clarified that he was too apprehensive to remain inside the store. Zhu Hongxia was selling merchandise within, and the visible marks of a slap on her face were all too conspicuous. The men entering and exiting cast scrutinizing glances at Zhu Biao, who stood behind the counter alongside Zhu Hongxia, as if attempting to pierce him with their stares. He was unwilling to bear the brunt of blame, thus he had no choice but to step outside for a moment's reprieve. Naturally, Zhu Biao considered himself quite astute, knowing well that he would never utter such sentiments to those who might cast the blame upon him. Chapter 50. You are quite impressive after unloading the goods. Qin Xianghe placed another bag on the store's shelf. Inside the counter, Zhu Hongxia was so busy that she barely had time to greet customers. Subsequently, Zhu Biao pulled Qin Xianghe outside, pointing at the customers coming in and out of the store, exclaiming that since Qin Xianghe had left in the afternoon, the business had gradually improved. This improvement was relative to previous times of the day, with at least half more customers than usual. Zhu Biao had just taken a quick glance at the shelves and remarked that the afternoon's revenue could double. The sun quickly descended, and as the store door closed, Zhu Biao went to the counter to tally the day's earnings. When Zhu Hongxia went to the back of the store, Zhu Biao immediately waved the cash towards Qin Xianghe, whispering that indeed, there was significantly more money than usual. In the back, there was a wash basin where Zhu Hongxia washed her hands and face, returning with droplets of water clinging to her hair. She found the experience of selling goods in the afternoon quite refreshing, her complexion flushed, and her cheeks more prominently marked. With customers coming in and out incessantly throughout the afternoon, she hadn't had a moment to rest, and now that she had a moment of leisure, she leaned against the counter, feeling slightly fatigued. Observing Qin Xianghe diligently tallying accounts at a small table, Zhu Hongxia spoke up, expressing her surprise that it was he who owned the store. I didn't expect it. You are quite impressive to think of selling eels in the county, and even concocting the unique 13 spices. My third uncle must have bought some from here recently. The dishes he cooked were absolutely delicious. Qin Xianghe cast a glance at Zhu Biao, who was hurriedly attending to the goods, and without needing to guess, he understood where Zhu Hongxia had obtained her information. It seemed she had uncovered everything. No wonder the beauty trap has been effective since ancient times. Once Zhu Hongxia finished speaking, Qin Xianghe inquired, Sister Hongxia, what do you think of this store? Zhu Hongxia responded, slightly taken aback. She was unsure whether Qin Xianghe sought further praise or had other intentions. Initially, She assumed that this store was owned by the local Zhu Biao. But upon learning it belonged to Qin Xianghe, she was genuinely surprised. She could not fathom how a notorious spendthrift from Maotang village had suddenly transformed into a capable individual able to open a store in the county. It's excellent. Business is bound to thrive in the future. Zhu Hongxia was not flattering. She held no disdain for anyone. She had long heard of the renowned 13 spices. And after a stint as a saleswoman for an afternoon, she could estimate that just from the afternoon alone, the sales amounted to over 300 in revenue. For such a small store, that figure was quite astounding, and she believed the profits would be considerable. It's good that you have confidence in this store. Qin Xianghe replied earnestly. Sister Hongxia, since you currently have nothing to do in the county and do not wish to return to Maotang, why not stay here as a saleswoman? Zhu Hongxia, who had maintained a cool demeanor, finally displayed a hint of hesitation. Having come from the countryside, she had always worked in her uncle's barbershop, never having been a saleswoman. In her mind, such positions were reserved for city dwellers, who could earn easy and plentiful wages. Biting her lip, she glanced around at the store's shelves and counter. Can I really? Of course, why not? You sold quite well this afternoon. Zhu Biao, eavesdropping, immediately turned around, hurriedly taking down the finest goods to restock the shelves. Qin Xianghe, uninterested in the infatuation that had clouded Zhu Biao's judgment, continued. The promised job can commence tomorrow. By the way, since you have no place to stay in the county, there are 3 rooms at the back. For the time being, the middle one serves as a storeroom. You may choose either of the 2 flanking rooms as your dormitory. Is that truly permissible? Zhu Hongxia still found it hard to believe. Qin Xianghe chuckled. The rooms at the back are bare, containing only a bed and a table left by the landlord. If you need anything else, let Zhu Biao take you shopping. He knows this area well. Delighted at the prospect of accompanying Zhu Hongxia to the market, Zhu Biao set down the box and promptly disregarded Qin Xianghe's disparaging remark, enthusiastically nodding. Sure, I'll take care of everything. Zhu Hongxia shook her head. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm quite familiar with the city. Qin Xianghe realized, after all, that Zhu Hongxia had spent 4 or 5 years in the county. So having Zhu Biao accompany her to help move her belongings would be acceptable. Initially disheartened by Zhu Hongxia's refusal, Zhu Biao's spirits lifted upon hearing Qin Xianghe's suggestion, especially when he saw Zhu Hongxia hesitantly nod in agreement. Yes, just call on me for anything. We're all family here. No need to be polite. Qin Xianghe chuckled, noting that, indeed, these 2 were of the same family name, Shu. As for daily necessities, procure what you need, ideally all at once. Our store is quite busy, and we rarely have the opportunity to step out. After saying this, he noticed Zhu Hongxia bowing her head, her expression somewhat unnatural. He added, acquiring such a multitude of items may incur significant expenses. The store can advance you a month's salary. Well, it will be 75 yuan. As the store manager, Zhu Biao had a monthly salary of 150 yuan, so offering half that as an employee's wage seemed reasonable. He did not compare it to the average salary in the county. With fewer employees and greater profits, they could afford to offer slightly elevated wages, which would also motivate the staff. Moreover, hiring Zhu Hongxia as a sales clerk would undoubtedly enhance the sales of their signature spice blend. He had observed the circumstances in the store that afternoon and considered Zhu Hongxia's current situation when proposing this idea. Furthermore, he secretly calculated that if Zhu Hongxia could gain experience in the store, she might become a valuable asset in the future. What? Zhu Hongxia exclaimed, her red lips parting in astonishment. 75 yuan. Suddenly, Qin Xianghe noticed a blush creeping onto Zhu Hongxia's cheeks. Her expression not only revealed her disquiet, but her gaze also became evasive. For the first time, he felt acutely aware of her discomfort. He cleared his throat and remarked, indeed, for now, your salary is the lowest. Zhu Biao and Dajian will earn more. Please do not feel slighted. This is just a temporary rate of 75 yuan. We will assess the store's performance. If business improves, we shall raise it in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao could no longer suppress his pride, lifting his chin defiantly. Humph, so what if she got in through connections? Her salary is still lower than mine. Having previously harbored some concern, he now felt reassured, realizing that in Qin Xianghe's eyes, he remained more significant. No, I am not ungrateful, Zhu Hongxia protested, shaking her head vigorously. During my years working with my uncle, I only earned 28 yuan a month. A salary of 70 yuan was indeed rare in the county, except in a few select places. Coming from a rural background, she never dared to dream of such remuneration. This morning, I accompanied Su Hui to a so-called new barber shop. Along the way, she mused that she would be content if her salary exceeded 30 yuan. Her previous discomfort stemmed from the notion of granting herself such a generous wage while also providing her own accommodation, which reminded her of Su Hui. Excluding today's events at the construction site, Qin Xianghe's reputation in mounting still pales in comparison to Su Hui's. Listening to Qin Xianghe's superfluous justifications, she felt an undeniable sense of embarrassment, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao, standing nearby, protested loudly, 28. For the business you brought to his shop, how could he only pay you such a meager amount? Chapter 51. A capable ally having arranged for Zhu Hongxia. Qin Xianghe instructed Zhu Biao to accompany her in purchasing some bedding. Even if they could not acquire everything needed, they could manage to stay for a night. Especially given the sweltering heat of recent days. By the time he mounted his bicycle to depart, night had fully descended. After a bumpy ride, he finally returned to Mounthang village late at night. To his curiosity, the lights in Lu Jian's courtyard remained aglow. Approaching, he observed the couple entertaining their children. Debeo and Nyonyo, who were squatting by a large pot in the yard, engaged in conversation. Upon spotting him with his bicycle, the two drowsy children immediately shouted and rushed toward him. He initially thought that they had stayed up late because Huajie had allowed them to sleep there. It soon became clear that the children had been fighting off sleep, insisting on waiting for his return before resting. With Debeo expressing concerns about him getting drunk and falling into a ditch. Amused by the children's words, Qin Xianghe felt a wave of warmth as he embraced Debeo and Nyonyo. It had been many years since he had experienced the comforting sensation of coming home to someone waiting for him. After inviting Mudong and the others to assist him, and persuading his elder brother to lend a hand, Qin Xianghe found himself considerably relieved. When his brother traveled to the county to procure materials, he could conveniently transport a few bags of goods, sparing Qin from the daily round trips. Previously, it felt as though he spent the majority of his day cycling. Determined to earn enough money to purchase a vehicle, he envisioned acquiring a four-wheeled one. However, at this moment, not only trucks, but even small cars were exorbitantly priced. The cheapest model, the Alto, costs several thousand yuan, let alone the tens of thousands required for a Santana. To put it in perspective, affording a Santana in the 1980s was akin to being able to purchase a Bugatti Veyron in later years. Yes, those who could afford a Santana back then were indeed quite affluent. While opening a shop in the county had increased his earnings, the dream of owning a car remained just that, a dream. Furthermore, motorcycles were also an option, available for purchase in the county at a relatively lower cost. However, for Qin Xianghe, given the rural dirt roads, a motorcycle would only serve as a temporary substitute in terms of transporting goods. It might prove less efficient than his current bicycle. With his brother delivering goods daily, he needed only to transport items in the morning and return before the shop closed in the evening. His recent returns from the county primarily involved bringing food and supplies, occasionally including various raw materials. Upon reaching home, he intended to grind the ingredients into powder and prepare the necessary mixtures. He had resolved to take Debeo and Nyonyo to Nanning to meet with Bai Lu, planning to divulge the 13-spice formula to his brother. Acknowledging that the trip to Nanning might take several days, or perhaps even longer, he deemed it prudent to prepare in advance, ensuring that the shop would not solely rely on its stock during his absence. However, with significant clients like Su Jingfei visiting Changxi, Qin Xianghe found himself needing to make additional trips. Gradually, more clients began to frequent the shop at fixed intervals for supplies, though not as extravagant as Su Jingfei. The cumulative orders were still quite substantial. Just 2 days had passed when Zhu Biao incessantly praised the decision to hire Zhu Hongxia as a sales assistant. Lauding its brilliance and foresight, Qin Xianghe, amused by Zhu Biao's choice of words, could not help but revel in his delight. As Zhu Hongxia stepped behind the counter, Zhu Biao was relegated to the role of an assistant, tasked with fetching goods from the storeroom and stocking the shelves. The responsibilities of liaising with and entertaining major clients remained firmly in Zhu Biao's hands. Over the past few days, the store's revenue had increased by more than half compared to before, with a promising upward trend continuing. Qin Xianghe had come to appreciate Zhu Hongxia's eloquence. Those who flocked to the store, drawn by her charm, invariably left with smiles, clutching 2 boxes of the renowned 13 spices. Each evening, as the store closed, Qin Xianghe intentionally engaged Zhu Hongxia in conversation, primarily revolving around sales and business philosophies. He would also summon Zhu Biao to join them, ensuring that even if he showed little interest, he was still present. Qin had privately devised plans, aspiring to expand beyond merely operating this small storefront in the county. Should he wish to broaden his business in the future, he would require a trustworthy team. In the 1980s, the concept of professional managers was virtually non-existent. Talent was often unearthed through personal efforts. Among those he considered reliable were Zhu Biao and Lu Jian, while Enai Dong and his companions were deemed too inexperienced. Now, he recognized Zhu Hongxia's considerable sales talent and believed she could be nurtured into an invaluable asset. The fact that Zhu Hongxia was Tycoon's elder sister was a detail he chose to overlook for the time being. Before he knew it, it was October 6th. Tomorrow marked the 15th day of the 8th lunar month Mid-Autumn Festival. With the festive occasion upon them, a time for grand reunions. Qin Xianghe decided to close the store for a day and generously gifted everyone a 10 yuan red envelope. Upon receiving the envelope, Zhu Biao eagerly returned. Convinced that this year would be a prosperous celebration for his family. Just before departing, he pulled Qin aside, deliberately steering clear of Zhu Hongxia, to confidentially discuss a matchmaker's introduction, planning to meet his prospective partner at her home that afternoon. When it was Zhu Hongxia's turn, she felt embarrassed to accept the envelope, knowing that everyone else had received one. She then mentioned that she would not be returning to Maodang for the festival, preferring to focus on boosting sales instead. With such a dedicated employee, Qin Xianghe had nothing to say. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Zhu Hongxia and her family over the years they had spent together. He had learned from Tycoon that she hardly returned home throughout the year, since it was a family matter and not his own. He chose to keep a respectful distance. He refrained from probing further, simply advising Zhu Hongxia to close the store early and enjoy a leisurely stroll, as she would be spending the festival alone in the county. Recently, Qin Xianghe felt his burdens lightening, having shed some of the more labor-intensive tasks. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, he planned to embark on a journey to Nanning with Bao and Yonyo to visit Bai Lu. Before that, however, he needed to ensure all store-related matters were in order, arranging for the procurement of raw materials, coordinating with the printing factory, and stocking the county warehouse. With everything largely settled the day before the festival, he finally felt at ease to take a break. Qin Xianghe rode back to Maodang, his bicycle laden with provisions. This Mid-Autumn Festival would no longer be a solitary affair, as he had no intention of celebrating it alone at home. A few days earlier, he had informed his parents that he would be bringing Bao and Yonyo to the west side to share mooncakes together. Once the words were spoken, my mother wiped away her tears, nodding repeatedly, while my father remained silent and turned to the courtyard. The once flickering tobacco pipe seemed to shine even brighter. My elder brother quietly recounted that the following day, when there was no market in Lingshui, my father took my mother to Huigo Market, where they purchased 2 large bags of goods. It was not until my brother encountered them on the road that they managed to carry everything back, likely taking until nightfall to return home. Qin Xianghe had already informed his parents that he would procure the festive items, yet they still ventured to the market. Nevertheless, the county town's market offered a plethora of goods, and he continued to buy what he needed, ensuring nothing would go to waste. Chapter 52. The Prodigal Son Returns. Chicken, fish, meat, and eggs hardly require elaboration. They are indeed staples in his household and often sent to the western part of the village. Given the festive occasion, he procured lamb and beef, for his parents and elder brother's family seldom indulge in such delicacies. The large, yellow apples, purchased over a week ago, were ready to be transported to the west side upon his return. In Lingshui town, the custom for the Mid-Autumn Festival dictates that one must buy big apples in advance, placing them in a jar for over 10 days. Their color transforms to a rich golden hue, and their aroma intensifies. In his childhood, he and his elder brother would each hide one in a secret spot, only to retrieve them on the festival day, a taste that lingered in his memory long into adulthood. Pears, pomegranates, and mooncakes are indispensable for the celebration, particularly the flaky 5-nut mooncakes filled with velvet sugar. Though they can still be found in later times, the flavor somehow feels different. He exercised restraint while purchasing, intending to enjoy them the following evening with Bao, Yonyo, and his parents, believing that the experience would be even more delightful. In addition to the festive fare, he also bought new outfits for his parents, elder brother and sister-in-law, and for Lindsay. The family was aware of the modest earnings from his shop in the county town. Receiving these gifts would likely lead to his parents chiding him for being extravagant. The past few years had been challenging for everyone due to his reckless behavior, and he now hoped to make amends materially. Furthermore, he procured medium-weight autumn clothing for Bao and Yonyo for their impending journey to Nanning, as Qingzhou province, situated northeast of Lake Chu, experiences slightly cooler temperatures, and he feared the children might feel chilly upon arrival. He himself had acquired a white shirt, a jacket, and a pair of trousers. Lately, His thoughts had been consumed with selling eels and various spices, and his attire had leaned towards practicality. With an imminent journey ahead, free from labor, it was only fitting to present himself well, especially since he would be meeting Bai Lu, his wife whom he hadn't seen for over 20 years. This first mid-autumn festival since his rebirth was exceedingly pleasant for Qin Xianghe. In the morning, he took Dabao and Nyo to the west side of the village. After breakfast, he began organizing a sumptuous lunch for the entire family. He had initially planned to showcase his culinary skills with new dishes for everyone to savor. But time and again, he found himself unable to enter the kitchen, as his mother insisted he simply relax at home and await the meal. Unable to assist with cooking and with his elder brother managing other chores, he strolled around, intending to attend to the children, only to discover Dabao once again showing off in the drying area. This time, someone had even brought a high stool for Dabao, who was surrounded by a group of children. The tallest among them, Linzi, was helping Nyo maintain order. In the evening, after the mid-autumn reunion dinner, the entire family gathered in the courtyard, indulging in mooncakes while gazing at the moon. Qin Xianghe mentioned that he would be taking Dabao and Nyo to Nanning the following day. Upon hearing this, his father remained silent. And when the others turned to look at him, he squatted at the entrance with his pipe. His mother glanced at him, then at his father by the threshold. And ultimately, she simply held Dabao and Nyo's hands, reminding them not to run about carelessly and to hold on tight when getting into the vehicle. The elder brother and sister-in-law exhibited immense enthusiasm regarding the matter, continually advising him to speak highly of Bai Lu whenever they met, in hopes of persuading her to return. Qin Xianghe found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend his parents' stance. In the past, he had been a reckless spendthrift, indulging in drinking and gambling, yet now, having demonstrated through actions his transformation and commitment to reform, he was met with the same disapproving attitude. Was it possible that they feared he might revert to his old ways if they supported his attempts to bring Bai Lu back? On this occasion, Qin Xianghe traveled to Nanning not with the intention of coaxing Bai Lu back, but rather with the simple desire to bring his children, Daba and Nyo, to see their mother. As he had previously considered, if Bai Lu had indeed embarked on a new chapter in her life, he would make every effort not to intrude. However, if she resisted even the prospect of seeing the children, he would merely request that she concoct an excuse to placate Daba and Nyo, allowing him to take them home afterward. Yet, before dawn broke the following day, Qin Xianghe rose in a state of agitation. He first delivered Nyo to the neighbor, Lu Jian, and then, with Daba slumped over the handlebars of his bicycle, he pedaled furiously towards the town hospital. The night before, upon returning from the western edge of the village, he had noticed that Daba's forehead felt warm, attributing it to the excitement of running around with Nyo. However, he was startled awake in the middle of the night by Daba's restless murmurs, only to discover that not only was Daba's forehead hot, but his entire body was burning with fever. Realizing belatedly that Daba was indeed unwell, he administered lukewarm water to lower the fever, but despite his efforts throughout the night, the fever persisted and even escalated. Fearing for his child's well-being, Qin Xianghe hastily took him to the hospital in town. A day later, Daba was discharged from the hospital, and Qin Xianghe pushed the bicycle home with Daba in tow. This bout of high fever had deeply alarmed him, given the past incidents involving the abduction of his children. He felt uneasy despite the doctor's assurance that the fever was merely a result of exposure to cold. He insisted that Daba remain in the town hospital for an additional day. Had the fever not subsided by noon, he had intended to hire a vehicle to transfer Daba to the county hospital. Upon returning home, Qin Xianghe chose to remain indoors, finally exhaling in relief as he observed Daba frolicking energetically with Nyo in the yard. For the past few days, he had neglected other responsibilities. It was his elder brother who managed the deliveries and collections. During this time, Qin Guangshan and his wife visited the town hospital to see Daba. After the doctor elucidated the condition, they couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Xianghe's overreactions. In rural areas, particularly in places like Lingshui town, it was customary for families to treat ailments at home with medicine first, only resorting to a hospital if the situation failed to improve after several days. Another day passed, and Qin Xianghe took a photographer to capture images of Daba and Nyo. In those days, to have a photograph taken, one either needed to visit the town's photo studio or wait for the photographer to wander through the villages. The latter was a rare occurrence, often happening only once every 6 months, and even then, the chances of encountering the photographer were slim. Generally, when the opportunity arose, many families were eager to have portraits taken, primarily of their children or elderly relatives, but typically limited to 1 or 2 images, as black and white photos cost 50 cents each, while color photographs were 80 cents. Once the photos were developed, a single individual from the village would collect them and distribute them to their respective families. As the photographer did not deliver them personally, Qin Xianghe certainly did not fortuitously encounter a photographer in the countryside. He had specifically traveled to the town to hire one. The transportation costs alone amounted to 3 yuan, which was manageable due to the relatively short distance from Lingshui town. The photographer set up a backdrop of canvas and, upon seeing the 2 children dressed in their new clothes running over, inquired how many pictures they would like to take. When Qin Xianghe mentioned that they would first like to take 2 rolls of film, the photographer blinked in astonishment for a moment, suspecting that he must have misheard. 1 roll of film contains 24 exposures, so 2 rolls would yield 48 pictures, costing a total of 38 yuan and 4 jiao. It is unlikely that anyone without a serious ailment would utter such absurdities. 38 yuan represents a significant sum, equivalent to the monthly wage of a worker in the city. Typically, when venturing to the countryside, one might feel exuberant if they managed to take 5 photos, while instances of a family capturing 10 photographs were exceedingly rare. Chapter 53. Setting off to meet the white deer. Qin Xianghe was certainly not speaking nonsense. Observing the photographer's suspicious gaze as he held the camera, he swiftly tossed 4 10-yuan notes. He did not permit the photographer to apply any red makeup on the faces of Daba and Nyonyo, nor did he allow the addition of any decorative dots on their foreheads or the arrangement of various poses. Instead, he encouraged the children to play freely while the photographer captured them in candid moments. From the sunlit courtyard to his own home and even to Lu Jian's residence, they roamed about. Upon arriving next door, they found Lu Jian and his wife, along with Ni Dong, engaged in processing raw materials. Having likely received prior advice, Ni Dong, although curious, firmly instructed the photographer not to capture any items from the courtyard. In the countryside, encountering a photographer was a rare occurrence. Qin Xianghe took the opportunity to have the photographer snap a few pictures of Lu Jian and his wife, as well as Ni Dong and the others. He planned to retrieve the photographs from the town later, naturally covering the costs himself as a form of employee welfare. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian and Sister Hua hurriedly changed into new attire, while Ni Dong and the others wore expressions of distress, clearly unable to rush home for a change. They feared that the photographer might leave before they could get their pictures taken. After receiving Qin Xianghe's assurance that he would invite the photographer back in 2 months, their spirits lifted. Following the photographer's suggestions, the trio struck classic poses reminiscent of the film Shaolin Temple, much to the photographer's delight. In this remote mountain village, it was gratifying to find individuals with discerning taste. Ultimately, they managed to shoot 3 rolls of film. Although Qin Xianghe had not intended to be photographed, he felt compelled to capture a few shots of the children when the photographer insisted that 2 angles were particularly good. However, he suspected that the photographer was merely seeking to maximize his earnings. Regardless, with dozens of pictures taken, it was absurd to quibble over a few. In the end, the total came to 57 yuan and 60 cents, and the photographer generously waived the 6 cents. They agreed upon a date to collect the photographs, and the photographer left, buoyantly clutching his earnings, having captured a significant volume of work in a single day. Qin Xianghe was not a man of great wealth with nowhere to spend it. After Daba suddenly fell ill with a high fever, he resolved to travel to Nanning to meet the white deer, deciding it was best he go alone for the time being. The 2 children were still quite young and lacked the necessary resistance to illness. The current circumstances differed greatly from the future. Many regions were economically underdeveloped, and one could not expect much in terms of food, accommodation, or sanitary conditions. Should the children fall ill on the journey, it would be unlike the future where everyone possessed mobile phones. He would be at a loss for transportation or assistance, unable to summon an ambulance if needed. Having taken so many photographs of the children, he intended to present them to the white deer. After all, she was their mother and would undoubtedly wish to know how the children were faring, or so he hoped. Initially, he had promised to go, but now he hesitated. Nyonyo, being the younger of the 2, had been appeased with a few candies, and in the county town, he had sought a tailor to craft a custom-made stuffed toy resembling Pleasant Goat, based on his drawings. Daba, nearly 5 years old, had begun to grasp more, making him somewhat harder to soothe. He particularly enjoyed recounting stories of a bald-headed lumberjack confronting the formidable Thanos, especially the thrilling moment when 2 pleasant goats descended from the sky to deliver a decisive blow. Each retelling ignited Nyonyo's excitement, her little fists dancing in delight. Moreover, Qin Xianghe was inherently at a disadvantage. Who could blame him for his inconsistency? His mismanagement could easily obliterate the trust painstakingly rebuilt over the past couple of months. From preparing delectable meals to purchasing toys, he had promised to return with numerous photographs of their mother, ultimately vowing to take them to Nanning next year when they were a year older. After 3 days of coaxing, the children finally ceased their sulking. With a weight lifted from his heart, Qin Xianghe entrusted the children to his parents during his days in Nanning. He specifically set aside 300 yuan, explaining that the children had developed a taste for meat and eggs, and that snacks should be plentiful as well. Having quietly gifted his mother several sums earned from selling eels, she had previously refused to accept, but this time, under the pretext of buying food for the children, she finally relented. His father, however, chided from the sidelines, asserting that rural children should not be overly pampered and must endure hardships. With familial arrangements in place, managing the shop became a straightforward task. The entire operation was handed over to Zhu Biao, who now had an exemplary saleswoman, Zhu Hongxia, to support him, allowing Zhu Biao to focus solely on acquiring an increasing number of major clients. Notably, Su Jingfei had reportedly opened a store in Qingshe. While the success of the business remained uncertain, it had already necessitated 2 shipments via horse-drawn carts. Particularly during the first shipment, they found themselves overwhelmed, requiring him and his elder brother to make 2 trips to meet the demand. Lu Jian, in addition to procuring raw materials, was tasked with supervising the processing and production by Ni Dong and his team. His elder brother was equally busy, transporting goods to the county every day, returning with raw materials and the day's earnings, and by nightfall, arriving at Maodang to prepare the 13-spice blend as he had instructed, before transporting it to Lu Jian for packaging alongside Sister Hua. Thus, everything was meticulously arranged. On the morning of October 14th, Qin Xianghe donned a newly purchased outfit and requested Lu Jian to ride him to the town on his bicycle. After retrieving photographs from the studio, they took a bus to the county, where he did not linger in the shop, but instead met Zhu Biao outside the long-distance bus station. He brought nearly all his cash, predominantly in 10 yuan notes, and asked Zhu Biao to exchange them for the recently issued 50 yuan banknotes at the bank. Indeed, this adjustment made the money less conspicuous in his pocket. Parting ways with Zhu Biao, Qin Xianghe entered the station and boarded a bus to Suyang. By the time he arrived in Suyang, it was already evening, leaving him no time for a meal before hastening to the train station. Upon entering the waiting room, Qin Xianghe felt a wave of relief for not having brought Daba and Nyonyo along. The cramped space was filled with people, with bags and buckets scattered haphazardly, and many were seated directly on the ground. When a train arrived, the crowd surged towards the doors like a tidal wave, causing a bottleneck that delayed many from boarding. Consequently, numerous passengers opened the windows to toss their large bags inside before attempting to climb in themselves. If he had brought the 2 little ones, he could hardly bear to imagine the scene of tossing Daba and Nyonyo into the train, fearing he might not be able to board himself. A shiver ran through Qin Xianghe as he glanced at his ticket. After a moment's contemplation, he squeezed his way to the ticket counter to request a refund, adding 20 yuan to exchange for a hard sleeper ticket. The fare from Suyang to Nanning was 12 yuan for a hard seat, but 32 yuan for a hard sleeper. After a span of 2 days and nights, one can endure and thus save 20 yuan, a sum not to be dismissed lightly. Hence, it is rare for the average person to opt for a sleeper berth. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Qin Xianghe, nearly deafened by the cacophony surrounding him, hurriedly grabbed his luggage and made his way to the platform. As anticipated, the first 3 sleeper carriages were sparsely populated, allowing him to board with ease. After locating his seat and stowing away his belongings, Qin Xianghe reclined on the upper bunk. Before long, the train jolted, and as the crowded platform gradually receded from view, the journey commenced. At last, he was on his way to meet Bai Lu. Chapter 54. Better to suffocate. It was evening when the train arrived at Chang'an Station. The conductor, with a megaphone in hand, announced the stop for 20 minutes, proceeding from carriage to carriage. Qin Xianghe turned over from his seat, preparing to disembark for some fresh air. In the hard-seat carriage, few chose to step out, primarily due to the overwhelming crowd. Soon, more passengers would board at Chang'an Station, making it likely that some would be unable to find a place. The sleeper carriage, however, offered a more comfortable experience, as the prolonged confinement in the carriage had become stifling, prompting many to seek relief outdoors. Having rushed from Changshi to Suyang, fearful of missing the train, Qin Xianghe had skipped dinner, seizing this opportunity to satisfy his hunger. A handcart laden with food and beverages rolled alongside the stationary train, the vendor calling out as they walked. Passengers leaned out of windows, beckoning for snacks, prompting the vendor to approach and offer instant noodles, ham, soda, and beer. Qin Xianghe found it somewhat challenging to swallow the fast food. In his past life, he had been adaptable in many respects. But food had always been a sensitive subject. He had consistently preferred to cook for himself to satiate his appetite. As he wandered around the platform, resigned to purchasing instant noodles from the handcart, he unexpectedly spotted a small eatery in a distant corner. Approaching, he discovered they served milk soup with shepherd's purse, a favorite snack from his previous life. "Madam, 3 flatbreads and a bowl of milk soup with shepherd's purse," he called out to a woman in her 50s by the cooking pot. The eatery appeared small from the outside, yet it was surprisingly spacious within, accommodating 6 tables. Due to its tucked-away location, few patrons frequented it. Only 2 tables were occupied, one of which had but a single diner. Just as Qin Xianghe settled at a table near the door, he noticed a girl at the adjacent table turning her head to glance over, her brow furrowed in contemplation. He had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance in such an unexpected setting. Well, perhaps acquaintance was too strong a word. They had met only once in Changxi. Observing the hesitation in the young girl's eyes, Qin Xianghe smiled and initiated a greeting. "Miss Tang, hello. It's nice to see you again." "Do I know you?" she replied, a look of confusion washing over her face. After a moment, her eyes widened in realization as she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. You are." "I am Qin Xianghe," he answered, pleased to see that Tang Yi remembered him. He took a moment to explain how they had met before in Changxi, where Song Ren and her bespectacled uncle had expressed interest in purchasing his 13-spice formula. Tang Yi had boldly defended him during that encounter, leaving a lasting impression. "So, you are Qin Xianghe. It's a pleasure to meet you," Tang Yi said, surveying him with a smile. "I thought your voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. I hardly recognized you in this outfit." Qin Xianghe glanced down at himself. In preparation for his trip to Nanning to meet with Bai Lu, he had chosen a crisp white shirt, a navy blue stand-collar jacket, and a pair of casual trousers. His hair had been freshly cut a couple of days prior, styled simply without adhering to the current trends of side or middle parts. He felt quite refreshed and could cheekily borrow a phrase from later times. The young man looked remarkably handsome. "Ah, you." Tang Yi seemed to ponder something, her brow knitting in thought. A group of diners at a nearby table turned to the source of the sound, prompting Tang Yi to lower her voice and lean in slightly. "You can't be serious about selling the formula to Song Ren, can you?" "No, my family won't allow it," Qin Xianghe replied casually. As the owner brought over milk soup with wild vegetables and baked flatbreads, he gestured to begin eating. Having not eaten well at lunch and having spent the evening traveling, he was now so hungry that his stomach felt like it was about to collapse in on itself. Hey, she called softly a couple of times, noticing that Qin Xianghe had turned his head while still chewing on the flatbread. Tang Yi couldn't help but wrinkle her nose in annoyance. In the past, whenever she spoke, others would listen attentively. Was this guy really so myopic that he couldn't see how he appeared? As Qin Xianghe started to turn back, she quickly added, "I'm serious, you farmers. Cough. You really don't understand these matters. It may seem like a lot of money at first glance, but the formula ultimately belongs to someone else. If they decide they want you to stop selling it, you have no choice but to comply. So don't be swayed by what Song Ren and Zhang Jianhao say." Qin Xianghe looked at Tang Yi with surprise. In this nascent commercial economy, where everything was just beginning, it was remarkable that she could foresee the implications of selling the formula, suggesting she had some exposure to this information. "Song Ren is that little brat. And Zhang Jianhao is my cousin, the one with glasses," she clarified, thinking he didn't understand who she was talking about. After explaining, she continued, "They may not know this, but with my cousin's temperament, if he sets his sights on something, he'll ensure it's well protected. Otherwise, it could very well lead to a significant loss." Seeing that Qin Xianghe merely nodded, seemingly indifferent, she offered a polite smile before turning back to her food, causing Tang Yi to frown in frustration. In the past, the boys would have been eager to engage her in conversation. Yet, here was this guy, so engrossed in eating that he had devoured 2 flatbreads in the blink of an eye. Faced with her favorite snacks, Tang Yi suddenly felt a loss of appetite. Dropping her chopsticks and rising from her seat, noticing that he was still preoccupied with his meal, she sighed and exited the small shop, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Outside, she glanced back inside and spotted a familiar figure, a clean-cut young man in a button-down shirt and jacket. It took her a moment to recall who he was. The stark contrast between his 2 distinct personas intrigued her. It seemed odd. Even when he was selling spices at the county market, he had carried himself with an air of superiority, perhaps even more so than Song Ren and Zhang Jianhao. This stark contrast compelled her to engage him in conversation, a rarity for her when it came to boys. yet he appeared completely oblivious to her presence, as if her conversation was an intrusion upon his meal. Eat, eat, eat. At this rate, you'll become a chubby fellow. The sound of a whistle signaled the end of the break, urging everyone to board the vehicle. Noticing that he was still inside the eatery, she smirked. Dressed quite nicely. Yet clearly from the countryside, he was so engrossed in a bowl of milk soup and several flatbreads that he might even miss the bus. He deserved it. As she pushed her way through the crowd toward the carriage door, her brow suddenly furrowed. She turned to find 3 rough-looking youths standing behind her, each bearing a nonchalant expression. Tangy stepped aside to let several young men pass before she resumed her journey towards the door. Whether it was merely an illusion, she could not ascertain, yet it felt as though someone had deliberately brushed against her leg as the throng pushed by. As she squeezed into the carriage, she noticed Chang Han standing amidst a new wave of passengers, which filled the aisle ahead to capacity, with more people continuing to board from behind. Her seat was situated in the middle of the carriage, and she pondered how long it would take to navigate her way through the dense crowd. Just as she contemplated remaining where she was, waiting for the area ahead to clear before seeking her seat, she caught sight of those young men nearby. Upon noticing her, they immediately approached with playful grins. Chapter 55. The greenhouse flower. The train slowly began to depart. The doors closed behind Qin Xianghe, who wiped away the cold sweat from his brow, nearly missing the train. The hard-seat carriage was overcrowded. A gentleman in front had been jostled repeatedly by his burdensome yoke, almost mimicking others by attempting to squeeze through the window. Standing on tiptoe amidst the throng of dark heads, it was quite a challenge to locate anyone. Indeed, he was searching for Tangy. He had rushed out from the shop and clearly noted that she boarded the train from this very spot. He heard the whistle signaling the end of the train stop, and the owner of the snack shop had kindly reminded him, yet, as it was a sleeper car, there was no immediate urgency. While settling the bill, the shop owner mentioned that a girl he knew had left her bag on the table and requested him to return it, which prompted his hasty pursuit. With so many people around, he could only inch forward, gradually searching. After all, since Tang Yi boarded this train, her seat should be in this carriage. Calling out for passage, he squeezed forward a dozen steps, only to suddenly halt upon reaching the tea room. There stood Tang Yi in white, form-fitting trousers, paired with a coffee-colored, fitted knitted top, her hands raised defensively before her, tucked into a corner. Before her, 2 cheeky young men were engaged in some banter, occasionally feigning instability due to the train swaying as they bumped against her. The cacophony of voices filled the air, making it impossible to discern what the 2 were saying to her. However, from Tang Yi's irate expression, it was evident that she was unfamiliar with these individuals. Qin Xianghe pushed through the crowd, making his way toward the tea room. As he approached, a youth with a pointed chin abruptly stepped forward, obstructing his view and impatiently scolding him for being blind to the crowd. Get lost. I'm getting hot water. Qin Xianghe frowned at the interruption. At that moment, a sharp reprimand from Tang Yi erupted from the corner, followed by the sound of her striking out, and indeed, it was she who initiated the confrontation. One of the young men inside began to jeer, and the pointed chin youth turned to glance, shrugging and laughing a few words. Upon turning back, seeing Qin Xianghe still standing there obliviously, the pointed chin youth unleashed a torrent of abuse. Get the hell out of here with your hot water. Through the swaying figure of the pointed chin youth, Qin Xianghe glimpsed Tang Yi, her arms tightly shielding her chest, while beside her, a young man leaned against the wall, grinning and blocking her escape route, and another short-haired youth, with a face marked by fingerprints, was angrily grappling with her hand. Seizing the distraction, the pointed chin youth advanced threateningly. Qin Xianghe swiftly raised his hand, pressing against the youth's face and forcefully slammed him against the wall. With a thud, the pointed chin youth slid down the wall, cradling the back of his head, his face contorted in pain, yet no sound escaped his lips. Drawn by the commotion, the young man who had been obstructing the way turned, and upon witnessing the scene, raised a finger to point at Qin Xianghe. Before he could utter a word, his head was seized and he experienced a dizzying crash similar to that of the pointed chin youth. The short-haired youth, panting heavily, finally seized Tang Yi's arm, entirely oblivious to the turmoil behind him, and was about to press forward. Qin Xianghe braced himself against the door frames, lifted his foot, and delivered a powerful kick. The short-haired youth was suddenly hurled aside, sprawling against the wall, and soon lay stiffly on the ground. The incident in the tea room was merely observed by a few individuals standing by the door, their boisterous chatter rendering the voices inside nearly inaudible to others. When a couple emerged from within, the onlookers abruptly parted to make way, leaving nearby spectators bewildered and perplexed. On the train, it was unwise to intervene too forcefully. He believed the three young men would regain their composure shortly. Concerned for Tang Yi, a young woman left alone in the carriage, he decided to escort her to his sleeping compartment. The sleeping compartment, a cozy nook with 2 bunks, was devoid of its lower occupant, who had either disembarked or wandered off, leaving behind no belongings. Thus, he invited Tang Yi to occupy the upper bunk, while he settled temporarily on the lower one, resolving to yield his seat to the returning passenger later. Subsequently, Qin Xianghe made his way to the tea room to fetch some water, intending to prepare a cup for Tang Yi to calm her nerves. However, after searching in vain for disposable cups, he noticed the train attendant passing by with refreshments and promptly purchased 2 cans. After consuming the oranges within and discarding the juice, he was able to procure 2 clean glass cups. As he returned to the compartment, he found Tang Yi seated on a foldable stool by the window, resting her chin on a small table, lost in contemplation of the inky darkness outside. He had already learned from her that she worked at the Suyang Broadcasting Station. Though her home was in Haisha City, the capital of Chuhu Province, she had been granted a few days off from work and was eager to return home. But time was of the essence. Upon arriving at the train station, she found no tickets available for the sleeper class and, unwilling to wait another day, opted for a hard seat. Earlier, at Changhan Station, she had sensed something amiss with a group of individuals and had tried to avoid them. Unfortunately, once aboard, they had sought to provoke her, attempting to take advantage of the situation. "Here, have a drink to steady your nerves," Qin Xianghe said, handing her a glass of water. The can was new and unused, completely clean. "Thank you," Tang Yi replied, looking up but hesitating to speak. After a moment of silence, her tone took on a stubborn edge as she asserted, "I know self-defense. I was merely startled by those men. Just let me collect myself. I'm not afraid of those 2 ruffians." Her almost childish bravado nearly elicited a laugh from Qin Xianghe. Her confidence suggested she came from a well-protected background, giving her the air of a sheltered flower. "You don't believe me?" "I do. They were just 2 scrawny fellows, hardly your match." He chuckled, only to be met with a disapproving glare from Tang Yi, prompting him to wave his hands playfully and place his own cup on the table. The small table, flanked by the close-set folding stools, created a somewhat awkward intimacy between the unfamiliar man and woman. Thus, he chose not to sit directly across from her, instead retreating a couple of steps to stand by the compartment door, gazing at Tang Yi, who seemed to be sulking as she turned her gaze to the window. His thoughts drifted to the wife he was soon to meet in 2 days. It had been many years. In his previous life, he had traversed the country extensively due to his company's expansion, but he had always made it a point to circumvent Nanning. A rising chorus of voices stirred Qin Xianghe from his reverie. Glancing down, he found Tang Yi regarding him with a look of discontent. Coming back to himself, he inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you like this? Can you not focus when conversing with others?" Tang Yi murmured, her brow furrowed in annoyance. "As I was saying, I wanted to thank you for today, if you have some time." Before Tang Yi could finish her sentence, a series of footsteps accompanied by grunts echoed from the end of the carriage. Qin Xianghe turned to see a robust, bald man approaching, trailed closely by the 3 youths who had been toppled in the tea room, each limping as they followed him. Chapter 56. It was indeed the one who boldly made such demands, Brother 7, the very individual who had struck others. Before he could approach, a lean figure trailing behind shouted at the robust, nearly 6-foot-tall bald man. Upon noticing Qin Xianghe's gaze, the lean figure instinctively retracted his finger and, with a fierce yet tremulous voice, blustered, "What are you staring at? You deny hitting someone." Observing that the small ruffians dared to play the victim, Tang Yi was filled with righteous indignation, abruptly rising to her feet, exclaiming, "You are the ones who instigated trouble." These small ruffians, easily subdued by a certain individual, no longer instilled the same fear in her as before. Moreover, at the moment they appeared, that individual had intentionally positioned himself in front, as if to shield her. "Who caused the trouble? Look at my face, you struck me. Come on, pay up," shouted a short-haired youth from the back, standing on tiptoe. Noticing curious heads peering from nearby booths, he pointed at them and cursed, "What are you looking at? Seeking death? Mind your manners." The bald man, known as Brother 7, admonished, and upon seeing the short-haired youth fall silent, he clasped his fist in apology to those peeking from the booths. "My brother here has a short temper. No worries. Anyone who wishes to witness the spectacle is welcome to join." This remark caused those who had initially leaned forward in indignation to withdraw, and the entire carriage fell into an eerie silence. "You deserve it. You were disorderly when boarding, accusing me of stealing your belongings, yet you dare to search me." The recollection of recent events ignited Tang Yi's fury. Brother 7's gaze danced across Tang Yi's face, his hand stroking his bald head. If you truly did not steal anything from my brother, then after the search, there would be no issue. Your violence speaks of your own guilt. Guilt? Who feels guilty? Tang Yi's face flushed crimson. You are shameless. The short-haired youth's gaze slid from Tang Yi's flushed cheeks to the ample curves of her chest, then downward to her snug-fitting shoes, grinning lewdly. You're getting off the car, right? Just wait. Qin Xianghe frowned, raising his hand to point at the short-haired youth. The social climate in certain regions during the 1980s was such that few would escalate minor disputes to authorities. Matters were typically resolved privately. Moreover, the prevailing notion that might equated to right had allowed ruffians to thrive. In recent years, following a stringent crackdown, the situation had improved somewhat. But after the start of the new year, such individuals began to resurface. The bald man tugged at his collar, exposing a significant portion of his chest, displaying his muscular physique. Young brother, pointing at someone like that is quite impolite. Where are you from? He tilted his head, deliberately directing his shoulder towards Qin Xianghe's outstretched hand, menacingly adding, You want to throw a punch? Huh? I beg you come. Beg you? Qin Xianghe found himself in a quandary, astonished that such a request would be made. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed throughout the carriage, silencing even the softest breath. The three youths behind Qin Xianghe gaped, anticipating their impending doom. The stunned bald man bent over, frozen in disbelief. No one had ever dared to strike him, typically. When he threatened others, they were left quaking in fear. Surely, this individual before him was not a fool. Your sisters. After a brief pause, the bald man reacted, straightened up, and rushed in with curses. Qin Xianghe narrowed his eyes, took a half-step back, and prepared to intercept the incoming fist aimed at him. Just as he was about to make contact with the wrist, a figure suddenly darted past him, followed by a sharply pointed little leather shoe raised high. Hissed the three youths who intended to join the fray froze in their tracks, collectively inhaling sharply. Upon realizing the situation, Qin Xianghe inexplicably felt a chill below. Once Tang Yi retracted her kicking foot, the bald man immediately knelt on the ground, hands covering his groin, his face turning purple, before he finally collapsed in a curled position on the corridor floor. This was clearly a severe injury, and the man known as Brother Seven was nearly foaming at the mouth. By the time they reached the next stop, Haisha, the bald man could barely be helped to stand, still unable to utter a word. The three ruffians were utterly dispirited, realizing that not only was the man a skilled fighter, but the woman was even more vicious, truly ruthless, a strike that could lead to dire consequences. As fellow passengers and parties involved, Qin Xianghe and Tang Yi were taken off the train together. In the station's security office, they recounted the events. It was indeed these ruffians who had instigated the trouble, and they all had prior offenses. The main issue was that Tang Yi's kick had been excessively brutal, reportedly. The arriving doctor shook his head upon examination. The outcome was a private settlement between the parties, contingent upon Tang Yi's side covering 50 yuan in medical expenses, nearly equivalent to a month's salary for one of them, or else the matter would be reported to the authorities for legal action. Upon hearing of the potential involvement of the authorities, the bald man and his three companions shrank back in fear. Qin Xianghe initially intended to leverage this to reduce the compensation, but unexpectedly, Tang Yi agreed on the spot, indicating her willingness to pay more if the other side consented, and even contemplated dealing with the other three as well. Following this commotion, the train had already departed, leaving Qin Xianghe with no choice but to rebook for the next train, which would not arrive until early morning. Originally scheduled to reach Haisha around 10 in the evening. By the time they exited the security office, it was nearly midnight. Before leaving, recalling the look of rage in the bald man's eyes as he was assisted away by his companions, Qin Xianghe resolved to see Tang Yi home before returning, as waiting in the station was equally unproductive. Haisha, the capital of Chu province, was a place Qin Xianghe had visited numerous times in his past life, having lived there for several years. At this moment, Haisha bore little resemblance to the city of years to come. Most of the buildings he saw would soon be demolished and rebuilt, and many roads had been altered. It was quite late, and the buses had stopped running. Waiting by the roadside for a taxi yielded no results after a considerable time. Ultimately, upon hearing from Tang Yi that her home was not far from the station, Qin Xianghe had no choice but to accompany her northward along the street. Along the way, perhaps emboldened by the validation of her self-defense skills, Tang Yi chattered incessantly. To Qin Xianghe's surprise, Tang Yi's parents were professors at Shanghai University, teaching economics. They had been quite busy recently due to a project on treasury bonds, which was why Tang Yi had not called them to pick her up as she usually did. Hearing the mention of treasury bonds, Qin Xianghe paused in astonishment. In recent years, treasury bonds have emerged as a novel investment avenue, yet the general populace finds it challenging to engage with them. Even those who manage to enter this realm often possess only a superficial understanding, resulting in a chaotic market for treasury bonds. Compounding this issue is the outdated communication infrastructure, which hampers the flow of information across regions and leads to significant price fluctuations. More critically, in 1987, treasury bonds were not recognized as currency and could not be freely traded. Many individuals were compelled by their employers to accept them as part of their compensation, receiving them as wages, bonuses, or benefits, only to later sell them at prices far below their face value. However, with the advent of April next year, when trading of treasury bonds is expected to be permitted, a fervent speculation surrounding them is likely to arise, consequently giving birth to a new class of affluent individuals, including those with fortunes of 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000. Chapter 57. Unmarried, unentitled. Tang Yi's parents resided in a government-allocated apartment near the university. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhonghai University, noticing Tang Yi engaging in a friendly exchange with the security guard, Qin Xianghe presumed that no further surprises awaited him and took his leave. During his previous life in Haisha, he too had lived in the Western District. With ample time before the next bus, he opted to stroll outdoors rather than crowded in the waiting room, retracing the familiar paths from memory, meandering along the way. The stark contrast between then and the city's current development struck him profoundly. For instance, the apartment he had rented in his past life had yet to be constructed, and the restaurants he frequently dined at had not yet opened their doors. It was no wonder that this provincial capital remained vibrant even late into the night, aglow with lights and bustling night markets. When fatigue set in after wandering, he returned to the train station and nestled in a corner of the waiting area, only to be roused shortly thereafter by a staff member. The green train of the ADS moved at a languid pace. It took 2 full days to journey from Haisha to Nanning. As he disembarked, Qin Xianghe experienced a sensation akin to liberation. Unfortunately, while rescheduling his ticket, the sleeper car was fully booked, forcing him to settle for a hard seat. The cramped and noisy environment made for an uncomfortable journey, especially with a fellow passenger who, in a fit of discomfort, had removed his shirt, leaving only a tattered tank top, which was scarcely an adequate covering. Exiting the train station, fatigue overwhelmed Qin Xianghe as he casually boarded a bus to leave the station's vicinity. The area was notorious for its lack of safety, particularly in places like the station where a mix of individuals congregated, often leading to encounters with swindlers and opportunists. Eventually, he found a hotel a bit further away, skipping dinner and sleeping soundly until the next morning. After a day of rest, Qin Xianghe felt rejuvenated. After shaving and freshening up, he ventured outside. Nanning, being a coastal city, boasted a relatively advanced economy, far surpassing Haisha in development. Towering buildings punctuated the skyline, and the streets were alive with a bustling crowd, adorned in fashionable attire such as denim and skirts, styles seldom seen in Changxi. In his previous life, Qin Xianghe had traveled extensively but had never set foot in Nanning. He had returned here only after his divorce, haunted by memories of his abducted child. Despite Bai Lu's callous abandonment of their 2 children, he struggled to reconcile his feelings. Even when compelled to pass through the vicinity of Nanning, he dreaded the possibility of encountering his ex-wife. Fearing that such a meeting would shatter him, he recalled Bai Lu's family address shortly after their marriage. He had accompanied her to the town to send items to her family. The brevity of the address made it easy to remember. Yet he had not visited since their wedding, nor had Bai Lu returned to Nanning during those years. Opting not to consult a map for bus routes, Qin Xianghe simply hailed a taxi from the roadside. Having arrived, he thought it inconsequential to spend a few extra dollars on the fare. Upon reaching the address from his memory, he discovered that it led to a series of interconnected residential complexes. After inquiring, he learned that this was the dormitory area of the municipal cotton spinning factory. Following the doorplate numbers, I arrived at the location of the Bai Lu family, only to find the building had been reduced to mere ruins. After inquiring with the neighboring residents, I learned that this old edifice primarily housed officials from the cotton spinning factory, which had been demolished a few years ago, with everyone relocated to the newly constructed red-walled building behind it. Crossing a pedestrian overpass, I faced a long, steep staircase leading directly to the 6-story building adorned with crimson walls. As I gazed upon the approaching Bai Lu residence, an unsettling anxiety gripped my heart. I was uncertain of what to utter upon meeting Bai Lu. Approaching the steps, I lifted my gaze to the building that housed dozens of families. Auntie, I called out. At the side of the stone steps, a woman in her 50s was tending to a coal stove at the entrance. I hurried over, but this auntie, with a prominent mole on her chin, appeared somewhat hard of hearing. After several attempts to get her attention, she finally paused her fan and turned around. Auntie, do you know I hesitated? Despite being married for several years, I knew little of Bai Lu's family. I hadn't even realized her family was associated with the cotton spinning factory, nor did I know her parents' names. The kind-hearted Annie responded, "Young man, are you looking for someone?" Yes, yes. Do you know where the Bai Lu family lives?" With no alternative, I resorted to using Bai Lu's name, hoping she would recognize it. The Annie cupped her hand to her ear and leaned closer. Who? By what Lu? I was at a loss for words. Her hearing issue was quite pronounced. Raising my voice, I clarified, Auntie, her name is Bai Lu. Oh, you mean Bai Lu, the second daughter of director Bai, right? To my surprise, the Annie indeed recognized Bai Lu, and her tone suggested a degree of familiarity. Given the proximity, it seemed unlikely that there was another family with the same name, especially since I had heard Bai Lu mention having an elder sister. I quickly nodded, yes. That Bai Lu. Do you know which family she belongs to? The auntie did not rush to reply. Instead, she fanned the stove a few times and scrutinized me from head to toe, her lips making a tsk sound. Auntie, I felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. Young man, you've come too late. Bai Lu has long since married, to a faraway city. I hear that man's family has a courtyard larger than a basketball court. A chill swept through me as I murmured. She is already married. Had I truly arrived too late? Bai Lu had married so swiftly? And to such a distant place? Indeed, counting the days. It must be 4 or 5 years now. People used to say, with such a beautiful daughter, who knows who she would end up with, but unexpectedly, she was whisked away without a word, leaving many young men in regret 4 or 5 years. So far, it felt as though Bai Lu had married someone else. But when did she move to a big city, and what of a courtyard larger than a basketball court? I found myself in a perplexing mix of emotions, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. As the auntie continued to chatter on, I learned that Bai Lu had become quite renowned in the area, seemingly earning a special fondness from this auntie. After a while, the aunt emerged from the house with 2 chairs, suggesting that she was prepared to engage in conversation for an entire day. Qin Xianghe hastily interjected, inquiring, and I heard she returned 6 months ago. I have a matter to discuss with her. Returned? When? That is certainly not the case. Bai Lu is a kind-hearted child. When her parents had business out of town during her childhood, they temporarily left her in my care, and as she matured, she frequently visited me. If she had returned to her family, would she not come to see me? That is simply impossible. After finishing her statement, the aunt continued to chide Qin Xianghe. Young man, even if Bai Lu is unmarried, she is not meant for you. And to think you heard she returned 6 months ago. Yet you're only now coming to visit. Chapter 58. Bai Lu. At last I have found you. Qin Xianghe had completely run out of steam. The two were simply not on the same wavelength. After standing there for quite some time, he had only managed to ask a few questions, while the aunt had extracted a wealth of information from him. It wasn't until he claimed he had matters to attend to that he was able to break away. Otherwise, she might have kept him engaged until mealtime. Nevertheless, he had gleaned some intriguing details. Bai Lu's father had once been the director of the city's cotton spinning factory, but several years prior, he had been wrongfully accused of financial misconduct and subsequently dismissed. During that tumultuous period, Bai Lu had taken up a teaching position in another city on behalf of a classmate. According to the aunt, it was during this time that Bai Lu met a local man, and after a brief courtship, they were set to marry. Her parents were decidedly displeased. Despite the man's affluent background in a large city, the distance was prohibitive. Traveling by train would take 2 to 3 days. Nevertheless, Bai Lu was resolute in her desire to wed, leading to a significant rift with her family, and she had not returned home in years. The more he listened, the more convinced Qin Xianghe became that this wealthy man from the big city was indeed himself. How the rumors had transformed into such a narrative remained a mystery. The aunt mentioned that it had been years since anyone had seen Bai Lu. This not only piqued his curiosity, but also deepened his concern. 6 months ago, Bai Lu had divorced him, resolutely abandoning their 2 children to return to Nanning. On the day she left, he had been furious, even preventing her from seeing their children one last time, instead taking them to play at De Jun's house. Upon his return, he learned from Lu Jian that it was Sister Hua who had arranged a vehicle for Bai Lu to the town, where he had watched her board a bus bound for Changxi. Furthermore, most of the money Bai Lu had brought with her had been secretly given to Sister Hua to help their children in the future. She barely had enough for her own fare and would likely struggle to afford meals on her journey. Upon arriving in Nanning, where could she possibly go if not home? During their farewell, the aunt had expressed her reluctance and disclosed that Bai Lu's family resided in the apartment at the easternmost end of the fourth floor near the staircase. After a moment of hesitation, filled with apprehension, Qin Xianghe mustered the courage to knock on the door, but after a prolonged wait, there was no response. Eventually, a neighbor emerged, clearly irritated by the incessant knocking, and informed him that Bai Lu's father was away on business and would not return for several days. Qin Xianghe quickly engaged the neighbor in conversation, confirming the aunt's account that since Bai Lu had left to marry years ago, she had not returned. And for the past 6 months, not a trace of her had been seen. Undeterred, he knocked on several other doors, only to receive the same disheartening news. With each revelation, his heart sank further. In the ensuing days, he found himself shuttling between the hotel and the cotton spinning factory's staff dormitory. Yet, Bai Lu's parents remained absent. However, he frequently encountered the aunt living on the first floor near the stairs, who insisted on chatting with him for a while. He learned many delightful anecdotes from Bai Lu's childhood that captivated him, alleviating some of his worries, as he could sit and listen to the aunt for hours. Alongside visiting Bai Lu's home, he also explored the surrounding streets of the dormitory area, hoping that if Bai Lu had not returned home, she might still be nearby. Yet, after several days of searching, he found not a single clue. At this point, Qin Xianghe's concern had escalated into genuine fear. The security conditions of the 1980s were far from reassuring. Bai Lu, a strikingly beautiful single woman, had left Maodang for Nanning 6 months ago. Yet she had not returned home, which stirred a myriad of thoughts in his mind. 2 days had passed, and Bai Lu's parents had still not come back. During this time, Qin Xianghe even inquired at the authorities, who merely stated that she had married and moved to Changxi, and that any report of her disappearance would require a return to Changxi. Left with no other options, he felt compelled to accept this situation. Moreover, even if Bai Lu's parents were to return at that moment, he was unsure how to approach them and whether he should inform them of their daughter's disappearance. On October 23rd, it had been 9 days since she had gone missing and 6 or 7 days since he arrived in Nanning. Not only was Bai Lu still unaccounted for, but her parents were also nowhere to be found. Qin Xianghe's anxiety grew palpable. He struggled to eat and could not find solace in sleep. If something had indeed happened to Bai Lu, in a sense, he felt responsible for it. He pondered how he would face Bao and Nyonyo upon returning home. After 2 days of severe insomnia, Qin Xianghe left the cotton mill dormitory once again in the evening. As he boarded the bus back to the hotel, his head felt heavy, and he found his eyelids uncontrollably drooping. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the bus came to a sudden halt. Rose Garden has arrived. Hurry, those getting off. Don't dawdle. His forehead collided with the glass window, and it was only then that he emerged from his daze, hearing the conductor's voice cutting through the air. The hotel was not far off, and he anxiously gazed out the window. Another day had passed, yet there was still no progress. If he had to wait another 2 days without any news of Bai Lu or her parents returning, he would have no choice but to take the train back to Maoding. With 2 children at home, if something had indeed happened to Bai Lu, it would be prudent to report her missing sooner rather than later. Suddenly, Qin Xianghe raised his hand to rub his eyes vigorously. Across the street, in a small square, a woman clad in a white dress and a blue trench coat stood with her back to him, gazing at a restaurant. A gust of wind swept through, scattering a few papers she held, and she quickly turned to retrieve them. As the bus began to pull away, Qin Xianghe stood up, leaning out to glimpse outside. The woman collected the papers and stowed them in her shoulder bag before lifting her head. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of emotions surged through Qin Xianghe. Days of anxiety and the joy of reunion intertwined, choking his throat. No matter how wide he opened his mouth or how hard he tried, he could not utter her name. It was her. The woman in the familiar blue trench coat was Bai Lu, his former wife, the one he had not seen since their divorce in a previous life. As he watched Bai Lu walk away, Qin Xianghe retracted his head and dashed toward the bus door, frantically signaling to be let off. However, the bus driver ignored him and deliberately accelerated, while the plump conductor merely snickered and turned his gaze toward the ceiling. Despite his shouts, the passengers urged him not to disembark before the stop, but he paid them no heed. He could not bear the thought of missing this opportunity to find Bai Lu again. Rushing back to his seat, he yanked down the window and scrambled to climb out. As the conductor shouted to grab his clothing, he leapt from the bus. Upon landing, he stumbled and fell, rolling several times on the ground. Fortunately, the place he had jumped to was a deserted flower bed, the earth soft and devoid of stones, or else it would have been more than just a sprained ankle. Amidst the ticket seller's curses, he hobbled hurriedly towards the small square that was swiftly approaching. He crossed the pavement and traversed a patch of greenery. And when he beheld the small square once more, his heart sank at the sight of that frail blue figure who had not yet departed. Qin Xianghe nearly collapsed to the ground. At last, I have found you. Bai Lu, my former wife. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself and appear less agitated. However, as he took a step forward, he suddenly froze in place. A young man with neatly parted hair emerged from the restaurant, approaching Bai Lu in the small square, leaning in closely to whisper something in her ear. Chapter 59. Do not attempt to get close to me. Years have passed since Bai Lu's heartless departure and divorce, during which she even forsook their child. Upon their unexpected reunion, there may be a sense of remorse, yet it should be met with composure. Earlier, on the bus, upon spotting Bai Lu, Qin Xianghe leaped from the window in fear of missing her. Such fearlessness, such exhilaration. He believed it stemmed from a concern for Bai Lu's well-being, compounded by the many days spent searching for her and the sudden sighting today. However, as he watched a stranger approach Bai Lu with a broad smile, his heart felt as if it were being twisted by a sharp blade. He could not comprehend the source of this turmoil. Before arriving in Nanning, he had anticipated such a scenario, even assuring himself that if Bai Lu had moved on with her life, he would genuinely wish her well. After all, Bai Lu, though the mother of Dabao and Yonyo, was merely his ex-wife, and one who had long since been disillusioned with him. The young man conversed animatedly, while Bai Lu, standing beside him, occasionally nodded in response. From their proximity, it was evident that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Such intimacy could not be mistaken. Qin Xianghe hesitated, uncertain whether to approach or to remain hidden from Bai Lu's view. Suddenly, in the small square, the man uttered something that prompted Bai Lu to forcefully push him away. The man, enraged, yelled loudly and grasped Bai Lu as she attempted to retreat. In the ensuing struggle, as Bai Lu flailed her arms, the man violently threw her to the ground. A surge of blood rushed to Qin Xianghe's head. His mind went blank as he felt the wind whip past his ears. Although he had been a cad and a gambler during their years of marriage, having quarreled with Bai Lu countless times, he had never laid a finger on her. How dare this man strike Bai Lu? How dare he lay a hand on his woman, even if the term woman was now preceded by X? The man with the side-parted hairstyle approached Bai Lu with a disdainful demeanor, when suddenly, a figure clad in a dark blue jacket dashed forward. Before Qin Xianghe could process the scene, this newcomer leaped into action, delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling away from Bai Lu. As he landed, Qin Xianghe realized what he had done. There was no reason for hesitation now. The man, groaning and rubbing his chest, attempted to rise, but Qin Xianghe swiftly advanced, delivering a swift kick that knocked him down once more. At last, he was subdued. Qin Xianghe could no longer restrain himself. With a cold expression, he approached and stomped down on the hand that had just grabbed Bai Lu. The man screamed in agony, struggling as Qin Xianghe knelt upon him, seizing his hair and raining down blows. Xianghe, a voice, cool and commanding, pierced through the chaos, bringing a sudden calm to Qin Xianghe's frenzied state. His raised fist froze in midair as he turned his head, stiff with surprise. That voice, buried deep within his memory for over 20 years, resonated once more in his ears today. Silence fell. The man with the side-parted hair cautiously lowered his arms, which had been protecting his face, revealing 2 blackened eyes and a swollen cheek. He cast a glance at Qin Xianghe, bewildered, then turned to Bai Lu, still trying to grasp the unfolding situation. Regrettably, his hair was seized, and he was pressed against the ground, unable to move. Otherwise, this moment would have been the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. After several futile attempts, the man gritted his teeth and shouted at the distant, bewildered Bai Lu, "Bai Lu, be honest, is this your wild man? Fine. Don't expect to get away with this." Qin Xianghe lowered his head and swung a fist. The man beneath him clutched his injured mouth and immediately curled up on the ground, evidently a master at enduring blows. How reckless to threaten Bai Lu in his presence. You, Bai Lu, calling him a wild man. Hearing the man's taunts, Qin Xianghe felt a mixture of anger and amusement, raising his fist to strike, only to have his sleeve yanked fiercely. Turning around, he found Bai Lu had unexpectedly arrived behind him, urgently pulling at his arm and pleading, "Stop hitting him." Qin Xianghe's boiling blood turned instantly cold. Even at this moment, Bai Lu continued to shield this man, and the expression on her face revealed genuine concern. Was she distressed? Distressed over him striking this man who had nearly harmed her moments before? Seizing the opportunity, the man suddenly broke free from Qin Xianghe's weakening grasp, rolled away, and quickly fled. After running a distance, he turned, covering his bruised face, and gestured at Bai Lu. Don't think this is over. Bai Lu, you better think it through. Qin Xianghe shook off Bai Lu and immediately stood, only to be firmly held back by her. Don't hit him. He is my brother. Qin Xianghe was taken aback. What? This man was Bai Lu's brother. Upon closer inspection, the man appeared a few years younger, and there were indeed some similarities in their features. He had rushed over, solely focused on delivering punishment to the man who bullied Bai Lu, completely overlooking these details. Previously, Bai Lu had mentioned her family a few times, and he vaguely recalled her mentioning a sister. However, at that time, he had been indifferent to her family matters. Perhaps they had discussed it, but he paid little attention, which likely led to Bai Lu rarely bringing up her family afterward. But wait, if he was her brother, why treat Bai Lu this way? Don't try to get close to me, this isn't over. The man spat on the ground, pointing a finger at Qin Xianghe. And you, big guy, I'm talking to you. How dare you lay a hand on me? You better ask around in Nanning. No one dares to challenge Bai Xiaoyu. Just wait. Qin Xianghe glanced again, only to see the man turn and flee, quickly vanishing at the edge of the square. Alas, today he had finally found Bai Lu, only to inadvertently beat up her little brother. What a predicament. Yet, even if he had known the man's identity beforehand, he would have struck harder. Anyone who dared to harm Bai Lu, even if he was her brother, was beyond forgiveness. Returning to his senses, he noticed Bai Lu biting her lip, anxiously scanning the surroundings. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you looking for?" "Nothing." Meeting Qin Xianghe's gaze, Bai Lu suppressed her turbulent emotions, paused for a moment, and then inquired, "Where are Da Bao and Nyo? I didn't bring them. They're too young, and the ride was too cramped. They wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well outside. So I left them with my parents in the West." As he spoke, Qin Xianghe turned his gaze towards Bai Lu. Her alabaster forehead, slender willow-like brows, and deep, dark eyes were accented by a faintly visible small mole beneath them. Particularly when her eyes narrowed slightly, an unusual chill emanated from her countenance. In comparison to the wife he remembered, the Bai Lu before him had a notably sharper chin, a more gaunt visage, and her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu lowered her long lashes, concealing the disappointment that flickered in her eyes. Sensing the multitude of curious gazes from the crowd surrounding the square, Bai Lu said to Qin Xianghe, "Let us go." "Go? Where to?" Noticing Bai Lu pointing to his coat, Qin Xianghe then realized that a large tear had ripped open along the side of his jacket. Chapter 60. Watch me not kill you today. Half a year ago, Bai Lu departed from Maotang and immediately traveled to Nanning, due to a tumultuous situation regarding her marriage, which ultimately culminated in divorce. She felt immense shame in facing her parents. Consequently, she sought employment far from home to avoid confrontation. One day, en route to work, she unexpectedly encountered her brother Bai Kai, who was out indulging with friends. Upon learning that she was too ashamed to return home after the divorce, and not wanting their parents to find out, her brother seized this as leverage, frequently demanding money from her. Recently, feeling unwell and having visited the hospital, her funds dwindled. Yet, her brother was relentless. Previously, he had only crossed the line with words, but today he resorted to violence. In the square, upon hearing her claim that she had no money left for the month, he yelled at her and attempted to snatch her bag. When she steadfastly refused, in a fit of rage, he pushed her down. After listening to this account, Qin Xianghe pondered the situation. Bai Lu had returned to Nanning, despite any familial discord. Surely she would not allow herself to be threatened by her brother to the point of fearing a return home. Nevertheless, since Bai Lu had shared this, he felt it inappropriate to delve deeper into the matter. After all, the woman before him was now his ex-wife. Near the Rose Garden, numerous residential complexes abound. In a narrow alley, away from the bus stop, stood an old building. On the third floor, adjacent to the staircase, was a two-bedroom apartment with a living room and a bathroom. The bedroom closest to the living area was occupied by Bai Lu's closest friend, while the other room belonged to Bai Lu. The living room was quaint, decorated in a distinctly feminine style, dominated by shades of pink, with several posters of Hong Kong stars adorning the walls. It was evident that her friend had curated the decor, as Bai Lu herself favored blue. Reflecting on these surroundings, Qin Xianghe was reminded of the days prior to their divorce. During that time, any money he possessed would invariably be squandered on gambling, leaving their home devoid of valuable possessions. Yet, Bai Lu always managed to create a warm and inviting atmosphere. Bai Lu invited him to sit in the living room while she retreated to her room for a moment. After rummaging through her belongings, she re-emerged with his tattered jacket, explaining that she needed to borrow some thread of the same color from a neighbor. After waiting for a while without her return, Qin Xianghe, feeling restless on the sofa, decided to stretch his legs. He recalled having sprained his ankle after jumping off the bus earlier, and upon arriving at the small square, mistakenly believed Bai Lu had begun a new life. It was only when he felt discomfort in his foot that he remembered the injury. He rolled up his pant leg to inspect it. Fortunately, it was only slightly swollen. He resolved to visit a pharmacy later to purchase some medicinal alcohol for the ache. In a large city like Nanning, particularly one with a thriving economy, television ownership was widespread, and families with better financial means typically owned one. Clearly, Bai Lu and her friend had yet to achieve such financial comfort, as the only item on their table was an old cassette player, accompanied by a handful of tapes. Behind the player stood a small photo frame, showcasing a picture of Bai Lu and a round-faced girl. In the photograph, Bai Lu radiated warmth, her smile pure and bright. This expression had only been reserved for Dabao and Yonyo in the past few years. It seemed she had never smiled at him in such a manner. Beyond this, the living room offered little else of interest. Regarding the two rooms, one belongs to Bai Lu's close friend, which he certainly cannot enter, while the door to Bai Lu's room is slightly ajar. Having divorced Bai Lu, it would be inappropriate for him to enter her room. The heavy door of the living room creaked open. Qin Xianghe quickly turned his head away from the threshold of Bai Lu's room, and the sudden movement caused a sharp sound from his waist, startling him. What happened? Bai Lu, standing at the door with her clothes in hand, looked on with surprise. Qin Xianghe, supporting his waist, coughed and gestured aimlessly in the air. I just saw a mosquito. It flew in. After a few moments of silence, Bai Lu narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded gently. Oh. As she entered the living room, she handed him the jacket and added, it's been mended. When borrowing clothes from others, you mustn't be so careless. Fortunately, it was just a loose thread. It should be barely noticeable. Indeed, after Bai Lu's stitching, the torn area was hardly discernible. As Qin Xianghe held the jacket, it felt unexpectedly heavy. In his previous life, before Bai Lu married him, she had been quite inept, learning to mend clothes and make garments and shoes for their two children only out of necessity. Wait a minute, borrowing someone else's clothes? No wonder Bai Lu thought that way. Qin Xianghe cast a glance at the jacket. The fabric alone was not cheap. He had selected it himself at the clothing market, paying over 30 for it. Years of struggles in his past life had taught him not only how to earn money, but also how to spend it wisely. Otherwise, money in hand was merely a collection of numbers. Naturally, this perspective on consumption did not align with the mainstream views of the 1980s. Just as Qin Xianghe was about to explain, he noticed Bai Lu pulling 4 crisp 50 yuan bills from her trench coat pocket. Qin Xianghe, this is the most I could borrow. I will also ask Shaoan to act as my guarantor. Why? Qin Xianghe was utterly perplexed. Don't be shy. Your visit here indicates that your family is in dire straits, but this is all I can manage. My recent salary. Bai Lu's gaze dimmed for a moment before she continued. You should take it back. Remember your promise to take good care of Dabao and Yonyo. I sincerely hope you can uphold that commitment. My purpose in coming to Nanning was merely to see you. I truly did not intend to ask for money. Qin Xianghe found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his past irresponsibility had led Bai Lu to assume he had come to Nanning merely out of desperation. Oh. Noticing that Qin Xianghe did not accept the money, Bai Lu furrowed her brow. After searching for so long, encountering Bai Lu unexpectedly, Qin Xianghe initially felt he had much to say. He even contemplated discussing his return, much like his brother and sister-in-law, along with Lu Jian and his wife had encouraged him to do. Yet, from their meeting until now, Bai Lu's demeanor, her expressions and actions, spoke volumes of a cold indifference. Pushing him away, he did not blame Bai Lu. He only lamented his own past recklessness that had deeply hurt her. I also brought photos of Dabao and Yonyo. There at the hotel, Qin Xianghe sighed inwardly. Observing the darkening sky outside, he remarked, I'll take my leave now. You mentioned you have a day off tomorrow. I will bring the photos to you in the morning. Upon her return, Bai Lu stood opposite the coffee table, seemingly poised to await this very statement. After hearing it, she courteously glanced towards the door. Witnessing this, Qin Xianghe felt a profound melancholy within him. As they reached the door, Bai Lu accompanied him. As Qin Xianghe stepped outside, he turned back, merely offering a silent farewell with a wave of his hand. Descending the staircase, he turned a corner and encountered a woman clad in black stockings and a yellow-fitted dress, who was swinging her handbag as she ascended. It was only after they passed each other that he recalled she was the round-faced girl who had taken a photograph with Bai Lu. Oh dear, my beautiful Bai. It seems even you have a day when your icy demeanor melts. I have witnessed it. He mused. Is she a colleague? Quite striking. As Qin Xianghe reached the ground floor, he could still hear the round-faced girl teasing Bai Lu with her resonant voice. Exiting the corridor and stepping into the alleyway, Qin Xianghe heard the sound of footsteps. Turning around, he saw the round-faced girl rushing out, a feather duster in hand. Intrigued, he paused. The round-faced girl dashed up to him, grinning widely as she brandished the feather duster. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "So it's you. Heartless, ungrateful wretch. Just wait and see if I don't teach you a lesson today." Chapter 61. Into the hospital, Qin Xianghe had already recognized the woman as the round-faced girl who lived with Bai Lu. Seeing her come down in high spirits, he thought she was either delivering a message to Bai Lu or had misplaced something. To his surprise, she brandished a feather duster and struck him mercilessly. Despite his quick reflexes, he still received 2 solid blows on his back. Fine. He had wronged Bai Lu in the past. But given that they had been divorced for quite some time, there seemed to be no need for such fury from a friend. How did their marital issues turn into accusations of ingratitude? Xiaoyun, stop it. Bai Lu emerged from the dimly lit corridor, bent over and gasping for breath. The round-faced girl raised the feather duster again, but upon seeing Qin Xianghe deftly evade, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Without turning back, she shouted at Bai Lu. "What do you mean stop? You're still protecting this man. It's a miracle I didn't use a kitchen knife." "Chen Xiaoyan, how many times must I say it? He has nothing to do with me." Bai Lu straightened up and stamped her foot forcefully. Normally gentle and soft-spoken, she suddenly reprimanded the relentless round-faced girl. After shouting, her eyes glistened with tears as she pointed towards the door where onlookers gathered. "Do you want everyone to know?" "And no, that's not it." The round-faced girl, Chen Xiaoyan, was taken aback by Bai Lu's fierce outburst. Having known each other since elementary school, she had never witnessed Bai Lu express such severity. She shot a resentful glare at Qin Xianghe, then quickly adopted a conciliatory tone with Bai Lu. All right. I won't trouble him anymore. Please don't be angry, I beg you." Confused by the scolding and the commotion, Qin Xianghe could hardly comprehend the situation. Particularly bewildering was Bai Lu's reaction. After living together for several years, he had never seen her shout like this before. Bai Lu, what is wrong with you?" As he cautiously guarded against the feather duster, he suddenly saw Chen Xiaoyan scream and dash down the corridor. He turned to see Bai Lu bent over, clutching her chest, her breathing rapid and shallow. Her already pale face turned ashen in an instant, and she appeared on the verge of collapsing. In the next moment, her legs gave way, and she crumpled to the ground. Chen Xiaoyan rushed over, her voice trembling with fear. Bai Lu, please don't scare me. Wake up." As Bai Lu fell, Qin Xianghe's mind went blank. Hearing Chen Xiaoyan's cries jolted him back to reality. He rushed to her side, unable to bear the thought of Bai Lu slipping into unconsciousness. He embraced her in his arms and kicked Qin Xiaoyan, urging her to indicate the way. Then they sprinted towards the hospital. At this moment, the city had established a 120 emergency hotline. However, how to call it? The mobile phone had only recently made its way into the mainland, and few could afford to use one, even in economically developed Nanning. There were public telephones, but they were far away, and he could see none within reach. Even if they managed to call for help, given the current circumstances, he had no idea what could arrive in time. Fortunately, the Rose Garden was located in the city center, and there should be a hospital nearby. If worst came to worst, they could hail a taxi just outside the alley. Unfortunately, this proved to be a grim reality. Recently, the 4th Municipal Hospital is located several miles away. Fortunately, I quickly hailed a taxi by the roadside and hurried towards the hospital. Nanning is far more bustling than Haisha, even at midnight. The streets are aglow with shimmering neon lights. Qin Xianghe ascended to the 4th floor of the inpatient department, pausing in the corridor to take in the city's nocturnal splendor. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge for a drink or perhaps a smoke. "You are merely a family member of the patient. What connection do you have?" "Husband." "Is this how a husband behaves? Your spouse is gravely ill, and you have allowed it to escalate to this point. Do you understand that this illness requires prompt treatment? The sooner the better." The harsh reprimand from the doctor, delivered when Bai Lu was rushed to the emergency room, still echoed in his ears. During the period when he was striving for redemption in his previous life, Bai Lu abruptly initiated divorce proceedings, swiftly departing from Mount Ang village back to Nanning. He had always believed that Bai Lu had grown weary of his misdeeds, disheartened, and unable to endure it any longer, even abandoning their child in her desperate escape. However, it now appeared that circumstances were not as he had perceived. The doctor stated that they would have to await all test results before understanding the full extent of the illness, but from Qin Xiaoyan's tearful exchanges and the doctor's comments, Bai Lu's condition was far from optimistic. A malignant tumor was pressing near her heart, causing recurrent pain behind the sternum and in the precordial area, radiating to her neck, shoulders, and even abdomen, precluding any vigorous activity. Under such circumstances, it was evident that immediate surgery upon discovery would have been the most prudent course of action. Yet, due to a delay of over 6 months, the tumor had significantly enlarged, leading to exacerbated symptoms. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianghe recalled that prior to their divorce, Bai Lu had mentioned experiencing chest tightness and would sometimes lean against the table, clutching her chest or abdomen for long stretches. At that time, his thoughts were consumed with finding additional income and seeking opportunities to earn more, leaving little room for concern over her health. This evening, when he encountered Bai Lu in the small square, he noted her gauntness, pallor, and overall deteriorated appearance. He had assumed her distress stemmed solely from the impending divorce, never considering the gravity of her illness. But why had she not confided in him? If only she had. Qin Xianghe slapped himself across the face in realization. Turning to see Qin Xianghe emerge from the ward, her eyes swollen and bewildered. Ah, there are mosquitoes, even in a big city like this. They seem plentiful. Rubbing his slightly flushed face, Qin Xianghe shifted the conversation, inquiring about Bai Lu's condition. Qin Xianghe, wary of waking Bai Lu, closed the door gently and lowered her voice, explaining that Bai Lu had just finished a few blood tests and received an injection, allowing her to sleep peacefully for now. There would be further examinations, and the doctor advised that she should rest as much as possible. Here, I brought you a clean bottle filled with hot water and a cup, he said, handing over the thermos and cup he had just purchased from a nearby shop. Although the hospital provided these items, he feared they might not be sanitary. The doctor had mentioned that patients should drink plenty of water upon waking, prompting him to make the quick trip. Why spend this money? We have everything at home. We could have just brought it, Qin Xianghe remarked, observing the new metal thermos with a softened expression. Upon arriving at the hospital, it became evident that the man was unaware of the situation. It seemed that Bai Lu had initially returned to Nanning in an attempt to conceal her illness, which ultimately led to her divorce. Although it was clear that Qin Xianghe bore no responsibility for the matter, over the past 6 months of conversations, Bai Lu rarely spoke ill of this man. However, between the lines, it was apparent that he was not of commendable character, seemingly addicted to alcohol and gambling. Thus, her calm demeanor did not signify forgiveness. Given Bai Lu's inherently virtuous nature, it was certain that any trouble was unequivocally the man's fault. Chapter 62. Men and their vanity. Your name is Qin Xianghe, isn't it? Qin Xianghe hesitated briefly before adding, I just paid a certain amount. I will bring it to you tomorrow when I return. Qin Xianghe shook his head. Bai Lu is my wife. It is only right that I take care of the expenses. At least you still have a semblance of conscience. Qin Xianghe was quite pleased with this response and graciously chose not to press the matter further, allowing him to refer to her as his wife instead of his ex-wife. She cast a glance at the nearby hospital rooms. I heard this is a high-ranking official's ward. It must be quite expensive. Perhaps we should consider moving to the more ordinary section. It's not overly expensive. Bai Lu prefers tranquility, and staying here is beneficial for her recovery. Qin Xianghe waved his hand dismissively. When he brought Bai Lu to the hospital and completed the admission procedures, he had checked the other inpatient building. It was overcrowded, with 7 or 8 patients sharing a room alongside their caregivers, leaving little room to breathe. His observations were indeed factual. Bai Lu, by nature, cherished peace and cleanliness. Residing in such a private room would undoubtedly elevate her spirits and enhance her comfort, potentially aiding her recovery. Of course, this was contingent upon having sufficient funds, as the difference between the two types of wards was a mere 10 yuan per day. Fortunately, at present, he was not short on money. For Bai Lu, even if he were, he could always find a way to earn more. If he could thrive in a remote mountain village like Maotang, he could certainly prosper in this bustling metropolis brimming with opportunities. That can't be right. Bai Lu mentioned your family is from the countryside, in the mountains, and that conditions are not ideal. Don't put on a brave face. This isn't about pride. We have numerous expenses ahead, just for the examinations alone. If it becomes too burdensome, I can discreetly inform Uncle Bai, and if necessary, let Bai Lu scold me for it, Qin Xianghe retorted, pursing her lips. Men are all about face, but this isn't the time for vanity, she added. She had learned from Bai Lu about the financial situation of Qin Xianghe's family and was certain they weren't affluent. Otherwise, Bai Lu wouldn't have hastily returned to Nanning despite her illness. Qin Xianghe shook his head in gratitude. I am not pretending to be strong. Recently, I've been engaged in some business ventures and earned a bit. There is no need to worry about finances. Conditions not being ideal? If Bai Lu were to tell the truth to Qin Xianghe, she would probably worry whether the thermos and cups were pilfered from elsewhere. With such a serious illness, logically, Bai Lu's parents should have been informed, but that decision would have to wait until Bai Lu awoke tomorrow to make her own choices. Before long, another doctor hurried in with a nurse, carrying medical equipment. Qin Xianghe entered, holding a thermos, while Qin Xianghe was left standing outside. Though he repeatedly referred to Bai Lu as his wife, in Qin Xianghe's eyes, Bai Lu was merely his ex-wife, and certain decorum needed to be observed. Thus, after several restless hours through the night, Qin Xianghe managed to enter twice. Bai Lu lay on the bed in her hospital gown, deeply asleep. Whatever she dreamed of troubled her, as her delicate brow remained furrowed, and her pallid complexion evoked a sense of pity. As dawn broke, Qin Xianghe awoke at a stone table in a pavilion outside the inpatient building. Upon arriving in Nanning, he discovered Bai Lu had not returned home and had spent several anxious days searching for her. Finally, yesterday he located Bai Lu, but after a heated argument with Qin Xianghe, Bai Lu fainted, revealing the gravity of her illness. A night filled with numerous examinations had taken a toll on him. As he observed Qin Xianghe dozing off in front of the white deer bed, he offered the corner sofa of the hospital room for her to rest. At that time, without a mobile phone, he feared that any unforeseen circumstances might leave him unable to find assistance. Thus, instead of seeking a nearby inn, he simply laid his head on the stone table for a brief respite, only to find himself deeply asleep until dawn. Early in the morning, the hospital began to fill with more people. Upon noticing someone carrying breakfast, he ventured out of the hospital. Walking a little further, he discovered a side street where he purchased several portions of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and pan-fried dumplings. Upon returning to the hospital room, he heard some stirring. Qin Xianghe blinked awake from the sofa, still in a daze. Meanwhile, the white deer in the opposite bed remained asleep. With her hand resting under a nearly finished drip, her complexion significantly improved compared to when she had been admitted the previous night. A nurse entered, removed the from the white deer, and mentioned that the doctor had instructed her to bring all the recent medications. Noticing Qin Xianghe still groggy, Qin Xianghe volunteered to assist. Perhaps the urgency from the previous night's hospital visit had changed Qin Xianghe's demeanor, or perhaps she was simply too exhausted. She handed him the keys, indicating that the medications were in the white deer's room, before collapsing back onto the sofa. He placed the breakfast down and glanced at the white deer on the hospital bed before taking the keys and departing. Qin Xianghe first visited the hotel to check out. As it was too far from the fourth hospital, he intended to find accommodation closer to the hospital. With his luggage in hand, he hailed a taxi to the small alley near the rose garden. Upon arriving at the residence of the white deer and Qin Xianghe, he opened the door and walked straight towards the ajar door of the white deer's room. The bedroom was simply furnished, containing only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The bedding was new, all in the pale blue hue favored by the white deer. On one side of the desk, several pill bottles were prominently displayed. Among them, two bore English labels, while the drawers below revealed even more empty pill bottles. A sense of sorrow washed over Qin Xianghe. He recalled how reckless he had been. The white deer had endured a severe illness after a fallout with her family due to her marriage, yet she had been unable to confide in those closest to her. The doctor had mentioned the night before that such an ailment often caused excruciating pain, which could escalate to respiratory distress or even loss of consciousness. He could only imagine the torment the white deer must have suffered, lying in that bed. He had known for years that she had an aversion to pain, unable to bear it. Yet, for more than half a year, she had faced countless episodes of suffering. As Qin Xianghe collected the pill bottles and was about to leave, he inadvertently noticed the edge of a photo frame peeking out from the bottom of the drawer. Curiosity piqued, he opened it to find several exquisite frames inside, all containing photographs of Daba and Nyonyo. There was one of Daba at his first birthday, another showing Daba leaning against a makeshift stroller, inside which was the recently born Nyonyo, and yet another of Nyonyo, over a year old, standing outside their small kitchen with Daba. Qin Xianghe dropped his luggage to the ground. He had assumed that these few precious photographs of Daba and Nyonyo had been lost when the children played with them. But it turned out that they had been kept close by the white deer all along. Before arriving in Nanning, he had contemplated that if the white deer were to embark on a new life, he would refrain from intruding. It became evident that he had overestimated his own fortitude. In another scenario, Bai Lu feels disenchanted with him, a sentiment that has become irreparable, given that he could heartlessly abandon their child. He is now resolved to offer Bai Lu the money he possesses as a means of atonement for his previous transgressions. With the sum, he believes that Bai Lu will be able to lead a decent life henceforth. Upon his arrival, aside from the essential operating capital for the store in the county town. He has brought along nearly 7,000 yuan. Even if he is left with just 7,000, this amount, in light of the current economic conditions, should suffice to ensure Bai Lu's standard of living. Thus, as he reflects on the years spent with Bai Lu, he finds himself burdened with a little less guilt. Yesterday, at the small square, he observed Bai Lu standing intimately with a man, and upon learning last night that Bai Lu had returned to Nanning due to illness, he now gazes at a row of picture frames on the table. Qin Xianghe has made his resolution. Chapter 63. You are quite perceptive. It turned out that his feelings for Bai Lu were not as insignificant as he had previously thought. Likewise, Bai Lu was far from the heartless person he had imagined. Therefore, Bai Lu was his wife, had always been, and would continue to be. Bai Lu, if you dare to bring some man to confront me, then do it. If you don't summon him today, I will not let this matter rest. The commotion from downstairs interrupted Qin Xianghe's thoughts. Frowning, he placed the packed medicine bottle into his bag and stepped outside. As he exited the corridor, he noticed Bai Kai, Bai Lu's younger brother, shouting up at the window. Dressed in a flamboyant shirt, casual jacket, flared pants, and pointed leather shoes, he donned a pair of oversized sunglasses, appearing like a carefree ne'er-do-well. The two young men squatting by the stone pillar, clearly annoyed by Qin Xianghe's presence, gestured dismissively. What are you looking at? Yes, I'm talking to you. Get lost. Ignoring them, Qin Xianghe called out loudly, Bai Kai? Bai Kai, who had been hollering at the window, glanced down, a mix of anger and amusement flashing across his face. You little brat, you dare to show your face in front of me. A young man in a blue work uniform turned to Bai Kai, asking, Who is he? Who else could it be? He is the one who hit me yesterday. Bai Kai jumped down from the stone pillar, and the two young men immediately followed suit. He glanced into the corridor. Where's Bai Lu? Why isn't she coming out? Bai Lu had fallen seriously ill and returned to Nanning, too frightened to come home, and her brother used this against her as leverage. The memory of Bai Kai pushing Bai Lu yesterday unsettled Qin Xianghe. Taking a deep breath, he said, If you have something to say, just say it. Say what? Who do you think you are? Bai Kai casually sauntered up to Qin Xianghe, the two young men mirroring his movements. Bai Kai reached out, tugging at Qin Xianghe's jacket. Nice outfit. Did Bai Lu buy it for you? Qin Xianghe brushed aside Bai Kai's hand. Do you have any manners? Bai Lu is your sister. Oh. Getting feisty now? Bai Kai laughed, retracting his hand. Stop trying to be friendly with me. Tell her that if she doesn't want trouble, she better give me the money quickly, or else she'll have to deal with me. Am I some sort of kept man? Qin Xianghe chuckled, surprised to find himself labeled as such. After 2 months of exposure to the elements, he hadn't tanned too much, and it hardly seemed relevant to Bai Lu. Quit your nonsense. We need to settle our score too. Bai Kai stepped closer, pulling down his sunglasses to reveal dark circles under his eyes and pointed at his swollen face. How do you account for this? What do you propose? Seeing Qin Xianghe's nonchalant demeanor, the young man in the blue work uniform interjected, Listen up, behave yourself, or I'll make you regret it. Do you believe me? This here, and here, Bai Kai gestured wildly at his face and upper body. I counted yesterday, 18 punches and 4 kicks. That's quite the tally. The young man in blue quickly leaned in. $2. Shut the hell up. Bai Kai rolled his eyes and kicked his witty companion aside. He glanced at Qin Xianghe's clothing and calculated, $3 each. That makes. The youth in the blue work uniform interjected, $62. Right, $62. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, Bai Kai raised an eyebrow, and the two young men immediately clenched their fists, their joints cracking ominously. He continued, Otherwise, I'll give you a beating first, and then take your money. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Qin Xianghe cast a sidelong glance at the youth in blue. Associating with such individuals certainly raised concerns about one's intellectual capacity. Noticing Bai Kai's temper flaring, he waved his hand, placed his luggage on a stone stump, and casually pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, tossing it onto the bag. Bai Kai and the two youths stared wide-eyed. The stack consisted entirely of 50 yuan bills. Although it appeared thin at first glance, it was indeed a substantial amount. There were at least a dozen notes, potentially amounting to 800 or 900. You're quite perceptive. Bai Kai gulped after glancing at Qin Xianghe's bulging pockets. He regretted setting the initial price too low. This was no mere pretty boy. His sister earned only 65 yuan a month, yet this rugged man casually produced 1,000 yuan. Who knows how much he had in total? He was practically a golden boy. Do you want to take it all? Qin Xianghe asked with a smile, blocking Bai Kai's hand as he reached for the money. Bai Kai froze, his eyes fixed on the cash. With such an amount, he wouldn't have to endure the scowls of that imposing woman for months. Qin Xianghe took off his jacket and tossed it onto the bag, pressing the money down. It was only then that Bai Kai snapped back to reality and looked up. As he slowly rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, his expression grew increasingly cold. During such trying times, his closest family member, Bai Lu, had resorted to using this situation as leverage to extort money from her. He had heard from Qin Xianghe that most of Bai Lu's salary went towards purchasing medication. Qin Xianghe also mentioned that Bai Lu had to borrow money each month, so it was evident how difficult it would be for her if Bai Kai took even more from her. $3 a punch, is that it? You two stand there and count clearly. If you miscount, it'll be on your heads. Qin Xianghe pointed at the two youths, and without waiting for Bai Kai to react, he kicked one of them against the wall. Then he advanced, targeting the fleshy parts of their arms and thighs. No matter what, this was Bai Lu's brother. These areas wouldn't be severely injured, but Bai Kai would certainly feel the pain afterward. More than 10 minutes passed. 61, 62. The two battered youths squatted in the corner, their eyes following each punch as they counted with trembling voices. They had to take it seriously. They had just witnessed their brother being beaten. How could they, as loyal friends, endure that? They had come along today to lend a hand. However, the next scene unfolded quickly, as they were knocked down before they could rush in, and one received a couple of solid punches to the face. Compared to the swift skill of this man, their previous fights felt like child's play. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. They had initially planned to escape midway, thinking they could later claim they were off to find help. Yet, just as they attempted to make their move, it was as if this man had eyes in the back of his head. Another one was met with a flying kick. Moreover, the cacophony of indistinct counting, whether it be the feeble sound of enumeration or errors in the tally, would inevitably lead to a severe reprimand. It was utterly exasperating. I had never engaged in such a stifling confrontation. What? A mere interruption and, damn it, I lost count again. As the targeted individual, Bai Kai felt utterly defeated. When he observed the wild man turning his ire towards two companions, he seized the opportunity to catch his breath, only to catch sight of a large sum of cash peeking out from beneath a garment not far off, which filled him with despair. There lay 800 or 900. In an instant, with 3 coins, he would have to endure 300 punches, and afterward, would he even still see the money? Qin Xianghe abandoned the two youths huddled in a corner, shaking his hands as he stood up. There was no other choice. Bai Kai had truly infuriated him. Over the past 6 months, Bai Kai had caused Bai Lu untold suffering. It was likely that what pained Bai Lu even more was the fact that Bai Kai was her closest family member. Chapter 64. Impulsiveness is the devil. It is precisely because Bai Kai is Bai Lu's younger brother that he must not suffer severe consequences. The earlier blows were targeted at his body, skillfully avoiding his face, ensuring that no garments were torn or visible signs of violence remained. However, the pain would linger for several days, allowing Bai Kai to experience the torment that Bai Lu had endured over the past 6 months. As for the two brothers summoned by Bai Kai, regrettably, they could not unleash their frustrations solely upon him. Thus, the burden of their ire would fall upon these two. He struck without restraint, even as his own knuckles bore bruises that would take days to heal. Turning around, he observed Bai Kai lying motionless on the ground with closed eyes. Qin Xianghe approached and kicked him lightly at the elbow, prompting Bai Kai to convulse as if electrified. Stop feigning unconsciousness. I know exactly how hard I hit you. Big brother, I was wrong. I want to do it again. I don't want the money either. For Bai Lu's sake. For my sister's sake, please let me go. Bai Kai groaned feebly. Initially, he had shouted bravado, but the more he protested, the harder he was struck. It finally dawned on him that this person responded better to gentleness than to aggression. Qin Xianghe ignored Bai Kai's pleas and donned his jacket. He glanced at the stack of money he had retrieved from the bag and turned to the two young men in the corner. How much is it altogether? The two youths exchanged bewildered looks. Isn't it just counting? Why are we solving a math problem? After a brief mental calculation, the young man in blue work attire raised his hand to answer. 220. Qin Xianghe grinned, contemplating a kick aimed at him as he thought to inform Bai Lu to keep Bai Kai away from such a fool. He pulled out several large bills and tossed them onto Bai Kai's face. Here's 300, no need for change. The remainder will be noted for next time. Bai Kai gasped, nearly choking on the sensation of the money burning his hands. He had never felt cash to be so searing in his life. And to owe for the next time? Did he ever agree to that? This strong-arm tactic was illegal, wasn't it? Quit dawdling and come with me. You too. He said to the others. Support him. He'll be fine after a while. Without allowing Bai Kai a moment to hesitate, Qin Xianghe shouted at the two youths against the wall before picking up the bag. The young man in blue swiftly helped Bai Kai to his feet, and they proceeded to exit the alley. Nanning, 4th Municipal Hospital. On the 4th-floor corridor, Qin Xianghe leaned against the railing, engaging in light banter with the young man in blue work attire, who was named Chen Daogui. He was a close friend of Bai Kai, not particularly astute with numbers, but adept at navigating social situations, always able to chime in on any topic. Suddenly, the door behind them swung open, and Qin Xianghe turned to see Bai Kai emerging with reddened eyes. "Bai Lu, told you to go in." As Bai Kai approached, he tilted his head back, awaiting Qin Xianghe to step aside, then wiped his face with his hand. Chen Daogui promptly pulled out a cigarette. "Kai, what is wrong? What are you doing smoking? Can't you see this is a hospital? It could affect the patients. Have you no sense of public morality?" As Bai Kai vehemently admonished him, Chen Daogui nearly crushed the cigarette in his grip. When had this brother ever cared about public morality? In resignation, Bai Kai slumped against the railing. Brought to the hospital by a wild man, he initially felt a pang of guilt for having struck his sister, prompting him to apply some ointment and medicinal alcohol. Little did he anticipate that they would head straight to the inpatient department. Upon entering the room, the sight of his sister lying on the hospital bed, her complexion pale and devoid of color, left him in shock. Over the past few months, he had relentlessly pursued her for money, causing a ruckus when his demands were unmet, yet he never imagined that a mere push the previous night would result in her hospitalization. After listening to the fragmented admonitions from the doctors nearby, he felt as though he had plunged into a nightmare. To his horror, his sister had been suffering from a severe illness for over 6 months. This meant that she had returned to Nanning, abandoned by that heartless man due to her ailment. What tormented him further was the realization that during this half-year, he had smugly believed he had leverage over her, manipulating her for money, even throwing tantrums when funds fell short. That money was, in fact, meant for her medical treatment. He was indeed more beastly than a mere animal. However, Bai Xiaoyi, was not one to shed tears before his sister. What good would that do? Wiping his eyes, he gazed up at the sky, suddenly scanning the surroundings. Where was Xiao Dan? Chen Daogui, with his 2 dark circles under his eyes, lamented about the cowardice of that fellow who had just claimed to have matters at home and scampered off with the mushroom-headed Qin. Truly a weakling. If he dares to mooch cigarettes and alcohol again, he would surely be kicked to the curb. With that, Bai Kai patted Chen Daogui on the shoulder. "Xiao Gui, you truly uphold our bond. Of course, what relationship do we share?" Chen Daogui stood tall, but upon noticing Bai Kai grimacing in pain, he hurried over to support him. "Kai Gu, Qin's methods are excessively ruthless. What exactly is his relation to Bai Lu?" "What Bai Lu? That is my sister. Show some respect and call her sister from now on." Bai Kai admonished Chen Daogui, delivering a firm smack on his head. "Wait, did you say his surname is Qin? What is his full name?" "He said his name is Qin Xianghe." Bai Kai's fury ignited, nearly propelling him off the ground. "What? Qin Xianghe? So it is he who has tormented my sister, that scoundrel." Chen Daogui hastily restrained the agitated Bai Kai, nearly covering his mouth. "Kai Gu, don't be impulsive. Acting rashly can lead to dire consequences. We can't possibly confront someone like Qin." "Fear not." Bai Kai sneered, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I no longer feel any pain. Listen, I will make those knuckles crack. That scoundrel is my second sister's husband. No, my former brother-in-law. Just wait and see. With righteousness on our side, if we don't beat him to a pulp, I swear I'll change my surname to He." Previously, Bai Kai had threatened his sister with tales of informing their parents about the divorce involving someone named Qin Xianghe. He had even vowed to visit that remote countryside someday and drag the Qin out for a thorough beating. What audacity! How could one like him marry my second sister? He must have been born under a lucky star. Now, realizing that the divorce stemmed from his sister's illness made it all the more unforgivable. The key point was that he had the moral high ground. A brother standing up for his sister was a natural duty. It was only right for him to confront that heartless brother-in-law. Daring to retaliate, was he? Striding to the door, Bai Kai suddenly pushed it open, finding Qin Xianghe still conversing with his sister, while that Qin was engaged in discussion with the doctor on the sofa. Bai Kai beckoned with his finger and called out, "Qin, come out here. Let us have a proper conversation in the corridor." A few minutes later, when Qin Xianghe returned to the ward, both the doctor and Qin Xianghe had already departed. Xianghe went to retrieve the 2 examination reports from last night. On the hospital bed, Bai Lu leaned against the headboard, sitting up with a somewhat frail voice and a pale complexion, yet she appeared significantly better than the previous night. Qin Xianghe nodded and pulled up a stool beside the bed. Noticing Bai Lu's glance, he shifted slightly away. Since Bai Lu had awakened that morning, this was the first opportunity he had to speak with her privately. What did Xiaokai want you for? Is he causing you trouble? Not at all. He merely seeks to earn a little money. Qin Xianghe replied with a chuckle, then turned serious. Don't hold it against me for bringing your brother along. Given the gravity of the situation, when it comes time for the surgery, a family member's signature is required. Should my identity prove insufficient, we still have your brother. Chapter 65. Seeking a younger and more beautiful companion. Is it useless? Bai Lu muttered in confusion, turning her gaze towards Qin Xianghe. Earlier, when Bai Kai barged in, she had heard about the illness from the doctor, which had infuriated her. However, now that a family member was aware, it felt as though a burden had been lifted, alleviating the oppressive weight she had felt before. Since childhood, Xiaokai had never called her or her elder sister by their titles, always referring to them by their names. Despite their parents' numerous attempts to correct this, it proved futile, and they were reluctant to resort to punishment. So it remained that way. As she attempted to explain in a hushed tone, Bai Lu suddenly raised her head. Xiaoyan just mentioned that the hospital's stay alone costs over 200? Qin Xianghe replied, yes, they said they could temporarily invite a team of specialists for a consultation, hence the increased costs. Bai Lu frowned, that's not what I mean. I'm asking where you acquired such a substantial amount of money to pay for this. I didn't have time yesterday. I intended to tell you today. I engaged in a small business venture at home and made quite a bit. I do not want you to pay for me. Please, go and refund it. In this hospital room, Xiaoyan mentioned it costs over 10 a day. This is not something people like us can afford. Seeing Bai Lu's agitated expression and her slight gasping for breath, Qin Xianghe could no longer maintain his distance. He leaned in to adjust the blankets and prevent her from getting out of bed. Listen to me, he urged. The doctor said you cannot delay this condition any longer. It is imperative to complete the examinations as soon as possible. If the situation is favorable, we can schedule the surgery promptly, and there is a chance for recovery. Bai Lu shook her head in protest. Qin Xianghe, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much this surgery will cost? Not to mention the subsequent regular checkups and medication half a year ago. She had been feeling unwell and took the opportunity to visit a hospital during a trip to Lingshui. Upon hearing her symptoms, the doctor immediately referred her to the county hospital. After managing to find time for a solo visit, she felt as though the sky had fallen. She had never anticipated that such a grave illness would befall her. This ailment, with consistent medication and surgical intervention, held a significant chance of recovery. Yet many of the required medications were imported. In rural areas, even families in large cities could scarcely afford the cost of the drugs, let alone the exorbitant surgical fees. Furthermore, the subsequent rehabilitation treatments would not be any less costly than the initial expenses. Upon returning to Nanning, she fortuitously encountered her good friend, Qin Xianghe. It was through Xiaoyan's introduction that she secured her current job, earning just enough each month to cover the conservative treatment costs. She was acutely aware that what the doctor referred to as conservative treatment was merely a means of buying time. For over half a year, Qin Xianghe had only known that she was gravely ill and required ongoing medication, but she remained oblivious to the true peril and despair of her condition. Now, lying in the hospital, the person before her was her ex-husband. Hearing such words from him felt like an ephemeral dream, yet it provided a semblance of solace and support, an outlet for her pent-up emotions. During their years together, Bai Lu seldom cried. She rarely felt so vulnerable, and Qin Xianghe's heart ached for her. He turned around, searching for tissues, but found none. Observing Bai Lu wiping her tears with her hand, he solemnly said, Bai Lu, I am aware of the situation. The doctor has informed me. The initial examinations and the scheduling of the first surgery could easily amount to over 5,000. Due to the tumor's location and the complexity of its blood supply, it is likely that 2 or 3 more procedures will be necessary. Indeed, regarding the financial burden, the doctor discussed it with him last night. The preliminary tests, consultations, and surgeries are not expenses that an average family can bear. To enhance the chances of success, several imported medications must also be taken, and anything associated with imports tends to be exorbitantly priced. In Nanning, where the average salary is somewhat higher, it barely reaches 50 or 60. Qin Xianghe mentioned last night that Bai Lu currently works as a clerk in a department store, earning nearly 60 with bonuses included. Without any expenses, it would take 7 or 8 years to save such an amount, an absolute fortune. The crux of the matter is that this illness cannot be delayed any longer. The thought of the treatment costs drives Bai Lu to despair, leaving her breathless. Upon returning to Nanning, she refrains from discussing the divorce with her family, fearing that her parents would discover her plight. Even if they were to exhaust their savings, it would still fall short, especially since her brother has squandered most of the family's savings over the years. She vividly recalls the doctor's words, stating that even with surgery, recovery is merely a possibility. How could she be so selfish as to risk her family's well-being for a disease that might not even be curable? Moreover, even if the family desired to help, their intentions would ultimately be futile, leading her parents to live with guilt in their later years. Had she not encountered Qin Xianghe yesterday, she would have resolved to endure her circumstances without seeking hospitalization, sustaining herself with medication, day by day. When her condition deteriorated to the point of being unbearable, she would quietly slip away, concealing everything from Xiaoan. In that way, she could hold on to a semblance of hope. Qin Xianghe stood up, retrieved the travel bag from the sofa, unzipped it, and took out a somewhat thick envelope, extending it toward Bai Lu. Confused, she wiped her tears and instinctively opened it. To her astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she discovered a substantial stack of 50 yuan bills inside. "I told you, I knew," he remarked, noticing the complex expression on her face. Understanding her apprehension, Qin Xianghe shook his head in resignation. "Rest assured, this money comes from my legitimate business endeavors, not from any illicit means." Bai Lu clutched the envelope, alternating between grasping it tightly and loosening her grip. After a few minutes, she returned it to Qin Xianghe, saying, "Please take it back. I know you've earned a lot, but you don't understand my illness. It is a bottomless pit, and no amount will suffice." "I know this isn't enough," Qin Xianghe replied, nodding while gazing into Bai Lu's reddened eyes. "But Bai Lu, trust me, no matter how much more money is needed, I can earn it." Indeed, the amount he brought may not even cover half of the expenses, yet aside from the distant Chashi store, Qin Xianghe was confident that he could secure Bai Lu's medical costs in Nanning, where opportunities abound. Such unwavering confidence and determination were traits Bai Lu had never witnessed on this man's face during their years together. Previously, all she had seen was a man lost in the throes of alcoholism and gambling, drifting through life aimlessly. Were it not for the two children, she might have departed long ago. Ultimately, it was for their sake that she resolutely chose to divorce and return to Nanning. Bai Lu gently shook her head and said to Qin Xianghe, "Listen to me, do not be so foolish. Even if I earn enough, I still may not be able to heal." For the first time from yesterday until now, her tone was unusually calm. "You needn't feel burdened. My illness truly has nothing to do with you." Noticing Qin Xianghe frowning, Bai Lu earnestly continued, "Take this money and care for Dabao and Yonyo, and I will find peace. Furthermore, you can still find someone new to give the children a complete family." "Really?" Qin Xianghe, seeing Bai Lu's resolute nod, pondered for a moment before agreeing, "All right then." Without waiting for Bai Lu's response, he tossed the envelope into his luggage and declared, "It shall be as such. When I return, I will find a stepmother for Dabao and Yonyo, and she must be younger and more beautiful." Chapter 66. The beautiful white lady marrying someone so young, it is only natural for one to desire a child of their own. Hearing the contemptuous tone of a certain individual, Bai Lu narrowed her eyes into a slant, exuding an air of coldness. Qin Xianghe continued, recounting tales from his home, where he had heard of a stepmother who, unable to tolerate her husband's children from a previous marriage, would intentionally deprive them of food and warmth, punishing them when she grew weary. Bai Lu's brow furrowed in indignation. Realizing the implication, she struck Qin Xianghe's hand, which was tucked under the blanket, with annoyance. "You did that on purpose. So, you wouldn't want Dabao and Yonyo to have a stepmother, would you?" Xianghe, Bai Lu's brow knitted in concern. Her thoughts hesitating, caught between words. Gazing at her pale, delicate fingers intertwined atop the blanket, Qin Xianghe spoke earnestly. "Right now, the priority is to get your health back. As for everything else, we can address it later." Bai Lu let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She lifted her gaze, only to find Qin Xianghe feigning a wounded expression. She wished to explain herself, yet the truth of her feelings weighed heavily upon her. Dabao and Yonyo were irreplaceable to her. As for the man before her, her heart had long since grown cold towards him years ago. Furthermore, their union had been born of necessity. The following 3 days were filled with incessant examinations, consultations from various specialists, and a relentless regimen of medication and injections. Each day, Bai Lu felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She understood that each examination and each visit from a doctor meant another significant sum of money slipping away. Just the cost of this single-occupancy hospital room was exorbitant, making it difficult for her to find peace of mind. Unexpectedly, her brother visited daily, though his stays were brief and words scarce. The worry etched on his face was palpable. Perhaps due to her illness, she had instructed him to keep her condition a secret from their family, and he obediently complied. With a creak, the door swung open. Bai Lu, propped against the headboard, immediately sat up to see Qin Xianghe entering with 2 large bags. A flicker of hope crossed her face. "Xianghe, can I be discharged?" "My beautiful Bai Lu, please relax and stay put. You asked me about your discharge a dozen times a day. I'm not annoyed, but the doctors and nurses certainly are." With her hands full, Qin Xianghe used her foot to push the door closed. She placed the bags on a small stool in front of the sofa. In this independent hospital room, with nurses on watch around the clock, and even a sofa bed for companions, she had witnessed enough to broaden her horizons. Yet she did not expect them to provide a full dining setup. "Staying here indefinitely is not feasible," Bai Lu declared. Rising from her hospital bed and making her way to the sofa, she stretched her arms. "Look, I'm feeling much better. I've already taken 2 days off. If this continues, I might lose my job." "My goodness, you're still thinking about work," Qin Xianghe exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "My beautiful Bai Lu, do you even realize the situation you're in?" Bai Lu averted her gaze. "Humph. Once you recover, we will settle the score. Previously, I was informed of your grave illness, yet I was unaware of its severity. Had it not been for your partner reaching out, I would have remained in the dark, fearing I might have to wait for you. As I ponder this, the potential scenarios flood my mind, causing Qin Xianghe's eyes to redden. She quickly clapped her mouth shut, exclaiming in jest, "Oh, what a ravenous tongue I have. How naive of me. At your age, still so innocent." Bai Lu stepped forward to grasp Qin Xianghe's hand. Due to a family crisis, she had been compelled to take a teaching position in Maoding village, leaving without a proper farewell, which left Xianghe heartbroken for an extended period. When they unexpectedly met on the street 6 months prior, Xianghe had rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Bai Lu nearly turned to flee, feeling immense guilt towards her dearest friend. Suddenly, she released Qin Xianghe's hand and scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting? I already told you. I divorced him before coming to Nanning. Indeed, I now solemnly correct myself. That is comrade Qin Xianghe." Qin Xianghe retorted, rolling her eyes. Over the past few days, the two had spent time alone in this room, leaving one to wonder if old flames had rekindled. Bai Lu seemed to perceive her thoughts, narrowing her eyes, causing Qin Xianghe to feel an abrupt chill, hastily raising her hands in surrender. "What soup are we having today?" Ever since savoring the meal Xianghe brought yesterday, Bai Lu had developed an appetite, especially after days of light eating due to her medical checkups. "It's a duck soup with tea tree mushrooms," Qin Xianghe announced, opening the bag to reveal a meal alongside a nourishing broth. Even the rather expensive thermos was a recent gift from a certain comrade, who insisted that the old one at home did not retain heat well. Thus it was better to avoid bringing it to the hospital cold. She served Bai Lu a generous bowl from the ample thermos, noticing there was still plenty left, and filled one for herself as well, sipping as she inquired, "So, Bai Marin, was your gentleman? I mean, comrade Qin Xianghe, truly as you described?" Bai Lu hesitated but nodded. She had refrained from divulging the truth, having embellished the narrative. Otherwise, that day Qin Xianghe would not have merely wielded a feather duster. "No way, is that true? Let us set aside other matters. Just look at this soup." Qin Xianghe gestured toward the thermos. "And there's the corn and rib soup from yesterday. Not everyone can concoct such deliciousness." I was taken aback as well. I asked him yesterday and thought you must have bought it from somewhere, trying to fool me. Perhaps after my absence for 6 months, he had to learn to manage the children." Bai Lu held her bowl, pausing for a moment before biting her lip and saying, "Xianghe, I've thought long and hard, yet I still do not wish to use his." "Stop right there. I know what you intend to say. On this matter, I stand in solidarity with comrade Qin Xianghe," Qin Xianghe interjected, waving her hands. Observing Bai Lu's conflicted expression, Qin Xianghe contemplated, "As long as he is present, what is there to fear? If you truly do not wish to continue with him, you can always repay him in due time. 5 years may not suffice, then 10. If 10 is insufficient, then 20. 20 years might still be short. There is an entire lifetime ahead. Isn't there?" While her words ring true, the rationale is not. However, after Qin Xianghe's encouragement, Bai Lu felt a significant lightening of the burdens weighing on her heart. Qin Xianghe emptied the soup from her bowl and, recalling something, inquired, "Hey, when I just entered, I saw you rummaging by your bedside. What were you looking at?" "Photos of Debeo and Nyonyo, taken before he came this time. I'll show them to you." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's mood brightened instantly. Since that day when Qin Xianghe brought the photos, she had taken every opportunity to glance through them, feeling as if the 2 children were right beside her. No, don't show them to me. And you shouldn't look either," Qin Xianghe exclaimed in a panic, waving her hands. The few pictures of the children that Bai Lu had brought back made her shed tears each time she viewed them, and no amount of persuasion could stop her. Aside from being scolded by Bai Lu, her greatest fear was seeing the children's photos. What nonsense! Even if you don't want to, you have to look. Bai Lu shot a playful glare at Qin Xianghe and then dashed toward the hospital bed. Just as she began to move, she heard Qin Xianghe shouting behind her, prompting Bai Lu to slow her pace, bringing along the thick stack of photographs. Chapter 67. Have you not considered more? My heavens! The collection of photographs piled upon the coffee table must number around 80 or 90, leaving Qin Xianghe astounded and momentarily speechless. Which family takes so many photographs without fear of financial ruin? Meeting Bai Lu's disapproving gaze, she quickly amended her statement. All right, it's Comrade Qin Xianghe. If you told me that he previously married a wealthy person, I would believe it. In our city, who would dare to take such an abundance of photos? At the sound of this, Bai Lu managed a bittersweet smile. Not to mention a wealthy family, even when they had 10 yuan left at home. It would quickly be squandered at the gambling table by a certain someone. Deliberately suppressing those past memories, she picked up the topmost photograph and, as if unveiling a treasure, placed it in Qin Xianghe's hands. In the picture, 2 children crouched in a corner, observing ants. Is that Debeo and Nyonyo? They've grown. Debeo looks quite tall. And Nyonyo's face is so chubby. Your family must be well fed. Bai Lu, disregarding Qin Xianghe's slight misphrasing, gleefully lifted another photograph. In this one, Debeo was playing with a wooden toy car, inadvertently bumping into Nyonyo's foot. Nyonyo, with her beautifully braided hair, pouted at the camera. Gradually, Bai Lu moved closer, sharing her observations with Qin Xianghe. Initially, when Qin Xianghe mentioned bringing photos of the children, she assumed there was just one recent snapshot. It took her a while to process the sheer number he had brought. She was convinced that Qin Xianghe had earned a bit of money in his hometown. Otherwise, he would not have spent so lavishly. Halfway through, she unexpectedly discovered photos of Hua Jie and her husband. Back then, in Maodang. With the 2 children in front of her, the days felt interminable. During that period, she was immensely grateful for the support from Hua Jie and her spouse. Additionally, there was a child named Ni Dong, whom she recognized. He used to roll around by the riverbank and was not particularly favored by the villagers. To her surprise, he had joined Hua Jie and her husband in their endeavors and was no longer just a muddy child. As for the 2 boys, Daliang and Erliang, she had seen them in the village before but only learned their names from Qin Xianghe later. What astonished her most was finding photos of Qin Xianghe himself, striking poses with an air of vanity. Oh dear, by Demirin, I truly think Comrade Qin Xianghe is rather impressive. He has quite the demeanor, stands tall, and excels in cooking. Have you not considered him more seriously? Bai Lu shot her a glare, vexed, and snatched the photograph of Qin Xianghe from Qin Xianghe's grasp, tucking it away at the very bottom of the pile to keep it out of sight. She then cast a glance towards the door. In recent days, a certain someone had been arriving early in the morning, going out for lunch, and conveniently bringing her takeout from the restaurant. After all the inspections were completed in the afternoon, he would return for dinner, often staying until late into the night. Yesterday, he insisted that eating out was unhealthy and that he should start cooking. She nearly laughed out loud after several years of marriage. Aside from occasionally boiling water or making porridge, what had he ever cooked? Thus, when she learned from Qin Xianghe that the delectable meals and nutritious soups were all prepared by Qin Xianghe, she was genuinely astonished and somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the Qin Xianghe she knew? Yet today, not a single soul was in sight all morning. Even after finishing lunch, there was still no one around. How is it that when someone doesn't show up for a day, you seem displeased? Qin Xianghe suddenly leaned her round face closer, and Bai Lu pushed her away in distaste, insisting, not at all. It's actually better that he doesn't come. Coughing lightly, she added, Comrade Qin Xianghe already greeted me earlier. I simply had matters to attend to at the factory and returned just in time to bring you the soup from his pot. Qin Xianghe paused and, seeing Bai Lu only focused on sorting through photographs, continued, he had something to do today and mentioned he was out exploring, intending to start a small business here. Ah. Bai Lu looked up. Initially, she thought Qin Xianghe was merely boasting, but it seemed he was indeed serious, arriving in an unfamiliar place from afar. Did he truly believe that establishing a business would be effortless? However, reflecting on it, his reckless ambition was likely driven by the need to cover her medical expenses, stirring a complex blend of emotions within her. Lowering her gaze, she happened upon a photograph of him squatting in a sunlit area, gazing fondly at 2 small figures in the distance, a tender smile gracing his face. If Qin Xianghe's words were to be believed, Qin Xianghe was genuinely contemplating ways to earn money. After numerous medical examinations and consultations in recent days, today was relatively quiet on that front. He had prepared meals and simmered soup that morning before heading out. Riding the bus and aimlessly wandering, he contemplated quick ways to make money. Before arriving in Nanning, he had brought a considerable sum with him. His hometown's 13-spice store continued to thrive, alleviating any immediate financial pressure. In truth, Bai Lu's medical expenses could easily be covered by that very store. However, it would require time, and given the distance, any unexpected emergencies at the hospital could lead to financial strain. Since he was in Nanning, he wanted to explore other avenues for income. Establishing a 13-spice business here was certainly unfeasible. Small ventures wouldn't yield significant returns, while larger undertakings lacked trustworthy assistance, potentially resulting in him working for others' gains. After a day of exploration, he had generated several ideas, yet none felt decisive. That evening, an important medical consultation awaited him at the hospital, and as a family member, his presence was required. But it was still afternoon, leaving him ample time. Qin Xianghe hailed a taxi on the roadside, directing the driver towards a skating rink in the southern district of the city. In the 1980s, even in a large city like Nanning, the commercial economy was just beginning to develop, and entertainment options were scarce. Among the few popular venues, billiard halls, cinemas, and video arcades, the skating rink stood out prominently. Upon arrival, he could see the venue was packed with young men and women, the deafening disco music blending with the fervor of youthful exuberance. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a young man in the corner on a wooden platform, wearing sunglasses and sporting a side-parted hairstyle. Bai Kai, surrounded by several girls, was demonstrating skating moves. While not technically proficient, his charming looks garnered enthusiastic cheers from the crowd of admirers. At that moment, a group of rink employees dressed in blue uniforms passed by, all carrying boxes toward the back resting area. Qin Xianghe stepped forward and grasped the last person, who was burdened with the most boxes. Who could it be? All these boxes are filled with shoes, and if they were to fall, it could be disastrous. The employee, nearly losing balance due to the sudden pull, turned around to see who had grasped him. A smile quickly spread across his face. "Is that you, Brother Qin?" Qin Xianghe grinned, feeling a shiver run down his spine at being addressed in such a familiar manner by a large man. "Please, just call me Xianghe." "All right then, Brother Xianghe. Are you here to find Brother Kai?" "Ahem, Little Kai?" The mention of the last incident in the alley, where he had been beaten up, caused Qin Daogui's legs to tremble at the sight of this formidable figure. Upon realizing that this man was the brother-in-law of Brother Kai, his trepidation only grew. After all, if even the younger brother could be dealt with so harshly, what chance did his friend stand? "Well then, please call Bai Kai out. It's too noisy in here to discuss matters." Qin Xianghe indicated towards the back door. Chapter 68, just given after taking Bai Kai to the hospital that day. Bai Lu discovered 300 yuan beneath her pillow the following day. She inquired with Qin Xianghe, who denied any knowledge. As for Qin Xianghe, she felt no need to ask. After just a few days, he had already paid nearly 1,000 yuan, making the 300 seem trivial to conceal. When Bai Kai arrived in the afternoon bearing fruits, she realized it was he who had left the money. Bai Lu immediately intended to return it to her brother, asserting that if it weren't for the pressure he had exerted on her for money each month, things would not have come to this. However, Bai Kai resolutely refused to accept it, claiming that this money should be considered a repayment for the funds he had borrowed from her over the past 6 months. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xianghe, emphasizing that this money was indeed hard-earned. Qin Xianghe nearly agreed, acknowledging that the 300 yuan was indeed Bai Kai's blood, sweat, and tears. Unexpectedly, Bai Lu handed the money to him, stating it was to cover hospital expenses. Naturally, he declined to accept it. Otherwise, Bai Kai might very well explode from frustration. This act led Qin Xianghe to believe that perhaps Bai Kai was not entirely beyond redemption. Moreover, he discerned a faint reflection of his younger self in Bai Kai, which left him feeling quite vexed. He had learned about this skating rink from Qin Daogui and had gathered some information regarding Bai Kai. Bai Kai had been a pampered child, the youngest with 2 older sisters, and being a late-born son, his parents lavished him with affection. As he grew older, they found it increasingly difficult to rein him in. Despite their efforts to secure him a stable job through connections, he was never satisfied, and, in line with the recent trend of entrepreneurship, he became fervently determined to strike it rich through business ventures. The harsh reality, however, was that he consistently faced failure. Whatever he sold, he lost money on. The only commendable trait he possessed was his indomitable spirit, refusing to exhaust his family's resources without a fight. Earlier this year, spurred on by a friend, Bai Kai decided to take a significant risk. He pulled together 2,000 yuan and made a substantial purchase of clothing in the coastal metropolis of Guangzhou. It was said that the two had conducted thorough research beforehand, discovering that those who imported fashionable clothes from Guangzhou could essentially make profits with their eyes closed. They hired transportation and labor to bring the goods back, hoping for a lucrative return. However, after setting up a stall by the street for over 10 days, they could hardly earn enough to cover their daily meals. In the end, the friend abandoned him, leaving him with all the unsold merchandise. Most of the money he had gathered was borrowed, and with Bai Kai's meager salary of 50 yuan at the skating rink, he found it impossible to repay the debts, especially with his penchant for maintaining appearances by treating others to meals. Over the past 6 months, he had continued to ask his family for money, and during this time, he fortuitously encountered his second sister, who had leverage over him, allowing him to extract a bit more cash. Yet, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The last time Qin Xianghe had seen him in the small square, it coincided with Bai Kai's attempt to return money to someone. Hearing Bai Lu claim she had no money had driven him to impulsively snatch her bag, resulting in her falling over. As Qin Xianghe exited through the back door and settled onto a long bench across the way, he was suddenly confronted by an individual who collided with him. Falling at his feet, looking down at the person with a meticulously styled side part, he realized it was none other than Bai Kai. Chen Daogui was certainly efficient, but Bai Kai's unexpected appearance was startling. The back door swung open once more, revealing a burly man with a robust physique. In the next moment, another petite woman clad in a fiery red suit, her hair neatly tied in a ponytail and adorned with striking red stilettos, made her entrance. Her attire immediately evoked images of the bold, crimson-lipped characters from contemporary Hong Kong cinema. "Brother Hong, I promise I will repay you double next month." "I will repay you double," she exclaimed. "Xiao Kai, do you take me for a fool? You promised to settle up next month. Just calculate how many months it has been. Of all your guarantees these past few days, which have you actually fulfilled?" The peculiar way in which Bai Kai addressed her seemed to roll off her back effortlessly. What unsettled Qin Xianghe was the woman's flat chest, her voice, while not distinctly masculine, bore a roughness that defied her sweet appearance, rendering her tone quite androgynous. As she descended the steps, she paid no mind to the man on the bench, who was visibly taken aback. "You said you would definitely repay this time, didn't you? If I hadn't shown up, would you have pretended to forget?" A burly man approached, intending to lift Bai Kai, but as he reached down, his elbow was seized. He looked up, ready to unleash his wrath, only to find his arm suddenly rendered numb, as if jolted by an electric shock, leaving it limp by his side. Pushing the large man aside, Qin Xianghe positioned himself protectively in front of Bai Kai. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Kai was still Bai Lu's brother, and knowing that his sister was gravely ill, he had risked a beating to hand over that money, indicating there was still hope. "Let us resolve this with words. No need for violence," he urged. It was indeed rare to witness such acts of bravery in this day and age. The woman in the red suit flicked her ponytail, demanding, "And who are you?" "I am his brother-in-law. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Qin Xianghe began, but before he could finish his sentence, the woman suddenly leapt towards him, executing a spinning kick midair. He raised his arm defensively, barely managing to block the strike, which sent a jolt through his arm, leaving it tingling. It was astonishing that such a petite woman possessed such formidable strength. As she landed gracefully, she dusted off her pants. Straightening up, she shrugged at Qin Xianghe and declared, "Today, I shall spare you. If the debt remains unpaid, I shall return." Qin Xianghe was left speechless. "Is that it?" The woman then turned her gaze toward Bai Kai. "Xiao Kai, if you cannot repay, I strongly urge you to consider my proposal." At that moment, Chen Daogui peeked through the door. Upon seeing Bai Kai sprawled beside Qin Xianghe, he assumed another domestic dispute was unfolding. After all, this was a family matter, and as a friend, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Just as he was about to retreat, he caught sight of the departing woman in the red suit. "Kai Gu, Qin, cough, Brother Xianghe mentioned he was looking for you." Observing the two so close at hand, Chen Daogui felt his words were superfluous. He rushed over to help Bai Kai up, glancing at the retreating figure of the woman, and murmured, "Kai Gu, if you ask me, you might as well acquiesce. Aside from being a bit fierce and prone to violence, Chen Hong isn't half bad. Most importantly, she's beautiful. Marrying her would mean you wouldn't even have to repay that money." Qin Xianghe nearly choked at the suggestion. "What? I initially thought this was merely a case of predatory lending, but it seems there is more to it." No wonder that woman kept casting peculiar glances at Bai Kai. "Marry that tomboy? I would rather sell myself," he retorted vehemently. Enough with your incessant prattling. Bai Kai forcefully dismissed Qin Xianghe, casting a glance at Qin Xianghe, who had just spoken up valiantly. He felt quite indignant at the latter's self-proclaimed title of brother-in-law, yet found himself powerless to retaliate. Just like that incident in the hospital, where it was clearly Qin Xianghe's fault that his sister had to hastily return to Nanning while unwell, he was prevented from retaliating in the hallway, instead receiving several kicks himself. Such a blatant disregard for justice. Suddenly, Bai Kai's complexion paled. Could it be that something had happened to my sister? Your sister is fine. Stop worrying unnecessarily. She specifically came to find you, Qin Xianghe replied. You want to earn money to settle your debts. What? Upon hearing the mention of earning money, Bai Kai and Qin Xianghe exchanged startled glances. The previous earnings had been made in that narrow alley near the rose garden. Was there still time to escape now? They owed a couple of thousand. How long would it take to repay that? Ignoring their frantic thoughts, Qin Xianghe waved his hand and strode across the street. Come on. Take me to see what clothes you have procured. Chapter 69. The quickest way to make money in the late 1980s, commercial economy began to take root. Life gradually improved, particularly in more developed cities like Nanning. As urban dwellers started to have higher expectations for their lifestyles, the market struggled to keep pace. Most notably in the realm of apparel. Young people, influenced by the glamour of foreign and Hong Kong Taiwanese television and films, found the monotonous blue, green, and gray clothing produced by domestic factories increasingly unsatisfactory. The garments imported through legitimate foreign trade channels were prohibitively expensive for the average consumer. Consequently, the market opened up to high-quality yet affordable foreign second-hand clothing, capturing the public's attention. Many saw a business opportunity in this and flocked to coastal cities. These garments, purchased for mere tens of yuan, could be resold at several times their original price, sometimes even tenfold. During this period, numerous individuals entered the ranks of the affluent by reselling such clothing. In Qin Xianghe's recollection, anyone who ventured to Guangzhou to resell clothing, given the inconvenient transportation and slow communication of the time, capitalized on this information gap, ensuring profitability. Only the extent of profit varied. For instance, the bustling commercial streets he visited today were lined with vendors selling these types of clothing, thriving in their business. The trendiest items were denim jeans, bell-bottoms, and dresses. Qin Xianghe was puzzled, while others profited from reselling in a similar locale. Bai Kai had only managed to sell a meager fraction of his stock despite investing several thousand yuan. Was it the outdated battle garments from his room? It became evident that Bai Kai and Qin Xianghe were not reaping the expected profits, which provided them some solace. The two decided to take a leave from their store and borrowed a tricycle, claiming they were heading to the dormitory area of a cotton spinning factory. Qin Xianghe, feeling it unnecessary to conserve energy further, gave a push to one of the pedals. The journey from the skating rink to their destination was bound to take a while, and he had to visit the hospital later. They hailed a vehicle, and within 20 minutes, they arrived at the dormitory area. Bai Kai was astonished to see Qin Xianghe's familiarity with the surroundings, but his preoccupation with making money prevented him from contemplating it further. Qin Xianghe was indeed well acquainted with the area, having visited it daily not long ago. Had Bai Kai not led him through the back roads, he would have surely encountered the familiar black mole ante often seen by the coal stove at the entrance. At the end of the road stood a dilapidated courtyard, the old home of Qin Xianghe. After unlocking the door and entering the main room, they were immediately greeted by a sight of numerous neatly packed bags filling 2 rooms. Qin Xianghe asked Qin Xianghe to open one, revealing garments that were not only aligned with the latest trends, but also crafted with exquisite workmanship and high-quality fabrics, far superior to the second-hand clothing typically found at street stalls. Look at these, he remarked. It was quite a feat to find a supplier, said to be shipped from Kowloon. In front of the packed bags, Bai Kai could not help but lament the ignorance of the people in Nanning. Clearly, the clothing was of a quality that surpassed everything else on the street. Yet it remained unsold. As he observed Bai Kai lamenting his misfortune, Qin Xianghe felt a strong urge to give him a kick to bring him back to reality. Indeed, it is no surprise that one could suffer losses regardless of what they sell. Such high-end goods, with their inherent costs, would be a challenge to peddle at a street stall. It is only natural to incur losses when the target consumer base is not clearly understood at the time of procurement. Bai Lu's ailment demands considerable financial resources, and while the local 13 spice shop could yield profits, it requires time and is too far away. In the event of an emergency at the hospital, one might not make it in time. Thus, Qin Xianghe contemplated the prospect of earning in Nanning. After spending these past few days accompanying Bai Lu at the hospital, he would take the bus around the city, researching the local market to consider viable options for quick earnings. His visit to Bai Kai in the afternoon was partly motivated by this. In large cities, the most thriving and lucrative street vendors are those who sell clothing sourced from coastal cities. Since Bai Kai had ventured to Guangzhou, he might possess connections for procurement. Furthermore, Qin Xianghe was curious about the peculiar items Bai Kai had acquired. Upon inspecting the clothing and the packaging, Qin Xianghe changed his mind again. A clothing stall in a sizable city like Nanning could reasonably earn several hundred or even 1,000 yuan a day, provided there are no unforeseen complications. After deducting costs, travel expenses, and labor, one could make a profit of dozens or even hundreds of yuan in a good day. However, the current transportation situation is inconvenient. It takes 2 days by train from Nanning to Guangzhou, and sourcing and selecting goods there would require another 2 days for the return journey. Thus, one could only make a few trips a month. Nevertheless, the monthly income would still be quite substantial. Qin Xianghe believed that selling clothes at a street stall could indeed be profitable, albeit less than he had anticipated. "Get down," he called out as he noticed Bai Kai still climbing up. Qin Xianghe kicked the packaging, startling Bai Kai into jumping down. "Tell me, can you find a few people who can make clothes and labels?" Chen Daogui immediately leaned in. "Brother Xianghe, where exactly are we? A cotton mill? In this rundown place? One could randomly toss a bottle overnight and hit a cluster like this." His description was somewhat crude, yet it held a grain of truth. Qin Xianghe momentarily forgot that they were in the dormitory of the cotton mill. "I'll pay you to recruit. Start with 5. Initially, they will only make labels at 3 yuan a day per person, with additional compensation based on the number of labels produced. We also need to find a small workshop. Determine what machinery is required, and see if there are any used ones available." After speaking to Chen Daogui, Qin Xianghe turned to Bai Kai. "You know Nanhu Street, right? Of course, it's south the liveliest place around here, with everything for sale. There's also a large friendship store with an abundance of goods, but they only accept foreign exchange coupons. You won't believe what I saw the other day." Bai Kai recounted eagerly about Nanhu Street, the most bustling commercial avenue in Nanning, filled with various entertainment venues and a wide array of products ranging from food to clothing, and even home appliances and furniture. "It is the favorite haunt of today's youth. I've been busy lately, but you should take some time in the next few days to scout for a storefront there. The more prosperous the location, the better, the larger the space, the more advantageous. As long as the conditions are met, the rental terms are negotiable. If a discount is possible, a lease for 6 months or even a year would be acceptable, though the rent will initially be paid for a maximum of 6 months. Qin Xianghe articulated all his thoughts, and upon noticing the dazed expressions of Bai Kai and Chen Daogui, he added, "You need not visit the skating rink. Regarding the debt to that fellow Hong, you can use these garments as collateral for me." He then produced a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Bai Kai, instructing him to ensure that the aforementioned arrangements were made with Chen Daogui. As for the storefront, he intended to oversee the final negotiations once a suitable deal was reached. Regaining their composure, the two men, upon hearing the compensation for their errands, could hardly contain their eagerness for Qin Xianghe to assign them even more tasks. Chapter 70. Bai Lu was certain that he would be willing to return to Maodang village. On the sun-drenched grounds at the western end, a swarm of children, ranging from those in their teens to little ones of 5 or 6, gathered closely. The atmosphere was hushed, every eye fixated on a stack of firewood at the center, where a small boy, approximately 5 years old, stood poised. With a simple wave of his hand, the group of children turned in unison. Dechang, brandishing a wildly flickering axe, leapt onto a boulder that seemed to touch the sky. Upon glancing forward, he was met with an unfortunate sight. The purple fiend, Thanos, was busy digging for food in the field. A boy standing at the front, on the cusp of adolescence, voiced his discontent. "Debao, didn't you say Thanos was good last time? Good beings can't turn bad. Didn't you notice? Thanos is entirely purple. In the movies, when someone is poisoned, their faces turn purple. How toxic must he be to be entirely covered in it?" Standing by the firewood stack, maintaining order, Delancey scoffed. "Stop interrupting. If you want to listen, be quiet. If not, leave. Others wish to hear." A chorus of agreement erupted around them. Although the boy was frustrated, he stifled his feelings to hear the rest of the story, vowing silently that after today, he would never return. Debao felt somewhat perplexed when his father narrated these tales. The bald-headed and Thanos oscillated between being good and evil. His father often said that good and bad could not be distinctly separated, yet he struggled to grasp the meaning of such words. He resolved to seek clarity from his father upon his return, lest others think he was fabricating stories. Since his father's departure, he had secretly etched lines into the old locust tree with a small bamboo stick, one line each day, now accumulating numerous notches. Yet he remained uncertain when his father would return. His aunt had whispered to him that the later his father returned, the more likely it would be that he would come back with his mother. If that were the case, he could wait even longer. Unlike Nuno, who would incessantly cry for their mother, he felt no such longing. He merely feared that their mother might miss Bai and worry that too much time had passed, causing her to forget what he and Nuno looked like. Just as Bai was about to continue his tale, he spotted his uncle and a man who walked on tiptoes. Emerging from the courtyard, he swiftly slid down from the firewood stack amidst the rising commotion and dashed over. Uncle Dajian, Uncle Dajian. As Lu Jian beheld the small figure rushing towards him, panting and out of breath, he chuckled and lifted Bai into the air, then placed him on the bicycle's rear seat. You and Nuno have been at the western end, and Hua has seen you two in ages. Why the hurry? Bai's eyes darted around. Nuno keeps asking me when Daddy will come home. Lu Jian glanced over to where Qin Xianghe stood and saw Nuno, her hair in braids, savoring candy. Upon hearing her brother mention their father, she looked up, her head nodding vigorously like a bobblehead. Your father will be home soon. Lu Jian replied vaguely, not wanting to mislead the children. He set Bai down and encouraged him to take Nuno to the sunlit grounds to play with the other children. Nearby, Qin Xianghe called out, instructing Lindsay to keep an eye on Bai and Nuno before turning back, a grave expression on his face, pondering whether there would be any trouble in Nanning. No, you have seen the telegram as well. Lu Jian spoke these words, yet unease churned within him. Yesterday, Qin Xianghe returned from the county town, bearing a telegram relayed by Zhu Biao, instructing Lu Jian to take all the recent store earnings to Nanning. The telegram likely contained sensitive information that could not be disclosed, but the urgency of transporting such a substantial amount of money indicated that something significant was afoot. It seemed that Qin Xianghe was also aware of the situation. Zhu Biao was to remain in the county to manage the store, while Qin Xianghe needed to deliver goods, collect the day's earnings, and return to procure supplies. Meanwhile, on the raw materials processing side, Daba and Nuno were with their grandparents at the west end of the village, allowing Huajie to assist Midong and the others with their tasks. Ultimately, it was only Lu Jian, with his impaired mobility, who found himself with the time to spare. I surmised that Xianghe must have located Bai Lu, or he would not have delayed for so many days. The sudden request to transport such a large sum of money might herald good news. As Lu Jian pondered this, his tone grew uncertain. Regardless, you should go. I will keep an eye on things at home. Qin Xianghe nodded, cautioning him to be vigilant on the road, as thieves were prevalent on the train. Do not worry. I will have Ahua seal my pockets and my inner garments. Once on the train, no one will notice, Lu Jian reassured, patting his chest. Thankfully, the recent issuance of 50 yuan bills made concealing several thousand yuan much more manageable. Raising his gaze to the sun, now nearing its zenith, Lu Jian added, I must leave now. If I head to Changshi, I can still catch the long-distance bus to Shuang. After watching Lu Jian hastily pedal away, Qin Xianghe cast a glance at Daba and the others, who were frolicking in the sun-drenched yard, before turning back towards the courtyard. In the distance, muffled voices of an argument drifted from the main room. Upon entering, he saw his father sitting silently on a stool, engrossed in his pipe, while his mother busily organized items on the table opposite him. When he glanced towards his wife seated on the long bench near the door, he immediately recognized her silent gestures, indicating that after sending Lu Jian off, the couple had once again found themselves in a dispute. Guangshan, has Lu Jian already departed? His mother inquired. Mother, it is already noon. If we do not hurry, the bus to Changshi may be gone, Qin Xianghe replied, settling onto the long bench. Before his departure, Lu Jian had approached his parents to inform them of his journey to Nanning and to inquire if they had any messages to send. However, his father remained unresponsive, and although his mother seemed inclined to speak, she was silenced by a glare. Wang Guiyun placed her work on the table, expressing her unease. Have they truly found Bai Lu? Sending De Jianzi over there, what if something goes wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Perhaps Xianghe intends to establish a business there. With no one by his side, he simply needed De Jianzi to assist him, Qin Xianghe replied, refraining from mentioning that Lu Jian was carrying money, which would only heighten his parents' worries. Qin Kaixing propped his leg up, tapping his pipe against his shoe, and remarked, You say he has changed his temperament. Changed what? Do not stir up trouble. Xianghe is currently engaged in work. What is there to be upset about? It's just Bai Lu. As he spoke, He noticed Qin Xianghe leaning back, prompting Wang Guiyun to sigh and interrupt him. Lu Miling paused her tasks, chiming in, "Indeed, father. Xianghe has opened a shop in the county town. Who among the 4 villages and 8 shops does not envy him? If Bai Lu finds out, she would surely wish to return." Observing the silence that enveloped his parents once more, Qin Guangshan sought to spark conversation with his wife. "I have noticed you have been busy sewing and cutting these past few days. What are you making?" "Mother asked me to make 2 smocks for Daba and Yonyo," she replied. Lu Miling tugged at the garment she was mending, which had been replaced by Daling 2 years prior, now perfectly altered for the children. Before departing, Qin Xianghe had purchased several autumn outfits for the 2 little ones, discarding all the old, short, and tattered clothing. Upon arriving here, Wang Guiyun noticed that the children were clad in new clothes all day. Being young, they would run and climb about, carelessly soiling and damaging their attire, which caused her considerable distress. Aware of her advancing age and fading eyesight, she requested her eldest daughter-in-law to sew smocks for the children. Qin Guangshan merely smiled. Pausing for a moment before hesitantly speaking, "Father, Mother, I have something to share with you. It concerns Zhu Hongxia. She is now working as a sales clerk in Xianghe's shop." "Who? Hongxia?" In an instant, the expressions of Wang Guiyun and Lu Miling changed dramatically, and they both sprang to their feet. Chapter 71. The White Tiger. When did this happen? Wang Guiyun, who usually consults Qin Xianghe on various matters at home, immediately pressed for answers upon hearing this. Lu Miling, standing nearby, also inquired about who had invited Zhu Hongxia. The implication in their questioning and their distrustful gazes clearly suggested they were suspicious of Qin Guangshan. It was not surprising. After Qin Xianghe's departure, as the elder brother, Qin Guangshan had taken over the crucial task of blending the 13 spices and collected the payments daily, making him the most influential among them. Surely, he must have the authority to decide who to invite. Not at all. It was arranged by Xianghe before he went to Nanning. I thought nothing of it. Qin Guangshan felt wronged, but he understood the strong reaction from his wife. Over the years, Zhu Hongxia's visits to Maodang had always stirred excitement among the village men, becoming fodder for gossip, often of an inappropriate nature. However, seeing his mother so visibly anxious left him perplexed. Qin Xianghe, shaking his tobacco pipe, angrily questioned Qin Guangshan about why Xianghe had invited her. "She sells well," Zhu Biao explained. "Since we invited Zhu Hongxia, our store's sales have increased significantly each day." Despite this, Qin Guangshan privately felt unsettled about the situation. After all, their families had once been entangled in a marriage proposal. Had it not been for the arrival of Bai Lu and Maodang, the affair between his brother and Zhu Hongxia might have materialized. There were 2 concerns. Firstly, to avoid any suspicion, and secondly, Zhu Hongxia had developed a poor reputation since moving to the county town, often returning dressed inappropriately, with all sorts of rumors circulating about her. As the saying goes, one may provoke trouble without even tasting the lamb. Of course, this was not to imply that his brother had any intentions of mischief, but rather that being in such a situation could easily lead to misunderstandings. Yet, hearing Zhu Biao's words, he realized that Zhu Hongxia had indeed been a significant asset to the store. Thus, he found himself in a precarious position with his brother absent. He felt compelled to offer support. "This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable." Upon hearing that Zhu Hongxia had been invited by Qin Xianghe before his departure, Wang Guiyun momentarily fell silent, though she anxiously paced the table. After all, the county store was managed by her son, and the family could not dictate its affairs. Qin Guangshan was even more bewildered, despite their past connection and Zhu Hongxia's questionable reputation. There was no need for his mother to react as if faced with a dire threat. He leaned towards his wife and quietly asked, "What is going on?" "When Xianghe returns, you must talk to him. And you, stay away from me for now." Lu Miling, seeing Qin Guangshan's confused expression, whispered. "Aunt Lu said that Hongxia is a white tiger, and many people believe this." "What?" Qin Guangshan was utterly lost, unable to comprehend the connection between the two. Lu Miling, feeling helpless, whispered again, "You know, she specifically brings misfortune. Is it about offending the Taisui? How could Zhu Hongxia be so minor, let alone being a tiger?" Seeing her husband's dazed expression, Lu Miling felt embarrassed and nudged him. Glancing at the 2 elders across the table, she leaned in closer and whispered, "If you don't understand, just don't ask. I'll explain it to you when we get home tonight." What a mess. Qin Xianghe sighed heavily, lamenting. "It was my fault for insisting on having Xianghe marry Bai Lu. Otherwise what? Inquire within the village about who would dare to wed Hongxia now. If it weren't for the arrival of Bai Lu back then, The whereabouts of Xianghe would remain a mystery to everyone. Wang Guiyun slammed her hand on the table, uniquely engaging in a spirited debate with her husband. You must refrain from interfering in this matter. When Xianghe returns, I shall speak. Observing the old couple starting to bicker again, Lu Miling seized the opportunity of a feigned excuse to discreetly pull Qin Guangshan away. Years ago, before Bai Lu arrived in Maodang, as Qin Xianghe matured day by day, Wang Guiyun began to arrange a marriage for him. At that time, although Qin Xianghe was somewhat idle, he only occasionally indulged in a drink with friends, never dabbling in gambling. Furthermore, their family's circumstances in Maodang were adequate, and Qin Xianghe himself, possessing a handsome appearance, attracted the interest of several families. Ultimately, Wang Guiyun had her heart set on Zhu Hongxia, primarily due to her physique. It was evident she could bear robust children, and her slight plumpness did not deter Wang Guiyun in the least. Once the families had exchanged intentions, they were on the verge of formally inviting a matchmaker when rumors began to circulate wildly among the village gossips, claiming to have seen Zhu Hongxia in the town's bathhouse, likening her to a white tiger. Wang Guiyun quickly dismissed the rumors, for such a creature was said to be a harbinger of misfortune for husbands. Later, when Bai Lu arrived in Maodang, upon her first glimpse of the girl, she instinctively felt that Zhu Hongxia was meant to be with her younger son. After a series of twists and turns, the marriage was finally arranged. Yet, Qin Xianghe seemed to be under an inexplicable spell, leading to an unfulfilled household. Fortunately, of late, her younger son had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had become more steadfast and responsible, not only tending to domestic affairs but also earning a living. Should the trip to Nanning fail to bring Bai Lu back, Wang Guiyun was prepared to seek a new match for her son, for he was still young and should not remain single indefinitely. Moreover, Dabao and Yo required a caretaker, even if it meant a stepmother. As for Zhu Hongxia, she was to be completely disregarded, never to be associated with them again. Wang Guiyun had resolved that upon her son's return, she would clarify the stakes and promptly sever ties with Zhu Hongxia. In Nanning, far away, Qin Xianghe remained blissfully unaware that his family was concocting such absurd plans to dismiss the sales talent he had painstakingly cultivated. He had not anticipated that Bai Lu would spend over 10 days in the hospital to test various new imported medications. The results had come in, and after consultations with several medical experts specially invited from other hospitals, it was confirmed that had the condition been promptly addressed with surgery upon initial diagnosis, the chances of recovery would have been significantly high. However, having delayed for over half a year and relying on life-sustaining medication, the situation was not optimistic, though not entirely dire either. The current treatment plan involved Bai Lu commencing 3 courses of the imported specialty medication. The first course had recently been completed during her hospital stay, yielding relatively promising results. If subsequent treatments followed suit and her condition improved, surgery could be scheduled immediately. Naturally, these imported specialty drugs were exorbitantly priced, leaving Qin Xianghe in silent astonishment. Given that the commercial economy was still in its infancy, the domestic medical field lagged far behind that of foreign countries, forcing them to bear the financial burden of life-saving imports. Qin Xianghe refrained from detailing these matters to Bai Lu, only alluding to them in vague terms. A 7-day treatment course requires a follow-up examination at the hospital after each session, rendering it unnecessary to remain in the ward any longer. Although it is termed a high-ranking official's ward, it is merely a small room, and prolonged stays can induce feelings of oppression and melancholy. Moreover, the daily hospitalization fee, though seemingly modest, amounted to a significant sum in the 1980s, when an ordinary worker's monthly salary was merely a few dozen yuan. On this particular day, Qin Xianghe rose early to complete the discharge procedures at the front office and to procure the next course of specialized medication. Subsequently, after more than 10 days, Bai Lu took her first steps outside the hospital gates. Chapter 72. Has the illness worsened? The taxi ventured into the narrow alley of the Rose Garden, finally coming to a halt at the foot of the building. Qin Xianghe descended with 2 large bags in hand, and as he rounded the rear of the vehicle, he noticed Bai Lu alighting. He hurried over to offer his assistance. I can walk on my own, Bai Lu replied softly, retracting her arm and casting furtive glances down the sides of the alley. Is that really permissible? As Bai Lu lifted her foot to step into the corridor, Qin Xianghe shook his head and followed closely behind. After a course of potent medication, her body had been significantly weakened. Fortunately, the doctor had advised her to consume nutritious soups during this period to aid in her recovery. Consequently, while taking her medicine, she was also nurturing her health. At first glance, Bai Lu appeared somewhat fragile, Yet her condition had improved considerably. A few days prior, he had learned from Qin Xianghe that Bai Lu was grappling with how to navigate their interactions, especially given that they were already divorced and the current circumstances were rather peculiar. He suggested that she treat him as a mere friend for the time being. It remained uncertain whether Bai Lu had heeded this advice, but when they next encountered each other, her demeanor seemed notably more natural. However, it was precisely this ill-fated suggestion that led him to believe Bai Lu genuinely regarded him as an ordinary friend. Upon reaching the 4th floor, as Bai Lu was about to retrieve her keys from her pocket, the door swung open from within, revealing none other than Bai Kai. "Sister, you're back so soon," Bai Kai exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, his hands slightly dirty. "We took a taxi back," Bai Lu replied, a slight pout forming on her lips. Upon leaving the hospital, she had intended to hire a tricycle, but someone insisted she should avoid the jostling and insisted on hailing a taxi instead. "It cost a couple of extra bucks. With you saying you're running a business back home, how can you not be frugal? That is quite concerning." Bai Lu entered the house and glanced around. Noticing Qin Xianghe was absent, likely still at work. "What are you doing here?" Bai Kai hesitated before responding, his gaze fixed on Qin Xianghe, who was lugging the bags up the staircase. He dashed over to take them from him. "These are heavy. Brother-in-law, why didn't you say something earlier? If you had, I could have sent Xiao Gizi to help." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. She had been in the hospital, and even the 2 sets of spare clothes Qin Xianghe had brought were all she had. Meanwhile, someone had managed to accumulate a plethora of items over the past 10 days. Clothes, toiletries, ointments, toothbrushes, paper towels. It was as if he had transformed the hospital ward into a home. The absurdity was that after she had merely complained to Qin Xianghe about the flatness of the hospital pillow, he had promptly purchased several new ones for her to try the very next day. If one were to distinguish the current Qin Xianghe from the past, it would merely be a difference in extravagance. Bai Lu, feeling parched, approached the small table, lifted the bamboo thermos, and poured herself a glass of water. After taking a sip, she nearly choked, turning her head to Bai Kai. "What do you call him?" As Bai Kai dutifully carried the bags to the corner of the living room, he replied without turning back, "Brother-in-law." Coughing, Bai Lu truly choked this time and shot an annoyed glare at Qin Xianghe. He had insisted that he wouldn't pressure her and that they could interact as friends. Yet here he was, compelling Bai Kai to address him as brother-in-law. Qin Xianghe found himself at a loss for words. Previously, Bai Kai had always referred to him as the wild man, and later as Brother Xianghe, but he could not recall when the address of brother-in-law had been adopted. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to the new title, feeling no particular discomfort, save for the slight embarrassment when it was uttered in front of Bai Lu. However, since it was Bai Kai who had initiated the change, he was not foolish enough to correct him. After all, he had resolved that even if Bai Kai were to call him something else now, he would eventually revert to the original title. Yesterday, as he left the hospital, he had asked Sister Xiaoan for the key. And today, he had come specifically to deliver something. It was at this moment that Bai Kai finally responded to Bai Lu's earlier inquiry. With great enthusiasm, he strode into the kitchen corridor, clapping his hands. "Sister, look what I have." Bai Lu then noticed a large box placed in the corridor. The contents clearly labeled on the packaging, a Chang'an television. A television? She hurried over, and upon reaching it, she saw that the cardboard box was already opened, revealing a brand new 17-inch television inside. "Where did this come from?" she asked, her gaze shifting toward Qin Xianghe. Recently, the one who had been so exuberantly extravagant could only be one person. It was brother-in-law who insisted on buying it, saying it would be best for you to stay indoors and rest, lest you become bored. With that, Bai Kai carefully lifted the television out of the box, placing it gingerly on the table, and fondled it with delight. "I exchanged a television ticket from a good buddy of mine and made sure to reserve the finest one at the store we visited together. In 1987, one still needed a television ticket to purchase a television from the department store, though this requirement would be abolished starting next year." Bai Lu suppressed the urge to toss her cup at him. Didn't televisions come off the production line the same way? Was there really such a thing as the best one? More importantly, was it really necessary to squander money on this at such a time? It's not a few hundred yuan, just keep it at home. If you find yourself bored in the future, you can simply turn it on. Meeting Bai Lu's gaze, Qin Xianghe offered a faint smile, albeit a somewhat strained one. Privately, he had inquired with the doctor. Even if the 3 courses of the special medication were ideal and the surgery was a resounding success, Bai Lu would need to return to the hospital for checkups regularly for a considerable period until she was fully recovered. After the surgery, her body would inevitably become more fragile. Furthermore, The continued medication would undoubtedly exacerbate these symptoms, making it unwise for her to travel extensively. In light of this, it became clear that Bai Lu would be unable to return to Maotang for quite some time. And with 2 children and family at home, she could not linger in Nanning for long. The thought of it left him feeling somewhat despondent. During their recent time spent together in the hospital, he had come to realize that he was gradually growing fond of this woman. Yes, if their previous marriage had been merely about cohabitation, it had devolved into a mere arrangement. However, upon arriving in Nanning and seeing Bai Lu, he felt as if he had experienced the true essence of affection for the first time. At this moment, simply gazing at Bai Lu filled him with warmth and joy from the depths of his heart. Whenever Bai Lu caught his gaze, she often felt her heart race and a heaviness in her chest. She wondered if her illness had worsened. Such an extravagant expenditure. What is the point? I could simply stay home and read. Initially intending to impart wisdom to someone, her words unexpectedly softened as they reached her lips. Bai Lu furrowed her brow, feeling that this was somewhat uncharacteristic of her. Like Kai plugged in the television, and the screen flickered with static. Observing this, Qin Xianghe took the antenna and descended the stairs, for at that time, the television required an antenna to receive signals, and the higher the location, the clearer the picture. As the sound of footsteps faded into the hallway, Bai Lu sipped her water and casually inquired, "Xiao Kai, what are you and he up to lately?" Shrouded in mystery. "Who?" Bai Kai opened the window, waiting for Qin Xianghe to climb to the rooftop and toss down the cable, when suddenly he realized, "Oh, you mean brother-in-law?" "Indeed," Bai Lu replied helplessly. Despite having already divorced, she was still referred to as sister-in-law by her younger brother. Thankfully, the particular someone was not present. Chapter 73. Heart racing. Assembling the television antenna was not a complex task. The intricacy lay in positioning it upright and continually adjusting it to ascertain the optimal signal reception. One person shouted from the rooftop while another yelled from the 4th-floor window, and it took quite some time to complete the setup. Subsequently, Qin Xianghe scavenged some bricks from the rooftop to secure the antenna pole, finally concluding the endeavor, his voice hoarse from calling out. Upon returning to the 4th floor, he found Bai Lu seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. The screen displayed a black and white image, currently showcasing the great hero Hui Yuanjia. Noticing his entrance, Bai Lu expressed her excitement, proclaiming that the television was large and clear, even better than the one in their shop, capable of receiving several channels. The doctor had advised her to rest at home, so she was indulging in some television while he prepared the meal. Qin Xianghe gestured for Bai Lu to remain seated as he poured himself a glass of water. "Cooking? It's just past 10, Bai Lu glanced at the wall clock. "I need to go to Nanhu Street around noon. After I've finished, I'll leave your portion in the pot. If Qin Yuxiao doesn't return, you can heat it up and eat on your own." Bai Lu found it amusing to hear the way someone referred to Qin Xiaoyan. "How petty. It's just a few light taps with a feather duster that day. You've held a grudge ever since, always calling her heroine whenever you see her. Xiaoyan has complained about you a few times. During their years in Maotang, she had done all the cooking and chores. So now it felt as if Bai Lu were being treated like a princess, accustomed to having everything handed to her." This thought struck Bai Lu as both amusing and refreshing. During her days in the hospital, she was aware that the meals and nutritious soups brought by Xiaoyan were all prepared by Qin Xianghe, yet she had never witnessed him cook firsthand. Qin Xianghe entered the kitchen and donned a blue apron, likely belonging to Bai Lu, as it appeared rather small on him. After washing his hands, he began to take out and wash the vegetables he had purchased earlier. Whereas Xiao Kai, he pondered aloud, glancing towards the bathroom. He had initially thought Bai Kai had gone to relieve himself, but after such a prolonged absence, he realized he had forgotten about him in his preoccupation with the television. Xiao Kai had mentioned needing to gather some machinery from the factory at noon and had dashed off as soon as the television was set up. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him, startling Qin Xianghe. He turned to find Bai Lu had switched off the television and was standing at the kitchen doorway. "What's wrong? Is there an advertisement playing?" "What?" Qin Xianghe smacked his forehead, recalling the frustration of modern television viewing, where, amidst a gripping series, advertisements would unexpectedly interrupt for several torturous minutes, a scenario that could drive anyone to despair. In the 1980s, television stations had scarcely any advertisements. Moreover, even in contemporary times, viewers found amusement in the advertisements that flashed before them, often watching with rapt attention. Seeing Qin Xianghe suddenly lost in thought, Bai Lu inquired curiously, "What is it?" "Nothing. I just recalled something that might be useful," Qin Xianghe replied with a smile. Indeed, at this time, people had yet to fully comprehend the power of advertising. It wasn't until the 1990s, when the deluge of renowned health product advertisements flooded everyone's consciousness, that the extent of advertising's influence on consumer goods became apparent. However, as someone who had been reborn, Qin Xianghe was already well aware of this phenomenon. In recent days, I have been preoccupied with the affairs of the South Lake Street store and the small workshop, scarcely considering this matter. Bai Lu furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. Observing Qin Xianghe's expression, it was evident he recalled something amusing. Although the two had divorced, they had mutually agreed to interact as friends, making it inappropriate to delve too deeply into personal matters. Instead, she inquired, "Xiao Kai mentioned that you are opening a clothing store on South Lake Street. Is that true?" "Yes, if all goes well. It should be ready in a few days," he replied. Lately, aside from his time at the hospital, Qin Xianghe had been preoccupied with Bai Kai and Chen Daogue, focusing on the clothing shop. Noticing Bai Lu's interest in the matter, he retrieved some vegetables from the basin and suggested, "You've been cooped up in the hospital. A little outing might do you good. Would you like to visit our store? There's a nice restaurant nearby with delightful and clean cuisine. It would be a refreshing change for lunch." "What do you mean by our store?" Bai Lu glanced at the assortment of vegetables and fish laid out on the cutting board, refraining from voicing a rebuttal. After a brief pause, she nodded thoughtfully. During her idle moments at the hospital, Qin Xianghe often sought her company. In the past, while in Maodang, he was hardly ever home. When he returned, he seldom conversed with her, only engaging with the children when he felt jovial, and ignoring them altogether when he was in a foul mood. Curiously, she had once inquired about his endeavors, prompting him to share the amusing tale of how he stumbled upon a seasoning recipe and subsequently began selling eels and a special blend of spices. Just moments ago, she had overheard her brother extolling Qin Xianghe's prowess, which piqued her interest in the clothing store on South Lake Street. With his hands dried, Qin Xianghe led Bai Lu downstairs, hailing a taxi by the roadside as they made their way to South Lake Street. This locale, situated in the city center, was not only the most renowned commercial street in Nanning, but also adjacent to the famous South Lake, further enhancing its popularity. Additionally, both ends of South Lake Street were lined with numerous stalls extending for hundreds of meters, creating a bustling atmosphere. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a sea of people. Concerned for Bai Lu's comfort amidst the crowd, Qin Xianghe guided her through a side alley. Having frequented South Lake Street recently, he had become even more familiar with it than Bai Lu, a local. As they entered the main thoroughfare, the street stalls became a rarity, replaced by a plethora of shops, each partitioned into small spaces, offering a wide array of entertainment and shopping options. Leading Bai Lu to a circular plaza at the heart of the street, he pointed northward to a storefront adorned with an opening soon sign. The grand entrance and display windows stretched over 10 meters, a stark contrast to the small shops they had passed earlier. Bai Lu's attention was immediately drawn to the store's sign, which read Xiang Lu's home, accompanied by a smaller tagline, "A woman's wardrobe." Catching sight of him pretending to be oblivious as he approached the entrance, Bai Lu playfully kicked the heel of her shoe against the ground. When he innocently met her gaze, she couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, pointing accusingly, "What is this?" "It's the name of the store. It sounds lovely. I dread coming up with such names. I just go with whatever comes to mind. By the way, it's also the brand name for our clothing line." "Clothing brand?" Bai Lu was taken aback, pondering the fact that when it came to purchasing clothing, anything remotely fashionable was typically resold from coastal cities like Guangzhou. As for the brands, there was a hodgepodge of everything, and who truly paid attention to the labels on garments? Qin Xianghe wore an expression that suggested he was harboring a secret, and upon noticing Bai Lu's displeased squint, he found himself momentarily distracted. They had lived together for several years. Yet this visit to Nanning stirred an inexplicable flutter of excitement within him. Upon reaching the shutter door, he knocked gently. Soon after, a small side door opened halfway, revealing a disheveled figure with wild hair. "Xianghe, you're here so early? Oh, and sister-in-law is here too? Come in, come in." Upon noticing Bai Lu standing quietly behind Qin Xianghe, Chen Daogue hurriedly pulled the door wide open. Chapter 74. Willingly parting with money upon entering. One is greeted by an expansive view. It is no exaggeration to say that the store encompasses nearly 200 square meters. The walls, recently painted, are a soft cream color. What astonishes Bai Lu even more is the arrangement of the clothing within the store, which seems overly spacious. Moreover, a series of small round lights installed overhead evoke an indescribable sensation within her. She has never frequented such a clothing boutique. Walking through it provides an ineffable sense of comfort. And what do you think? If you step into our store and do not purchase a garment, It would be akin to wandering South Lake Street in vain. Due to time constraints, the store features minimalistic renovations, such as a fresh coat of paint and alterations to the lighting layout, all styled after a particular clothing specialty shop from a later era. Ignoring Qin Xianghe's jest, Bai Lu directly voiced her concerns. Is it truly necessary to rent such a large space? Look, even if the clothing were halved in quantity, it would still fit comfortably. And what about all these lights? How much electricity does it consume when left on all day? In a distant corner, separated by several rows of clothing racks, a few workers were diligently installing fitting rooms and mirrors. Suddenly, a voice called out from that direction, "Sister, you simply do not understand." Bai Kai, donning protective gloves, emerged from behind a large dressing mirror. Brother-in-law mentioned that the positioning of Xiang Lu's, what was it called again? Oh, my forgetful mind, right? The positioning makes all the difference. We are not selling trinkets. If the store does not have a touch of sophistication, how can we entice customers to willingly part with their money? Bai Lu glanced at Bai Kai, who had rarely taken on any responsibilities throughout his life. Didn't you say you were going to fetch some supplies at noon? Removing his gloves, Bai Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Those machines have already been sent off by Xiaogui. I'm just here to ensure that everyone is working diligently. We're on the verge of opening. And with such a vast space, the rent alone is nearly 20 yuan a day. How can we afford to dawdle? Bai Lu felt a surge of anxiety. What? Is the rent that exorbitant? Of course. This is the prime location on South Lake Street. They just happen to be subletting, and it's not a scam. A friend is helping out. You couldn't rent it for less than 450 a month. Bai Kai nearly tilted his head back in disbelief. 450 a month. Bai Lu was left speechless. The rent alone equated to 7 or 8 months of her salary. Since returning to Nanning from Maodang, she had not yet earned that much in over 6 months. Despite Bai Kai's confident demeanor, he too felt uncertain, for within just a few days, money seemed to flow out rapidly. Hiring workers from the cotton mill, renting a small factory, purchasing machinery, sourcing finished fabrics from the city and even from Guangzhou. Coupled with the expenses for the store's renovations and various administrative costs, he estimated that he had already invested at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. The sheer amount of expenditure left him anxious. With his notorious misfortune, he feared that he might drag his brother-in-law into this financial quagmire as well. Observing that Qin Xianghe appeared to have something of importance to discuss, pulling Bai Kai and Chun Daogui aside, Bai Lu began to meander through the store alone. The vast space did not resemble other shops, which often crammed clothing tightly against the walls. Here, it indeed felt refreshing. Yet, as a seller, she worried that such an arrangement might be overly wasteful. She could easily sell several times more clothing, which would undoubtedly lead to increased sales. After browsing the store, she realized that the styles and designs of the garments were not particularly unique. Some of them she had seen at the stalls while shopping with Shaoan. The only distinction was a logo composed of overlapping XL letters on the clothing. Uniformity? She lifted the collar of a garment and discovered a white label inside that read to the Deer House. Initially, the store's supply was entirely sourced by Xiaokai from Guangzhou. The workers in Nanning had already been hired, and once the goods arrived here, they could simply be relabeled. Additionally, they would begin the process of imitation. Hearing a sound, Bai Lu turned her head and saw Qin Xianghe approaching, though she was unaware of when he had arrived. Once the customer base stabilized, Xiaokai only needed to make regular trips to Guangzhou to purchase a few garments to serve as samples. When the workers became proficient, they could commence large-scale production. Qin Xianghe had nothing to conceal from Bai Lu. In this era, there was little awareness of clothing brands. His ambitions extended beyond merely opening a clothing store. He aspired to establish his own brand. Once sufficient capital was accumulated, they could transition from imitation to original design. After a detailed explanation, he noticed Bai Lu still appeared puzzled. Qin Xianghe smiled, suggesting they could discuss it further later, then inquired about what Qin Vexia was doing at the cotton spinning factory. She was just promoted to team leader last month and is highly regarded at the factory. Bai Lu seemed to sense something and shook her head. You don't intend to have Shaoan help you, do you? That's impossible. She would never agree. Qin Xianghe called for Bai Kai, instructing him to find a phone booth outside to call the cotton spinning factory. He then inquired further about Qin Xianghe. Once the store opened, particularly after Bai Lu underwent surgery, he planned to return to his hometown. The next visit might be some time away. He truly did not feel comfortable leaving the clothing store entirely in Bai Kai's hands. As for the scatterbrained Gizi, he was not worth considering. After Bai Lu's surgery, she certainly could not overexert herself, making Qin Xianghe the best candidate. He had heard from Bai Lu that Qin Xianghe was a prominent figure at the cotton spinning factory, and given her pleasant personality and her friendship with Bai Lu, he trusted her character. In this era, limited by transportation and communication, opening a store miles away was less about hiring talented individuals and more about trustworthiness. While conversing with Bai Lu, the door was suddenly pounded upon. Chun Daogui, who went to open the door, nearly stumbled as Qin Xianghe burst in, clad in work attire and wearing a work cap. "Where is everyone? Where is everyone?" Qin Xianghe scanned the shop frantically, spotting Bai Lu standing next to Qin Xianghe. She rushed forward. "Bai Lu, are you unwell? Didn't you just get discharged from the hospital?" "Qin, if Bai Lu is unwell, why aren't you taking her to the hospital quickly?" "What are you doing?" "I'm fine. Who told you I was unwell?" Bai Lu felt both touched and amused. Qin Xianghe blinked and then shouted, "Where is that little brat Bai Kai? Get out here. Let me see if I can't beat you to a pulp today." Initially, Qin Xianghe was diligently working at the factory when someone summoned her, announcing a phone call. Upon arriving at the communication room, she discovered it was a call from Bai Kai. He hurriedly dropped an address, mentioning the urgency, and promptly hung up. This left her in a state of alarm, fearing something had happened to Bai Lu. Typically, she would feel a pinch even when taking the bus. But this time, she had taken a taxi, even paying extra to ensure the driver sped along. Qin Xianghe quickly intervened, aware that Qin Xianghe was not one to make idle threats when it came to confrontation. Moreover, he had intended for Bai Kai to urgently summon Qin Xianghe. Yet the method employed was rather uncalled for. Once Qin Xianghe clarified the original intention behind calling her over, Qin Xianghe responded with a disdainful smirk. "What? You wish to offer me the position of deputy manager? Mr. Qin, did Bai Lu not inform you of the number of people I oversee at the factory?" Observing Qin Xianghe's dismissive gestures, Bai Lu felt compelled to reiterate his previous statement. Xianghe was a pivotal technical asset at the factory, managing over 20 individuals. And her monthly earnings, including allowances, had nearly reached 90 yuan. Chapter 75, he gave too much. Qin Xianghe's parents, like Bai Lu's, were longtime employees of the Qi cotton spinning factory. A few years ago, due to health issues, Qin's father retired, and the recently graduated Qin Xianghe took over his position. As a young individual, brimming with energy and education, she quickly adapted and became a key technical figure in the factory. Recently, she was promoted to the leader of the technical team, overseeing the factory's core personnel. In Bai Lu's words, influenced by the previous generation and now receiving recognition in the factory, Qin Xianghe truly regarded the cotton factory as her home. With a hint of pride, Qin Xianghe interjected, "Not 20-something, but 35. We hired a few more last week." Her confidence was not unfounded. In Nanning, the average salary hovered around 60, even with additional benefits. Some leaders in the cotton factory barely earned over 100. Qin's total income approached 90, categorizing her firmly within the high-income bracket in Nanning. If not for her father's chronic illness, which required a substantial portion of her salary for medication, her life would undoubtedly be more comfortable than that of most. Continuing, Qin Xianghe mentioned that Xiang Lu's house was in need of an assistant manager and suggested she consider it. If she agreed, the salary would initially match Xiao Kai's, with a 20% increase after the probation period. Xiang Lu's house? Qin Xianghe pondered the peculiar name, glancing toward the beautiful Bai Lu standing nearby. However, Bai Lu was turned away, obscuring her expression, which must have been quite intriguing. In truth, had Qin Xianghe appealed to their friendship, considering his relationship with Bai Lu, she might have contemplated it. Yet, it remained merely a consideration. After all, her father's chronic illness imposed significant monthly medical expenses, solidifying her appreciation for her current job. Otherwise, given her camaraderie with Bai Lu, she would not have minded lending a hand if needed. Listening to Qin's proposal, which equated her treatment to that of Bai Kai, a mere dandy, she felt it insulted her capabilities. Moreover, the audacity to mention a probation period. Did Qin Xianghe truly require one? Without hesitation, she declared, "Since childhood, my father has taught me that Qi is our foundation. If I were to leave, I would be in serious trouble at home." Out of respect for Bai Lu, Qin Xianghe politely declined. In the next moment, she pointed to a corner, calling out, "You little rascal, come here." Bai Kai, unable to evade, hurried over, exclaiming, "Hey, Xianghe, you arrived so quickly." He feared no one, neither his parents nor his two sisters, except for Qin Xianghe, who was not shy about reprimanding him. After a particularly harsh encounter with a feather duster months ago, he now only dared to ask his second sister for money when outside. "Calling you is a waste of money. Can't you communicate clearly? I couldn't even take a day off." Qin Xianghe playfully swatted him on the head. Seeing Bai Kai flinch, she chased after him. grabbing his collar and delivering a few firm slaps on his back. Bai Kai winced. Xiaoyanjia, isn't this a great opportunity? Who in the cotton factory earns such a high salary? Intrigued by Qin Xianghe's earlier words, Qin Xiang inquired, how much do you earn here each month? 200. He replied. After the probation period, the salary was raised by 10%, amounting to 220. My brother-in-law assured me that as long as the store prospered, there would be additional bonuses at the end of the month. The mere mention of wages made Bai Kai forget his back pain, almost yearning for a ladder to elevate his stature. To suggest that this salary was merely favoritism towards my brother-in-law would be incredulous. More importantly, my brother-in-law promised that I would become the business manager of the store, frequently traveling to Guangrao, and as the business flourished, I would have the opportunity to visit even more cities. This was the job of my dreams, allowing me to traverse far and wide, greeted by all as manager by. Transportation, meals, accommodation would all be reimbursed by the company. Moreover, during casual conversations, I could nonchalantly mention my modest salary of merely 220. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. How many would be taken aback by such a figure? Only 200? What? Qin Xiang exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she sought confirmation from Qin Xianghe. Upon seeing him nod in affirmation, she felt a sudden constriction in her chest. According to what had just been stated, if she accepted the position of deputy store manager, her salary would also be 200. And with the aforementioned 10% raise post-probation, it would amount to 240 monthly. Bai Kai mentioned that there would be bonuses at the end of the month, which likely wouldn't amount to mere pennies, making it 3 times her current salary at the cotton mill. Ultimately, Qin Xiang reluctantly consented to Qin Xianghe's invitation, albeit with a cautious approach. She planned to request a month's leave from the cotton mill, ensuring that if the store couldn't sustain itself, she could always return to her previous job. As she expressed to Bai Lu, declining was not an option as the offer was simply too generous. Bai Lu then probed, questioning how she would explain leaving the cotton mill to her family, as it was her established foundation. Qin Xiang retorted, haven't you heard? A tree may be rooted, but a person must seek new opportunities to thrive. Once she started sending her salary home, her parents would surely be overjoyed. After discussing the intricacies of the employment offer, Qin Xiang hurriedly departed. She needed to return to the cotton mill, even if it was just for a month's leave. She had to ensure a smooth handover of her responsibilities, as completing tasks thoroughly was essential. Qin Xianghe took Bai Lu on a leisurely tour of the store, explaining the new marketing model of the clothing shop. Customers were encouraged to browse freely without immediate assistance from the sales staff, who would only approach when needed, eventually guiding them to the checkout for a unified billing process. At noon, joined by Bai Kai and Qin Daogui, the 4 of them dined at a large restaurant next to Nanhu Street. As Qin Xianghe had mentioned, the food was delightful, especially the nutritious soup suitable for Bai Lu. After the meal, Qin Daogui went to supervise the construction at the store, while Bai Kai headed to Qin Daogui's old house. The small courtyard had been simply transformed, with the side rooms serving as a storage area, and the main room along with the tinted courtyard repurposed as a workshop. Taking Bai Lu for a stroll under the pretext of relaxation, Qin Xianghe led her through Nanhu Street. The variety of goods was abundant. Nearly everything one could think of was available for purchase. In previous years, he had never accompanied Bai Lu on such outings. Occasionally, when she visited the town for market day, the funds barely sufficed for the children's necessities, leaving no room for her to indulge in personal purchases. After their stroll, Bai Lu had only acquired 2 small items, and she insisted on paying for them herself. Qin Xianghe understood that there was no urgency in this matter and did not press the issue. Noticing that Bai Lu appeared somewhat fatigued, he decided to return to the inn for a respite. Bai Lu had just completed a course of medication and was feeling rather weak, necessitating adequate nourishment. Once he had regained his strength, he would immediately need to begin a second course. With the shorter the interval, the better. Upon arriving at the inn, he was summoned by Bai Kai to the small workshop. It was not until dusk that he found the opportunity to accompany Bai Lu back. The taxi drove directly into the alley of Rose Garden, and Qin Xianghe assisted Bai Lu in alighting from the vehicle, only to hear something drop to the ground behind him. Turning around, he saw a man in his 40s, with a simple appearance, standing beside Qin Xianghe across the street, wearing an expression akin to having swallowed a shelled egg. Chapter 76, A Hidden Treasure at Home. The individual in question is Lu Jian, who has journeyed for 2 to 3 days to arrive in Nanning. Following the address left by Qin Xianghe in his telegram, he navigates through the alley. By inquiring along the way, he finally arrives at this location, fortuitously encountering Qin Xiao and returning home from work. Previously, Qin Xianghe had resolved to establish a business in Nanning. Concerned that his investment would strain the medical expenses for Bai Lu, he sent a telegram to Zhu Biao, instructing Lu Jian to bring all the recent payments from the county store. Thus, he felt emboldened to invest in the clothing store on Nanhua Street and repaid over 1,000 to Bai Kai, settling his debt to Qin Hong. He recalls that day vividly. Not only did Bai Kai bring Chen Daogui along, but he also made a point of including him when the money was laid out on the table. The astonished and sorrowful expression on the petite woman's face made him momentarily question whether he had erred in giving Bai Kai that sum. Nevertheless, even with some mental preparation, upon entering the fourth-floor apartment and witnessing Lu Jian remove 2 outer coats to reveal a full 8,000 yuan from within his innermost garment, Qin Xianghe was taken aback. It had been just over half a month since he left the county, and he had initially anticipated that Lu Jian would bring 4 or 5,000, which would suffice for the time being. It was only after Lu Jian's brief explanation that he learned the store's surplus amounted to merely 4,500. The remainder, he discovered, was a sum of 1,500 sent by Su Jingfei, who, understanding Qin Xianghe's urgent need for funds to procure goods, hastily returned to Qishu to deliver it, with Zhu Biao recording it as an advance payment. Using this as a precedent, Zhu Biao sought out other major clients, pre-collecting 300 to 500 from each, ultimately amassing 8,000 yuan, which Lu Jian brought in its entirety. Bai Lu was utterly astonished. Qin Xianghe had arrived with over 7,000 on him, which was quite formidable, and unexpectedly, Lu Jian had delivered even more money shortly thereafter. Among those present, Qin Xiaoyan was the most astounded. Lacking unconditional faith in Bai Lu, she would never dare assert that Qin Xianghe was merely a rural dweller from a remote area. She could easily dismiss such claims with a mere flick of her feather duster. Earlier that morning on Nanhua Street, she had kept a wary eye, fearing that Qin Xianghe might, in a moment of impulsive fervor, gamble everything away like a reckless bettor. Upon witnessing the money brought by his fellow townsmen, her sole concern dissipated. She felt that her efforts that afternoon at the cotton spinning factory, leveraging connections to request leave, had been utterly unnecessary. Simultaneously, she harbored deep suspicions that perhaps this Qin fellow had a hidden gold mine at home, given how effortlessly he could dispense several thousand yuan. Before Qin Xianghe's arrival in Nanning, the household responsibilities primarily fell to Bai Lu, as her job was relatively easy and concluded early. Additionally, Qin Xiaoyan was a passive diner, only capable of preparing a few simple dishes with a high likelihood of undercooking. Now, with Bai Lu freshly discharged from the hospital and still weak, she could not overexert herself. Qin Xiaoyan was content to wait to eat, while Lu Jian, despite being adept in all household tasks, was fatigued from his long journey. Thus, it fell upon Qin Xianghe to take to the kitchen. The three of them sat in the living room, with Qin Xiaoyan completely captivated by the newly purchased television, which was currently rebroadcasting Journey to the West. Observing her fidgeting in excitement, one could almost envision her grabbing the feather duster to join in the fun. Bai Lu chose a seat closer to Lu Jian and casually recounted her health condition before promptly inquiring about the 2 children's recent developments, as well as asking about her in-laws at the west end of the village and about Sister Hua. As she spoke, her gaze frequently darted towards the busy figure in the kitchen. Many of the events she learned about while in the hospital had already been shared by Qin Xianghe. However, from Lu Jian's lips, she gleaned additional details and different perspectives. It turned out that a certain someone had to rise early and toil away every day for the sake of earning money. The distance from Maotang to the county seat was a daunting 50 to 60 kilometers. In the sweltering heat, the roads were rugged and uneven, and sometimes this person even had to make 2 trips in a single day. Upon returning from the county at night, when darkness enveloped the landscape and there were several steep sections along the way, a moment's inattention could lead to accidents. She also learned how this person doted on Bao and Yonyo, lavishing them with affection. When it came to their needs and desires, he would go to great lengths to fulfill their wishes. With Lu Jian's presence, Qin Xianghe prepared 2 extra dishes, causing dinner to be served a bit later than usual. During the meal, Bai Lu's gaze felt peculiar to him, as if, could it be that the salt in the nourishing soup was insufficient? He took a sip and found it just right, thus advising Bai Lu not to focus solely on flavor but to prioritize her health. After dinner, Qin Xiaoyan and Bai Lu resumed watching their drama in the living room. To avoid disturbing them, Qin Xianghe took Lu Jian upstairs to the rooftop terrace to discuss matters. The view was expansive, and the night scenery was delightful. He first inquired about Bao and Niu before broaching the topic of Shishangxiang. Zhu Hongxia's sales skills were indeed impressive, Or perhaps she was a harbinger of good fortune, as the business at the county store seemed to improve day by day. The key clients maintained by Zhu Biao were also gradually increasing, necessitating Qin Guangshan to transport goods twice as often. Recently, several major clients had coordinated their pickups, and coincidentally, Su Jingfei arrived early. Following Zhu Biao's suggestion, Qin Guangshan reluctantly hired a small truck to ensure timely delivery of the goods. It seemed that carrying so much money left him unable to rest properly. As their conversation progressed, Lu Jian could no longer contain his yawns. Qin Xianghe handed him the hotel key and provided the address, advising him to rest first while he waited for Bai Lu to finish her medication. Today marked the 13th day of the lunar calendar, and the moon was nearing its fullness. Just last month, he had been sitting in the courtyard, recounting stories to Dabao and Yonyo, who were nestled against his legs. In the blink of an eye, he had spent over 20 days in Nanning. Seeing Lu Jian today only intensified his longing for the two children far away. As footsteps approached the corridor, Qin Xianghe initially assumed Lu Jian had forgotten to mention something. But upon turning around, he found it was Bai Lu. "Why have you come up? It's chilly here. You shouldn't catch a cold." Bai Lu handed him a navy blue trench coat. "Aren't you cold? You aren't even wearing a jacket." Qin Xianghe couldn't help but chuckle. He had bought this trench coat during their shopping trip that afternoon but had resisted buying clothes for Bai Lu. So he had allowed her to choose one for him instead. As November arrived, the weather had turned cooler. Bai Lu wore a thin knitted top beneath a brown trench coat, and as a gentle breeze blew, she tightened her grip on the lapels. Sitting on a nearby stone slab, she looked at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Xianghe replied, "Oh, I saw that piggy bank yesterday when I came over." Bai Lu let out a soft exclamation, then gently bit her lip, her eyes narrowing slightly. How could this little Yun have failed to inform me? The luminous moonlight illuminated Bai Lu's face, rendering her exquisite features even more enchanting. Yesterday, Qin Xianghe came to the house to prepare soup, just as Chen Xiaoan returned to search for something. In a moment of clumsiness, she accidentally knocked over a ceramic jar on Bai Lu's bedside, shattering it. Inside were scattered coins of various denominations, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and even 5 yuan coins, alongside some 10 and 20 fun. The two of them, filled with curiosity, counted the coins, discovering a total of 50 or 60 yuan. Chapter 77. The timid Bai Lu. Upon returning to Nanning, Bai Lu, with the assistance of Chen Xiaoan, secured a stable job. The remuneration was modest, amounting to several dozen yuan, yet as her health deteriorated, the pain became unbearable, necessitating a visit to the pharmacy for medication. Unbeknownst to her, her brother Bai Kai witnessed this, using it as leverage to demand money from her. Consequently, by the end of the month, little remained of her earnings, and she often found herself borrowing from Qin Xianghe for emergencies. During this time, any spare change she could muster, whether it be a yuan or even a few jiao, was diligently deposited into a ceramic jar, which she vowed not to touch, regardless of the hardships. She wished to save for as long as possible, intending to eventually give the accumulated funds to Sister Hua for Dabao and Yonyo's urgent needs. On the rooftop, the wind picked up slightly. Noticing Bai Lu tightening her coat, Qin Xianghe had draped his windbreaker over her shoulders, indicating that his sweater was sufficiently warm. Without the need for words, he, understanding Bai Lu's character, easily inferred the source of the money in the ceramic jar and its intended purpose. I'm doing well, really. Xiaoan has been here. I haven't faced much hardship these past 6 months." Meeting the concerned and sympathetic gaze of a certain someone, Bai Lu felt a twinge of panic. After speaking, she realized it may have sounded as if she had endured considerable suffering before returning to Nanning. Turning back, she saw Qin Xianghe clutching his chest, feigning an injured expression, which made her eyes involuntarily crinkle with amusement. After a brief silence, her attention was drawn to the thick stack of money by Qin Xianghe's side. She quickly changed the subject, inquiring, "How did you come by all this change?" "Oh," awakened by Bai Lu's voice. Qin Xianghe redirected his gaze from her delicate profile to the stack of money, explaining gently. In addition to the funds Lu Jian brought for the store and the advance payments from major clients, he also had another sum on him. Earlier, in the house, he may have refrained from taking it out due to the presence of outsiders, but now that we are on the rooftop, he felt it appropriate to reveal it. The collection included both small denominations and larger ones, predominantly 10 yuan notes, totaling 985 yuan. This amount was contributed by Lu Jian and his wife, along with his elder brother, Zhu Biao, and even Zhu Hongxia, who contributed 100 yuan. Lu Jian had previously sent a telegram home, unable to divulge the specifics of Bai Lu's illness, leading them to believe there was an urgent matter at hand. The telegram mentioned bringing all the money, fearing it would be insufficient, which prompted them to gather additional funds privately. Qin Xianghe surmised that this money likely represented the entirety of their savings. He did not refuse and accepted it all. Far away in Nanning, Bai Lu's medical expenses and the operational cost of the clothing store necessitated ample funds. So having a surplus was undoubtedly advantageous. If need be, upon returning to Lingshui, he could distribute generous red envelopes to each person as a token of gratitude under the guise of bonuses. Bai Lu, he said, glancing at the thick stack of change. Then meeting her gaze, he earnestly remarked, I now truly believe you have changed. Otherwise, so many would not sincerely come to your aid. Qin Xianghe smiled and nodded, the weight of the money in his hand far surpassing those earlier sums of several thousand yuan. Reflecting on the conversation he had with Lu Jian before dinner, Bai Lu gently inquired, Brother Jian mentioned that you changed suddenly 2 months ago. What transpired? Qin Xianghe looked into Bai Lu's clear eyes, pausing for a few seconds before recounting the events of his past life, cloaked in the guise of a dream. As the tale concluded, the atmosphere was infused with an air of profound understanding and connection. Bai Lu trembled slightly, enveloped in a profound melancholy silence. Observing this, Qin Xianghe shattered the oppressive atmosphere, remarking, It's hard to believe, isn't it? I sometimes find it difficult to accept myself. Bai Lu suddenly fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and trepidation. Xianghe, what if Daba and Nyonyo truly? Enough said. It's merely a dream. Why take it so seriously? Noticing the lingering anxiety etched on Bai Lu's face, Qin Xianghe's smile faltered as he exhaled heavily beneath the moon hanging in the night sky. Abruptly, he stood, stretching his arms in a vigorous yawn. With renewed fervor and conviction, he proclaimed, Thus, I have felt fear and regret. Now, just the thought of Daba and Nyonyo, of you, invigorates me, compelling me to offer you both the very best this world has to offer. As she absorbed his words, Bai Lu felt her cheeks flush, and she gently reproached, Xianghe, do you not realize that you have changed as well? Changed? In what way? I've noticed that during this visit, you've grown increasingly glib. I feel the same, Qin Xianghe admitted, stepping closer and gazing into Bai Lu's eyes, which resembled a tranquil pool of autumn water. Ever since I first met you in Nanning, I found myself yearning for more conversations with you. Bai Lu, momentarily at a loss for words, fluttered her long eyelashes. Yet the intensity of his gaze set her heart racing, causing her to shyly lower her eyes. Xianghe, Bai Lu, he interrupted gently, moving closer and kneeling before her. Observing her fidgeting fingers, he reached out to take her hand. Her delicate fingers froze, perhaps chilled by the night breeze. Yet they radiated warmth. This warmth seeped into Qin Xianghe's heart as he beheld the somewhat bewildered Bai Lu. I do not wish to pressure you. I merely hope for another chance. What chance? Bai Lu's voice dwindled as she lowered her head further, her words barely audible. Gradually, the rooftop was imbued with an indescribable allure. Qin Xianghe felt a flush creep across his face. He had not expected that after years of marriage and even months post-divorce, a simple act of holding hands could evoke such a tingling sensation. Clutching her trembling hand tightly, he mustered his courage. Allow me to pursue you once more. My beautiful Bai. Just then, a loud voice echoed from the hallway, startling them. Qin Xiaodan burst onto the rooftop, and upon seeing the two entwined, she scoffed. I foresaw this day. They claim to be divorced and insist on behaving like friends. What nonsense. Just look at them. Even after years as a married couple, they're caught in a moment of intimacy like teenagers caught by their parents. Oh, how awkward they are, immediately letting go of each other. Bai Lu hastily extricated her hand from Qin Xianghe's grasp and stood up, rushing to explain to Qin Xiaoyan, I noticed the wind outside was strong, so I brought him some clothes. Right. Qin Xiaoyan replied with a smirk, choosing not to unveil the truth. She admonished the unabashed Qin Xianghe with the surname Qin. You ought to be considerate, especially since Bai Lu has just been discharged from the hospital. Is there anything that cannot be discussed indoors? Do you find my presence bothersome? If so, I might as well return to my parents' home for a few days. Qin Xianghe, lacking any sense of shame, left Bai Lu blushing furiously beside him. In a flurry, she abandoned Qin Xianghe and hurried to the corridor, pulling along Qin Xiaoyan, who still intended to confront Qin Xianghe. You mischievous Xiaoyan, what are you saying? Chapter 78. Radiantly fair and delicately beautiful Qin Xianghe realized that ever since Bai Lu left the hospital, the time he spent alone with her had significantly diminished. Each day, he awoke in the hotel only to rush out early in the morning. Qin Xiaoyan had taken a leave of absence from the cotton mill, primarily to familiarize herself with the store, leaving her with a leisurely pace as she temporarily set aside other concerns. Consequently, he entrusted her with the care of Bai Lu. For instance, when he was unable to fetch breakfast in time, she would go downstairs and purchase a variety of morning delicacies for them to enjoy together. By noon, it became a routine for Qin Xianghe to visit Bai Lu and Qin Xianghe at their residence. His primary purpose was to bring Bai Lu nutritious soup. If time was too tight, he would order a meal from the restaurant next door on Nanhu Street and have Bai Kai deliver it. Fortunately, Lu Jian had sent some funds, providing an additional resource. From the following day, Lu Jian was busy running errands, either at the store or at the small workshop. During this time, he even teamed up with Bai Kai and Qin Daogui for a trip to Guangzhou, where they procured several thousand yuan worth of clothing. After several days of such bustling activity, the simple renovations at the store were swiftly completed and the garments were neatly displayed. The workers hired at the small workshop began relabeling the new batch of clothing, while Qin Xianghe successfully obtained the business license, resolving to officially open for business that weekend. On that particular morning, Qin Xianghe exited the hotel and took a taxi directly to the store. He had worked late the previous night, returning to the hotel well past midnight, hence he only awoke after 8 o'clock. Upon arriving at Nanhu Street, he first indulged in breakfast at a roadside eatery before leisurely ambling towards the small square at the center of the street. As he approached, he noticed a large crowd gathered around the square, predominantly consisting of men. A few curious couples ventured closer, but the female partners quickly pulled their companions away upon catching sight of the scene. Qin Xianghe navigated to the side and made his way towards the tightly shut doors of the store. Ascending the steps, he glanced over the crowd, and there, in the small square, was a striking display of long legs. "Brother Xianghe, you're here. Have you eaten yet?" Qin Daogui, stationed by the small door, spotted him and immediately turned to rush back inside, only to re-emerge with a box of pan-fried buns. "I didn't know you were coming so late. They might be a bit cold." Qin Xianghe initially intended to mention that he had eaten at the street corner, but instinctively accepted the box of buns. "Well, since it's in my hands, I might as well eat it," he thought, as he had hurried over without a proper meal. Recently, with no need to frequent the hospital and the store set to open soon, he found himself arriving early each day, often neglecting breakfast, thus having Qin Daogui pre-purchase some for him to keep at the store. Through the slightly ajar door, he could faintly hear the commotion within. It was undoubtedly Qin Xianghe conducting training for the newly hired female sales staff. Realizing that the store would not be quiet, Qin Xianghe decided to squat by the steps, opening the food container to savor the pan-fried buns while gazing towards the small square. The earlier description was no exaggeration. The square was indeed filled with an abundance of long legs. 50 youthful and vibrant young women adorned in off-shoulder, form-fitting tops, paired with short skirts that reached mid-thigh, created a captivating scene. In the presence of a few onlookers, one might still feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, when surrounded by dozens, the collective gaze becomes ignorable, and the chatter fades into the background. A few days ago, after retrieving Bai Lu from the hospital, Qin Xianghe instructed Bai Kai to purchase a television. Suddenly, he was struck by the notion of advertising. In this era, the true power of advertising remained largely unrecognized, particularly its potential to revolutionize consumer goods. Thus, prior to the grand opening of Xiang Lu Jijia, he resolved to orchestrate an advertising campaign that would captivate the entire city of Nanning. This endeavor, both eye-catching and cost-effective, was undoubtedly one of the best options available to him. Initially, he intended to allocate 3,000 yuan for this promotional effort. But upon hearing his plan, Bai Kai insisted that such a sum was excessive. Consequently, Bai Kai, accompanied by Qin Daogui, ventured to Nanning Normal University that very day. Under the guise of a work-study program, they utilized only half the budget, offering each of the 50 stunning female students a mere 10 yuan per day. Subsequently, Bai Kai, with a sense of tragic determination, approached Qin Hong and borrowed a number of unconventional work outfits from a bowling alley, which, in this era, were considered quite daring. With his silver tongue, he persuaded these young women to don the outfits, assuring them that it was merely a matter of showing a little thigh, which, as he pointed out, was hardly a burden. Moreover, 10 yuan a day for 3 days amounted to 30 yuan each, a sum that represented nearly half a month's wages for laborers, particularly significant for students. Behind these young women were over 50 bicycles rented from a local factory. Qin Xianghe envisioned them cycling around the city for 3 days. Walking alone would be impractical. Should they encounter a crowd, their progress would be severely hindered. On the rear of each bicycle were prominently displayed advertising boards. At the top was the name of Xiang Lu Jijia, followed by a catchy slogan, "A woman's wardrobe. Visit Xiang Lu Jijia once a year, and it suffices." Below that, the opening date was boldly announced, along with an enticing promotion, an 8% discount for the first 5 days of business. The back of the sign featured the address of Xiang Lu Jia, accompanied by a simplified map. Few in Nanning were unfamiliar with Nanhu Street, as it clearly indicated that Xiang Lu Jia was located opposite the central square. A large group of young women, initially buzzing with excitement, suddenly fell silent as they began to practice the promotional slogan in unison. The faint sounds of direction came from Lu Jian. Faced with such a vibrant assembly of youth clad in minimal attire, Bai Kai struggled to articulate his thoughts, and Qin Xianghe was even more at a loss, wishing he had eyes all over his body. Thus, Lu Jian took charge, and despite lacking experience in large-scale events, he remained steadfast, clearly communicating the essential details and guiding everyone in rehearsing the advertising lines. As Lu Jian descended from the small square, the young women flocked towards their bicycles. At that moment, several newly hired female sales associates emerged from the store, prepared to follow along and ensure that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. 50 young women, each guiding a bicycle, formed 2 lines, deliberately creating a considerable gap that captured the attention of onlookers. As Qin Xianghe turned to the side, he heard the sound of someone swallowing hard. He spotted Bai Kai and Qin Xianghe squatting on the steps, their expressions akin to that of a lecher, gazing at the neatly lined-up female university students, nearly drooling in anticipation. Infuriated, Qin Xianghe felt an urge to kick the 2 away, disgusted by their behavior while they munched on their snacks. Reluctantly, he stepped aside, just as he was about to finish the last few fried buns in his box. A commotion broke out ahead. Raising his gaze, he saw the 2 girls at the front of the line colliding as they exited the square, causing a blockage that halted those behind them. The men on either side seized the opportunity to cheer. Suddenly, a loud taunt echoed from behind him. "What do you think? They're so fair and delicate, aren't they?" Chapter 79. There are outsiders here. Qin Xianghe stuffed his mouth with food as Zheng nodded in agreement. This Qin heroine certainly held grudges with fervor. How could one expect to transplant the management techniques of factory employees to recruit sales personnel? Yesterday, he had summoned Qin Xiaoyan. Along with Bai Kai, Qin Xianghe, and the newly hired sales associates, even Lu Jian had been called in. As he had declared that night on the rooftop to Bai Lu, he realized that his previous ambitions had been far too modest. Given the opportunity to be reborn, he was determined to leave no regrets, including his promise to Bai Lu to provide the very best for the 2 children and herself. Ensuring that everyone around him could lead a prosperous life, he decided to set a modest goal, since there was little competition in the county. He would aim for the title of the richest person in Sioux City. On this return, he did not intend to tread cautiously and develop slowly. In this era of burgeoning commercial economy, he aspired to be among the vanguard of those riding the crest of the wave. With only a few trustworthy individuals by his side, Lu Jian could not always be responsible for raw material processing. It would be beneficial to absorb advanced marketing concepts from his past life for future endeavors. Thus, the previous afternoon, they all gathered in the shop to listen to his economic lecture. Qin Xiaoyan, perhaps feeling her role as the deputy store manager, was compelled to attend the session. Throughout, she struggled with many questions and was pointedly called out by him, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Since yesterday, the heroine had been simmering with frustration. In a moment of triumph, she retorted, prompting Qin Xianghe to turn and observe the delightful expressions on Qin Xiaoyan's face, only to be met with the narrowed eyes of Bai Lu. Meanwhile, the instigator of the situation stood nearby, shaking with laughter, coughing violently. He found himself unable to expel the fried bun from his mouth. Fortunately, Qin Xianghe, who had been watching the commotion from a distance, quickly brought him a cup of water. After drinking and regaining his composure, he set aside his lunchbox and asked, "What brings you here?" "I'm feeling much better today. It was too dull at home. Xiaoyan insisted that I come and see something interesting here," Bai Lu replied, her tone heavy with emphasis on the word interesting. Qin Xianghe forced a smile at her exaggerated mimicry of his previous words. Qin Xiaoyan pulled Bai Lu closer and deliberately inquired, clearly seeking revenge, "Are you really feeling better?" Qin Xianghe scrutinized her appearance. Bai Lu wore a white knitted sweater beneath a thin woolen coat, which he had purchased during her hospital stay for her to wear while taking walks. However, she had not donned it until today, perhaps after days of rest at home. Supplemented by nourishing soups and a cheerful disposition, her complexion indeed appeared much rosier. "Really," she insisted, "I didn't even take the bus this morning." Xiaoyan called for a taxi. The profound concern etched on someone's face warmed Bai Lu's heart, inducing a hint of shyness within her. "There are outsiders here," she cautioned, adding, "and don't think you can gloss over that." She had heard distinctly how someone had not only spoken earnestly but had done so quite loudly, praising the legs of those beautiful female university students. In the small square, the commotion gradually subsided, under the guidance of several attendants clad in uniforms from the deer house. A group of girls formed two lines and commenced a leisurely stroll around Nanhu Street before cycling to the nearby Nanhu scenic area. With 3 days at their disposal, they intended to explore all of Nanning. As the refreshing figures vanished around the corner, Bai Kai wiped away his drool and approached. "Brother-in-law, what do you think?" The impact of this arrangement is undeniable. Qin Xianghe felt an urge to kick this self-satisfied fellow. Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? A reluctant nod was the best he could muster. Bai Lu remained unfazed, while Qin Xianghe seized the opportunity to direct her words at Bai Kai. "How can you be so inconsiderate? On such a chilly day, allowing these delicate young ladies to dress like that." "Heroine," influenced by Qin Xianghe, Bai Kai blurted out before Qin Xianghe swiftly kicked him in the leg. Noticing Bai Lu's discontented glance, Bai Kai capitulated and retreated to the steps. "Xiaoyan, they only need to ride their bicycles for 3 days. It's not the same as a spring outing, and they can earn 30 yuan. Just think about it. Our cotton mill workers toil for a month to earn only 50 or 60 yuan, right? They're merely a bit cold." Bai Lu had grown accustomed to their bickering, which eventually escalated into one-sided scuffles. Ignoring Qin Xianghe, who was poised to retaliate against Bai Kai, she descended the steps and tilted her head to examine the box lunch Qin Xianghe had set down. Inside were merely a few cold pan-fried buns, prompting her to frown slightly. "Is this all you have for breakfast every morning?" With a dissatisfied glance towards Chun Daogui, Qin Xianghe waved his hand dismissively. "No. I had already eaten on the street earlier. I didn't want to waste food. Do you recall what you said to me a few days ago? You mentioned that skipping a proper breakfast could lead to stomach ailments." Qin Xianghe raised his hand. "Next time, I want to let Xiaogizi buy anything. From now on, I'll eat well before coming to the shop. Is that agreeable?" Bai Lu clasped her hands behind her back and responded with a gentle smile. Sensing the sudden silence behind her, she turned to find Qin Xianghe and Bai Kai contemplating her words. She bit her lip and hurried to clarify. "I just worry about him not eating well. If he ends up with a stomachache, it would surely delay your opening in a couple of days." Not wishing to give those two a chance to ridicule Bai Lu, Qin Xianghe had tugged at her sleeve and asked, "Do you want to browse a bit longer?" Bai Lu cast a glance at two gossiping figures not far off, pursed her lips, and shook her head, her expression shifting to one of inquiry. "If we're not browsing, it's a good opportunity. Since it's still early afternoon, let us go for your follow-up at the hospital." Qin Xianghe had arranged the promotional event for the shop the night before, hurrying over in the morning to avoid any unforeseen issues. Upon arrival, he realized Bai Kai had organized everything quite well. He had initially thought the university girls would wear short skirts, but he had envisioned knee-length ones. He hadn't anticipated Bai Kai's creative flair. It must be said that a group of dozens of girls dressed in such attire, holding signs to promote, was indeed eye-catching. The shop's decoration and product placement were nearly complete, and with Qin Xianghe overseeing the finer details, there was little to worry about. He originally intended to pick up Bai Lu after lunch to take her to the hospital. The second phase of medication has been completed, and a follow-up examination at the hospital is necessary. There are no issues here. The white deer has appeared again, making it convenient to visit the hospital nearby, thus sparing the white deer from unnecessary travel. After speaking, Qin Xianghe waved to Lu Jian, who was cleaning the doors and windows at the entrance. Noticing the puzzled look on the white deer's face, he provided further clarification. Lu Jian caught a cold yesterday and received medication at the clinic, but he has yet to recover. Just a moment ago, while listening to that group of girls chant slogans, he was coughing persistently. It would be prudent to take Lu Jian along for a checkup while they head to the hospital. Chapter 80, A Grave Situation Upon Arriving at the Hospital. Lu Jian made his way directly to the outpatient department. He was diagnosed with a cold caused by tonsillitis, attributed to an excessively spicy diet lately. The doctor prescribed some medication and advised him to maintain a light diet for the next few days. Bai Lu's follow-up examination would not occur for some time. Qin Xianghe accompanied Lu Jian, enduring the wait for appointments and blood tests. As they approached the final 2 examinations, which unfortunately did not permit family members to accompany the patient, he decided to wait downstairs. Stepping outside, he spotted Lu Jian at the corner of the outpatient building, engaged in cheerful conversation with a young nurse. Due to the nature of their store, it was most beneficial for all employees to wear uniforms featuring the Lu Zhijia logo. Prior to this, Qin Xianghe had provided each staff member with 2 sets. and Lu Jian was no exception. The adage clothes make the man rang true. Lu Jian, dressed in casual trousers and a collared jacket, appeared quite presentable, though perhaps a tad older than the young nurse, who would undoubtedly smile more brightly. Noticing Qin Xianghe, Lu Jian waved and leaned in to whisper a few words to the nurse. To Qin Xianghe's surprise, the nurse produced paper and pen, wrote something down, and shyly handed it to Lu Jian. As Lu Jian approached, limping slightly, Qin Xianghe intended to tease him but hesitated. In a big city, temptations abound, and if their relationship was merely platonic, he would not bother to comment. Brother Jian, quite impressive. You've already asked for her number. Address. Qin Xianghe mused, suddenly recalling that they didn't have mobile phones back then. It seemed unlikely that a young girl would provide her address to this older gentleman upon their first meeting. No, Lu Jian quickly interjected, sensing the implication in Qin Xianghe's tone. Don't say anything when you go back. If Ahua finds out, she'll beat me to death. Seeing Lu Jian's flustered demeanor, Qin Xianghe felt reassured. He feared that after experiencing a semblance of stability in life, Lu Jian might succumb to the distractions of the outside world and forget his initial intentions. Lu Jian promptly revealed the note in his hand, which indeed contained an address, conveniently located near the hospital. I just picked up my medication and noticed that the nurse was wearing a lovely watch, so I asked her where she bought it. He explained, scratching his head sheepishly. It's the same one Bai Lu used to wear, and Ahua wanted one back then, but we couldn't afford it. Xianghe. Thanks to you, we now have hope. I asked her about it, thinking I might buy one for Ahua in the future. It turned out that Lu Jian's jovial exchange with the nurse revolved around this topic. Qin Xianghe chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he had misjudged the situation, and felt genuinely happy for Sister Hua. Glancing at the address on the note, he felt a sudden urge to take it from Lu Jian and dashed towards the hospital exit. After completing all her tests, Bai Lu waited a while longer in the laboratory, as several results would be available in half an hour. Once she received her reports and descended the stairs, she spotted Qin Xianghe waiting at the entrance, causing her heart to race. Initially, she had intended to tease him, but upon seeing the unmistakable joy on his face, her lips curled upwards in a smile. Indeed, the results from the second treatment cycle were quite promising. The final treatment awaited, and if the results remained favorable, they could schedule the surgery soon. Upon exiting the hospital, it seemed that several organizations had convened for a special inspection today. The crowd was quite substantial. Not to mention, it was nearly impossible to hail a taxi, as they could barely inch their way through. In fact, just across the street lay a bus stop. But due to someone's insistence that she could not bear to ride the bus, they had to walk a little further to catch a taxi home. What are you laughing at? Since leaving the hospital, that person had been in high spirits, much to Bai Lu's bewilderment. The doctor had mentioned that the second round of treatment was crucial, and if her reactions were minimal after this course, the subsequent treatments would likely proceed smoothly. Observing the buoyant strides of that person, Bai Lu endeavored to suppress her smile, not wanting her amusement to be too obvious. Suddenly, she heard someone hesitate, the tone unlike their usual decisiveness. She turned her head. What? Well, about that, on Nanhu Street, when I said it looked good. I was actually referring to the girl's legs. Ahem. No, I truly didn't look. Bai Lu was taken aback for a few seconds before she could no longer contain her laughter. A radiant smile blossomed on her charming face, causing passers-by to momentarily lose their focus. After hearing Qin Xianghe's tone earlier, she had assumed something serious was afoot, only to discover it was this triviality. Yesterday, that person had been quite dismissive, and after Xiao Yun reported the incident, she realized he was lingering outside, forcibly dragged out by Xiao Yun, indicating mischief was afoot. Indeed, Xiao Yun had deliberately teased him, anticipating how Qin Xianghe would retaliate. What surprised her, however, was that even after the matter had passed, Qin Xianghe still seemed concerned about her potentially misunderstanding the situation. The reason for such anxiousness. Oh, I see. Bai Lu took a moment to compose herself. After a while, as she spotted a bus passing by, she remembered to inquire, by the way, what was Brother Jian holding so carefully, as if it were a treasure? When he boarded the bus, although the preparations for the store's opening in 3 days were nearly complete, there were still minor tasks to attend to. Lu Jian was merely suffering from a slight cold and a sore throat, but with the opening approaching, he could hardly afford to rest. Being relatively close to Nanhu Street, he directly headed there after leaving the hospital. Qin Xianghe recounted how he had initially misinterpreted Lu Jian's intentions as an attempt to flirt with a nurse. Brother Jian and Sister Hua share such a strong bond. How could that be? Bai Lu asserted confidently, reflecting on the couple's enduring affection over the years. When she noticed Qin Xianghe presenting her with a delicate square box. Curious, she opened it to reveal a lady's watch from the Meiwa brand. The one Qin Xianghe had mentioned purchasing to be gifted to Sister Hua. However, she was puzzled as to why the watch was here, and what precious item Lu Jian had just concealed within his embrace. I bought too. Bai Lu gently bit her lip, sensing the underlying intention behind Qin Xianghe's dual purchase. That year, your watch went missing, and I claimed it was Bao who took it out to play and lost it. Qin Xianghe averted his gaze, feeling bashful. In truth, I secretly took it and sold it. Bai Lu stifled a soft laugh. I know. You know. Qin Xianghe exclaimed in astonishment. She was aware that the watch had been a cherished gift received by Bai Lu upon her high school graduation, holding significant sentimental value. However, at that time, he was preoccupied with gambling in pursuit of money, paying little heed to such matters. Reflecting on those reckless days fills him with shame, only to discover that Bai Lu had always been aware. Perhaps it was during their heartfelt conversation on the rooftop last time, but now, the two can calmly reminisce about the past. Qin Xianghe escorted Bai Lu home and prepared a nourishing soup for her before returning to the shop. Another busy day ensued, concluding only in the afternoon. He contemplated visiting Bai Lu before heading back to the hotel. Lately, he had been exhausted from managing the shop, and with everything in order, he looked forward to the opening and a chance to rest during the next couple of days. However, upon arrival, he found Bai Lu anxiously pacing in the living room. As Qin Xianghe entered, Bai Lu approached him with a look of helplessness, on the verge of tears. Xianghe, it's terrible. My parents have found out that we came to Nanning. Chapter 81. If you were not married not long ago. Bai Kai hurriedly arrived to share news with Bai Lu that struck her like a bolt from the blue. Earlier that morning, Qin Xianghe had accompanied Bai Lu to the hospital for a follow-up appointment. Afterward, while they were hailing a taxi on the street, an elder sister who was heading to the hospital caught sight of them. She hurriedly pursued, and, by the time she reached them, the taxi had already sped away. Consequently, the elder sister approached Qin Hong, requesting assistance in tracking down Bai Kai. Oblivious to the unfolding situation, Bai Kai returned home only to overhear the elder sister recounting the sighting of Bai Lu to their parents. With no other option, Bai Kai reluctantly confessed. The sole comfort for Bai Lu was that Bai Kai refrained from divulging details about the divorce and her serious illness. Bai Lu's anxiety stemmed from her parents' request for Bai Kai to convey a message, urging her to bring Qin Xianghe home for a visit. Now that their secret had been exposed, there was no point in hurrying. Qin Xianghe reassured Bai Lu, promising to keep the matters of divorce and illness confidential. As long as they maintained discretion, a visit would be manageable. Once Bai Lu had changed her attire, Qin Xianghe took her to a nearby large department store. When they had married, Bai Lu's parents had been opposed to the union. Even at the wedding, no one from her family had attended. Nevertheless, considering the respect due to elders, it was customary to arrive at her in-laws' home bearing gifts. Learning that Bai Lu's father enjoyed drinking, Qin Xianghe purchased 2 fine bottles of wine and selected a fashionable silk scarf for Bai Lu's mother, along with several boxes of nutritional supplements. Bai Lu, suggesting they merely buy a few items, noticed Qin Xianghe's tendency to accumulate more gifts, prompting her to intervene. She took charge, adding cigarettes, tea, sweets, pastries, and fruits to their offerings. In Nanning, when a son-in-law visits for the first time, it is essential to present these 6 items, especially the wine, even if other gifts are lacking. After completing their shopping, the couple hailed a taxi and headed straight for the dormitory area of the cotton mill. Bai Lu carried the sweets and pastries, while Qin Xianghe managed the other gifts, perhaps to prevent her from bearing the heavier loads. Years ago, forced into marriage with Qin Xianghe against her family's wishes, Bai Lu had faced a stern ultimatum via telegram, resulting in her absence from home for several years. Truthfully, had it not been for the considerable distance and her dire living conditions, her parents would not have truly cast her out, even if she returned home. Throughout her life, her parents had showered her with affection. In comparison with her brother, they had indulged her, while her brother was spoiled to an excess, ultimately leading to a point where they could no longer manage his behavior. Having lived in Nanning for over half a year, she had contemplated returning home countless times. Yet, her illness would only drag her family into despair, and even so, she lacked the means to continue her treatment. In the end, she feared that her predicament would leave her parents consumed by guilt for the rest of their lives. The mere thought of this filled her with trepidation. Today, upon the elder sister's unexpected encounter, Bai Lu felt a mix of anxiety and a strange sense of relief. After years apart, she longed to see her parents. particularly recalling the helplessness she felt during those challenging years in Maodang. Occasionally, she would secretly muse about how different her life might have been had she not left Nanning, or if she had declined the offer to substitute teach. Yet, she understood that such selfishness was unthinkable. She could not ignore the chance to aid her family. However, at this moment, Bai Lu turned her head to glance at the equally anxious Qin Xianghe beside her, and she couldn't help but smile. The emotions of returning to one's hometown can be overwhelming, after years away. The prospect of reuniting with her parents left her heart racing at the entrance of the dormitory area. Yet, upon noticing someone else's nervous demeanor, her heart began to settle, and a warmth slowly blossomed within her. It was easy to surmise why this person was so anxious about meeting her parents. "What are you worried about?" "My parents are lovely." Bai Lu gently tugged on Qin Xianghe's sleeve, provoking a grin from him. Lovely? They didn't even come to the wedding. They had vehemently opposed Bai Lu's marriage, and it was likely they were not too fond of him as a son-in-law either. Qin Xianghe took a deep breath, gathering his resolve. "All right, let us go." He displayed a valiant expression, fully aware that Bai Lu's intention was to ease his nerves, yet she found it amusing nonetheless. As they entered the gate, they occasionally encountered familiar faces from years past. However, time had altered them all, and given her long absence, Bai Lu felt uncertain about their reactions to these acquaintances. She merely offered polite smiles, leading Qin Xianghe onward. Over the past 6 months, she had stealthily visited a few times, but had never dared to approach the new building where her family had moved. After crossing a footbridge, they arrived at a long flight of stairs, and just as she was about to indicate her home's location, she heard someone calling from nearby. At the side of the staircase, a woman with a long face and a prominent mole waved incredulously. Bai Lu's face lit up with joy as she hurried over. "Aunt Wu, is that really you, Bai Lu?" Aunt Wu exclaimed, dropping her fan and rushing forward. Grabbing Bai Lu for a thorough examination, she exclaimed, "What a good child. Why haven't you come back to see us all these years? If you don't return soon, this old body of mine might break. And I want to get to see you again." Bai Lu, rarely adopting a childlike demeanor, replied, "Oh, Aunt Wu, you're so healthy. You'll surely live to 100. Just as sweet as ever. You've grown up, and your charm is undeniable. You never spoke like this before." Aunt Wu beamed, holding on to Bai Lu, alternating between compliments about her beauty and lamentations about her having grown thin, undoubtedly from hardships endured while away. Bai Lu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She indeed hadn't been adept at such flattery before. She realized that spending too much time with someone had inevitably influenced her. After Aunt Wu's enthusiastic praises, she suddenly noticed Qin Xianghe trailing behind, exclaiming in surprise, Young man, how is it you?" With his hands full of items, Qin Xianghe could only nod in acknowledgement. "Aunt Wu." Bai Lu was equally astonished, her gaze darting between the two. "Aunt Wu, do you know him?" "How could I not know him? Just last month, around the 10th. He was here every day." Aunt Wu's eyes twinkled as she pulled Bai Lu towards her own doorstep, whispering once they were a distance away. "So who is this young man?" His name is Qin Xianghe." Bai Lu felt a bit bewildered. The day she encountered Qin Xianghe was indeed around the 20th. "I know his name. Alas, what a pity." Upon noticing the bewildered gaze of Bai Lu, Aunt Wu's curiosity ignited fervently. "You were unaware. Last month he came here insisting that you had returned to Nanning. Just think about it, if you had indeed come back. Would I not have known? This young man is quite stubborn, refusing to believe the truth. Coincidentally, your parents were visiting relatives. So he took it upon himself to vigilantly wait here every day, searching high and low as if someone could possibly hide you away. He nearly attracted the attention of the security department." Bai Lu blinked in confusion. Aunt Wu shook her head in lamentation, exclaiming, "What do you mean by I maintain that if this young man had been more attentive in earlier years, you would never have needed to marry someone from afar. Now that you are married. Oh, what a loss. To be candid, had you remained single, I would have eagerly played matchmaker for you, based solely on his youthful charm and manners." Chapter 82. The return of the white deer. Aunt Wu's talent for idle chatter was something Qin Xianghe had come to appreciate deeply. Thus, when Aunt Wu beckoned the white deer over for a casual conversation, he found a bench to sit on, as there was still ample time. After an indeterminate period, a voice called from inside the house. At the sound, Aunt Wu released the white deer, and before entering, she waved goodbye to him from a distance. As he picked up his belongings and ascended the nearby steps, he noticed the white deer glancing at him repeatedly. What was the matter? The white deer averted her gaze and gently shook her head. Yet, unable to restrain herself, she turned back and asked, "Did you arrive in Nanning early last month? I thought you had returned home." but it was only upon hearing Aunt Wu mention it that I realized you hadn't tea. Your family has been away. And I felt a bit concerned. Oh, the white deer replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. Was it truly only a slight concern? Aunt Wu had not conveyed it that way. Claiming that the neighbors were on the verge of mistaking him for a rogue with designs on the second daughter of Director Bai. Continuing down the path, the white deer casually inquired, if we hadn't met that day in the rose garden, and you couldn't find me, what would you have done? What else could I do but return home? Then I would have to obediently find a beautiful young partner for Dabao and Nyo. Ouch! Qin Xianghe grinned, only to receive a genuine punch from the white deer, which was quite forceful. It hurt. With his hands full, he couldn't even rub his arm. Serves you right for speaking nonsense. The inexplicable sweetness that had been blossoming in his heart was completely shattered by her words, leaving the white deer with an urge to deliver a few more playful punches. After the playful banter, much of the anxiety he felt about facing his parents upon returning home dissipated. Sister, brother-in-law, you're here. As they descended the steps, a head with a 3-7 parting peeked out from the hallway of the red-bricked building. Soon, Bai Kai dashed out from the staircase. Mom and Dad are waiting at home. And Bai Mei, seeing the white deer squint, Bai Kai hastily corrected himself, and the elder sister and brother-in-law, they've all returned. Got it. The white deer cast a glance at Qin Xianghe before leading the way into the corridor. Brother-in-law, when we go up, don't pay any attention to Bai Mei. Yes, just my elder sister. Quite bothersome. Really, such an adult, still prone to snatching things from the second sister since childhood. Utterly oblivious to letting her younger siblings. Bai Kai relieved Qin Xianghe of some of the weight, accepting several boxes of items while mumbling under his breath. Noticing the white deer suddenly frown and turn her head, he quickly fell silent. Ever since he learned of the second sister's illness, he felt guilty about his careless behavior over the past 6 months. Coupled with his disobedience, he was increasingly wary of the second sister. Fearing that a certain brother-in-law might compel him to earn money, Qin Xianghe followed at the back, climbing the stairs and overhearing Bai Kai's deliberately lowered mutterings. He realized that this elder sister and the white deer had never quite gotten along, often bickering since childhood. Although he had heard the white deer mention having an older sister before, he had not known the extent of their discord, having visited this place countless times last month. Qin Xianghe no longer needed guidance. He was well aware of the way. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they stood outside a door at the easternmost end near the stairs. The white deer raised her hand several times, yet could not bring herself to knock, her face reflecting a blend of trepidation and anxiety as she looked towards Qin Xianghe. With a resounding knock, Bai Kai forcefully rapped on the door. You were supposed to just run an errand, yet here you are, hours later. Did you smash up the convenience store? A torrent of complaints ensued as the door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a red and white striped knitted jacket. Her hair was styled in trendy waves, and she appeared to be in her mid-30s. Bai Lu let out a silent sigh. This was her elder sister, Bai Mei. They bore a striking resemblance, although Bai Mei's higher cheekbones set her apart. To Qin Xianghe's astonishment, the age gap between the two sisters was quite significant. Oh, you decided to return, did you? Bai Mei placed her hands on her hips, and, casting a glance at the slightly lingering Qin Xianghe, furrowed her brow before turning towards the living room. Mom, Bai Lu is back. See, I told you I was mistaken. Come in, sister. As Bai Lu hesitated at the threshold, Bai Kai squeezed past her. He set down his belongings and rummaged through the shoe cabinet, producing 2 pairs of slippers, one of which was brand new and still wrapped in plastic. He opened it and placed it before Bai Lu. Mom bought these for you when we moved. They've been untouched for years. Brother-in-law, just wear my pair for now. Suddenly, a woman in her 50s with short hair rushed to the entrance, her apron tied snugly around her waist and a spatula in hand. Before she could even finish her sentence, tears began to flow. Mom. Bai Lu wiped her eyes and approached her. Mama enveloped Bai Lu in a warm embrace. You child, how could you be so cruel, so unfeeling? Mom, please don't cry. If you keep crying like this, it'll upset the second sister. Bai Kai could hardly bear such scenes, especially seeing Bai Lu join in the tears. He was acutely aware of the second sister's health condition. Should anything happen, it would be disastrous. Realizing his words had struck a chord, he quickly pivoted to offer comfort. The second sister's return is a joyous occasion. Why weep? Besides, brother-in-law is still outside. Who? Oh. My mama seemed to finally grasp the situation, hastily wiping her tears and tightly gripping Bai Lu's hand before glancing toward the tall figure at the door. He is Qin Xianghe. Bai Lu paused her tears, biting her lip as she introduced Xianghe. This is my mother. Qin Xianghe stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Mother." Bai Lu coughed slightly from standing too close, and upon noticing Qin Xianghe turning his head, she quickly averted her face. I know your name is Qin Xianghe." Bai Mama's emotions were complex, lacking the warmth typically associated with a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law. Instead, she regarded him as if looking at someone who had stolen a precious treasure from her. "The meat in the pot is going to burn." A deep voice resonated from within the house. "Just turn off the heat." Bai Mama retorted without a glance, continuing her complaints as she scrutinized Qin Xianghe. "I've already turned it off," came the resigned reply from a man nearing 60, his hair streaked with gray. At first glance, one might estimate him to be in his 50s. It was evident that Bai Kai resembled his father, exuding youthful vigor. Bai Lu followed closely behind her mother, Bai Mama. As for her elder sister, Bai Mei, she seemed rather average, lacking both the vigor and gracefulness one might expect. "Dad," Bai Lu said, snuggling up to Bai Mama. "Let me introduce you again. Dad, this is Qin Xianghe, right?" Bai Papa clearly held a poor impression of Qin Xianghe. After glancing at Qin Xianghe, who was greeting him politely, he nodded and said, "Since you're here, you may as well come in." Chapter 83. Bai Lu's Fury. The home of Bai Lu's parents could be described as a modest 4-room apartment, though it barely qualifies as such since it only possesses 3 legitimate bedrooms and an inconspicuous storage room. Upon entering the foyer and navigating through the living room, one would find a compact kitchen. After exchanging her footwear for slippers, Bai Lu, alongside Qin Xianghe, presented their gifts to Bai Mama, who promptly ushered them into the kitchen. Soon, hushed voices could be discerned, presumably inquiring about the children and questioning their absence. In contrast, the living room appeared spacious, with 5 individuals seated around the coffee table, still affording ample room. Bai Papa occupied the central sofa, a cigarette clasped between his fingers, while to his left sat Bai Mei and a portly middle-aged man. Upon taking their seats, introductions were made. The stout gentleman clad in a dark gray high-collared jacket was named Wang Jiandong, Bai Mei's husband, said to be a sales representative from a pharmaceutical company. Across the coffee table, Qin Xianghe reclined in a solitary armchair. It seemed he was apprehensive, perhaps sensing a subtle, unwelcoming atmosphere directed towards him. Bai Kai, feeling somewhat aimless, either drifted to the kitchen to eavesdrop on the conversation between Bai Mama and Bai Lu or lingered behind Qin Xianghe's chair. Annoyed by Bai Kai's incessant movement, Bai Mei admonished him, imploring him not to fidget. Restlessness overtook her, prompting her to demand, "Pour me some water." "Can't you do it yourself?" Bai Mei scoffed. "Stop pretending to be the boss in front of me." Only when Bai Papa shot her a disapproving glance did Bai Kai cease his wandering and address Qin Xianghe, "Second brother-in-law, you're thirsty, right? Let me pour you some tea." Bai Mei interjected, "Dad, aren't you going to discipline Xiao Kai? He's becoming increasingly unruly." Her teeth ground in irritation. It wasn't so much that Bai Kai had spoken back to her, after years of bickering. That was expected, but rather that he had the audacity to refer to Bai Lu as second sister and called his provincial man second brother-in-law. Throughout their lives, she had always been addressed simply as Bai Mei, and her husband was referred to by his full name. Xiao Kai was still young. Was it worth her while to be vexed by him? Wang Jiandong chuckled, and, glancing at Qin Xianghe, offered, "You're called Xianghe, right? Care for a smoke? We're all family now, no need for formality." Qin Xianghe inclined his head politely, "No, thank you." "Elder brother-in-law." Bai Mei let out a derisive snort. "As if anyone would want your cheap cigarettes." "Enough of that. Go check if the food is ready," Bai Papa interrupted Bai Mei's sarcasm. As he leaned forward to flick the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, he then addressed Qin Xianghe. "It's good not to smoke. There's no need to force yourself." "I understand," Qin Xianghe replied. As Bai Mei huffed and turned away, she caught Wang Jiandong's apologetic shrug, to which he responded with a smile. Earlier, while ascending the stairs, he had overheard Bai Kai mention the discord between Bai Mei and Bai Lu, which he had assumed was merely playful banter. Now, however, he perceived the genuine tension between the sisters, and for reasons unknown, Bai Mei seemed intent on undermining him. "Xianghe, since you're here, I must speak candidly," Bai Papa finally declared, his demeanor serious as he extinguished his cigarette and fixed his gaze on Qin Xianghe, prompting him to sit up straighter. From the afternoon when he learned he would visit the Bai family, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having faced numerous tempests in his past life, he had never before visited his in-laws' home. This was indeed a first. "Do not be anxious," he reassured himself. At the meeting, Bai's father finally revealed a hint of a smile. Observing this overly reserved young man, he began to feel a flicker of goodwill. Regardless of the circumstances, It was evident that this young man held Bai Lu in high regard. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such nervousness around his future in-laws. To be frank, we opposed Bai Lu marrying you. Bai's father scrutinized Qin Xianghe's expression and continued. However, given the situation, since Bai Lu has brought you home, we shall treat you as family in the future. I hope you will not hold any grievances regarding past matters. Qin Xianghe was momentarily taken aback, not having the opportunity to respond before a clear voice interjected from behind. Dad, since I am marrying Xianghe, whether you approve or not is of no concern to us. Qin Xianghe turned to see Bai Lu had entered the living room from the kitchen unbeknownst to him. Bai's father's expression darkened. Even if you ask me today, I would still oppose this marriage. Before you went to substitute teach, what were you doing? Preparing for college, right? If it weren't for. Bai's father paused, casting a glance at Qin Xianghe, then glared at Bai Lu. If it weren't for this marriage, you would have graduated from university by now. Bai Lu, you deserve a better life, a brighter future. In the face of her father's furious gaze, Bai Lu raised her head defiantly. I do not need that. Who would have thought? Bai Lu, after just a few years away, you've grown so resolute. Bai Mei emerged from the kitchen, scoffing. Such an ungrateful wretch. Mom and Dad only want what is best for you. Just look around. Whose daughter marries a rural man? What is wrong with a rural man? Where do you think your superiority lies? Didn't Mom and Dad come from the countryside of Nanning as well? Bai Lu retorted coldly, turning to Bai Mei. Xianghe is here to see Mom and Dad. Spare me your disdain. If you wish to see an ungrateful wretch, go look in the mirror at home. You, Bai Lu. You, turning kindness into malice. Bai Mei trembled as she pointed at Bai Lu, only to be restrained by Wang Jiandong, who had rushed over. Bai Lu narrowed her eyes. Then show me this so-called kindness. Enough. Bai's father slammed his hand on the coffee table and stood up. Old Bai, are you satisfied? Do you expect Bai Lu to stay away for several more years? Bai's mother stood at the kitchen door, tears welling in her eyes. No matter how we argue, it is still our fault. It is not Bai Lu. We. A fleeting look of pain crossed Bai's father's face as he turned away, returning to the sofa, leaving behind a wounded silhouette. Qin Xianghe and Bai Lu had arrived early. Upon their arrival, Bai's mother was preparing a feast to welcome Bai Lu back after several years, especially since it was her son-in-law's first visit. The preparations were lavish, consequently taking some time. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, following the quarrel in the living room. Bai's mother pulled Bai's father into the kitchen, while Bai Mei and her husband whispered heatedly in the living room, occasionally interrupted by Bai Mei's sharp reprimands. While Bai Kai remained motionless in front of the television, Qin Xianghe, meanwhile, was led by Bai Lu to a storage room. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by a distinctly intimate chamber adorned with pristine white walls. The bed linens and comforters, all in shades of blue, appear freshly unfurled. Beside the window stands a row of wardrobes, while a long writing desk occupies one corner, its surface meticulously arranged with an assortment of old books, an antiquated tape recorder, and a collection of over a dozen tapes. Bai Lu gazes nostalgically at the surroundings, and after a moment, she turns to Qin Xianghe, her eyes shimmering with a tender mirth, reminiscent of returning to a beloved old residence. Save for the new cabinets and the bed, everything else remains unchanged, echoing the familiar arrangement of her past. Chapter 84. In my home, I will certainly protect you. Qin Xianghe curiously surveyed the surroundings of the room. It was a revelation to him that Bai Lu had once lived in such a dwelling. It was indeed his inaugural glimpse into Bai Lu's past. As he observed the decor, the multitude of books and tapes strewn across the table, he could faintly envision the young Bai Lu sitting there, engrossed in her reading while listening to music. Bai Lu hesitated, lightly biting her lip, and with a blush, closed the door behind them. With genuine concern, she inquired, "Are you all right?" Qin Xianghe was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied, "I understand your father's feelings." "That's not it. You don't comprehend." Bai Lu shook her head. "My father actually feels quite remorseful towards me, which is why he was so furious when he heard I wanted to stay in the countryside. I am merely a poor boy from the countryside, marrying a beautiful girl from the city. Even if your parents scold me a few times, it matters not." "You." Bai Lu was left speechless. "You ought to refrain from picking up those nonsensical habits from Shaoan." Seated in the chair at the table, Qin Xianghe found himself both warmed and amused by Bai Lu's earlier outburst. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, he chuckled, "You nearly frightened me just now. I've never seen you like that before." Bai Lu nodded earnestly, "Of course. In my home, I must protect you and ensure you do not endure any grievances." At her words, Qin Xianghe was once again struck silent. In that moment, he found Bai Lu incredibly enchanting. This was a side of her he had never witnessed before. Indeed, It seemed that her character was inherently so. After all, how else could she have managed to care for 2 children alone in the countryside? Bai Lu then asked, "When my father spoke that way, you truly weren't angry?" "Not at all. From another perspective, I too would hesitate to let my daughter marry into a remote, impoverished village," Qin Xianghe replied earnestly. He turned to examine the books on the table, noticing many were review materials from high school. Remembering what Bai's father had mentioned earlier, he inquired out of curiosity, "Did you really prepare to take the university entrance exam at home?" Bai Lu hesitated slightly before laughing softly and shaking her head. "Not at all. Back then, I loved to be lazy, preferring to stay in my room and concoct excuses to deceive them." After conversing for a while, they heard Bai Kai calling from outside, announcing that dinner was ready, prompting them to step out. In the dining room, a large, elegant table accommodated 7 people, 2 on each side, leaving Bai Kai to sit alone at the far end. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread. Chicken, fish, meat, and eggs adorned the feast. While Bai's mother had placed a bowl of steamed lion's head meatballs specifically in front of Bai Lu, declaring it her favorite dish from her childhood. Before they began eating, Wang Jiandong lifted a bottle of white wine from beneath the table. He filled Bai's father's cup to the brim and placed another glass in front of Qin Xianghe. "Thank you, brother-in-law, but I must decline. I do not drink." Qin Xianghe smiled, blocking the glass as Bai Lu cast a slightly anxious glance his way. He genuinely had quit drinking and had no intention of resuming. Wine is inconsequential. As long as one does not get drunk, it should not be a problem. "In the future, you can learn to enjoy it in moderation," Bai's father remarked. Yet he felt satisfied that Qin Xianghe abstained from both smoking and drinking. The countryside is so impoverished. To indulge in smoking and drinking, one must possess wealth, Bai Mei muttered, noticing the disapproving glances from the others. She pouted and shifted her attention to Bai's father. "Dad, let me tell you something." As Bai Kai set down his chopsticks, he was taken aback to find that Miss Bai Mei had come to their home with a request, a rare occurrence indeed. "Speak quickly. I've cleansed my ears and am eager to listen." The sarcastic tone in her voice made Bai Lu frown in disapproval. Xiao Kai, observing Bai Kai bow his head in compliance, engrossed in his meal, Bai father and Bai mother, along with the Bai Mei couple, were astonished, nearly swallowing their bowls in disbelief. When did Bai Kai become so obedient? After a brief silence, Bai Mei regained her composure, disregarding the veiled jabs in Bai Kai's words, and turned to Bai father. "Have you received the report? The head of the 3rd workshop has taken leave, claiming it is temporary, but he will surely not return." "Who is this head who has resigned?" Bai mother, being part of the accounting department, was not well versed in the affairs of the workers. Bai Mei rolled her eyes and glanced at Bai Lu. Who else could it be but the arrogant Qin Xianghe, who wishes to ascend to the position of workshop leader at the earliest opportunity? Qin Tuzi's daughter. Bai mother also looked at Bai Lu. Knowing that Qin Xianghe had once been quite close to Bai Lu, she felt the need to clarify. Qin Tuzi fell ill and retired a few years ago, leaving Xiaoyan to take over his position. She has been a model employee at the cotton spinning factory for several consecutive years, and recently she was promoted to head of a large group, poised to become a leader. As she spoke, Bai mother, astonished, queried Bai Mei. "Now that she is ahead, surely after a few more years she could become a director? Why has Xiaoyan suddenly stepped down?" The director Bai mother referred to was not the office director like Bai father, but rather the workshop director, a significant distinction, albeit still part of the management echelon. "She has climbed the ranks, it seems," Bai Mei scoffed, "but she has gone to sell clothes instead." "Sell clothes? Wouldn't Qin Tuzi break her legs?" Bai mother's face was one of disbelief. In the 1980s, those who held secure jobs, especially older individuals, looked down upon street vendors. Break her legs? The couple is practically ready to support their daughter. Bai Mei retorted swiftly. "Mom, she has been invited to manage a large store on Nanu Street. Someone from the factory went shopping and said the store is vast, as large as a football field. It would take at least 10 to 20,000 to start up." 10 to 20,000. Bai mother gasped in shock. To set up a store requires such an investment? This must be an exaggeration. I have never heard of a clothing store in Nanning that would invest such a fortune. Seeing her disbelief, Bai Mei continued, "Mom, after lunch." A group was shouting towards the deer home as they rode past the factory on bicycles. "You know, those female college students also passed our unit." They strolled around the street, surrounded by people in their attire. Wang Jiandong set down his cup, excitedly interjecting, but faltered mid-sentence when he caught Bai Mei's icy glare, quickly adding, "I didn't see it myself, only heard it from my colleagues." Qin Xianghe, Bai Lu, and Bai Kai, who was seated separately, found it difficult to engage in the conversation, merely staring blankly and listening aimlessly. Bai Mei shot Wang Jiandong a look that signaled to settle accounts later and continued, Mom. Those female college students were hired by Xiaoyun's clothing store. They planned to traverse all of Nanning. It will take several days, and just for these, they would spend over 1,000 each day. Father Bai remarked that spending such unnecessary money was merely an attempt to attract attention. Instead of engaging in these trivial pursuits, it would be far more prudent to devote greater effort to the clothing store. Qin Xianghe felt a prickling sensation in his throat from Bai Lu's unwavering gaze and coughed twice. Bai Kai retorted defiantly, Dad, what they are doing is called marketing. Do you understand? It's akin to the advertisements we see on radio and television, just like the one for Xiaoyun's clothing store. Mother Bai suddenly realized this, and then expressed her sympathy for the group of female university students, stating, whether we comprehend marketing or not, one thing is certain, it is indeed a misfortune. For no reason at all, those young female students are made to stroll the streets dressed in such a manner. Whoever conceived this dreadful idea deserves to be struck by lightning. Bai Kai, while attempting to eat a piece of pig's head meat, nearly choked in his indignation. Meanwhile, Qin Xianghe continued to cough persistently. Chapter 85, Staying at the in-laws' home seated, or not, what does it matter? You leverage connections to secure a stable job. Yet here you are, fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, then you toss your nose up and quit. Bai Mei expressed her disdain for Bai Kai's extravagant dining habits, which prompted her to rebuke him. She then turned to her father, Dad, Xiaoyun is surely going to leave. Could you speak to Uncle Song and see if I can be transferred there? Transferred? Bai father paused his casual drink with Wang Jiandong. If you had the capability, you would have already been a team leader or a director at the second factory instead of waiting for Xiaoyun to vacate a position. Dad, how can you be so biased? Bai Mei slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Jiandong intervened. Frustrated, she turned to Bai mother. Mom, look, Bai Kai refuses to go to the cotton spinning factory. Bai Lu can't get in, and I'm the only one working there. Yet Dad shows no concern. You think your father has the final say on job transfers in the factory? Bai mother did not linger on the topic. Noticing the atmosphere had turned somber, she shifted back to a previous conversation. By the way, what was the name of that clothing store? Feeling rejected, Bai Mei simmered with anger but realized that if she could persuade her mother with a bit of gentle coaxing, there might be hope. She quickly interjected, Mom, that store is called Xiang Lu Zhijia. Bai mother clapped her hands together. Yes, that's it. Xiang Lu Zhijia. The commotion lasted the whole afternoon, echoing throughout the factory. The incessantly mentioned store name made Bai Lu's heart race, wishing she could bury her face in her bowl to avoid any further associations from her family. However, Xiaoyun earns 90 a month at the factory. Bai mother was quite aware of the salary distribution within the factory, despite the clothing store's size. It ultimately belonged to someone else. Working there seemed like merely a fleeting opportunity, but for what end? Bai Mei was seething with jealousy. In just a few years, Qin Xianghe had risen to the position of a major team leader. Not only was her title enviable, but her salary also surpassed that of Bai Mei, who had been an employee for over a decade. Bai Mei huffed, You have no idea. A few people who are close to her say she earns 240 a month. Even Bai father paused, incredulity etched on his face. 240. Bai mother immediately dismissed it. That must be a rumor. What kind of clothing business pays over 200 in wages? You should inquire who actually earns that much. Bai Kai, who had been on the receiving end of criticism, couldn't hold back any longer. What is there to inquire? I already make over 200. Yes, over 200. Bai Mei scoffed, pausing deliberately to glance at Bai Lu and Qin Xianghe, then emphatically declared, with that meager salary of yours, if you take out 150 to pay off debts, plus your own earnings, doesn't that just amount to 200? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu frowned and turned to Qin Xianghe, who smiled reassuringly in response. You ought to stop looking down on others, young master. Bai Kai was nearly ready to leap up in indignation but was halted by Bai father's stern gaze, prompting him to relent. My current salary is exactly 200. Having won the argument, Bai Mei continued to divulge, Mom, believe me, I've heard it from credible sources. The rumors suggest that the owner of the Xiang Lu house, a married man, has taken a fancy to Xiaoyun. It seems that without an official relationship, one must spend more. It is unbearable for a good friend to be spoken of so poorly, especially when the insinuated male owner sits beside her. Bai Lu raises her voice. Bai Mei, cease your nonsense. Bai Mei had been waiting for this moment. She stands up, slamming her hand on the table. Am I speaking nonsense? Xiaoyun is capable of such actions and fears no judgment. Otherwise, why would she abandon her position as a group leader to sell clothes? Which shop offers such generous salaries to its employees? Bai Lu retorts coldly, Xianglu House does. That married owner you speak of is Xianghe. Bai Mei scoffs. Who? Him? A mere country bumpkin claiming to be the owner of Xianglu House? How laughable. Her laughter trembles through her body, gradually subsiding as she notices Bai father and others contemplating the rural man. Suddenly, she recalls the shop's name, Qin Xianghe, Bai Lu. Xianglu House. This must be mere coincidence. It cannot be true. How could it be possible? Her younger sister, who has always been favored by relatives, parents, and neighbors, ends up marrying a farmer, becoming the subject of ridicule. Yet, now, this impoverished rural lad has transformed into the renowned owner of Xianglu House? She refuses to believe it. Bai Lu cannot possibly be faring better than she is. Is Bai Lu's claim genuine? Bai father and the astonished Bai mother exchange glances before questioning Qin Xianghe. Ever since their second daughter arrived with her husband, Bai father has been waiting to see when they would finally speak. Having experienced the hardships of rural life himself, he suspects that the couple must be struggling to make ends meet, which is why they returned home. Otherwise, why would they suddenly come to Nanning? Yet Bai Lu asserts that the clothing store, costing tens of thousands to lease, pays over 200 in wages, belongs to this rural son-in-law. Even if their second daughter claims so, he finds it hard to believe. Of course, it is my brother-in-law's business. I have been assisting him with this matter recently. Bai Kai, having clarified the situation, exhales in relief while raising an eyebrow at Bai Mei. I am the business manager of Xianglu House. My salary is slightly less than Xiaoyun's, but certainly higher than yours, just over 200. Qin Xianghe acknowledges the table's occupants with a nod, internally distressed. He never anticipated that Bai Lu would be so reckless for Qin Xianghe's sake and his own reputation. The crux of the matter is that exposing this truth would require more excuses to explain Bai Lu's illness and the ensuing divorce. Once the meal concludes, Qin Xianghe swiftly shifts from worry to delight. Bai mother believes that their presence in Nanning while staying at a hotel is unacceptable, especially since it is Bai Lu's first visit home in years, and insists they stay with them. The house comprises 4 rooms and a hall. Bai father and Bai mother occupy the master bedroom. Bai Kai resides in the middle room, while the innermost room was originally reserved for Bai Lu. However, since Bai Lu's marriage and the subsequent fallout with the family, she has not returned. Last year, the dormitory of the Bai Mei couple at the pharmaceutical factory was slated for demolition and reconstruction, prompting them to relocate to the wife's family home, where all of Bai Lu's belongings were moved into a small storage room. It was precisely for this reason, coupled with the familiar arrangement and decor reminiscent of their previous residence, that Bai Lu felt as if she had returned to their old house. Given that her mother had insisted on their stay, he felt he had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. The room was rather cramped, containing merely a single bed. Ah, this is satisfactory. There was only one blanket on the bed. He glanced around, searching for another blanket, but found none. This was rather inconvenient. Although their relationship had been warming, they were still officially in the process of divorce. Wasn't this a tad too swift? Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Qin Xianghe hurriedly moved from the bedside to sit at the table. He then turned around to see Bai Lu entering the room after finishing her ablutions in the bathroom. Chapter 86. The White Deer's Boudoir. Well, if you're coming, then come. Why are you still clutching a blanket? November has arrived. It is indeed chilly, but not to such an extent. Surely, a couple of blankets at night would suffice to keep warm. Bai Lu closed the door and tossed the blanket onto the bed. Upon opening the wardrobe across from her, she spotted a clean quilt at the very bottom, which brought a smile to her face. She spread the mattress cover neatly on the clean surface and then placed the blanket she had just brought on top. This belonged to Bai Kai, so make do with it. Qin Xianghe felt an urge to inform his mother-in-law, but quickly dismissed the thought, thinking, what am I even imagining? I could hit you, you know. Bai Lu's face, still damp, flushed a bright crimson. Having lived with Qin Xianghe for some time, she had gradually picked up some of her catchphrases. Observing the disappointment etched on someone's face made her cheeks burn, creeping down to her ears. She was not concerned about her parents discovering the divorce. They would surely kick him out. I wasn't thinking anything. Qin Xianghe feigned ignorance with a few chuckles. What else could I do? However, he was quite content with the prospect of sharing a room with Bai Lu so soon. As the saying goes, it is dissatisfaction that propels one forward, providing motivation. After arranging the bedding on both sides, Bai Lu turned off the light, removed only her outer clothing, and then nestled beneath the blankets. The curtains were drawn open, allowing the silvery moonlight to drape the entire room in a dreamlike glow. Qin Xianghe lay on the floor, turning to his side. just in time to catch a glimpse of Bai Lu's delicate profile illuminated by the moonlight. Bai Lu spoke softly, recounting what Bai Mama had just pulled her aside to inquire about. From Qin Xianghe selling eels to buying secret recipes for the special spice blend. She provided a brief summary. Their arrival in Nanning was due to a friend's introduction, leading to the serendipitous decision to open a clothing store on Nanhu Street, with their good friend Qin Xianghe lending a helping hand. As for not returning home immediately, it was out of lingering resentment from years past. It was awkward to return until they accidentally encountered her elder sister on the street. Of course, as a co-conspirator, Bai Kai was not so fortunate, receiving a few sharp whacks from Bai Mama's feather duster as a form of admonishment. Qin Xianghe understood that Bai Lu elaborated so thoroughly out of concern for potential inquiries from her parents the following day. Any slip of the tongue regarding the divorce or illness could jeopardize their ability to keep the truth hidden. However, lying beside Bai Lu rendered him restless, tossing and turning in a daze. Noticing Bai Lu's curious gaze, he quickly explained, "I'm just not used to sleeping with someone else's blankets. This is a new blanket. It hasn't been used." Seeing Qin Xianghe still fidgeting uncomfortably, Bai Lu had no choice but to get up and swap the blankets. "My blanket, the cover, and the cotton are all new. Is this better?" "Yes, much better," Qin Xianghe replied, speechless. Yet, he found it even harder to sleep now, as the blanket carried the faint, delightful fragrance of Bai Lu. "What are you doing? I really will hit you," Bai Lu exclaimed, noticing Qin Xianghe sniffing the blanket. Her ears flushed with warmth as she spoke, playfully swatting at the bedding on the floor. The room was small, with only enough space for a mattress beside the bed, meaning Qin Xianghe effectively slept right next to Bai Lu, one above and one below. Seizing the moment, Qin Xianghe grasped her soft, delicate hand. "Ah," Bai Lu gasped. "Knock, knock." The sound of the door echoed, accompanied by the voice of Bai's mother. "Bai Lu, what is it?" Startled, Bai Lu instinctively covered her mouth with one hand, but then, regaining her composure, she replied, "It's nothing, just a small bug that flew in through the window, and I've already chased it away." The tall trees planted behind the house could harbor insects, and with the weather being so cold, she suggested, "You should close the window. There's no need to stay up late." With that, Bai's mother's footsteps faded into the distance. Bai Lu lowered her flushed gaze and murmured, "Qin Xianghe, what are you planning to do?" Her arm tensed, and her delicate fingers became slightly rigid. The moonlight illuminated her charming face, now a vivid crimson. Qin Xianghe lay on the floor, lost in thought. In truth, even if he could, he wouldn't dare to act. Firstly, they were at Bai Lu's parents' home, visiting for the first time. Next door was Bai Kai's bedroom, and opposite them were Bai Mei and her husband. Secondly, while Bai Lu's second treatment had yielded promising results, she still appeared somewhat frail. Most importantly, during this visit to Nanning, it felt as though they were rekindling their romance. By that standard, they were far from reaching such a stage. "Let me hold your hand like this. I haven't slept so soundly in ages." Indeed, as Qin Xianghe held Bai Lu's hand, he felt an unusual sense of tranquility wash over him. In this moment, he felt lighter than ever, as if he had finally laid down his defenses. Bai Lu, whose heart had been racing, found solace in his profound gaze, gradually calming her emotions. With only a short distance between them in the confined space of their adjoining beds, the firm clasp of their hands left her feeling both bashful and flustered. Noticing the unspoken fatigue in his voice, she felt a pang of sympathy. After hearing Lu Jian's accounts, particularly how he had taken care of her while also trying to earn a living, she had observed everything he did. "Oh." After a long pause, Bai Lu softly responded, and Qin Xianghe smiled, tightening his grip on her small hand. He yearned to engage Bai Lu in conversation. Yet his eyelids grew heavy, fighting against sleep. The sweet fragrance lingered in his nostrils, and as he began to drift off, the door was suddenly knocked upon again, this time with fervor. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, hurry. Something has happened at the store." Bai Kai's urgent voice called from outside. Startled awake, Qin Xianghe shook off his drowsiness and saw Bai Lu, still half asleep, trying to rise. He quickly stopped her, rolling up the bedding beside him and encouraging her to continue resting before he opened the door. Seemingly roused by the commotion, Bai's father and mother emerged in their robes, while a sliver of light seeped from Bai Mei's room, revealing shadows of movement within. Bai Kai urged his parents to return to their room, claiming it was merely a minor issue with the store's renovations. However, Qin Xianghe sensed it was more serious than that. Outside the door, Chen Daogui paced anxiously in the hallway, and upon seeing the two emerge, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother Xianghe, Xiaoyun, and a few others have been detained." Panic gripped Qin Xianghe as he hastily donned his jacket, racing down the stairs without a moment to spare. Earlier that evening, after the promotional event concluded, part-time university student Qin Xianghe had discovered that 3 customers were from her hometown in the north, prompting her to stay behind for dinner. During the daytime, the promotional team visited the cotton mill, where an incident of encirclement occurred. Consequently, Qin Xianghe dispatched Chen Daogui to the scene, considering it a form of reward. The 5 individuals sought a restaurant for a meal. As they neared the conclusion of their dining experience, a group of 8 or 9 men, having just finished their meal, prepared to depart. The leader of the group, a long-haired man, approached the front desk to settle the bill, coincidentally colliding with a female student who was exiting the restroom. His wristwatch fell to the ground, sustaining a crack upon impact. Subsequently, the long-haired man insisted that the watch was purchased for 800 yuan, demanding compensation from the 2 female students. Naturally, they could not afford such an amount, prompting a cluster of men to surround them, intending to negotiate further. Hearing the commotion, Qin Xianghe rushed out to intervene, asserting that compensation should reflect the actual value of the watch. Subsequently, she instructed Chen Daogui to retrieve the money. His first thought, of course, gravitated towards the money-making brother. Given the restaurant's proximity to the cotton mill dormitory, he initially sought out Bai Kai, only to find that Qin Xianghe was also present. Chapter 87. Unmasked. Not far from the dormitory of the cotton spinning factory lies a street built along a river channel, known locally as Lower River Street. Here, apart from a market for agricultural products, the majority of establishments are small eateries and restaurants. At mealtimes, Lower River Street transforms into a bustling hub, remaining lively until the late hours of the night. One particular restaurant, situated beside a stone bridge spanning the river channel, has several inebriated men loitering at its entrance, smoking and jeering as they peer inside. Within the restaurant, 2 burly bald men lean against the sides of a private room, while a long-haired man stands in the middle, playfully pounding on the closed door. Inside the room, 3 young girls cower in a corner, frightened and far from the door, with Qin Xianghe attempting to barricade it with a table. As the long-haired man continues to shout from outside, one of the girls, with a heart-shaped face, trembles and says, "Sister Xianghe, it's truly my fault. I accidentally knocked over his watch. Didn't he say that if I just apologized sincerely, it would be fine?" Xianghe, what do you students know about the complexities of life? Qin Xianghe replies, exasperated, slapping her forehead. The long-haired man claims that the watch is broken and insists that they all accompany him to the watch repair shop to see if it can be fixed. If so, the matter can be overlooked. However, Qin Xianghe understands that the situation is far from simple, for the man's lecherous gaze upon the 3 young girls reveals his ulterior motives. Indeed, if these young girls were well-versed in the ways of the world, they would not have fallen prey to Bai Kai's deception. Willing to dress provocatively for a mere 30 yuan and running around nanning for 3 days in the biting cold, the long-haired man knocks on the door again, saying, "Hey, don't listen to this old girl trying to scare you. We are not bad people, I assure you. As long as the watch can be repaired, we won't make you pay, no matter how expensive it is. However, you must come with me to the repair shop at the back. Otherwise, I will go to your school and have your teachers evaluate this matter thoroughly." At the front desk, upon hearing that the broken watch is worth over 800 yuan, the young girls are immediately struck dumb. Having gained admission to university with tuition and living expenses subsidized, they still need to contribute a portion themselves. Their families have already made significant sacrifices to support their education. If they are required to pay such a hefty sum, where would they find it? When they hear the long-haired man threaten to report them to the school, their faces turn pale. After all the struggles to gain admission to university, they rely on graduating to secure good jobs to repay their parents for years of hard work and sacrifices. If this matter were to escalate to the school, receiving a warning would be manageable, but expulsion. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just trying to frighten you. Seeing the 3 girls timidly inching towards the door, Qin Xianghe quickly interjects. Firmly bracing against the shaking door, she continues, "That broken watch is worth at most 100 yuan. In that condition, it's hardly worth anything at all. Even if it needs repairs, it should only cost around 10 yuan. He is merely trying to intimidate you, taking advantage of your naivety." "Filthy girl, what did you say?" The long-haired man's expression darkens upon being exposed by Qin Xianghe. Coming to Lower River Street, he had spotted these unsuspecting, attractive students on their own and had successfully deceived several others using such tactics. Today, upon seeing these girls, with their figures and looks, he could not contain his excitement. As the young woman emerged, he hurried to the front desk, everything seemingly as usual. Little did he know, just as he was about to succeed, A round-faced older girl unexpectedly appeared. She was certainly attractive, yet also rather bold and astute, clearly not someone to be trifled with. More crucially, her accent revealed her as a local, initially intending to exploit a stroke of misfortune for some quick cash. He soon realized that not only was he failing to acquire money, but he was also unable to summon any assistance as the older girl called for help and did not return for quite some time. Thus, the man's sordid intentions began to re-emerge. At that moment, overhearing Qin Xianghe's confrontation outside, he dropped any pretense. Giving a signal, the two bald men beside him stepped back slightly before simultaneously kicking the private room door open with force. How audacious! The long-haired man charged into the room, raising his hand to strike the round-faced girl, only to have her deftly evade his attack. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light caught his attention, and before he could comprehend it, a porcelain teapot had already smashed into his face. With a crack, the teapot shattered, splattering murky yellow tea all over him. You should have inquired about who I, Li Gu, am. The long-haired man, clutching his swollen forehead, retaliated by kicking the round-faced girl to the ground. In terms of strength and fighting experience, she was no match for him. The man known as Li Gu immediately followed up with a kick. In the next moment, a cacophony of shrieks erupted as three young women frantically lunged at him, attempting to prevent him from continuing his assault. The delicate little girls were hardly a concern for Li Gu, who had initially intended to take advantage of the chaos. However, amidst the turmoil, he received a few scratches across his face. Meanwhile, the round-faced girl on the floor seized the opportunity to swing a stool leg at him. This infuriated Li Gu, who, clutching his stinging face, decided to retaliate by kicking each of them down. He grasped the round-faced girl by her hair, dragging her out, with the two bald men mimicking his actions. The restaurant owner and several staff members appeared to be quite apprehensive of Li Gu, avoiding any attempt to intervene and keeping their distance. You insolent woman, let me teach you a lesson for your insolence. Li Gu dragged the round-faced girl out of the private room. On the second floor, a few timid onlookers watched in trepidation, and this only fueled his fervor. He spun the round-faced girl around and delivered a powerful kick to her back. Just as his foot descended, a thunderous shout rang out from outside the door. A group of drunken men at the entrance, having heard the commotion from the hall, stood up eagerly in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a shadow approaching. As they turned to look, the shadow swiftly darted past them. When they turned back, they found a tall man in a trench coat had already charged into the hall, leaping forward with a front kick that landed heavily on Li Ji's face. The impact sent Li Gu flying backward, tumbling uncontrollably until he crashed to the floor amidst the scattered debris of the private room. A hush fell over the hall as the two bald men stared in bewilderment at the groaning Li Gu, unable to comprehend the situation. The three young women, still clutching their hair, were equally stunned, all eyes fixed on the tall man gracefully landing and removing his trench coat. Upon hearing Qin Daogui's account, Qin Xianghe surmised that Qin Xianghe had fallen victim to a scam. Exiting the dormitory, he instructed Bai Kai to seek out Qin Hong. After all, Qin Hong was a local authority figure, and whether the matter was resolved privately or through official channels, there was no cause for concern. In this era of simplicity and honesty, the resolution of disputes was straightforward, primarily involving monetary compensation. Fortunately, he was not short on funds at the moment, and dealing with such petty troublemakers posed no significant challenge. As he accompanied Qin Daogui to the restaurant, he spotted a long-haired man dragging Qin Xianghe out of the hall by her hair from a distance. This was intolerable. Chapter 88. The disruption. Qin Xianghe removed the obstructive trench coat. Remembering that it was selected by Bai Lu during their last shopping excursion, he walked to the front desk, smoothed out the creases of his clothes, and placed it neatly on the clean table. With his white shirt sleeves rolled up, he surveyed the two bald men in the hall and the few dazed individuals at the entrance. Noticing they were unarmed, he deemed it unnecessary to search for a weapon. "How dare you lay a hand on Sister Xiaoyan?" came a furious shout from outside. Qin Daogui, panting heavily, rushed forward, mimicking Qin Xianghe's haste as he charged into the lobby. The intoxicated men at the entrance raised their feet in response, watching the head of a man fly backward and disappear at the doorway. Qin Xianghe raised his hand to cover his forehead and then pointed at the man with the triangular eyes at the entrance. "Remember this one," he kicked Qin Daogui. "Little punk, do you know who we are?" The nearest bald man shifted his gaze from Li Gu to the man in the white shirt, who had re-entered the hall. Meanwhile, another bald man with a dark complexion released the two girls he had been holding. Qin Xianghe nodded appreciatively at the approaching dark-faced man. "Indeed, if one must fight, then why waste time with idle chatter?" As the dark-faced man executed a knee strike combination, Qin Xianghe advanced rather than retreating, pushing the man's arm up with one hand while the other delivered a sharp knife hand strike to his throat. "You'll pay for this. Just wait." The large bald man, still gripping one girl's hair, saw his companion collapse, clutching his neck and writhing in agony. The large man, stepping back, shouted at the few still dazed at the entrance. "What are you doing? Didn't you see Li Gu get ambushed by this little punk? Get him together." Qin Xianghe suddenly bent down, a long bench whistling past overhead, crashing down on the writhing dark-faced man. He turned to look. Splendid, it was that triangular-eyed fellow again. The large bald man's voice trembled. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear." Seeing the large man using the girl as a shield, Qin Xianghe almost burst into laughter. Was this fellow watching too many Hong Kong films in a video hall, now trying to take a hostage? In a flash, he surged forward, his fist aimed at the large man's nose. As the man leaned back to evade, Qin Xianghe swiftly pulled the girl aside, then executed a sweeping kick that struck the side of the man's knee. The large man winced in pain, dropping to one knee, and Qin Xianghe swiftly followed up with an elbow strike that sent him crashing down. At this moment, the few slightly inebriated men finally squeezed into the lobby. Initially, they had been shouting louder than one another, but upon witnessing Qin Xianghe deliver several heavy kicks to the down-bald men's joints, they fell silent. From the booth, Li Gu, who had been lying on the ground, finally lifted his head. Only then did the others begin to push forward. Qin Xianghe, however, had no intention of being polite. If these individuals truly united in their approach, he would have to exert some effort. Encountering this group was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In no time, the drunken men lay sprawled across the floor. As Qin Xianghe relentlessly pummeled the triangular-eyed man, those nearby hurriedly rolled aside, feigning unconsciousness. After delivering a few kicks, Qin Xianghe noticed that the two bald men on the ground feigned unconsciousness, and he decided to spare them. He approached the door of the battered private room. "Brother, may I inquire which faction you belong to?" Li Gu, covering his nose bleeding, spoke in a muffled voice. Qin Xianghe ignored him, seized a long-haired individual by the hair, and dragged him out into the hall, bringing him before the dazed Qin Xiaoban seated on the floor. "Where did I hit you just now? How did I hit you?" This. It was with a kick." Qin Xiaoyan instinctively pointed to several areas on her waist and back. Qin Xianghe stood up and, following her directions, delivered several forceful kicks to each indicated spot. Li Gu howled in pain, and the blood from his nose gushed even more fiercely. After discarding the limply good, Qin Xianghe turned to the two rolling bald men and asked the trio of trembling girls, "Where did they hit you?" "They didn't hit us. They just kept pulling our hair until it broke." Finally, one girl with a high ponytail timidly pointed to her disheveled hair in response. Qin Xianghe lowered his gaze, noting the shiny patches illuminated by the light. The two bald men, caught in his stare, froze in horror. Suddenly, one covered his armpit while the other shielded his groin. "There's no alternative. Let us give one of them another thrashing. This is utterly disgusting." After toying with them for a while, he heard a stammering call from outside and turned around. Bai Kai was leaning against the door, alongside a petite woman in a striking red suit. The very same Chen Hong he had encountered before. Behind her stood several burly men with square faces. "Very well, let the professionals handle this matter." In this regard, Chen Hong displayed remarkable expertise, offering little in the way of chatter, merely indicating that these ruffians were to be handed over to her. Qin Xianghe, however, gently suggested that they should first take these individuals to the authorities. It would be better to have a proper conversation later, should anything arise. He then produced 200 yuan, instructing Bai Kai to treat Chen Hong and her associates, or to hand it over directly if that was more convenient. In a large city like Nanning, the waters ran deep. Fostering a good relationship with Chen Hong would benefit Xiang Lu's establishment. Though Qin Xianghe's blows were severe, they did not cause serious injury. At most, the victims would experience joint pain for a fortnight. Under the command of the burly men brought by Chen Hong, the ruffians struggled to rise, each moving out one after another. His heavy-handedness had consequences, while Qin Xiaoyan and the girl suffered. There was also the concern of his long-absent wife, with whom he had finally begun to mend their relationship. They were fortunate enough to spend the night at her mother's house, sharing a room for the first time in years. After finally holding hands and lying together, even if one was on the bed and the other on the floor, it was still a breakthrough. Suddenly, the door was knocked upon, waking them up, and he had to rush out. Now that Bai Kai was heading off with Chen Hong to deal with these miscreants, he felt embarrassed to return to the dormitory at the cotton mill, not to mention sharing a room with Bai Lu again. Thus, for the first time in years, The opportunity to sleep so closely with Bai Lu, hand in hand, was abruptly disrupted by this group. Standing next to the door, the thought of this infuriated Qin Xianghe. As he saw the bald man limping out, he kicked him hard, exclaiming, "Have you no manners? Is it customary to step out with your left foot first? Do you understand the rules? It is customary to step forward with the right foot." As I witnessed a bald man from a Hong Kong film taking hostages, he received a resounding slap. Very well, after striking 2 more bald heads, my temper calmed. Qin Xianghe chuckled, then pursued and delivered a series of fierce kicks to that man with the triangular eyes. How dare he act clever in front of him, and even attempt to flee? On the stone bridge outside the restaurant, a bruised and battered head continuously peeked towards the entrance. Observing Qin Xianghe suddenly unleash his fury upon that group of young ruffians, he remarked to the fellow with a 3-7 hairstyle, "Kai, your brother-in-law truly wished to help you earn money in the past." Chapter 89. No need to sleep on the past. As Qin Xianghe had anticipated, the group led by Li Gu had indeed committed numerous offenses. On Xia Street, they had engaged in extortion, coercion, and indecent acts using their personal belongings, and this was not an isolated incident. Previously, when reported, they had sent their subordinates to take the blame, but this time they were caught red-handed. Had this occurred 6 months earlier, they might have feared never emerging from confinement. Nonetheless, this incident was sufficient to bring them considerable trouble. Qin Xianghe sustained only minor injuries, with a few bruises on her back from kicks, while the 3 young girls merely had their hair pulled and were mostly shaken by the experience. Qin Xianghe granted Qin Xianghe a day off to rest at home and recover from the shock. Upon leaving the office, Qin Daogui escorted Qin Xianghe and the other girls to a taxi. As dawn approached, Bai Kai, not wishing to disturb his family, decided to return Shenhong and then rest briefly at Qin Daogui's home. With Bai Kai being so considerate, Qin Xianghe felt it inappropriate to seek out Bai Lu. They took a taxi to Nanhu Street, where the first light of day revealed a bustling scene, with rows of food stalls wafting steam into the air. Although he was not hungry yet, Qin Xianghe headed directly to Bai Lu's residence, unlocking the door with a key. The shop had a small storage room at the back, containing 2 beds, which had been used by Lu Jian and Bai Kai on occasions when they were too late to return home due to busy renovations. After a deep sleep, Qin Xianghe awoke to the sun high in the sky, shaking his head to dispel the remnants of sleep. He felt the aftermath of last night's activities. His body was sore, particularly his hands. Entering the shop through the back door, he noticed the rolling shutter was half open, and the overhead lights blazed brightly. "Xianghe, you're awake?" A large head suddenly popped out from behind a row of clothing racks. Had Qin Xianghe not been quick enough to react, he might have received a kick to the face, especially given the bruised appearance of the figure before him. "Startle someone. Why don't you?" Qin Xianghe could not help but lightly pat the large head. Glancing around, he saw a new sales assistant in the display window changing the outfits on a mannequin and inquired, "Where is everyone?" "Kai Ge, De Jian Ge." And several other salespeople took the group of female students out for a walk. Fearing something might happen, came the reply. Noticing Qin Xianghe's questioning gaze, Qin Daogui pointed to his own face and explained, "Kai Ge wouldn't let me accompany them, saying it would frighten others. So he asked me, and shouting to stay, and organize the clothes." Nodding in understanding, Qin Xianghe instinctively glanced toward the cash register, his stomach rumbling. "Did you not say you would no longer bring food? I haven't bought anything." Anticipating Qin Xianghe's thoughts, Qin Daogui hesitated and offered, "Well, would you like? I can go buy it for you." Having just promised Bai Lu the previous day, Qin Xianghe felt it unreasonable to backtrack so soon. "No, I'll go out for breakfast," he replied, deciding to eat first on the street before returning to the hotel for a proper wash-up. He planned to visit Bai Lu at the cotton mill dormitory around noon. As he approached the rolling shutter, he noticed a figure bending to enter. The delicate silhouette straightened, tossing her long hair over her shoulder, and their eyes met in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Bai Lu, Qin Xianghe's mood brightened like the sunlight streaming in. Shortly after, another round-faced girl followed her in. He was taken aback and asked Qin Xianghe, "Didn't you get a holiday? Why are you back again? You are the boss. Of course, you can take a break whenever you wish. But with the reopening in 2 days, how can I stay at home? I came to check on things. I must justify the salary you pay me. I cannot let others gossip and say I am using connections to curry favor with the boss's wife. You do talk too much." Under the persistent nudging of Bai Lu, Qin Xianghe turned to look at Qin Xianghe with concern. "Are you all right?" Qin Xianghe was at a loss for words. Even if Bai Kai returned, he wouldn't disclose what happened last night, sparing the family unnecessary worry, especially since the matter had already been resolved. Qin Xianghe shot a sideways glance at Qin Xianghe. What are you looking at? Such a significant event, I can't possibly keep it from Bai Lu, can I? You may be the boss. But Bai Lu is my closest friend, like family. Isn't that more important? At the display window, Xiaoting had been struggling to arrange the mannequin's clothes for quite some time. Qin Xianghe waved her hand at the two and rushed over, meeting Bai Lu's concerned gaze. Qin Xianghe smiled reassuringly. It's nothing serious, just a minor altercation. In the end, Xiao Kai even called Chun Hong over, and it was all settled. Last night, it was said that there had been a problem with the renovations. Fortunately, I ran into Xiaonan earlier, who was rubbing medicinal wine, and she informed me. Bai Lu frowned in dissatisfaction. After expressing her concern a few times, she scanned the shop. So, no one brought you anything to eat? Qin Xianghe was puzzled. Who would bring me food? He noticed Qin Xiaoyan peeking over from the display window, prompting Bai Lu to shoot her a glare. Earlier that morning, she had left her parents' home and was at the rose garden when she saw Xiaoyan frantically scratching her head in distress. Discovering that she had bruises on her back and was trying to apply the medicinal wine but couldn't reach it. While helping Qin Xiaoyan with the medicinal wine, she realized it wasn't just a simple bump and pressed for details, only to learn about last night's events, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. However, Qin Xiaoyan kept talking about a certain someone's impressive demeanor, how he swept through the scene, and how 3 female university students had been chattering in admiration all night. All resolved to buy something to reward the heroic boss who saved the day. It appeared that she had been played by Qin Xiaoyan. She was merely concerned about whether this person had eaten, without caring about whether other girls brought him food. After completing the basic arrangements at Bai Lu's shop, everything was ready for the opening. Qin Xianghe felt somewhat redundant there, and, more importantly, he was quite hungry. After explaining the situation, Bai Lu mentioned she hadn't eaten well that morning either, suggesting they go together. They found a relatively larger snack shop at the end of the street. But due to it being past breakfast hours, there were not many patrons. Qin Xianghe ordered several dishes, and they sat at a relatively clean table. After sitting down, he recalled, "Why are you out here? I thought I would wait until noon to come find you." As he had imagined, Bai Lu was returning home for the first time in years. Surely, she would spend a few days there. At the dinner table yesterday, he distinctly heard Bai's mother say she would take the day off to keep Bai Lu company. "My mom wants to see to Bao and Nyonyo. Didn't you bring back a lot of photos?" "I came back to collect the pictures. Hearing from Xiaoyan that last night's incident was so serious, I just had to come check on you." As she spoke, Bai Lu expressed her indignation, saying, "That little Kai returned home this morning to change his clothes. I stopped him and asked if he still dared to claim that the store's renovation was at fault. When we return, I shall certainly give him a piece of my mind. I instructed him not to inform his family about your presence, fearing it might cause you concern. See, there is not a single issue at hand." Qin Xianghe devoured 2 plates of pan-fried dumplings in one breath, which alleviated his hunger somewhat. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and remarked, "There was nothing yesterday, no towels, no toothbrushes. I shall head to the department store shortly to purchase 2 sets to bring along." Bai Lu's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, and she softly replied, "No, it's unnecessary. There's no need to go over tonight. I will stay." Chapter 90. A dream shattered. Qin Xianghe's expression froze. Although there had been an argument yesterday, it was evident that Bai's parents held a deep affection for Bai Lu. Had they quarreled again? What could have transpired? Observing Bai Lu vehemently shake her head in denial, his curiosity grew. "It's not that," Bai Lu mumbled, lowering her head to sip the white rice porridge before finally admitting, "The house is too small for 2 people, and my mother agreed we should move out." "Ah. So you won't be going back to sleep there?" Qin Xianghe's face revealed his disappointment, which only served to embarrass and irritate Bai Lu. How could he not feel let down? After all, he had finally found a legitimate reason to share a room with Bai Lu. Only to see that dream evaporate in an instant. Anger surged within him, wishing he could confront Li Gu and his group once more. Otherwise, even if they moved out today, at least they would have shared one night together. What on earth are you daydreaming about? Seeing the vivid expressions on his face, Bai Lu knew there were no outsiders in the small eatery, and she could easily leave if it got too direct. After a moment, Bai Lu's gaze dimmed slightly. "I have to take my medication every day, and if I stay at home, my parents will definitely notice." Upon hearing this, Qin Xianghe nodded in agreement. Indeed. If Bai's parents were to discover anything, they would undoubtedly bombard her with questions. If they grew curious enough to inquire about the medication, the truth would be exposed. Moreover, although Bai Lu's health was stable, she was not entirely like a healthy individual, and any signs of fatigue could easily be detected. Well, We've missed this opportunity, but there will be plenty more in the future. I will work hard to ensure we can live together more openly. He had not verbalized his innermost thoughts. Yet Bai Lu still reached out to pinch him. Come again, and I won't hold back. Qin Xianghe raised his hand and offered Bai Lu 2 steamed dumplings, which were light and perfect for her to eat. After breakfast, Qin Xianghe instructed Bai Lu to return to the store first while he went to the hotel to freshen up, planning to return and escort her to her in-laws' home for lunch. For the next 2 days, they reported to the cotton spinning factory dormitory for lunch and dinner, taking a taxi home after their evening meals. Naturally, Qin Xianghe would first drop Bai Lu off at the Rose Garden residence before returning to the hotel. November 12th, the 21st day of the 9th lunar month, a Thursday. This day was deemed auspicious for business transactions and the hanging of plaques for financial gain. Previously, Qin Xianghe, Bai Kai, and Qin Daogui, 3 cobblers, had consulted the old almanac to select several favorable opening days, ultimately deciding on this one after conferring with Qin Xianghe and Bai Lu. It was not superstition, but rather a matter of seeking a good omen in these times. Earlier, while at Bai Lu's parents' home, they had clarified their intention to open a clothing store on Nanhu Street, where Bai's parents privately pored over the old almanac for quite some time and concluded that this date was indeed the best for opening. At 9 in the morning, Qin Xianghe anxiously leaned against the display window, peering outside. The other employees in the store were hardly less nervous. Across the small square, directly opposite the House of Deer, stood a 2-story shop. The ground floor housed a tobacco and alcohol store named Hongfa, while the second floor was a barber shop. From the corridor on the second floor, Qin Xianghe could clearly see several bobbing heads in the glass kitchen beside Qin Xiaowen. It was no wonder everyone was so anxious. The promotional activities conducted by female university students have proven remarkably effective, creating quite a stir that has been continuously reported by local newspapers over the past couple of days. Consequently, today, at the grand opening of the Xianglu house, the area from the store entrance to the small square is teeming with people, resembling a dense crowd. As the proprietor, Qin Xianghe should have been present in the store alongside Qin Xiaoyan and others. However, given the current situation, he hesitated to bring Bai Lu into the shop, fearing that the rush upon opening could lead to chaos. Should I not have come? Standing by the railing on the second floor, Bai Lu gazed down at the bustling crowd below, feeling a bit dizzy. She was not fond of overly crowded places. She recalled Qin, the heroine, stating that the owner must attend the opening of Xianglu House. Turning her head, she caught Qin Xianghe's eye, who was stifling a laugh. And he reassured her, "It doesn't matter if I'm in the store or not. Everything has been arranged. Standing here with you saves me from the crowd. Business should be good today. The clothes should sell well." "Yes, they definitely will," Bai Lu mused to herself. Noticing Qin Xianghe's suppressed amusement, she shyly added, "It was Xiaowen. She kept saying that in my ear all night. Rest assured, if I lack confidence, I won't have Xiao Kai run back and forth to replenish stock." Qin Xianghe replied with conviction. Yet, as they approached the momentous occasion, he felt a tinge of apprehension. For the 1980s, the model of Xianglu House is undoubtedly innovative. To him, success is not merely measured by the financial gains of this store, but by the sustainability of the brand itself. Only then can Xianglu House expand beyond the confines of Nanhu Street or even Nanning City. Bai Lu nodded in agreement with Qin Xianghe's emphasis, then added, "My parents mentioned there are matters at the factory and won't arrive until around 11. Qin Xianghe smiled and nodded. It would be better for the elderly couple to arrive later, for even if they came, they would likely hesitate to enter the store amidst such a throng. Seeing Bai Lu's slight grimace at the mention of her parents made him chuckle. Since Bai Lu brought over photos of Debeo and Yonyo, it seemed that not only had Bai Kai lost favor, but even Bai Lu, who had not returned home in years, had started to wane in her parents' affections. Bai Lu's parents have 3 children. The eldest, Bai Mei, married early and began working soon after, yet after more than a decade, they remained childless, causing both families to feel a quiet urgency. The younger son, Bai Kai, has lived a carefree life, unmanageable by anyone, and without a girlfriend in sight, sometimes leading the elderly couple to consider allowing Qin Hong to enter the family. However, Qin Hong's family, though now stable, had a questionable past, which raised concerns about the disparity in their backgrounds and how their son might fare marrying into such a family. Lastly, there is the second daughter, Bai Lu, who married far away in a small mountain village. Recently returned home, she spoke of having 2 children, yet her parents remained indifferent until they saw the photos. Upon viewing them, their hearts could not bear it, and they lamented why Bai Lu and Qin Xianghe did not bring their precious grandchildren to the city. In recent days, Whenever they find a moment of leisure, the elderly couple is incessantly engrossed in perusing these photographs, flipping through them repeatedly. One remarks that the children's mouths resemble that of a white deer, while the other counters that their eyebrows bear a closer resemblance to the same creature, leading to the impression that these two offspring are more akin to a replication of the white deer gene, bearing little relation to Qin Xianghe. Presently, Bai Lu finds herself unable to view the children's photographs, which has prompted her to voice her grievances, privately expressing her discontent to Qin Xianghe on several occasions. And so it begins. At the sound of Bai Lu's exclamation, Qin Xianghe turned his attention toward the house of the deer. Qin Xianghe and Bai Kai emerged, dragging a long string of firecrackers through the small door. Accompanied by the crackling sound of the fireworks, the large rolling gate finally began to rise slowly. Chapter 91. Shouting until hoarse after 3 days of refreshing promotional activities in the streets, accompanied by the continued coverage from several city newspapers. The small square has been bustling with visitors since yesterday. Therefore, besides the staff at Xianglu Home, Qin Xianghe also called upon the 3 female university students from the day before yesterday to assist during this promotional period, offering each a daily remuneration of 6 yuan. As a gesture of gratitude, yesterday, Qin Xianghe visited the shop, and a girl named Xiao Jing even specially bought him a soda. Bai Kai also summoned several friends, one of whom was the young man known as Xiao Dan, whom he had encountered previously at the Rose Garden. This was not merely for pleasure. They were tasked with maintaining order outside the shop on the opening day. Otherwise, the dense crowd in the square would surge forward, potentially overwhelming the entrance. The firecrackers continued to explode on the ground. As soon as the roll-up gate opened, the individuals at the front were immediately pushed forward by those behind them, causing Qin Xianghe to hurriedly kick the remaining firecrackers far away. Almost instantaneously, through the gleaming display window, the shop was filled to the brim with patrons. However, a greater number remained outside, and Xiao Dan, accompanied by his group, hastily intervened to manage the situation, thanks to Bai Kai's foresight. The reason for the eager rush into the shop was the enticing promotional information posted in the window. On the opening day, the first 300 customers to make a purchase would receive a complimentary membership card. Subsequently, with this membership card, they could enjoy a lifelong discount of 10% at Xianglu Home. Once this quota was filled, customers would need to accumulate a spending of 200 yuan to qualify for the membership card. These cards were crafted by a factory that Qin Xianghe had instructed Bai Kai to find a few days prior. For the current era, the card was beautifully made, with a design that was ahead of its time. The light blue card featured a series of numbers on the front, prominently displaying Xianglu Home, while the back contained a few brief membership terms along with a space for the holder's signature. In the absence of computers for record-keeping, the membership cards required meticulous manual entry. Qin Xianghe summoned the 3 female university students primarily to distribute and register these cards. While the utility of such records could be questioned, it at least provided customers with a sense of importance and special treatment. In truth, the registration of membership cards held little significance. Even if customers privately transferred their cards, there would be no verification upon their return to the shop. A mere 10% discount paled in comparison to the exorbitant profits from reselling clothing. As Qin Xianghe once remarked to Bai Lu, her partner's heart was indeed callous. Garments procured from Guangzhou were sold at inflated prices merely by changing the label. Selling them at 60% would still yield no losses. The sentiment, though blunt, reflected the stark realities of the time. Qin Xianghe understood that the true acumen lay not in reselling clothes with new labels for profit, but in Qin Xianghe's persistent encouragement for her to recruit skilled workers from the cotton spinning factory, preparing to embark on their own production. She was also aware that Qin Xianghe had discreetly sent Bai Kai to several design colleges multiple times, expressing a desire to recruit and train a few designers, with the intention of ensuring that the garments sold at Xianglu Home would soon be crafted by their own designers. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the bustling queue outside Xianglu Home had finally subsided, allowing Qin Xianghe to lead Bai Lu downstairs. Inside the shop, customers were bustling about, while several sales clerks shouted in a cacophony, responding to Qin Xianghe and her colleagues at the cash register. The voices of the female university students had become hoarse from the exertion. This scene diverged significantly from Qin Xianghe's initial expectations. According to his thoughts, customers enter, admire the clothing, and the sales staff approach to introduce styles, materials, and other details. Even the prices need not be elaborated upon, as they are prominently displayed on the tags. A conspicuous sign on the wall clearly states that haggling is not permitted. Once the customers select their desired garments, they simply proceed to the checkout to enjoy a discount of 20% for the day. If the spending amount is sufficient, they can also acquire an exquisite membership card. However, the current atmosphere is filled with loud commotion, starkly contrasting with the rehearsed tranquility, leading him to mistakenly believe he was at a street market. Fortunately, despite the high-end ambience of the store failing to materialize, the clothing is indeed selling remarkably well. Qin Xianghe and Bai Kai continuously restock, often finding that the garments are snatched up by customers even before they are properly displayed. As the clock approaches 11, Bai's parents arrive. They graciously purchase a wool sweater for 30 yuan, while Bai Kai discreetly instructs Xiaojing to arrange membership cards for the couple. The elderly couple is astonished. The clothing in the store is indeed of superior quality, appearing much more refined than what one would find at a stall, augmented by the luxurious decor of the shop. Yet, they still find the prices exorbitant. A decent wool coat at a stall would typically sell for a few dozen yuan, yet here, some are priced at 100 or even more. Strangely, despite their reservations, customers continue to make purchases, leading the couple to feel as though, apart from themselves, everyone else in Nanning is exceptionally affluent. Qin Xianghe, however, views this phenomenon as entirely natural. Such extravagant spending is commonplace in later times. Once the promotional period concludes, he plans to invest a substantial sum in advertising on the city's television and radio stations. Given that commercial concepts have yet to be introduced at bus stops, he intends to set a precedent by erecting brand advertisements for the Xianglu House at every bus station in the city. Consistent exposure and the cultivation of a brand image are essential for ensuring the longevity of Xianglu House. He is acutely aware that once a certain level of recognition is achieved, even clothing from roadside stalls, when branded as Xianglu House, can command high prices. This is the essence of brand value. Just as in later times, identical products, even those produced by the same manufacturer, can see their prices multiply severalfold simply by being associated with a well-known international brand. Of course, Qin Xianghe has not executed such strategies in his previous life. He is merely planning based on his impressions, and whether the outcomes meet his expectations will depend on future circumstances. At least the current bustling scene temporarily validates his beliefs. Last night, Bai's parents mentioned they would attend the opening, and Bai Mei also expressed her intention to come by at noon. Yet, as Qin Xianghe and Bai Lu remained in the store until the afternoon, they still did not see either of them, pondering whether they had other commitments or perhaps arrived unnoticed. Even during mealtime, the store continued to be inundated with customers, prompting Qin Xianghe to arrange shifts for meals, drawing in Qin Xianghe and Bai Lu as well. By 8 in the evening, the shops along Nanhu Street began to close. After bidding farewell to the last batch of customers, Qin Xianghe hurriedly pulled down the shutter, fearing that if customers continued to trickle in, they might not even have time for dinner. Bai Kai and Lu Jian, meanwhile, had hurried off to Guangzhou with money in hand earlier in the afternoon. Given the current flow of customers, the inventory will not last long. We must expedite the procurement of an additional batch. Bai Kai has also invited friends, as this new shipment is significantly larger than the previous ones, nearly doubling or tripling in quantity. Exhausted employees have returned home early to dine and rest, and starting tomorrow, the Deer House will open promptly at 9 in the morning. As for the 3 female university students, Qin Xianghe will escort them back to their school. Once these individuals have departed and the doors are securely closed, Qin Xianghe retrieves the large box serving as the cash register from the counter. They pour all the money onto the counter, with Qin, Bai Lu, and Qin Xianghe each responsible for counting a portion. As the figures from their lips grow, all 3 of them beam with delight. Chapter 92. Astonishing profits on the very first day of business. What a splendid start it was. The revenue soared to over 6,000, and after deducting various costs, the net profit astonishingly reached just over 2,000. This was achieved despite offering a 20% discount. Otherwise, the figures would have been even more remarkable. While Bai Lu had encountered sums like 6,000 before, particularly when Qin Xianghe had retrieved such an amount from his luggage during a previous hospital visit, the recent influx of funds was unparalleled. A few days ago, Lu Jian had arrived from his hometown with even more money, and together with his older brother and others, they had amassed nearly 10,000. Yet, none of these past experiences could compare to the sheer impact of the current moment. 6,000 in revenue, with a net profit of 2,000, all in just one day. Calculating this, if 2,000 could be earned daily, that would amount to an astonishing 60,000 in a month. In a bustling metropolis like Nanning, claiming to earn 60,000 monthly would be met with disbelief and skepticism. Qin Xianghe counted the money, lost in thought for an extended period. To speak frankly, today's revenue was, in a sense, a result of her efforts. Determined to venture into the realm of entrepreneurship, she bore a substantial burden of pressure. Although her parents did not voice their concerns, she knew they must harbor some disappointment for her departure from the stable cotton textile factory. Many relatives and former colleagues were undoubtedly waiting to see her fail, questioning why she would abandon a secure future to sell clothing on Nanhu Street. At this moment, she longed to summon all those naysayers and throw the money in their faces. This experience solidified her belief that her initial decision was indeed correct. In a time where many were venturing into business, seizing opportunities was essential for greater growth, and Xianglu Zhijia was her optimal starting point. As Qin Xianghe counted the money, he felt a surge of excitement. Observing the two young women reveling in their fortune, he chuckled quietly, only to be playfully pinched by Bai Lu for his amusement. The earnings were significant, yet the impact on him paled in comparison to the earlier shock he felt during the opening of the Lu Bai Xianghe store in the county, where he had urgently needed funds to improve his child's living conditions and support his family. Now, his thoughts were consumed by Bai Lu's future medical expenses, which would finally be secured, alleviating his worries about exorbitantly priced specialty medications. On the second day, the number of customers increased by half. Yet the revenue remained consistent with the first day. Many were drawn in by the previous spectacle of female university students parading with signs, only to arrive and find the staff shrouded in thick clothing, eliciting disappointment from several. Furthermore, the absence of the initial incentive of complimentary membership cards led to more rational consumer behavior. It wasn't that Qin Xianghe lacked the desire to promote the membership cards. In fact, distributing them generously would benefit Xianglu Zhijia in the long run. However, if the cards were too easily obtained, they would lose their value and significance, straying from their original purpose. Customers needed to perceive the membership card as a prestigious symbol of their shopping identity at Xianglu Zhijia to maintain its allure. On the third day, though the foot traffic dwindled slightly, revenue surged to 7,000. By the fourth day, sales remained above 6,000, and many clothing styles were nearing depletion. Fortunately, that evening, Lu Jian and Bai Kai arrived with several trucks loaded with goods, which were promptly transported to a small factory in the dormitory area of the cotton spinning plant, where the workers worked overtime to relabel the products overnight. After unloading, Bai Kai, without even taking a sip of water, took 5,000 yuan in cash from the store and returned to Guangzhou with Lu Jian that very night, seizing the opportunity to hire a large truck for another batch of goods to bring back and stockpile. By the fifth day, perhaps due to it being the last day of the 20 discount, the turnover surged to 8,000. Thus, during the promotional period of just 5 days, the total sales at Xianglu Zhijia reached 34,000, with profits astonishingly nearing 10,000 yuan. Once the promotional period concluded, performance inevitably declined. In the following days, sales stabilized around 5,000, yet profits exceeded those from selling 6,000. Over these 10 days, Qin Xianghe recognized the shortcomings, noting the scarcity of affordable clothing options, which could have propelled sales even higher. He instructed Qin Xianghe to devise a plan to expedite the trial production of a batch of replica garments in a small factory, to be sold at relatively low prices as a welfare discount for Xianglu Zhijia, not seeking profit from this portion but merely to maintain customer traffic. When Bai Kai returned from Guangzhou once more, Qin Xianghe did not send Lu Jian along for the trip. During this time, Lu Jian had practically lived in the truck, utterly exhausted. Since arriving in Nanning with funds on the 4th, and now being the 23rd, it had been 20 days. With Xianglu Zhijia now on track, it was time for Lu Jian to return. Lingering further might draw the ire of Sister Hua, not to mention the manpower shortages back home. As for Qin Xianghe, he would return only after Bai Lu's surgery. During this period, Bai Lu's third course of special medication concluded with satisfactory results, and the hospital was preparing to schedule the surgery, likely by the end of the month. The exact date awaited the outcomes of the final specialized examination. Upon returning to Maodang, in addition to bringing gifts prepared by Bai Lu for everyone, Qin Xianghe hoped Lu Jian would also bring back more meaningful presents for Dabao and Nyonyo. On the 24th, a Tuesday, the South Lake scenic area was relatively empty due to normal working hours. The weather grew colder day by day. Qin Xianghe wore a thick sweater inside, complemented by a military overcoat outside. Indeed, it was a military coat. Even in a large city like Nanning, it remained fashionable during winter. And Qin Xianghe indulged in this trend, more out of nostalgia. In reality, as the era progressed, commercial economy began to flourish, leading to a richer material life, rendering military coats no longer an essential for enduring harsh winters. Gradually, the market began to showcase leather coats, down jackets, and more. An increasing number of people started favoring stylish designs, vibrant colors, and relatively lightweight down jackets and new-style cotton clothing, akin to the winter apparel recently introduced at Xianghe. Beside him, Bai Lu donned a fitted cream-colored wool sweater, layered under one of Xianghe's best-selling woolen coats, which accentuated her tall figure beautifully. The South Lake Scenic Area, built around an expansive artificial lake spanning dozens of acres, featured pavilions and corridors, exuding an ancient charm. If Bai Lu were to wear the increasingly popular hanfu of later generations, she would undoubtedly appear even more enchanting and captivating in the lens. Why do you smile so broadly when taking photos? The white deer descended from a stone platform, casting a suspicious glance at an individual with an oddly expressive demeanor. Clutching a camera. No, it was simply that this person appeared exceptionally beautiful through the lens. The white deer pursed her lips, and seeing no one nearby, she playfully reached out to tap Qin Xianghe, warning him, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I might just get angry." Once the shot was taken, Qin Xianghe raised the camera, remarking that they had barely begun, having purchased 4 rolls of film, enough to entertain Daba and Yonyo upon their return. Upon hearing about the 4 rolls, the white deer's eyes narrowed into slits. However, after absorbing the latter part of his statement, she found herself unable to resist, allowing him to lead her through the scenic area, wandering here and there. Chapter 93. The modesty of Bai Lu. As Bai Lu stepped onto the path leading to the deer house, Lu Jian, who had been assisting in nanning for several days, was about to return to Maodang. Bai Lu had purchased numerous gifts for Dabao, Nyonyo, her parents-in-law, and her elder brother's family. She even bought a rather expensive winter coat for Ahua to express her gratitude for the care received over the past few years, especially for looking after her 2 children during the last 6 months. Qin Xianghe suggested bringing photos for the children, and Bai Lu readily agreed. Thus, she donned a beautiful outfit and took extra time to groom herself before stepping out that morning. Meanwhile, someone had rented a camera from the photo studio the day before, only to unexpectedly purchase 4 rolls of film. Should this become known, they would undoubtedly be scolded for extravagance, and she would share in that reprimand. Yet, for the sake of the children, she was willing to endure such criticism. Fortunately, Qin Xianghe's photography was not confined to mere posed snapshots. Instead, he continuously pressed the shutter as they walked, capturing candid moments along the way. At this rate, 4 rolls would scarcely suffice for half a day's worth of pictures. Bai Lu felt a pang of regret at the expense, and more importantly, many photos were taken before she even had a chance to react, leading her to believe they would not turn out well. However, someone insisted on capturing the essence of life in its most authentic form for the children to witness. Upon reaching the pavilion in the center of the lake, they snapped over 10 more photos. Qin Xianghe, observing Bai Lu's slightly pouting lips, reassured her, "Don't worry. Once the photos are developed tomorrow, I will show them to you first. If you truly dislike any, I shall keep them for myself." "You." Bai Lu was about to pinch him for his playful tongue, but after such a long endeavor, she felt utterly drained and merely cast him a sidelong glance. Noticing her pale complexion, Qin Xianghe hurried over to help her sit in the pavilion, suggesting they take a break. "There are only a few shots left. We can finish them at home. Let Dabao and Nyonyo see where you are staying." "I'm just a little tired," Bai Lu replied softly, a slight smile gracing her lips as she complied and sat on the stone bench. Qin Xianghe earnestly reminded her, "Even a little fatigue warrants caution. Did the doctor not advise against exertion until you have fully recovered?" The lake shimmered gently, yet a strong breeze swept through the pavilion. Seeing Bai Lu tighten her coat, he promptly removed his military overcoat and draped it over her shoulders before she could refuse. "You are about to undergo surgery. You must not catch a chill. We Shun-Ti have come here. The wind is too harsh. Rest well, and we shall leave shortly." "I'm not cold. After running for a bit, look. I'm even sweating a little," she replied, observing Qin Xianghe's exaggerated gesture of wiping his forehead. Bai Lu, realizing her own folly in selecting a stylish yet thin coat for the outing, succumbed to the warmth of his coat. As Qin Xianghe had pointed out, with surgery imminent, she needed to be particularly cautious. Beyond her health concerns, she did not wish to disappoint someone who had tirelessly attended to her for days. Suddenly, Bai Lu bit her lip, her gaze dimming as she softly murmured, "Dabao and Nyonyo will surely be very disappointed this time." "That's all right. Your health is paramount. Furthermore, there will be ample opportunities in the future. When I return, I will explain everything to them." As he spoke, Qin Xianghe settled closer, taking Bai Lu's cool hand in his warm grasp. Lu Jian visited this time, repeatedly conveying to Bai Lu how much Dabao and Nyonyo missed their mother while at home. eagerly hoping that their father would bring her back from Nanning. Bai Lu shook her head, then hesitantly inquired about her parents. Rest assured, he replied, focus on your surgery and recover your health diligently. Once you regain your strength, I will take you back to Maotang. Noticing Bai Lu's sudden glance, Qin Xianghe offered a wry smile. Their relationship had been blossoming recently. Perhaps the psychological shadows cast over Bai Lu in previous years were still lingering, or perhaps their current bond had not fully matured. Each time the topic of returning to Maotang arose, Bai Lu neither rejected nor accepted the idea. He understood that patience was essential, especially since the doctor had mentioned that even with a successful surgery, full recovery would take considerable time. During this period, Bai Lu would find it difficult to leave Nanning. If your recovery is swift, and the doctor gives the green light, I will take you back to Maotang for a visit, Qin Xianghe suggested. Fully aware that such an eventuality was unlikely, perhaps after the new year, when the children are a bit older and the weather has warmed, I could bring them to see you. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Of course, I am sincere. Not only do I miss you, but the Bao and Nyo miss you even more. Bai Lu's face flushed with warmth upon hearing this, and she quickly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby before playfully pinching him. Qin Xianghe laughed, instinctively shielding himself. He found it curious how their relationship in Nanning had transformed, as if they were rediscovering each other anew. He realized that Bai Lu was quite bashful when it came to matters of the heart, and the more she blushed, the more he enjoyed teasing her, relishing her coy demeanor. Of course, there were times when he pushed too far, leaving her upset and ignoring him for a while. Thus, he learned to know when to retreat. I am quite serious. Your parents have often mentioned wanting to see Bao and Nyo. Upon mentioning Bai Lu's father and mother, she couldn't help but chuckle. I must quickly inform them when I return. They will be overjoyed. They've been talking about this for days. Ever since she brought home pictures of the children, her parents' longing for their grandchildren had been ignited. Now, whenever they returned from work, they would sit in the living room, poring over the photographs. If they caught sight of Bai Lu and Qin Xianghe, they would inquire about every detail concerning the children. Lu Jian's recent visit to Maotang had deeply touched her parents. They contemplated whether, after a while, they should visit Chu Lake with Bai Lu and Qin Xianghe to meet the in-laws, primarily with the intention of seeing Bao and Nyo. Of course, Bai Lu and Qin Xianghe sought every excuse to decline. Bai Lu was scheduled for surgery soon, and for a long time afterward. Leaving Nanning would be impossible due to her health restrictions. If they agreed to Bai Lu's parents, it would surely expose their plans. Fortunately, with the new year approaching and the cotton mill bustling with activity, both held significant roles in their positions. A trip to Maotang would not only be impractical due to the time needed for travel but also impossible to arrange without taking an extended leave. After much persuasion from Bai Lu, they ultimately decided to postpone their plans for the time being. When I return, would you consider moving in with me? Upon reflecting on this matter, Qin Xianghe felt an overwhelming urge to confront the group of individuals led by Li Gu once more. This pain remained an everlasting burden for him. Since that incident, he had never spent another night at the Bai family residence. While Bai Lu continued to reside in the house she shared with Qin Xianghe, perhaps it is for the best to refrain from such an arrangement. As I fear my parents might discover my medication, Bai Lu shook her head. Subsequently, a bittersweet smile graced her lips as she lamented. I have no idea how long my elder sister has been at home. When I return, we will inevitably argue incessantly, adding to the worries of my parents. Chapter 94. Taking photos. The mention of the elder sister, by Mei, caused Qin Xianghe some discomfort. Upon realizing that Xiang Lu Zhijia was co-founded by him and Bai Lu, it seemed as if the elder sister had become even more critical of them. Though she never openly expressed her disdain, her remarks were often laced with veiled barbs, leaving one feeling rather uneasy, especially when her comments were directed at him. Bai Lu, who usually had a gentle disposition, could no longer tolerate it, leading to several arguments at home. In contrast, Bai's father, Bai's mother, and Bai Kai, who returned home sporadically, appeared to have grown accustomed to the situation. Let it be, Bai Lu thought. After her surgery, her recovery was paramount, and her emotional state was equally important. The apartment that Qin Xianghe currently rented was previously chosen for its proximity to the cotton spinning factory. However, with her daily commutes to Nanhu Street, the distance had become somewhat cumbersome. Recently, she had been dragging Bai Lu around in search of a new place. Qin Xianghe wholeheartedly supported this endeavor, suggesting they find a residence closer to the 4th hospital for Bai Lu's convenience during her checkups and follow-ups. He even offered to cover the majority of the rent. In truth, Qin Xianghe would have agreed solely for the sake of Bai Lu's medical needs. Yet, with a benefactor like Qin Xianghe, who was willing to shoulder the financial burden, it would be foolish not to take advantage of such generosity. This sentiment was relayed to him by Bai Lu later. Noticing Bai Lu signaling that she was ready to rise, Qin Xianghe held her back, inquiring whether she had made a decision regarding the store manager position. Due to her health issues, Bai Lu had been compelled to resign from her previous job. He wished for her to take on the role of manager at Xianglu Zhijia, a suggestion he had made days earlier, but she had remained indecisive. With her surgery fast approaching and his own return to Maotang inevitable once she had recuperated, it was essential for Xianglu Zhijia to have a decisive leader in his absence. Entrusting the position to Bai Kai would likely lead to a miraculous transformation of the establishment from profit to loss. Ideally, Qin Xianghe would be the perfect candidate. However, due to Bai Kai's familial ties and his own role as a business manager, he often exhibited an air of superiority, making it challenging for Qin Xianghe, as the assistant manager, to assert her authority whenever they disagreed. This reliance on familial connections was not a sustainable solution. After much contemplation, Qin Xianghe concluded that Bai Lu would be the most suitable candidate for the managerial role. It was not about her actively managing the store, but rather holding the title in name only, while Qin Xianghe could continue to oversee the operations, ensuring Bai Kai would comply. This arrangement would also provide Qin Xianghe with a motivating opportunity for upward mobility. Qin Xianghe had already clarified the stakes involved with Bai Lu. After a few days of reflection, Bai Lu recognized that this solution could alleviate some of her concerns and ultimately consented, saying, "All right, I'll do it." However, she quickly added, "But I cannot accept the salary you mentioned. After all, the operations are still Xiaoyan's responsibility." Qin Xianghe replied affirmatively, "That is fine. You can either accept a rightful salary for being the manager or clandestinely discuss it among the employees, questioning what a boss's wife would earn." Bai Lu was momentarily speechless, casting an exasperated glance at him. She suspected that his proposal for her to become the manager was merely a ruse to justify paying her a salary, which, while valid 6 months ago, was now complicated by their divorce. "Then it's settled," she concluded. Qin Xianghe coughed softly, grasping Bai Lu's hand and shaking it vigorously, congratulating her on officially becoming the first store manager of the Xianglu family. Providing Bai Lu with a fixed salary was, of course, one of Qin Xianghe's intentions. Since arriving in Nanning, Bai Lu had always felt that since they were divorced, financial matters should be clearly delineated. Had it not been for Qin Xianghe's revelations, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Lu meticulously recorded all expenses for hospital visits and medications, vowing to save money to repay these costs in the future. Furthermore, during their outings, Bai Lu refrained from purchasing anything, and if she truly needed something, she would use her own meager savings. Aware that Qin Xianghe had advanced a month's salary, Bai Lu had discreetly borrowed 50 yuan from her a few days prior. The slightly expensive wool coat Bai Lu wore was a hard-won gift from Qin Xianghe under the pretense of distributing work uniforms to all employees. Given these circumstances, he was reluctant to pressure Bai Lu too much, opting instead for a gradual approach. After all, the potential for their relationship to flourish remained significant, and for now, this seemed the most pragmatic solution. Subsequently, as they departed from the lakeside pavilion, a group of tourists arrived. Qin Xianghe asked one of them for assistance in capturing a photo of himself and Bai Lu, standing in the pavilion. He quickly took hold of Bai Lu's hand just as the person across from them pressed the shutter. The moment was preserved, and it was only the following day that Qin Xianghe viewed the photograph at the studio. In the picture, he wore a warm smile, with their hands tightly intertwined beside him. Bai Lu, standing next to him, was composed, gently pressing her lips together as she gazed at the camera. Her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, her eyes narrowed like a tranquil autumn lake. On the morning of the 27th, the Rose Garden was quite distant from the train station. Concerned about the fatigue of travel and the crowds at the station, Qin Xianghe decided against having Bai Lu accompany him and took Lu Jian alone instead. This journey back to Maotang would not be an easy one for Lu Jian. Bai Lu had purchased numerous small gifts for everyone, compelling Qin Xianghe to procure 2 large suitcases for the additional items. Moreover, there was a substantial stack of nearly 100 photographs meant for Dabao and Yonyo. Qin Xianghe also provided Lu Jian with an additional 500 yuan to take back to his parents in the village. With Bai Lu having just undergone surgery, her recovery and discharge would take some time. He anticipated needing to remain in Nanning for a while longer. If he sent too much, his parents would undoubtedly refuse it. However, a few hundred yuan, ostensibly for purchasing food and autumn-winter clothing for the children, would likely be reluctantly accepted. Qin Xianghe repeatedly instructed Lu Jian not to disclose Bai Lu's illness to anyone except for the eldest brother. As for the nearly 1,000 yuan pooled by Lu Jian and the others, it was available in the store. However, given Bai Lu's impending surgery, it was wise to keep some funds accessible just in case. Furthermore, he intended to personally repay this money upon his return, which would warrant a more detailed discussion. After bidding farewell to Lu Jian, Qin Xianghe awaited Bai Lu's final examination report, which would determine the exact timing of her surgery. Unexpectedly, he found himself entering the 4th hospital ahead of Bai Lu. A few days earlier, after accompanying her to South Lake for photographs, he had noticed a slight nasal congestion that he had neglected to address. Only when the symptoms of his cold became pronounced did he, under the urging of Bai Lu, visit a clinic to procure some medication. After escorting Lu Jian to the train station, he awoke the following day in his hotel room. As he attempted to rise from the bed, his legs buckled, causing him to collapse to the floor, disoriented and dizzy for quite some time. Fortunately, due to the expansion of a small workshop, he had scheduled a meeting with Bai Kai and Chun Daogui at the hotel, who subsequently discovered his condition and took him to the hospital. By noon, while waiting for Qin Xianghe to join him for lunch at the dearest home, Bai Lu, upon hearing Chun Daogui's account of the situation, hurriedly made his way to the hospital.